I'm really a villain. Chapter 705 to Chapter 793. Suzimo exerted a little force and the red-robed old man screamed. The right fist was crushed into pieces. Suzimo slowly reached out and placed his hand on the old man's head. God King. The old man's entire body trembled as he stuttered. Spare me, sir. I'm willing to do anything. Tell me about you, Suzimo asked. I'm an elder of the Seven Fear sect. Our sect was founded in the Great Swamp. What else do you want to know? The old man quickly asked. The Seven Fear sect? Suzimo asked. Yes, this sect was founded by our Laozu's Seven Fear Great Saint. Although it's not the strongest, it's quite famous in the Great Swamp, the old man answered without any hesitation. What's a great saint? Suzimo asked. One who opens the 10th meridian is a great saint, the old man replied. Tell me about the division above the great emperor, Suzimo said. A great saint with 10 meridians and a Dao fruit expert with 11 meridians. The things involved are a little complicated and I'm not very clear about it, the old man said. These things are not something a little saint like me can come into contact with. How many people does the Seven Fear sect have in the Eternal Continent? Suzimo asked. No, they've all died in your hands. The old man quickly shook his head and shouted, Let me go. I've told you everything I know. Please. Unfortunately, you're useless alive. Suzimo shook his head. His right hand grabbed again. With a boom, the old man's body fell to the ground. At this moment, the sealed city gate of the southern city district was knocked open. Aeon City reacted and began to fight back. But when they came to the city gate, they were stunned when they saw the corpses piled up all over the street. Suzimo ignored them and went straight to the Immortal Dao ruins. There were originally disciples of the Eternal Divine sect guarding here, but they were all killed now. The Immortal Dao ruins were wrapped in a formation of nothingness. Suzimo tore the formation with both hands and entered the ruins directly. This vast land had been recuperating for tens of thousands of years, but it still hadn't been reborn. The earth was withered and cracked. Not a single green plant could be seen. The cracked earth was like countless spiderwebs that extended to the horizon. Just how intense the flames of war had been in this land? The scorched soil and the dark vegetation were enough to tell. Flocks of vultures flew in the sky, looking for fresh meat and food. When they saw Suzimo come in, they swooped down and attacked the living person directly. Coo, coo. A few sharp cries pierced through the air, and the vultures all fell to the ground. Suzimo frowned as he observed the scene before him. There was no road here, and the sky was full of white bones and jagged rocks. The ground was charred black, and the air was dry, making one's throat feel uncomfortable after breathing it in. The smoke caused by the flames was like a beacon, floating intermittently over the land. It was as if the entire sky had been dyed black by the smoke. Suzimo stepped on the ground and walked into the distance. In addition to the vultures above their heads, there were also many white skeletons wandering around aimlessly like ghosts. They didn't attack people, and only wandered around the land. The outer layer of the Immortal Dao ruin was basically no longer dangerous. The disciples of the ancient god sect had already cleaned it up. Only a few ruins remained, but one could still see the past prosperity and the devastation of the war. Suzimo continued forward. The so-called Heaven's Pass record should be in the core area. It was also filled with danger. According to the ancient god king, he had come to the core area to search, but unfortunately, he didn't find anything. In the end, he had no choice but to enter the Immortal Dao bridge. As Suzimo walked deeper, the white bones he came into contact with became stronger and stronger. They were no longer like the ghosts outside, and had already begun to have intelligence. Of course, this didn't cause any trouble for Suzimo. After walking for an hour, he finally arrived at the core area of the Immortal Dao ruin. A huge crater appeared below his feet. The crater didn't have an end, and he couldn't see the end. It was hard to imagine what kind of attack could cause such terrifying damage. Moreover, this huge crater seemed to have countless smaller craters. Outside the crater, a transparent barrier blocked Suzimo's path. Suzimo gently touched the barrier with his hand and felt that there was a force that was repelling his entry. He tried to take out the Heaven's Pass key given to him by the ancient god king. The moment the key touched the barrier, the shadow's face inside the key started to devour the barrier's power. In just a short while, a hole was torn open in the barrier. If Suzimo didn't stop it, the entire barrier would be devoured. Suzimo put away the key, and walked step by step into the so-called core area of the barrier. As soon as he walked in, Suzimo felt an extremely evil force. This power was the evilest that Suzimo had ever seen on the Yuanyang continent. It was second to none. The sky above the barrier was dark red. This force had already fused with the spirit chi and the air. It was constantly thinking about eroding Suzimo's body. This barrier couldn't hold up even if a sage entered. If it lasted for a long time, even a god king wouldn't be able to withstand it. The people who died here were at least in the immortal realm, Suzimo guessed. In this dark red spirit chi, there were countless skulls with black and red radiance walking around. They seemed to be patrolling. When they saw Suzimo walk in, a group of skeletons swarmed over. When Suzimo smashed these skeletons into pieces, the rest of the skeletons felt fear and all retreated. With a rough estimate, he estimated that each of the skeletons here had the strength of a heavenly fusion stage. Even a sage wouldn't be able to withstand so many skeletons swarming over. Suzimo continued to walk forward with a strange feeling in his heart. The skeletons he met along the way didn't stop him anymore. When the skeletons met him, they just followed him from afar. They didn't choose to attack him. Instead, they seemed to be monitoring him. Suzimo closed his eyes and spread out his divine sense. He wanted to sense where the source of the evil chi was. After a long while, Suzimo opened his eyes and looked toward the east with a deep gaze. There, a powerful creature seems to have awakened. Although he didn't know what happened at the source, he did sense the aura of life there. Suzimo's gaze was fixed on the east as his figure quickly headed towards the source of the disturbance. His speed was extremely fast, and the skeletons along the way were intentionally avoiding him. After passing by several deep pits, Suzimo saw some corpses among them. These corpses all had extremely powerful auras. Even after tens of thousands of years, these corpses still showed no signs of decay. It was hard to imagine what kind of existences they were when they were alive. The weakest of these corpses had already entered the sage realm, and there was no lack of divine kings among them. Although Suzimo did not experience that great battle, he could clearly feel how tragic it was. He continued to walk forward. After passing by hundreds of deep pits, he finally stopped in front of a particularly large one. This deep pit was surrounded by black fog, and it was almost impossible to see what was inside. And around the pit, there were densely packed skeletons guarding it. It was as if there was something important inside. When Suzimo arrived, he saw that these skeletons stopped for a moment, but they did not stop him and completely dispersed. The black fog in front of him dissipated into the shape of a door, as if it had been quietly waiting for Suzimo's arrival. Suzimo chuckled and slowly walked into the black fog. When he entered the black fog, the scene in front of him instantly changed. The sky was covered by a majestic evil aura, and even the ground under his feet was corroded. There were all kinds of flowers growing here, and they were colorful and colorful. But without exception, every flower gave off a very evil feeling. Between the flowers, there was a sidewalk. Looking along the sidewalk, one could see a red chi soaring into the sky at the end. This red spirit chi was the source of everything, the culprit that corroded the ground and the sky. Suzimo walked on the small path, and the further he walked, the stronger the oppressive feeling and the red spirit chi became. Right in front of him was a small house made of white bones, and a middle-aged man sat cross-legged in front of the house. When he sensed Suzimo's arrival, the middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes. The middle-aged man was full of evil aura. He had long hair that was tied neatly at the back. His face looked delicate and pretty at first glance, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that his smooth and clean face was filled with an evil aura. The corners of his eyes exuded a dense black aura. He had eagle eyes, a hooked nose, and extremely thin lips. He was wearing a long robe with wide sleeves and tied at the waist. There were many colors on the robe, including white, black, and blue. The purple-black boots on his feet reached all the way to his knees. The moment he saw Suzimo, the middle-aged man slowly stood up. "Did that old man Wangu send you here?" The middle-aged man asked with a smile. His expression was normal and calm, as if he wasn't surprised or curious about Suzumo's arrival at all. "Who are you?" Suzumo asked doubtfully. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any living beings in the core area. The appearance of this middle-aged man was very strange. A majestic evil aura enveloped his body. The source of the red light seemed to be in the white bone hut behind him. "You came here and you don't know who I am?" The middle-aged man laughed evilly. The louder his laughter, the stronger the evil aura on his body became, almost causing the entire sky to rumble. "I don't know much about the past, so please introduce yourself," Suzumo lightly said. "It seems that old man Wangu didn't tell you a lot of things." The middle-aged man smiled and sat down. In front of him was a white bone table with a pot of freshly brewed hot tea on the table. The hot tea was blood red in color. It was unknown what it was made of. "My name has been in the past for a long time, but I believe that no one in Wangu City will ever forget the two words Xianxia, the culprit of the Great War back then." Suzumo nodded and walked over step by step. Seeing Suzumo's calm appearance, the man was a bit surprised and asked, "Aren't you afraid?" "Why should I be afraid? I've never fought before." "Maybe you're the one who's afraid," Suzumo said with a smile. Hearing this, the man laughed and poured out the blood-red water in the cup. Interesting. I've seen many people in the Eternal Continent, but you're one of them." Suzumo slowly walked to the front and sat down on the other side of the white bone table. While holding the cup of red tea, he casually asked, "Aren't you dead? How come you're still alive and kicking?" As soon as the cup of tea entered his stomach, a wave of dense spiritual energy began to condense within his body. "Good tea," Suzumo sighed. In an instant, he felt refreshed, as if all the pores on his body had opened. This tea could probably allow a heavenly fusion realm cultivator to enter the half-step saint realm. "Dead? With these ants?" Hearing Suzumo's words, the man smiled and shook his head. He said, "The difference between me and them is the difference in quality, not quantity. They don't deserve it." "Then how did you end up like this?" Suzumo asked curiously. According to the Eternal God King, the leader should be in existence who had entered the immortal realm. Logically speaking, no matter how many Eternal God Kings there were, they would not be a match for him. Hearing Suzumo's words, the man fell silent for a while. Suddenly, he thought of something and frowned. "I thought too simply, so I ended up as a pawn." "You're from the Seven Fear sect?" Suzumo asked. "It seems that you know something," the man chuckled. "There's no harm in telling you. When I found the crack, I wanted to attack and occupy the Eternal Continent. I wanted to use this place as my backyard to provide fresh blood for the Seven Fear sect." However, he had thought too simply. The Eternal Continent had existed for so many years, and the number of experts who had come from this place was as many as the hairs on an ox. There are many fruit of Tao among them. How could they sit idly by when I attacked and occupied their hometown? "It seems that you've been tricked," Suzumo said with a smile. "Those people wanted me to take the lead and test the reaction of all parties. We, the Seven Fear sect, will not be cannon fodder. Therefore, I blew myself up and reincarnated in this ruin." "Those ants thought that they killed me," the middle-aged man sneered. "However, in order to fool them, I had to pay a high price. If I cultivate here for a few more thousand years, I should enter the immortal path bridge and leave this world. I don't care about these things. Since you're their leader, Xianxia, you should know about the Heavens Pass record, right?" Suzumo asked. "Boy, greed makes people lose their way. It seems that you've also fallen into the Eternal God King's trap." Xianxia glanced at Suzumo and said lightly. "Who cares? Why don't we make a deal? Give me the Heavens Pass record and I promise not to kill you," Suzumo said. Hearing Suzumo's words, Xianxia stood up and grinned evilly. His laughter was so loud that it caused the surrounding space to fluctuate. "If you can defeat me, the Heavens Pass record will be yours." "I don't have a choice," Xianxia said. "Even though I'm not at my peak, I'm still invincible in the Eternal Mainland." "Is that so?" Suzumo stood up with a faint smile. Behind Xianxia, blood-red spiritual energy shot up into the sky and merged with the sky and earth. This blood-red spirit chi was constantly surging, and it seemed like there was something inside that was struggling to break out. Come, let me see what you're made of, Xianxia said calmly as he reached out. If you disappoint me, you won't be able to walk out of here alive. Suzimo shook his head and smiled. He could feel that Xianxia hadn't recovered to the entering immortal level yet. He should be at the level of a supreme being. However, in terms of spiritual energy, other than Jinwu Xingzong Sengoku, this man was the strongest person he had ever seen. Suzimo slowly pulled out the long saber on his back, and the aura around his body slowly increased. The so-called 7 fears, one fear, one ferocious. Xianxia reached out his right hand and the shadow of a fearful beast broke through the red spiritual energy behind him. It stepped into the air and appeared behind him. The ferocious beast looked like a cow with 4 horns and its fur covered its body like a raincoat. Xianxia waved his hand and the shadow of the ferocious beast attached itself to his left arm and charged towards Suzimo. Since you know about the 7 Fears sect, you should know what the 7 fears are, Xianxia said coldly. The space around him collapsed and his strength increased by a few hundred times. Suzimo barely managed to block the attack but he stumbled back a few steps. You're pretty good for a supreme being to be able to block my attack, Xianxia said calmly. Continue, Suzimo smiled. The 7 dread beasts were collected by our ancestors based on the 7 dread beasts. Watch carefully, Xianxia said calmly. The second is the fearful centipede. This fearful beast has 5 tails and a horn. Its voice is as loud as thunder, and it feeds exclusively on vicious beasts. As Xianxia finished speaking, another fearful beast shadow attached itself to his right arm. Xianxia rushed forward and engaged in a melee battle with Suzimo. His fists were imbued with the power of 2 beasts, and they were extremely ferocious. Suzimo, on the other hand, was having a good time dealing with Xianxia. Xianxia seemed to have some hidden injuries and was unwilling to use some of his moves. 3 fears Gu Condor, for fiercely Li, another 2 roars were heard, and the 2 shadows once again attached themselves to Xianxia's legs. This time, not only did his strength increase by a lot, even his speed had increased by several times. Every step Xianxia took was so fast that it was hard to catch even the afterimages behind him. Interesting. Suzimo chuckled. The long sword in his hand released a 1,000-foot-long sword intent. He used the 9th move of the Dao querying technique, Deep Blue World. They were surrounded by a layer of deep blue spirit chi. In this small world, which was only a few dozen meters wide, Suzimo could sense any changes. 12th move of the Dao querying technique, Blood of the Firmament. The long sword slashed down again. Blood started to seep out of the blade. After all, this sword was not the tyrannical shadow. Cracks started to appear on the blade, as if it could not withstand the power. Xianxia's figure retreated a few steps, and he seemed to be panting. You seem to be at the end of your rope. Do you still want to pretend? Suzimo chuckled. Xianxia had not recovered at all. In fact, his body was still very weak. Ever since Suzimo entered the core area, Xianxia had been controlling the skeletons to attack Suzimo. When he realized that he was no match for Suzimo, he gave up and waited for Suzimo's arrival. He had said so much just to confuse Suzimo. He was not in the right state to fight. Oh my, you found out. What a pity. Xianxia smiled evilly. He did not seem nervous at all. He looked at Suzimo and said, how about we make a deal? What right do you have to make a deal with me? Suzimo asked as he walked over. You want the Heavens Pass record. Do you know what the Heavens Pass record is? Xianxia asked. If you give it to me, I will know, Suzimo replied. If you kill me, you will not get the Heavens Pass record. Let's stop here. I can tell you the secret, Xianxia said. No need. I think the Heavens Pass record is in that room. Suzimo pointed at the white bone room behind him and smiled. Xianxia's expression tensed. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Suzimo. As Suzimo walked toward the white bone room, he saw a wave of energy coming at him from behind. Suzimo turned around and saw that Xianxia's body was emitting a faint blue light. He seemed to have entered a special state. The hidden injuries in his body were quickly healed. His entire body was filled with energy. The energy was getting stronger and stronger. It was reaching the limit of what his body could bear. His entire body was hollow, giving people a very strange feeling. Don't you want to know what the Heavens Pass record is? I will tell you now, Xianxia said calmly. One of the 10 ancient techniques, the Heavens Pass 3 Life Gate. Suzimo could clearly feel that Xianxia's energy had returned to the entering immortal level. It was getting stronger and stronger. There was even room for improvement. The blood-red spirit chi around him started to riot. He stepped into the air and waved his hands. The sea of blood gathered in the air and roared. Chaos, play with him. Suzimo waved his right hand and released chaos from the divine land. A majestic beast aura filled the air. Xianxia's expression changed when he saw chaos. Suzimo asked, "Who are you?" "You can't be from this world. If you can survive, I will tell you." Suzimo smiled. As he spoke, he strode into the House of Bones. Han Dun spread his wings and flew towards Xianxia. They walked into the white bone room. It was not very spacious. There was a high platform in the middle. The red light that soared into the sky was emitted from the high platform. There was a book floating in the most prominent spot on the platform. It was a blue book. It was empty and spinning slowly. The Heavens Pass record, one of the 10 ancient techniques, Suzimo muttered to himself. He had not even reached the heavens beyond, but he had already started to see more and more things from the other world. When he reached for the Heavens Pass record with both hands, Suzimo's right hand was shaken away. Upon seeing this, Suzimo chuckled. The power of the creation stage filled his hands as he smashed through the red light and grabbed the heavens-piercing record. The heavens-piercing record felt both cold and hot in his hands. The cover of the book was extremely sturdy, and there were many densely carved lines on it. A formless spirit energy flowed along these lines like water. In the middle of the book, there was only the word "piercing heaven." It was glowing and attracting everyone's attention. Suzimo slowly flipped open the cover. At this moment, a faint blue light shone from within, enveloping Suzimo's entire body. Immediately after, Suzimo felt the scene before him change, and he found himself in another space. This was a light blue and very quiet space. Light blue and transparent spirit chi floated in the surroundings. They sparkled like stars in the sky, and the Milky Way hung upside down for 3,000 miles, falling down vertically. Suzimo slowly stretched out his hand, and the starry blue air floated past his hand. Before he could take a closer look, he heard a loud bang. In all directions, a total of 3 doors suddenly opened without any warning. Blue spirit energy floated within these doors, and the light blocked out everything. The inside was mysterious, and one couldn't help but yearn for it. The 3 doors floated around this space, sometimes on the left, sometimes on the right, sometimes up and down. Suzimo slowly walked through the first door with a curious heart. Everything in front of him suddenly opened up. The heavens-piercing record was also known as the heavenly 3 doors of life. The 3 doors were the door of death, the door of life, and the door of eternal life. For those who cultivated the heavenly 3 doors of life, the door of death could allow the dead to be reborn. Although there was a time limit to this rebirth, being able to ignore the rules of life and death was already an impressive feat. The door of life could greatly increase the user's strength, allowing them to reach the limits of their body. As for the door of eternal life, during the time it was open, the user would be immortal and almost invincible. Whether it was for battle or survival, these 3 doors were almost invincible. Suzimo felt that he was immersed in a silent starry sky, and many profound and obscure cultivation techniques were surging into his mind. The opening of the 3 gates was a qualitative leap in strength. The Heavenspan record in front of him was a must-have item for learning the Heavenspan 3 doors of life. Suzimo didn't know how much time had passed before he woke up in the silent starry sky. The gate of life and death was easy to pass, but the gate of eternal life was the most difficult of them all. When he opened his eyes, there was an additional memory in his mind. It was the secret of how to cultivate the heavenly gate of 3 lives. Suzimo's consciousness also returned from the starry sky to the room of white bones. He closed his eyes and didn't say anything. After a long while, he finally exhaled heavily. Suzimo put away the Through Heaven record and slowly walked outside. At this moment, Xianxia was still fighting with Han Dun. His 7 fears technique seemed to have been cultivated to the point of having 4 tails. Moreover, the gates of life and death had been completely opened, but the gates of everlasting life had probably not been learned yet. Even though Han Dan had the body of a monster and had an innate advantage, he was still being suppressed by Xianxia. Seeing this, Su Zimo chuckled and waved his hand, indicating for Han Dan to stop. When the two separated, Xianxia looked angrily at Su Zimo and said, "Since you've already learned the heaven-span 3 doors of life, you should return the through heaven record to me." "Sorry, I'm a greedy person. I want all of it." Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. "You're courting death." Xianxia stared at Su Zimo and said angrily, "I know about the heaven-span 3 doors of life. You probably won't be able to maintain this state for long. Do you think you can kill my vain beast before the heaven-span 3 doors of life ends?" Su Zimo said with a smile. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Xianxi's fierce gaze gradually calmed down. He said, "Do you know what the 10 great divine techniques mean? You'll be going to our world in the future. At that time, what awaits you will be an endless pursuit. Then I'll wait. I hope your Chiwei sect won't disappoint me." Su Zimo said with a smile. "I'll remember you." Xianxia glanced at Su Zimo and gradually disappeared into the void. He didn't dare to waste time with Su Zimo. After the heaven-span 3 doors of life disappeared, he would be meat on the chopping block and wouldn't have a chance to resist. "My lord." Han Dan's huge body turned around and looked at Su Zimo. "What's the matter?" Su Zimo asked. "When are you going to activate the great era of cultivation?" Han Dan touched his head and asked with a silly smile. "Why? What are you planning?" Su Zimo said. "I want to teach the Beast Clan some cultivation methods before you activate it," Han Dan said. "There's no hurry. When I return to the Yuanyang continent, I'll inform you before I activate it." "Moreover, it's not ready yet," Su Zimo said. "But there's one thing I have to remind you. You can give the Beast Clan some preferential treatment in the early stages, but when the world is fully developed, no one can interfere." "I understand." Han Dan nodded quickly. Su Zimo waved his hand and let Han Dan return to the real Fate world. A long time ago, when Han Dan first followed him, he promised to restore the glory of the Beast Clan. There was no doubt about this. After all, Han Dan had followed him for so long. The great era of cultivation was definitely going to be activated. After the divine mainland stabilized and all creatures could survive, Su Zimo would let these people cultivate. After all, if he didn't activate the great era of cultivation, these humans would probably go to the era of science and technology. However, there was only one problem in front of him. The activation of the great era of cultivation required an endless supply of spiritual energy that could be produced continuously. Otherwise, it was impossible to provide for the cultivation of the creatures of a world. Therefore, Su Zimo had been preparing. Now, the core of the immortal Dao ruins had completely fallen. Perhaps only when Xianxia returned to his world would the evil qi in this world dissipate. However, this had little to do with Su Zimo. He was also preparing to set off for the battlefield of gods and demons. After he was done with the battlefield of gods and demons, it was time to return to the Yuanyang continent to prepare for the heavenly mandate. Nine Nether had been waiting outside for a long time when he came out of the immortal Dao ruins. Seeing that Su Zimo was safe, he breathed a sigh of relief. The North District was now under the control of the ancient divine sect. Everyone had been captured. Perhaps this time, the remaining evil would be purged. To the battlefield of gods and demons. Su Zimo looked at Nine Nether and smiled. The two of them came to the teleportation formation in the South District. Su Zimo took out the token that Gong Chuha had given him and walked directly into the teleportation formation without waiting in line. After all, crossing from Aeon City to the battlefield of gods and demons took a lot of time. After staying in the teleportation void for about half a month, Su Zimo and Nine Nether finally felt the fluctuations in the surrounding space slow down. Their figures were forcibly sucked out from the outside world. Dazzling sunlight sprinkled down from above. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and looked around. This was also a city, and the surroundings were abnormally bustling. Many people, like Su Zimo, came out of the teleportation formation. Divine Devil City, Nine Nether looked around, his expression turning cold. "It seems that you are quite familiar with this place," Su Zimo smiled. "I came out from the battlefield of gods and demons, what do you think?" Nine Nether replied. Then it seems that there will be a lot less trouble, Suzimo smiled. Aren't you curious about my identity? Nine Nether looked at Suzimo and couldn't help but ask. Not asking. Since you want to cooperate with me, you must have something you need me for, so you will definitely take the initiative to tell me, Suzimo smiled and shook his head. Let's find an inn, and we will tell you in detail. We can plan, Nine Nether looked at Suzimo and said. Anything is fine, Suzimo nodded. The area of Divine Devil City was beyond Suzimo's imagination. In terms of vastness, it seemed to be larger and more prosperous than Aeon City. Moreover, it was almost impossible to see ordinary people and weak people here. They were all powerhouses above heavenly phenomenon. In addition to some rogue cultivators, many disciples of large sects could be seen here. The style of the robes they wore was very recognizable. Suzimo and Nine Nether also found an inn nearby and checked in. This was an incomparably dark underground palace. There was no sunlight all year round. All light had been expelled, and only darkness was eternal. Around the palace, a black river flowed slowly and floated in midair. The river was pitch black, and it was unknown how much sin and darkness were drowned in it. It flowed slowly as if it was alive. Any creature that approached the palace would be swallowed by it. Things that entered the river would never see the light of day again. At this moment, in a magnificent hall within the palace, a few netherworld flames ignited in the surroundings, and an invisible pressure came from the space. A group of people wearing black robes and black hats stood there, separated to the left and right. Sitting at the head of the table was also a black-robed man. However, he was hidden in midair and no one could see his face clearly. The black-robed men on both sides lowered their heads, and no one dared to raise their heads. After a long while, a black-robed man slowly walked into the hall. A low voice interrupted the stifling silence. There's a letter from the Grey Clan. Underworld Granny is dead. The murderer is very strong. Trash, has the Grey Clan been hiding from the world for too long? Is this the only explanation they can give after something happened in their shop? A voice sounded in the hall. He couldn't tell who it was, but the voice seemed to be coming from all directions. The mortal world people of the Grey Clan seem to have died as well. It is said that they are preparing to invite the Grey God into the world, the black-robed man below replied. Upon hearing this, the hall fell silent for a long time. After a long time, the voice sounded again. Invite the Azure God? Seems like he has a big background. Which sect is he from? According to the investigation, he seems to be from the Nine Firmaments Emperor sect. A small emperor sect dares to offend us? As soon as this voice fell, another voice sounded in the hall. The strongest person in an emperor sect is just a heaven fusion expert. How can he kill an existence like Underworld Granny? Use your head and think. It has nothing to do with the emperor sect. This disciple seems a little strange. We can't find much information about him. The Grey Clan's intention is that unless we invite the Netherworld Divine King into the world, we shouldn't send ourselves to death. Invite the ancestor? I think they are scared out of their wits. Underworld Granny is a direct descendant after all. I will report this matter to the ancestor and wait for him to make a decision. The last voice in the hall fell. Although the voice was very soft, the lively discussion in the hall instantly quieted down. No one dared to refute. After Suzimo and Nine Nether arrived at the inn, Suzimo smiled and said, "Can you tell me now?" "Actually, I am the pursuer of the remnant of the god race." Nine Nether smiled miserably. "About 100 years ago, I accidentally entered the forbidden area and discovered their secret. I was hunted and killed. My family and friends were all executed by them in the end. I returned to the battlefield of gods and devils to take revenge." "They? Who do you mean?" Suzimo asked. "The upper echelons of the remnant," Nine Nether said mockingly. "They used the hope of us, under the guise of reviving the god race, to satisfy their ulterior motives." "What do you mean?" Suzimo asked. "You know, no matter what, the remnant will not be a real god race. We only have a weak god race bloodline in our bodies," Nine Nether said. "And those upper echelons are using us to do endless experiments, thinking that one day we can truly be reborn into the god race. Later, I accidentally bumped into them and they wanted to kill me to silence me. A group of people who don't belong to this era and still want to restore glory, Suzimo said with a smile. That's why you cooperated with me. If you want to open the demon summoning bell in your hand, you must borrow the power of those people, Nine Nether said. You and the god race are destined to be enemies, so the enemy of my enemy is also my friend. I don't care, but those who block my way must die, Suzimo said. Since you came out of the ruins, you should know the location of the base camp. We don't have a fixed base camp. We all wander around the battlefield of gods and devils, Nine Nether said, shaking his head. It's been so long, I'm not sure, but we have a few fixed places to stay. I can take you to see them. Then let's go. I also want to see the so-called battlefield of gods and devils, Suzimo said with a smile. The Divine Devil City was built on the battlefield of gods and devils, specifically for those who went to the battlefield of gods and devils to rest. In a broad sense, there was no city lord or ruler here. It was more like a city built by everyone together. Although there were no rules to speak of, those who could open shops here were all famous and bigwig-level existences. Therefore, no one dared to behave atrociously or fight in the city. Suzimo and Nine Nether left the inn and walked straight out of the city. The Divine Devil City was very vast, and the city was divided into two areas, north and south. A statue of the god race was built in the north, and a statue of the devil race was built in the south. Suzimo and Nine Nether left from the south. At the square with the statue of the devil race, Suzimo slowed down his footsteps. He looked up and saw that the statue of the devil race was very lifelike, and its gaze met his. Suzimo's gaze met the statue's. It was as if they had met again after thousands of years. The statue was of a young man wearing a long black robe. There was a faint demonic aura surging around him. The young man's long hair was naturally draped behind his back. His eyes were pitch black and looked overflowing with demonic intent. His slender hands held a lotus flower. The lotus flower had 5 petals. Each lotus flower was vivid and lifelike, as if it had bloomed for real. There were a few words written on the young man's black robe that were somewhat distorted. However, because it was too long ago, the words had long been worn out and could not be seen clearly. Who is this? Suzimo looked at Nine Nether and asked. I don't know. It's probably some almighty demon, Nine Nether replied. You don't know? Who made this statue? You should know, Suzimo said. I don't know. When the Divine Devil City was first built, this demon statue and the god statue in the north originally existed on this piece of land, Nine Nether replied. The matters of the Divine Devil battlefield are too ancient. We don't know much about it. Suzimo nodded. He took a few deep looks at the statue and left. After the two left the Divine Devil City, they went straight to the east. The Divine Devil battlefield was located in an independent space in the north of the Divine Devil City. Rather than calling it an independent space, it was more like a small world. This small world was incomparably vast. It was once the most supreme place in the Eternal Continent. Unfortunately, the Divine Devil and Divine Devil clans disappeared, and this place gradually declined. After walking for 2 hours, Suzimo and Nine Nether finally arrived at the spatial door to enter the small world. There were 2 spatial doors to enter the small world. After entering the northern door, it was the former territory of the god race. The southern door was the territory of the demon race. Because the 2 of them were searching for the god race, they naturally entered from the northern door. That's someone from the misty illusory manor. The other one beside him is a disciple of the 9 Dragons Villa. This Divine Devil battlefield is getting more and more lively, Nine Nether said with a smile as she pointed at the disciples coming and going around. At this moment, the 2 of them had already arrived at the northern door. This huge spatial door was about a few hundred feet high. A whirlpool constantly rotated in a counterclockwise direction. There was no clear manager here. Instead, it was controlled by various forces. As a result, people came and went, and no one stopped them or cared. Suzimo looked around. Some of these people were loose cultivators, while others were heaven's chosen disciples of their respective sects who had come here to gain experience. Are these forces very famous? Suzimo asked. In fact, only Suzimo in the Southern Territory knew about the Eternal Continent. He had never been to the other territories, so he didn't care. The misty illusory manor is a saint-level power and is very famous in the western region. As for the 9 Dragons Manor, although they have never produced a god king, it is said that their ancestor, 9 Dragons Daoist, was able to shake a god king. They cannot be underestimated, said 9 Nether. You know quite a lot, Suzimo said. Of course. In these 100 years, I've been hunted down, but I've been to every region. 9 Nether smiled. I do know some simple things. Suzimo nodded slightly. As the two of them talked, they walked into the space door together. After the change, the scenery in front of them finally became clear. The sky was blue. There was no sun, but it looked very beautiful. The surrounding light was very bright, and the wind was gentle and the sun was bright. In front of them was a beautiful grassland. At the end of their vision, they disappeared in front of the endless mountain range on the horizon. This place is not bad. I can't tell that it's a place of war, Suzimo said with a smile. The north of the battlefield is the territory of the divine race. The divine race and demon race basically fight in the center. We're only at the edge now, 9 Nether explained. Where are the strongholds of the divine race that you mentioned? Suzimo asked. There are 3 places, the Divine Valley, the Divine Palace, and the Divine Temple, 9 Nether replied. You also know that the myriad races hate the divine race and demon race. They won't allow the former overlords to revive. We can only hide. Although we don't have a fixed residence, there are still some places for us to communicate. It's just that after so long, I don't know if they're still there. Then where should we go first? Suzimo asked. The Divine Temple. It's the closest one to where we are now, 9 Nether said. Suzimo nodded. With 9 Nether leading the way, he was happy and relaxed. This battlefield of gods and demons was too different from what he had imagined. After all, the wind was gentle and the sun was bright. There was no shadow of war at all. After walking for half a day, the sound of fighting in front of them attracted their attention. In the distance, there were a few corpses lying on the ground. 2 men were fighting. The sound of swords colliding rang out, sparks flew, and angry shouts followed. In this battlefield of gods and demons, because there are no rules to speak of, killing and robbing are common. 9 Nether was somewhat used to it. He said with a smile, generally, the disciples of the sects come in groups. Only rogue cultivators come alone. When they saw someone coming, the 2 people fighting stopped instantly and looked at Suzimo and 9 Nether vigilantly. It's fine. You guys fight. I won't interfere, Suzimo said with a smile and waved his hand. The man with the sword thought for a while, then suddenly looked at Suzimo and said, Brother, he has a divine pearl. We can kill him together. I won't fight with you. I just want to avenge my friend. You're crazy. If you let others interfere, none of us will get it. The other man was shocked and quickly retreated. What's a divine pearl? Suzimo looked at 9 Nether and asked curiously. After the corpse of a god dies, it will be corroded by the spiritual chi of heaven and earth for a long time. Finally, the energy in the body will condense into a divine pearl, 9 Nether said. These divine pearls contain the remaining power of the god race. They are very popular. Suzimo thought for a while, then raised his right hand. Immediately after, there was a rumbling explosion. The 2 people didn't even have time to react before they were killed by his palm. Suzimo took out a few transparent divine pearls from one of the brocade pouches. Just these? He asked. These divine pearls were transparent and there were some stars inside. They were heavy in his hand. Does the demon race also have divine pearls? Of course, but the demon race is in the south. We won't meet them, 9 Nether said. 9 Nether walked while familiarizing himself with the terrain. After all, he hadn't been back for a long time. Finally, the 2 people wandered around here for half a day. At dusk, they finally arrived at the so-called Divine Temple. This was a stone tablet, and it looked weather-beaten. It was unknown how many years this stone tablet had been standing here. The sunset was beautiful. It was almost dusk. A few lonely birds flew in the sky, and the golden light shone down from the sky. 9 Nether came to the stone tablet, bit his finger, and dripped his blood on it. Only a rumbling sound of explosions could be heard from all around. The ground beneath his feet began to tremble and crack after crack spread out. Then, a temple slowly rose up. "This is?" Suzimo asked. "This temple can only be opened with the blood of the gods. Normally, this is also one of the places where we communicate. No one can find it," Nine Nether said. The temple wasn't very big. It was pale white all around, and it was built with a special kind of crystal. The top of the temple was brown, and a large door was closed. There were no windows on either side, and there were 2 silver copper rings on the door. Nine Nether walked to the front and pushed the copper rings with both hands. With a creak, the dusty door was pushed open. It seemed that it hadn't been exposed to the outside world for a long time. Dust flew everywhere, and there were many impurities in the air. The two of them walked into the temple. The decorations here were very simple. Pale yellow curtains were hung on both sides, and there were 3 prayer mats below. And at the highest position, there was a statue enshrined. The statue was blue in color, and its eyes were deep blue as well. It was incomparably handsome. It had 8 wings, 4 on each side. It was sitting at the top, looking straight ahead. There seemed to be thousands of god realms evolving in those blue eyes. It seemed that no one had come to this temple for a long time. Apart from the statue, the table in front of it was also covered in dust. Nine Nether walked behind the statue and slowly pressed the back of the statue. It was empty. There was a box inside. Nine Nether opened the box, and it was empty. There was nothing inside. "It seems that no one has come here for a long time," Nine Nether said. "Let's go to the Divine Valley to take a look. The chances are higher there." "Who is this enshrined?" Suzimo asked. "The God Master," Nine Nether replied. It said that he was the previous ruler of the gods. He was an existence that could fight against the demons. However, it has been a long time since that era. Even we, the survivors, are not very clear about those things. Let's go. Suzimo took a few glances and turned to leave the temple. When the two of them walked out, the temple sank back into the ground, and the cracks in the ground returned to normal. It was very difficult to find them. As the two of them walked towards the Divine Valley, Suzimo asked, "Can you tell me more about the gods and demons?" "What do you want to know?" Nine Nether asked. "We're not in a hurry anyway." "Tell me everything you know," Suzimo said. "Actually, I don't know much. My parents are remnants of the god race. I've been living here since I was born." Although the bloodline in his body was already very weak, it could still be stimulated. Actually, other than the remnants of the god race, there are also remnants of the demon race on the battlefield of gods and demons. The remnants of our 2 races have also inherited the traditions of our ancestors. They often fight in secret, Nine Nether said. A few million years ago, during the age of gods and demons, it was said that an earth-shattering battle took place here. No one has seen the details of the battle. However, the roars of that battle resounded throughout the 4 regions, and the tremors of the earth even spread throughout the eternal continent. After that battle, all the remnants of the gods and demons disappeared. Some people say that they all died. Others say that they were trapped somewhere. In short, there are many different opinions. Suzimo thought for a moment, then took out the demon sealing bell from his storage ring. The somewhat broken bell spun in Suzimo's hand. It gave off a boundless and ancient aura, as if it was waiting for some mysterious summons. "You said that this demon sealing bell was used by your race to imprison some demons?" Suzimo asked. "That's just my guess. I'm not sure if it's really the demon sealing bell," Nine Nether said. "I've read about it in some of the books of my race. It said that some powerful demons that we can't kill in a short period of time will be trapped inside the demon sealing bell. This is one of the most precious treasures of my race." "How far are we from the Divine Valley?" Suzimo asked. He discovered that the further they walked, the darker the ground beneath their feet became. If one stood at a high vantage point and looked into the distance, they would discover that the sky above them was blue. However, the closer they got to the horizon, the darker the sky became, and the redder it became. In this world, Suzimo could faintly sense the demonic chi that he hadn't felt in a long time. "It'll probably take a while," Nine Nether said, shaking his head. At this moment, the sky was gradually darkening. The sun had completely set, and the autumn wind was blowing bleakly. At this point, Suzimo basically did not encounter any danger. However, he hadn't encountered any treasures along the way. He raised his head and looked at the dark sky. A full moon hung in the sky. This full moon was extremely strange. Half of it was a blood moon, while the other half was a blue moon. The two seemed to be isolating each other. The full moon gave off a very mysterious feeling. "Let's rest and set off tomorrow," Nine Nether suggested. "After all, I haven't been here for a long time. I'm afraid I'll get the wrong direction." Suzimo nodded. He wasn't in a hurry. The two of them found a large tree. This tree on the battlefield of gods and demons had divinity. It was basically as tall as the sky. Nine Nether started a fire and sat down, leaning against the tree. He hugged his knees and stared blankly at the full moon in the sky. "What's wrong?" Suzimo smiled and asked. "I miss my parents," Nine Nether chuckled and said. "I can't forget the scene of my family lying in a pool of blood under the blood moon that night." "Aren't you going to get your revenge soon?" Suzimo smiled and leaned his head against the tree. At this moment, footsteps sounded from the side. "Who is it?" Nine Nether quickly turned his head and looked around vigilantly. He saw 3 people walking over from not far away. 2 men and 1 woman, wearing the same style of purple robes. "Don't be afraid. We just saw the fire here and wanted to come and rest," the leader of the 3, the purple-robed youth, said with a smile. "People from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion?" Looking at their clothes, Nine Nether asked tentatively. Yes. The 3 of them quickly nodded. When the 3 of them came closer, the fire illuminated their faces. The 3 of them were in a sorry state. Their hair was disheveled, and their bodies were covered in dried blood. "What happened to you?" Nine Nether asked. "Don't mention it. The ruins of a demon race expert were opened up ahead. We were ambushed and luckily escaped with our lives," the man shook his head. Then, he looked at Nine Nether and smiled. "I'm Feng Yan. This is my junior brother, Feng Changyin, and my junior sister, Feng Yuer. The 2 of you should be independent cultivators, right? We can be considered as rogue cultivators. My name is Nine Nether, and his name is Lin Qiu." Nine Nether nodded and gave a simple introduction. "Thank you, Miss Nine Nether, Brother Lin." Feng Yan sat down in front of the fire and gasped for breath. He said, "The battlefield of gods and devils is extremely dangerous at night. We don't dare to wander around. It's an honor to meet the 2 of you." Nine Nether nodded and lit the match without saying anything. "You just mentioned the ruins of the demon race?" Suzimo asked curiously. "To be precise, it's the tomb of a demon expert," Feng Yan said. "It's your first time on the battlefield of gods and devils, right?" "It's my first time," Suzimo replied. After thousands of years of exploration on the battlefield of gods and devils, most of the treasures on the surface have been snatched away. Those who can still come here are basically here for the ruins. Feng Yan explained. After the experts of the god and devil races die, the 2 races will prepare burial items for them. Those who look for the tomb are there for the burial items. So it's like that. Suzimo nodded. "The 2 of you don't look like you're here for the tomb. Then you're here to catch those survivors." Feng Yan smiled. "You know quite a lot," Suzimo said. "What's wrong with that? Our Wind and Thunder Pavilion is the closest to the battlefield of gods and devils. We come here often," Feng Yan said. "The people who come here are either here for the tomb, to catch survivors of the gods and devils, or to train some of the younger generation. Who says we're not here for the tomb? Let's go take a look tomorrow," Suzimo said. "I advise you not to go. That place is already surrounded by people from the 9 Dragons Villa. Unless you're very strong, you don't have the qualifications to go in," Feng Yan reminded. "If you go, we'll go with you. We can take care of each other." Feng Yan looked at Suzimo and said. "I'm still a little unwilling. That tomb is probably not simple. Isn't this the territory of the god race? Why is there a tomb of demon experts here?" Nine Nether asked doubtfully. In terms of territorial division, the demon race would not bury their clansmen here to avoid being dug up by the god race. This had happened before. I don't know about that. How could we possibly know about the matters of the god and devil era? Feng Yan shook his head and said indifferently. Why don't you think about it? Let's form a team. There's strength in numbers. Lead the way. Su Zimo nodded. The sky was getting darker and darker, and the full moon in the sky was getting more and more bewitching. The five of them made the bonfire burn even brighter. They leaned against the big trees at the side or leaned against the branches to meditate and rest. The wind and thunder pavilion wasn't a very powerful force. The strongest person in the sect was only at the heavenly fusion stage. Feng Yan and the other two were already considered geniuses in the sect. This time, after entering the honorable realm, they wanted to come to the battlefield of divines and demons to gain experience. If they were lucky, they might even have a fortuitous encounter. Just as everyone was resting, war drums suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The drumbeats were like thunder, exploding in their ears. The full moon in the sky reflected two rays of light. One was a blood-red light, and the other was a dark blue light. The two rays of light faced each other from afar, shining on the ground. Suddenly, countless figures appeared on the ground. The figures on the left were all incomparably handsome. They had 1, 2, or even 3 pairs of wings behind their backs. Vast divine power surged around their bodies. There were about a few hundred of them. They held various weapons and wore the same golden robes. On the right, there were also a few hundred figures. Boundless demonic aura surged around these figures. These figures were of different shapes. Some had cow horns, some had human bodies, and some had dark skin like skulls. There were also those with white bones and demonic flames in their eyes. Demonic aura surged into the sky, and the majestic demonic might suppressed half of the sky. At this moment, the war drums were beaten. The two races gathered a few thousand meters away from each other. They were like human-shaped beasts as they charged at each other. And the position where Su Zimo and the rest were at was the center of the battle between the two sides. Seeing such a situation, Feng Yan was scared out of his wits. His whole body was trembling. We are surrounded by obsessions, he shouted, waking the people who were still in a daze. He shouted, run. Otherwise, no one will survive. Feng Changyin and Feng Yuer did not dare to stay. They quickly ran to the left. They hoped that they could run out of the encirclement before the battle. Run, Miss Nine Nether, Feng Yan quickly reminded when he saw that Nine Nether was indifferent. Nine Nether did not answer. Instead, she turned to look at Su Zimo. You go first. I'll be fine, Su Zimo waved his hand. No, I won't go if you don't go, Nine Nether shook her head and said, if you die, we will die together. You don't want to take revenge? Su Zimo asked. If you die, I won't be able to take revenge myself, Nine Nether shook her head and said. The sound of the drums was deafening. It was as if it had traveled through tens of millions of years and descended on this vast land from ancient times. The scene in front of them was the scene of the great war between the god race and the demon race. These creatures had long died. These were just their obsessions. With the passage of time, even if their bodies had been destroyed and their bones turned to ashes, their obsession still led them through the vicissitudes of life, the cycles of the sun and moon, and they fought again and again. The sound of the drums and the thunder in the sky intertwined. Nearly 1,000 people started a great war on this vast land. Feng Yan and the other two desperately ran out of the encirclement at the last moment. While panting, they said with lingering fear, they didn't come out? Sigh, what a pity. Su Zimo slowly stood in front. With his back facing the demon race, he watched the god race rushing over. His eyes were calm and deep. The hair on his forehead slowly fluttered. His black robe moved without wind. Nine Nether was slightly nervous. She looked at the approaching demon race. Some of the demon race raised their long swords. Some of them were wrapped in chains. Demon chi burned in their eyes. With a sense of oppression that could devour one's soul, they charged toward Nine Nether. Nine Nether hurriedly dodged. Her figure constantly dodged among the demon race. The enemy of these demon race was the god race, They did not pay much attention to Nine Nether. But even if they did not deliberately attack, there were simply too many of them. Under their attack, Nine Nether was quickly hit. Her figure was directly sent flying. The obsessions of the demon race stepped over her body. Then, without hesitation, they charged toward the god race. However, because Suzimo was too close, this battle might directly affect him. Be careful, dodge quickly, Nine Nether shouted anxiously. The demon horde had already rushed forward, and the thunderous sound of drums rang in their ears. At this moment, Suzimo activated the demon body of purgatory, and boundless demon chi rose from his body. His eyes turned pitch black, and dense devil chi surged out from his eyes. Purple-black lines spread from his forehead all the way to his neck. Suzimo raised his head and looked indifferently at the divine clan in front of him. Nine Nether swore that she would remember that scene for the rest of her life. It was a sunny afternoon in July. Hundreds of demon horde knelt on the ground, looking in front of them piously. That man was dressed in a black robe, and his back was even more imposing and lonely. The thunderous sound of drums gradually faded away, as if it was getting farther and farther away. She could only see that man. Demon chi raged all around, and endless demon chi spread down. At this moment, the world was silent. Even the sound of drums seemed to have disappeared. My subjects, Suzimo slowly stretched out his hand, looking at the demon horde behind him. He said softly, since it's an obsession, let it go. I swear, there will be a day when I will truly rule this world. Wherever the sun and moon shine, it will become the demon earth. Wherever the rivers flow, they will all submit to me. The hundreds of demon horde behind him all prostrated on the ground, and their eyes gradually became clear. Those obsessions also slowly disappeared into the horizon. Seeing the demon horde disappear, the obsessions of the divine clan also began to dissipate. The demon chi on Suzimo's body gradually dissipated. A breeze blew past, and it was as if nothing had happened. Nine Nether shook her head and quickly came back to her senses. At this moment, the surroundings were completely silent. Get up, Suzimo slowly walked in front of her and said. Just now, you. Nine Nether hesitated, not knowing how to ask. You didn't see anything, Suzimo replied, and walked straight ahead. In the distance, Feng Yan Yan and the other two had not gone far when they suddenly saw the obsessions dissipating. They quickly turned back. Miss Nine Nether, Brother Lin, are you all right? Feng Yan Yan shouted from afar. I'm fine. Suzimo shook his head. Why didn't you run just now? When Feng Yan Yan got closer, he heaved a sigh of relief and asked curiously, and those obsessions, they dissipated so quickly? It's daybreak, Suzimo said faintly as he looked at the rising sun. Ah, is that so? Feng Yan Yan raised his head and said, no wonder, you guys are lucky. Obsessions will only appear at night. The battlefield of gods and demons is relatively safe during the day. Nine Nether, who was at the side, kept quiet. His mind was filled with the scene just now. She looked at Suzimo and lowered her head. No one knew what she was thinking. Aren't we going to the demon cemetery? Suzimo asked. You guys didn't come out just now, so we were all planning to return to the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Feng Changyin scratched his head and smiled. Then let's go together. The five of them walked towards the cemetery together. Along the way, Nine Nether had a lot on her mind. That Feng Yuer was a little timid and didn't speak much. Only Feng Yan Yan was natural and could talk about anything. He told Suzimo about the battlefield of gods and demons in detail. It seemed like he had made a lot of preparations. After walking for half a day, they finally arrived at their destination at noon. The so-called demon cemetery. In front of them was a group of disciples in yellow robes. The cemetery wasn't too big, so they blocked all four directions. Some rogue cultivators were pointing at them, but no one dared to barge in. This battlefield of gods and demons is public. They really dare to block us from entering, a rogue cultivator at the side said unwillingly. These people from the Nine Dragons Villa are too much. They only allow some experts or people from big forces to enter. Even if we resist, we won't be a match for them. Naturally, they won't care. Suzimo sized them up, then looked at Feng Yan Yan and asked, your Wind and Thunder Pavilion is also famous. Can't we enter? No, our martial ancestor is only at the peak of the heaven fusion stage. He's not worthy of their attention. Feng Yan sighed. Either a heaven fusion expert comes personally, or the force you belong to must be at the Saint Realm. Otherwise, they won't be afraid. Why don't we force our way in? Feng Changyin suggested. Su Zimo didn't say anything and walked straight into the cemetery. Stop. A few yellow-robed disciples at the side quickly stopped him. These disciples wore yellow robes with 9 spiraling dragons embroidered on them. Holding an axe, they blocked in front and asked loudly, "Which sect are you from?" Ancient God sect. Su Zimo took out the token that Gong Chu gave him. This was a high-grade token in the Ancient God sect. It was difficult for ordinary disciples to get it. Seeing the token, the leader at the side quickly stood up and opened an entrance. Please come in. The leader smiled. Although the 9 Dragons Villa was famous, it could only be considered a stronger sect among the sage sects. There was still a gap between them and a true divine sect. Su Zimo led the group in. When they reached the front of the cemetery, Su Zimo raised his head and looked around. The upper layer of the cemetery wasn't too big, and the surrounding walls were built with devil illumination stones. Walking through the door, there were many devil pine trees planted inside. These trees were pitch black and emitted a fragrant smell. In the middle of these pine trees, there was an underground door that was opened. The door led straight to the ground. It was pitch black and bottomless. No one knew where it led to. It said that this cemetery was accidentally opened by someone. After entering, he was corroded by the devil chi. He had no choice but to announce it. Feng Yan said. Are we going in? Nine Nether asked. Su Zimo nodded and walked through the door first. The bottom of the door was empty. It was similar to a spatial teleportation formation. When Su Zimo entered, he found that he lost his footing and fell down. It was like an abyss with no end. Moreover, in this darkness, it was impossible to walk in the air. The space was completely chaotic. If he resisted here, it would disrupt the trajectory of space and he would be teleported to who knows where. Su Zimo allowed his body to fall. After an unknown amount of time, the darkness in front of him finally retreated and his feet stepped on solid ground. Immediately after, Nine Nether and the others fell down together. Su Zimo raised his head and looked around. The surroundings were desolate. There was almost nothing. There was only a huge mountain of bones in front of him. This mountain of bones was formed by piles of bones. It was hard to imagine how many corpses were used here. Moreover, each skeleton had a faint divine power. It was obvious that they were all corpses of the god race. It's here. Feng Yan said. When we came in, we were chased out. We almost lost our lives. The 5 of them looked in the direction of the White Bone Mountain. It was obviously a mountain made up of the bones of the gods, but it gave off an unusually demonic feeling. It was as if a monstrous devil chi was surging within it. Let's go take a look, Su Zimo said. If there were any good things, they would have already been snatched by these people, Feng Yan said. Let's hope we can still get some soup. The demon mausoleum isn't that simple. Maybe they didn't even have the life to take it, Feng Changyin coldly snorted. The 5 of them walked towards the White Bone Mountain. This place was filled with devil chi, and the grass beneath their feet had already been corroded by devil chi. Occasionally, a breeze would blow past, but it was also a black devil wind. It's hard to imagine just how powerful the god and demon races were back then. Feng Yan sighed. When the 5 of them reached the foot of the mountain, there were already many figures in their line of sight. Their arrival did not attract much attention because there were nearly 100 people from the various forces present. 9 Dragons Villa, Misty Illusory Matter, Windsword Sect, Evolving Moon Sect. So many powers, Feng Yan said. It seems that the demon cemetery this time is not simple. Otherwise, it would not have attracted so many people. Feng Changyin walked to the person next to him and asked with a smile, Brother, why are you all at the foot of the mountain? Aren't you going up? The young man who was asked turned his head and said indifferently, This White Bone Mountain is very dangerous. We don't dare to go up. Anyone below the harmonious heaven realm who goes up will die. Hearing this, Suzimo's eyes flashed with a strange light. He looked at Nine Nether and said, "You guys wait here. I'll go up and take a look." Although Feng Yan Yan and the rest were unwilling, they were not willing to take the risk. Seeing Suzimo walk forward step by step, the people around him instantly looked over. "Look, someone went up again. Who is this? He doesn't look familiar. This White Bone Mountain is extremely strange. It's better for us to stay away from it." None of the people who went up before came down. The White Bone Mountain was lofty and strange. Only when one stood at the foot of the mountain could they feel its power more clearly. The white bones of this mountain of white bones crisscrossed and intertwined like dense tree branches. The stern white bones revealed a cold glint. There was no path in the mountain of white bones. One had to climb up the mountain of white bones and advance bit by bit. Suzimo exerted some strength in his legs and climbed up the White Bone Mountain. The divine power on the bones of these gods had already been obliterated, and they were filled with demonic energy. If one wasn't a member of the Devil clan, their hands would have been corroded by the devil chi the moment they touched the bones. However, this had no effect on Suzimo. His speed was extremely fast. In just a few breaths, he had already reached a height of nearly 100 meters. Suddenly, Suzimo saw a corpse in front of him. Judging from the clothes of the corpses, they should be from the derived moon sect. When Suzimo arrived in front of him, he discovered that the other party's face was pitch black. His body had been completely devoured by the devil chi. He thought for a while and continued to walk up. Not long after, the sound of fighting entered his ears. Right in front of them was a hinterland formed by white bones. White bones was like an open mouth, attached to the side of the mountain wall. Meanwhile, a man and a woman were fighting against dozens of demonic creatures. These demons were somewhat similar to children. They were less than a meter tall and held a small hammer in their hands. They were laughing and fighting constantly. At this moment, these demons had trapped the two people. It seemed that it was difficult for them to escape, and they were surrounded by danger. Suzimo stepped into the air and landed on the periphery of the demon's encirclement. Seeing Suzimo's appearance, the man and woman's eyes lit up and they quickly asked for help. "Friend, save us. I'm an elder of the Pure Yang sect. If you save us, you will be greatly rewarded." Suzimo raised his head and smiled. Then, he stepped into the encirclement. When these demons saw Suzimo coming in, they stopped attacking and looked at Suzimo in confusion. "Thank you, friend, for saving." Before the man could finish his words, he heard a poof and his pupils suddenly widened. The two people's abdomens were pierced by Suzimo, and their hearts were forcibly taken out. "You're welcome." Suzimo shook his head with a smile and threw the hearts to the ground. The two people's bodies stiffened and fell to the ground. "Who's your leader?" Suzimo looked at the demons and asked. Those monsters looked at each other, and then ran away laughing at each other. "Just a spirit body?" Suzimo frowned and muttered to himself. The so-called spirit bodies were not real demons. They did not have independent consciousness, but were controlled by the demons. They would attack all creatures except the demons. Suzimo thought about it. On the battlefield of gods and demons, even the remnants of the demons were rarely seen, let alone real demons. He decided to go up and take a look. He was getting closer and closer to the top of the mountain of bones. After climbing for more than 10 minutes, he finally reached the top. Along the way, he encountered a few corpses intermittently. Some of them were at the peak of the heaven harmonization stage, but Suzimo had not seen a saint yet. Normally, saints would not come out. They would go into seclusion and try their best to break through to the Divine King stage. Only then would they have a chance to go to the Immortal Bridge. Most of the people who really walked in the world were half-saints and peak of the heaven harmonization stage. The closer to the top of the mountain, the more people died. When Suzimo reached the top of the mountain, there were only 5 people left. The moment Suzimo came up, 5 pairs of eyes all stared at him. A little boy. A white-haired old man next to him looked at Suzimo in surprise and smiled. "Friend, you look unfamiliar. How should I address you?" A gentle scholar next to him asked with a smile. No one looked down on Suzimo because of his age, because being able to reach the top of the mountain was a kind of ability. Rogue cultivator Suzimo said indifferently. He raised his head and looked around. The scenery on the mountain of bones was not good, and dark demon chi was raging all around. The top of the mountain was rugged with rocks, and in the middle, there was a big pit formed naturally by bones. The pit was surrounded by demon chi, and it was impossible to see the bottom of the pit. "Why don't you go down and take a look?" Suzimo turned around and asked. The 5 people at the top of the mountain seemed to be from different forces. A white-haired old man, a gentle scholar, a middle-aged man in a green robe, a somewhat coquettish woman, and a burly man. From the clothes they wore, Suzimo could roughly recognize a few of them. Elder Han just went down. "We are waiting for news," the white-haired old man next to him said. "If there are treasures down there, wouldn't he get them all?" Suzimo said with a smile. Everyone's eyes narrowed slightly. This was what they were worried about. They wanted others to take the lead and see if there was any danger. At the same time, they were afraid that the opportunity would be taken away. After everyone looked at each other, the green-robed man said, "Why don't we go together? We can take care of each other if there is any danger. If there is really an opportunity, how about we rely on our own abilities?" "Okay." The burly man next to him nodded. "I agree." The others also agreed. "Then let's go down and take a look," Suzimo said. "Young man, you have to protect me later." The coquettish woman walked in front of Suzimo. Her bright red lips exuded a fragrance as she looked at Suzimo seductively. "Then follow me," Suzimo said. "What if you eat me?" The woman giggled, and her ribbon fluttered in the wind. She walked past Suzimo, and a burst of fragrance came down. The few of them came to the large naturally formed pit and saw that in the dense demonic aura below, countless demonic aura transformed into ferocious faces that were roaring. Suzimo didn't care too much and jumped down first. A strange look flashed in the eyes of the others, and they also jumped down. After his body was in midair, Suzimo found that there was a special gravity in the space at the bottom of the pit. His body was still not in the air. The gravity was pressing down on his body, and he could only continue to sink. If there was any resistance, the gravity would become stronger and stronger. The few people next to him looked a little panicked. When Suzimo's body completely sank into the demonic aura, the endless demonic aura rushed over. However, after sensing the demonic aura in Suzimo's body, the surrounding demonic aura seemed to be affected and gradually calmed down. Suzimo was like a fish in water. His body and mind were very comfortable in this demonic aura. However, the others were not so good. They hurriedly propped up a protective shield around themselves and wrapped their whole body. The demonic aura and their protective shield were constantly fighting. "What should we do next?" The white-haired old man frowned and asked. "The spiritual aura in my body is consumed a lot here, and I can't replenish it in time." "Hurry up." The others nodded in agreement. Suzimo looked straight ahead. There was a small bridge in front of him amidst the thick devil chi at the bottom of the pit. On both sides of the bridge were tumbling rivers. The color of the rivers was like ink, truly pitch black. The black river water churned and frothed. At one end of the bridge, there was a corpse leaning against the bridge monument. As for what was at the end of the bridge, the demonic chi was too dense, making it impossible to see clearly. "This place is not simple," the green-robed man said softly. Everyone arrived in front of the bridge stele and saw a huge stone stele standing there. The stone tablet was full of cracks, and it looked very old. On the ancient stone tablet, there was a line of incomparably black words. "Ascending the heavens and descending the underworld, the white bone demon on the white bone mountain." "Isn't this Elder Han?" A few people looked at the corpse in front of the stone tablet in shock. The corpse was lying at the head of the bridge. His robe was in tatters, and his flesh and blood seemed to have been sucked dry by something. His face was barren, but they could still barely recognize him. "It is indeed Elder Han," the white-haired old man took a deep breath and said, "Elder Han's strength is not inferior to ours. How could he have died here silently? No wonder he didn't come up. Can you guys understand the meaning of this poem?" The burly man scratched the back of his head and asked. "The white bone demon on the white bone mountain," the gentle scholar narrowed his eyes and said. "Is the white bone demon the owner of this mausoleum? Are we still going over?" the seductive woman asked. Since we're already here, what else can we do? The green-robed man said, I tried it earlier. The space at the bottom of the pit has gravity. With our strength, we can't go up at all. Doesn't that mean that we're all trapped here? The burly man said. You can understand it that way. Therefore, before the spirit chi in our bodies is exhausted, we can only walk forward. The demonic chi here is too powerful, the green-robed man said. Everyone could only walk up the bridge step by step. Elder Han's corpse had been a constant reminder for everyone. They looked around cautiously with solemn expressions. Just as they walked to the middle of the bridge, they suddenly heard an explosion. Waves exploded on the surface of the lake, and the deep and dark bottom of the lake began to fluctuate. Layers of ripples appeared, as if something terrifying was about to come out. Pooh! Before everyone could react, a scream suddenly sounded from the side. Ah! Everyone quickly turned their heads and saw that the burly man's chest had been pierced by a black tentacle. In just a few breaths' time, the tentacle absorbed all the flesh and blood in the burly man's body. The burly man's corpse became exactly the same as Elder Hans from before. And that tentacle had obviously become thicker. Immediately after, a few more explosions rang out, and dozens of similar tentacles appeared in the lake. Quickly run to the other side of the bridge, the refined scholar shouted. His aura was majestic, and he hurriedly stepped into the air and ran over. Several of the tentacles also rushed towards Suzimo to kill him. Demonic aura surged in Suzimo's eyes. He stared fiercely at the bottom of the lake, at the center of the ripples. The thing inside seemed to feel something and quickly put the tentacles aside to protect Suzimo as he crossed the bridge. Countless tentacles were like long whips in the air, intertwining together. And in addition to the tentacles, there were also huge strange fish that would suddenly jump out from the bottom of the lake. The gentle scholar didn't pay attention and half of his arm was bitten off by the demonic fish. Fortunately, everyone present had been through hundreds of battles, and they all dodged quickly. Even if their bodies were occasionally hit, they didn't dare to stay. They just desperately ran to the other side of the bridge. The distance of the bridge wasn't too long, probably less than 100 meters. The gentle scholar was the first to rush to the shore, and the green-robed man and the coquettish woman followed closely behind. Seeing that its prey had run away, the creature at the bottom of the lake was a little angry. The only remaining white-haired old man was at the back. Countless tentacles were all wrapped around him, forming a dense net, blocking his way. The old man's face became fierce, and the power of the semi-sage realm around his body was like an avalanche, surging unceasingly. Misty steps, the old man shouted in a low voice. The blood in his body flowed backward, and his eyes were blood-red. His figure evolved into dozens of afterimages in the air, and rushed towards the net of tentacles. Bang, 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 the sound of explosions resounded all around. In front of the huge net, those afterimages were annihilated one by one. However, these explosions also made a crack in the huge net. The old man rushed out with blood dripping from his body. When the old man rushed out of the net, his figure fell directly on the bridge, lying in a pool of blood. Elder Wakue, are you okay? Everyone looked at the white-haired old man and quickly went forward to check. I just burned my blood essence and used our Misty Illusory Manner's secret technique. Now, I only have half of my life left, the white-haired old man said weakly. I don't want the opportunity here. I only hope that you can spare my life. Misty Illusory Manner will be very grateful. Elder Wakue, the situation is unclear now. We are grasshoppers on the same rope. We should be united, the green-robed man said while shaking his head. That young man doesn't seem to be here yet, the seductive woman said. Everyone looked up. There were 6 people when they came, but now there were only 4 left. Suzimo and the burly man died on the bridge. Although the 4 people rushed over the bridge, they were seriously injured. The white-haired old man had basically lost his fighting strength. The refined scholar had lost half of his arm. The other 2 people were also dripping with blood. Their fighting strength wouldn't be strong in a short time. After crossing the bridge, everyone began to look at their surroundings. There was a huge hall in front of them. The hall was also made of bones, and the door was tightly shut. Above the door, an incomparably ferocious and enormous white skull was embedded in the main hall. Whitebone Hall, 3 big words came into view. Where have we come to? The seductive woman was a little scared. She unconsciously hugged her arms and asked. I don't know, the green-robed man shook his head and said, let's rest here first. Let's wait for our injuries to recover before moving forward. Everyone nodded. However, before they could move again, they heard a creak sound of the door opening. The white-bone door of the tightly sealed hall was slowly being opened. As if countless years had passed, the door was opened for the first time. The sound of the door opening was like grinding teeth, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. Everyone looked inside the hall in horror. It was pitch black inside. The hall was surrounded by dark demon chi. Only a white-bone throne appeared in his line of sight at the very top of the hall. On the white-bone throne, a black-robed man was sitting indifferently. The man's entire body was covered in a wide black robe. He had no hair on his head, and his entire head was blood red. His eyes were like those of an eagle, gloomy and sharp. High nose bridge, no ears. Behind the black robe was a blood-red cloak with a picture of a white skull. Why did you disturb my sleep? A low and hoarse voice came from within. Then, the black-robed man stood up. At that moment, the demonic chi in the hall went berserk. A series of angry roars rang out from the hideous face formed by devil chi. This. The few of them sucked in a breath of cold air and kept retreating. However, the bridge was right behind him, and there was no room for him to retreat. In their current state, they were afraid that if they went up the bridge, they would fall behind the others. Everyone swallowed hard. Then, the black-robed man walked out step by step. With every step he took, it was as if he was stepping on everyone's hearts. His heartbeat would unconsciously speed up. More and more majestic demon chi surged violently. The red cloak fluttered slowly. After the black-robed man walked out of the hall, he waved his right hand gently. Kacha, kacha, 2 sounds were heard. Countless pieces of white bones appeared on the ground. The sharp white bones directly pierced through the bodies of the 4 people, nailing them to the sharp bone spikes. Fresh blood dripped down the bone spikes. The 4 people didn't die in one go. Instead, they were struggling in pain. They kept wandering on the edge of death. And finally died in pain. At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard coming from the bridge. Everyone looked over with difficulty and saw Suzimo walking over step by step with demonic chi surging around him. The demonic chi was so dense and majestic that it was even more ferocious than in the hall. The entire demonic lake was shrouded in it. He. The beautiful woman looked at Suzimo, blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. As if she didn't care about her life, her eyes became even more frightened. Suzimo looked at the black-robed man. The man also looked at Suzimo. When Suzimo walked over step by step, the man's body couldn't help but tremble. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked at Suzimo in disbelief. My lord. Although there are some things I don't remember clearly, but as you can see, I'm back. Suzimo said indifferently. Lord Seven Faces subordinate, Nightmare Army's first vanguard, White-Bone Devil, greets my lord. The black-robed man half knelt on the ground and looked at Suzimo with reverence and a deafening and loud voice. The demonic lake's water was still surging. In the demonic chi, a huge head slowly emerged from the water. It was a demon claw octopus. Its small black eyes looked at Suzimo. Countless claws intertwined together, greeting Suzimo. Rise, my first vanguard. Suzimo nodded and said. Demon King. On the white-bone spear, the refined scholar spat out a few words with difficulty, and then completely died. Looking at the corpses, White-Bone Devil seemed to be afraid of disturbing Suzimo. It waved its hands, and countless white-bone spears shot out, turning the corpses into powder and scattering them in the demonic chi. Suzimo walked step by step into the White-Bone Palace. White-Bone Devil followed behind him sincerely. Are you the only one here? Suzimo asked. This subordinate is under Lord Seven Faces' orders to protect his seven-faced lotus. White-Bone Devil nodded and said. Seven-faced demon general. Suzimo muttered. He had seen many scenes like this in the intermittent images that he had seen in the past. The Demon King had 10 great demon generals. Baimont was the demon general of despair, and this seven-faced demon general was also one. After arriving at the White Bone Palace, Suzimo found that this place was empty. Besides the demonic chi that covered the sky, there was only the White Bone throne at the top. But as White Bone Devil waved its right hand, the demonic chi in the palace began to dissipate. Next to the palace, an independent space appeared. This space wasn't very big, and it reflected a pond. The pond was filled with thick demonic water, thick and black. And in the middle of the pond, a lotus was growing healthily. The lotus had 5 petals. Besides the lotus, there were also lotus leaves and lotus roots. Suzimo's gaze focused. This lotus instantly reminded him of someone. Before he left the Divine Devil City, he had seen a statue of the demon clan in the city. That man wore a black robe with a waist, and also held a lotus in his hand. Suzimo felt like he understood something. He glanced at the lotus, then said to White Bone Devil, "Come with me." Subordinate swears to follow master to death. White Bone Demon quickly bowed and said respectfully, "Leave the seven-faced lotus here. Let Seven Faces come and get it himself," Suzimo said. "Don't worry about it. If anyone dares to take it, slaughter their entire family." "Understood," White Bone Demon nodded and replied. The door of the White Bone Hall was closed again. White Bone Demon covered himself in a wide black robe and left with Suzimo. When passing by the bridge, White Bone Demon gently patted the smooth head of the demon claw octopus and said, "Guard here and wait for Master Seven Faces to arrive." "Why are you in this world?" Suzimo asked. "When the Jose era was destroyed, a portion of us demons died in the destruction, and the rest were separated to different worlds," White Bone Demon explained. "From the moment we woke up again, we were already here. Tell me about the god race." "I'm more curious," Suzimo asked. "What god race?" "They're just a bunch of despicable people," White Bone Demon snorted. "Back then, under the leadership of Master Seven Faces, the remnants of our demon race grew rapidly and could almost inform this world." As White Bone Demon spoke, he pointed to the sky above and snorted, "Someone didn't want to see us dominate, so they sent the so-called god to restrain us." "People from the sky beyond heaven?" Suzimo asked. "Master, have you heard of the 10 divine ranges?" White Bone Demon asked. Suzimo nodded. When Heaven Emperor Qi taught him the art of shaking the heavens, he had mentioned the 10 divine ranges and the 10 divine techniques. "The people who came to restrain us this time should be from one of the 10 divine ranges, the Samsara divine ranges," White Bone Demon said. Originally, the strength of the two sides was about the same, but the demons here were only remnants and had no reinforcements. And those god rays had an endless supply of compensation. Tens of millions of years ago, we knew that if this continued, there would be a day when we would not be able to outlast them. So Master Seven Faces launched a great war that destroyed the world. The end of the age of gods and devils, huh? Suzimo muttered to himself, then asked, "And then?" "This subordinate is incompetent." The demon horde was completely annihilated. "However, we also killed almost all of the people from the Samsara divine range," the White Bone Demon replied painfully. "In the final battle between Lord Seven Faces and the Divine King was killed in the Divine Valley." "Maybe I know where he is," Suzimo said. "Master knows?" White Bone Demon suddenly raised his head, his expression somewhat excited. "It's just a guess. We still need to verify it," Suzimo said. "Are there any remaining demons on this battlefield of gods and devils?" "They should be gone." "I'm afraid there are only a few survivors left," White Bone Demon replied. "The remnant people are the lives born after the combination of the devil race and the ordinary people," Suzimo guessed. "Yes, but the bloodline in their bodies is too weak. Moreover, as they reproduce generation after generation, it will also disappear in the end," said the White Bone Demon. "Unless there's a chance for them to return to their ancestors. However, this is very difficult." As the two spoke, they had already walked down the White Bone Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, those who came to watch the show had not left, including 9 Nether. They were all waiting for the result. White Bone Demon was wearing a black robe, perfectly hiding himself in it. When they saw Suzimo and a black-robed man slowly walking down, the crowd below instantly went into an uproar. "Where are the others? Don't tell me they're all dead? Did they let this guy benefit from it?" Maybe, I have to report to the sect quickly. Ignoring the noise of the people below, Suzimo said to White Bone Demon, except for that woman, kill everyone else. White Bone Demon nodded. The moment the two walked down the White Bone Mountain, White Bone Demon raised his head. Black devil chi surged in his eagle eyes. With a wave of his hands, the White Bone Mountain began to shake. Countless white bones separated from the mountain and turned into white bone arrows, shooting towards these people. The bone arrows were extremely fast. Devil chi surged on them. There were almost 10,000 of them, covering the sky and earth. It was impossible to dodge. Screams of agony could be heard from below. Countless corpses were nailed to the ground. Bone arrows pierced through their heads. Some people's bodies were densely packed with bone arrows. Only 9 Nether was left standing there in a daze. Let's go, Suzimo said as he walked past 9 Nether. 9 Nether came back to his senses and turned to look at Feng Yen Yen and the other two. They were already dead. Why did you kill them too? After all, we met by chance, 9 Nether asked, puzzled. You said it yourself, we met by chance. Why do you care so much? Suzimo smiled. So this is a devil? 9 Nether stood in place, his gaze fixed on Suzimo. Don't talk to me like that. Suzimo stopped and looked at 9 Nether indifferently. He waved his right hand and 9 Nether's body flew out heavily, crashing into the White Bone Mountain beside him. I hate your tone the most. What is a devil? Since ancient times, once someone is labeled as a devil, they will fall into a state of no return. Even devils are divided into good and bad. The difference between good and evil is just a thought. Suzimo walked forward step by step, grabbed 9 Nether's collar, and lifted him up. The noon sun shone down from the sky. 9 Nether's long black hair shone under the light. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. I think you have to understand the sequence of events. These people came to the Devil's Cemetery with evil intentions. They coveted our treasures and disturbed the peace. That's why I killed them. Which one of the people standing below this White Bone Mountain is innocent? Which one of them has no evil intentions? Was it right for them to come to the Devil's Cemetery? Was it wrong for me to kill them? What kind of F***king logic is this? Suzimo said indifferently, don't you think it's ironic? For a great saint like you, don't you have to beg me to avenge your parents? After Suzimo finished speaking, he threw 9 Nether to the side. He walked straight out of the cemetery. If you want to avenge your parents, then take me to the Divine Valley. If you don't, then let's part ways here. Seeing Suzimo's figure gradually disappear into the distance, 9 Nether's gaze moved slightly, as if she was thinking about something. Master, are you really going to let her go? White Bone Demon followed closely behind Suzimo and asked softly. Before I leave this cemetery, if she doesn't follow me, then kill her, Suzimo said indifferently. She knows too much. If she doesn't follow me, then there's no point. Seeing Suzimo's figure getting further and further away, 9 Nether suddenly struggled to stand up and ran towards Suzimo. Wait a moment, I'll take you there, 9 Nether shouted. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and quickly followed Suzimo. You've thought it through? Suzimo asked. I just want revenge. 9 Nether was silent for a while before replying. I'll take you to see those people outside. You'll understand. Suzimo smiled and shook his head. The three of them stepped on the teleportation formation of the cemetery and returned to the entrance of the cemetery in the blink of an eye. The disciples of the 9 Dragons Villa were still guarding the cemetery, not allowing anyone to enter. Some of the passers-by had already dispersed. After all, there was no point in waiting any longer. Some continued to watch the show, wanting to know who would be the real winner. When Suzimo and the other two walked out of the cemetery, the surrounding crowd began to discuss. Look, someone came out. Who is it? It looks like a new face. Why are there only 3 people? Where did the others go? You're not going to kill them too, are you? 9 Nether looked at Suzimo and asked. White Bone, take off your black robe and hat, Suzimo ordered. White Bone raised his head and took off the hat covering his head, revealing his red head that was surging with devil chi. When they saw this scene, the surrounding crowd seemed to explode. devil, devil, someone shouted stutteringly. Someone from the demon race has been revived. This is the devil cemetery. It's normal to have devils. But there are so many of us, there's no need to be afraid of him. That's right. These devils are incomparably evil. He's the only one. We can't let the devil race revive. Everyone, kill him. Everyone, attack together. I heard that the corpses of devils are very valuable now. If we hand them to those sects, we might be rewarded greatly. Looking around, in just a few minutes, everyone had already reached an agreement. Suzimo smiled and said to Nine Nether, "Look, we didn't do anything, but in these people's eyes, we're evil. As long as it's a devil, no matter good or bad, they'll be labeled as evil. Do you think they're good people?" Hearing Suzimo's words, Nine Nether fell silent. The surrounding people all raised their swords and sabers as they all swarmed forward, charging towards Suzimo and the others. Whitebone's gaze focused slightly. He saw his right hand holding the index finger of his left hand. He directly broke the index finger. Bone eroding tree. Whitebone Devil threw the broken finger on the ground. That finger was like a seed that was planted into the ground. In a few breaths of time, a bone tree as tall as the sky grew out of the ground. The people who rushed up were all separated by the white bone tree. Then, the white bone tree stretched out a white bone branch. The surrounding people were tied up. The tree branches bared their fangs and brandished their claws. The tree trunk opened its bloody mouth and bit one person at a time. These people were all turned into nourishment. In the span of a few breaths, these people didn't even have time to escape. There were at least 100 branches, and even more terrifying roots that extended tens of kilometers underground. These people were like nourishment. After the white bone tree finished eating, it burped and turned back into an index finger, returning to the white bone demon's hand. "It feels good to be quiet," Suzimo chuckled. "Let's go to the Divine Valley." The three of them walked towards the east, and it was dusk again. Her back was pulled very long by the setting sun, and a lone bird flew over her head. "I think I understand," Nine Nether suddenly said. "Understand what?" Suzimo asked. "Whether a person is good or bad depends on themselves. It has nothing to do with whether they're a demon, or a human," Nine Nether explained. "That's not bad. Humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires, and a true saint doesn't exist. Every living being has a good and evil side. Some people appear gentle on the surface, but they're probably just scum in the dark. Those who can control their dark side are considered good, while those who can't are considered evil. In other words, everyone has a ruler in their heart, and their standards for good and evil are different." Suzimo raised his head and looked at the setting sun in the sky. He smiled. "This world is best at erasing the downfall of the fanatic, grinding away the pride of the heroic, and eliminating the arrogance of the traitorous." The Divine Valley was located in a canyon north of the Divine Realm. This used to be the most important place for the Divine Realm. After the Divine Realm and Demon Realm disappeared, it was said that a powerful Divine Realm expert used his thaumaturgy here. Together with the canyon, it was exiled to the void. But only the true remnants of the Divine Realm knew that, just like the temple, these places were just sealed. Unless one had the bloodline of the Divine Realm, it was impossible to open them. Although it was called the bloodline of the Divine Realm, it was more accurate to call it the Samsara Divine Bloodline. "If you find where they're staying, are you going to kill all the remnants of the Divine Realm?" Nine Nether asked. "What do you mean?" Suzimo smiled. "I know your style. It's undeniable that some of the Divine Realm do deserve to die, but most of them are innocent," Nine Nether replied. "They can't decide their own birth. They were born remnants, but I believe it's good to have some people. I'm not a homicidal maniac. I only kill those who stand in my way," Suzimo said. "If they don't stand in my way, killing them doesn't mean anything to me. But if they try to stop me, even if it's you, I won't be polite." Nine Nether lowered his head and nodded. He looked straight ahead, took a deep breath, and said softly, "We're here." Suzimo looked up. There was nothing in front of him. The plain stretched as far as the eye could see. There were only a few large trees growing here. Nine Nether came in front of one of the trees and dripped the blood from his index finger into the tree. As the blood flowed in, the tree began to tremble slightly. Then, an illusory door formed in front of him. I heard from my clansmen that the Divine Valley is located in a different dimension from the Eternal Continent, Nine Nether explained. That's why ordinary people can't find it. Suzimo took White Bone Demon and stepped into the illusory door. He didn't go through any teleportation. He felt as if he had just walked through a door and stepped into another world. In the blink of an eye, light appeared in the darkness. They appeared in front of a huge canyon. Looking up, this canyon was like a prehistoric giant beast standing on this piece of land. On both sides of the canyon's entrance, there were two huge statues. These two statues seemed to be people of the divine realm. In front of them was a tall white door. The words Divine Valley were carved on a plaque above the door. There were many people carved on the door, most likely ancestors of the divine realm. Looking through the door, they saw houses built on both sides of the canyon. This place looked like a small town. Some children were chasing each other on the streets. The sound of a bird's cry came from the sky. A huge bird flew overhead, covering the sky and covering the sun. Its plump wings were accompanied by a sharp cry as it passed through the sky. What a big change, Nine Nether muttered to himself. Seems like you're living quite well, Suzimo smiled. The three of them walked through the door. It wasn't very lively inside. Aside from a few children playing, there were a few people standing in front of the houses on both sides. Suzimo took a few glances. The shops on both sides sold everything. There were restaurants, blacksmiths, herb shops, and so on. This street was relatively long, extending all the way into the distance along the canyon. Is this where the remnants of the Protoss live? Suzimo asked. When I was here, it was still relatively barren. I didn't expect it to have changed so much now, Nine Nether said with emotion. Where's the patriarch of the remnants of the Protoss? Suzimo asked. Nine Nether looked around and said, I'll take you directly to the forbidden area. I guess they will be there. The remnants around saw Suzimo and the others. Although they were a little unfamiliar, they didn't think much of it. After all, the number of remnants was getting larger and larger, and they might not necessarily know everyone. After passing through a few streets, the deeper they went, the more remnants they met. At the center was a marketplace, where all the transactions of the remnants were carried out. It looked very lively here, with people coming and going. The oval-shaped marketplace was about 1 kilometer long. In the past, the Patriarch would also distribute cultivation materials, but now we have to rely on ourselves to get everything, Nine Nether explained. From the outside, there is no difference between the remnants and ordinary humans, and we often mix in with the humans to live. It was very lively here, and some people were selling swords. Someone was dragging the corpse of a huge demonic beast as he walked past slowly. The history of the Protoss had been lost for a long time. It was not only the human race that was looking for it, but in fact, these remnants had never stopped. They would sell some of the relics of the Protoss that they didn't need here. In short, there were all kinds of transactions. After passing through this marketplace, we will reach the place where our patriarch lives, Nine Nether said. Walking in the marketplace, Suzimo found that these stalls were selling many old objects. Some were really old, and some were fake. If you put some soil on it, it would look like it was dug out of the ground. Look, the sword used by the God King, sold at a low price. The sacred healing pill of the Protoss can revive the dead and have a chance to awaken the blood of the Protoss in the body. Around them, a large group of hawkers were shouting with all their might. In short, there were all sorts of titles. Suzimo found it funny. According to Nine Nether, these people were nothing more than test subjects raised by those in power. There were all kinds of people in this world, and it wasn't easy for everyone to live. Along the way, White Bone Demon wrapped itself up to avoid alerting the enemy. In fact, the remnant of the god race was not a real god race, so it did not matter to Suzimo whether he killed them or not. It was just that he needed the bloodlines of those experts to open the devil sealing bell. If he was in a good mood, he might as well take revenge for Nine Nether. When the three of them walked out of the market, a passageway appeared in front of them. The door in front of the passageway was wide open, and there were guards on both sides. It was obviously very difficult to enter. Suzimo directly walked forward. Before the two of them could do anything to stop him, White Bone Demon waved his right hand and silently killed the two of them in the tunnel. His movements were very light. White bone pierced into their abdomens. Because of the support of white bone, their bodies did not fall. If one did not look carefully, it would be very difficult to discover that the two of them were already dead. Suzimo and the other two walked into the passageway, which was about 10 meters long. Just as they came out of the passageway, they heard a bang and the door behind them suddenly closed. He looked up, and the view in front of him widened. In front of them was a very spacious open space, similar to a square, about a few thousand square meters. At the end of the square, a tall stone statue stood on the ground. "That is the forbidden area," Nine Nether pointed at the stone statue and said softly. It was impossible to tell the gender of this stone statue. It had short hair, but the carved face gave off a feminine feeling. There were 2 pairs of wings behind it, and it was standing on a huge snow-white bird. "Looks like we don't need to do anything. Someone has already come to welcome us," Suzimo said with a smile. "What do you mean?" Nine Nether asked, puzzled. As soon as he said that, a clapping sound came from the side. "How bold. You remnant of the demon race dare to come to my god of Heaven Valley." An old voice came from the side. Nine Nether suddenly turned his head and saw 3 old men in pale white high-collared robes, majestically walking over. "It's the clan leader and the 2 guardians," Nine Nether said quickly. The old man in the middle of the 3 old men had white hair, and even his beard was white. He held something like a compass in his hand. The needle inside was constantly spinning, pointing in the direction of Suzimo and the others. "This is the magic compass, a treasure of the god clan. If it hadn't issued a warning, you would have snuck in," the clan leader said coldly. "Looks like there's a traitor in the clan. How did you get in?" "Long time no see, clan leader." Nine Nether's eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at the old man, gritting his teeth. "Eh?" The old man looked at Nine Nether in surprise, thought for a while, and then sneered. "I remember who you are. You're the traitor who trespassed the forbidden area. If I hadn't entered by accident, I'm afraid I would still be in the dark about your dirty experiments," Nine Nether said. Indifferently. "What? After running away for so many years, you're now with the remnant of the demon race?" The old man laughed. "You think they can avenge you? When we awaken the god clan's bloodline in our bodies, the entire eternal continent will be at our feet. Just a group of remnant people with weak bloodlines. Don't even dream about it," Baiguemo snorted coldly. The white bone in his hand spun continuously. He waved his right hand, and countless bone spikes shot toward the 3 people. "There's no door to hell, but you barged in. Today, I'll let you pay tribute to the results of my research," the old man roared. A pale white spirit chi gushed out from his body, and the blood in his body flowed in reverse. It was as if it was boiling water, and it was boiling. The aura of the 3 people became stronger and stronger, and the divine power around them became more and more intense. The white bone spikes were all smashed by the old man's palm. At this moment, the left and right protectors stood on 2 sides. The clan leader in the middle had his white hair fluttering, as if he was possessed by a real god. His big palm fell toward the top of the head. "Interesting. You've really figured out something," Baiguemo laughed evilly. He also punched the old man's big palm. Sharp bone spikes spread out from the fist. When the fist and the palm collided, Baiguemo's face showed a cruel smile. The bone spikes directly pierced the old man's palm, and spread toward his arm. Painful screams resounded through the empty square. "You're definitely not a remnant of the demon race," the old man shouted. Hearing the old man's words, Baiguemo slowly took off his hat. On top of his crimson head, demonic miasma surged in his eyes as he stared at the old man. "Demon, you're a demon," the god race patriarch exclaimed. His body unconsciously took 2 steps back. The 2 protectors next to him also became nervous. "What, scared?" Baiguemo chuckled. The old man's expression darkened, but he quickly calmed down. Looking at Baiguemo, he asked, "Why did you come to my divine valley? You're not really going to kill us, are you?" "I don't know if those survivors outside will die, but you will definitely die," Baiguemo said. He crossed his arms, and his white bones crackled as he walked towards the old man step by step. Attacked together, the patriarch looked at the two protectors next to him and shouted. At this moment, the three of them emitted a bright white light. Rich divine power surrounded their bodies, their expressions were solemn, as if they were old gods descending. Although it's not the real samsara's divine range, it looks much stronger than those survivors outside, Suzimo muttered. The three of them emitted divine power and charged towards Baigumo. Ignorant Baigumo coldly snorted. Demonic miasma surged from his white bones, covering the surrounding space. Looking at the old man charging towards him, he directly punched him into the ground. Boom! The floor under his feet shattered into countless pieces, and a protector fell to the ground with blood all over his body. The other guardian elder circled behind the white bone demon and struck him in the back with his palm. With a bang, Baigumo was unharmed, but the old protector was completely wrapped in demonic miasma. His divine power was being consumed, corroded bit by bit, and he screamed in pain. As for the patriarch, when the two protectors charged towards him, he actually ran towards the forbidden area in the distance. He can't run looking at the anxious nine nether, Suzimo lightly said. He took out the demon sealing bell and slowly walked towards the two dead protectors. He forced their blood essence out and dripped it into the demon sealing bell. The moment the blood fell, the ancient bell seemed to have been struck twice. Traces of demonic chi flowed out of it, but after the demon sealing bell vibrated twice, it returned to normal. Looks like your bloodline isn't strong enough, Suzimo said softly. The three of them got up and headed towards the forbidden area together. Walking through the spacious square, he slowly came to the front of the forbidden area. This forbidden area was surrounded by walls, and weeds grew under the feet. These plants seemed to have divine life, and anyone who came here would be sensed by the plants. At this moment, the door to the forbidden area had been opened by the old man. That old man should have escaped into the forbidden area. Whitebone Demon raised his head and looked at the majestic statue in front of him. He frowned and said, I seem to feel a very powerful divine power. After the three of them walked into the forbidden area, Nine Nether realized that the forbidden area was like a zoo. There were countless cages inside, and inside these cages were survivors who were used for experiments. Some of them had already been tortured to the point where their faces were unrecognizable. Their throats had been crippled, and they could not speak. They could only stutter and shout. Nine Nether glanced around. There were at least a few hundred people here. When she saw this scene, her body trembled slightly. Suzimo continued to walk forward. When he walked into the forbidden area, he found that there was an altar at the end. The altar was not too big, and it was hexagonal in shape. It seemed to be some kind of formation. On one side of the altar was a pool. This pool was full of blood. It seemed that because it had been there for too long, it had already become a little foul. The old man was sitting in the center of the altar with a solemn expression. He seemed to be praying something. If you had just escaped, it would have been too late. Since you've recklessly entered this place, then die. The old man shouted. The blood in the blood pool began to boil. The blood in this pool was not ordinary blood, but the blood essence of the survivors of the God clan. Everyone's blood essence was limited. Who knew how many people had to die to gather so much blood essence? The hexagonal array on the altar emitted a beam of light that reached the heavens, and a mighty divine power revolved around the array. In this pool of blood, the blood essence condensed into a blood-colored ball of light that slowly floated in the air. Whitebone Demon wanted to stop this ball of light, but Suzimo stopped him. This is a summoning, Whitebone Demon said. Let him summon. If someone with the complete Samsara God clan descends, they can use it to remove the demon sealing bell, Suzimo said with a smile. When this red ball of light floated in the air, it moved extremely quickly and disappeared into the void. In almost a few seconds, the ball of light emitted a dazzling light and appeared at the entrance of the forbidden area, in front of the huge God clan statue. As the ball of light sank into the statue's forehead, the statue slowly began to shake. The entire statue began to tremble slightly, and the stone layer on its surface began to fall off bit by bit. And it was getting faster and faster, as if something was about to awaken. Almighty God, awaken! The old man on the altar laughed maniacally. It seems that after the Great War, there are still remnants of the God clan, Whitebone Demon snorted coldly. No hurry. I want to see the so-called 10 god clans. Su Zimo smiled and waved his hand. The stone statue was falling off little by little, and the originally restrained light inside began to emit. At this moment, the wind and clouds in the sky changed, and a mighty divine power soared from the statue. The whole sky was stirred up, and the wind and clouds were surging. The statue's arm moved slightly, and a kacha-kacha sound of something breaking was heard. Then there was a boom sound, and dust flew. A pair of eyes slowly opened in the fog of the statue. When the dust settled, a man slowly walked out of it. It was a naked man, and his bronze skin was full of muscles. His whole body could feel an explosive power. The blood in his body flowed backward, and as if he was in the realm of samsara, illusory runes were engraved on his body. His hair was white, and his eyes seemed to be twinkling with stars. He walked out of the dust step by step. Gu Yun, why did you summon me? The man looked at the old man on the altar and asked. The patriarch of this remnant was called Gu Yun. The old man quickly knelt on the ground and said, Lord Xianxia, someone from the demon clan has revived. I can't deal with it, so I can only ask you to take action. The man slightly frowned and looked at White Bone Demon. He snorted and said, White Bone, you were lucky to not die in the Great War back then. You didn't know how to hide and actually dared to offend my god clan. I was wondering who it was, so it's you, bastard, White Bone Demon said coldly. It seems that Lord Seven Faces didn't teach you enough. Hearing Bai Gumo's words, Xianxia seemed to have thought of something. His expression turned slightly ugly as he coldly stared at Bai Gumo. He calmly said, just a bunch of stray dogs. If this was the sky beyond heaven, my samsara would have already destroyed you. You should be thankful for the rules of this world. Since you're so strong, you can go challenge the ancient devil cave. I welcome you. Bai Gumo sneered. The demons there are probably looking forward to your arrival. The ancient devil cave will be dealt with by the higher-ups. You don't need to argue with me. Xianxia calmly said. Now that I'm guarding the eternal continent, I'll kill every demon I see. Then you can try. You're just a loser from back then. Bai Gumo coldly snorted. Demonic energy filled the sky as the demonic energy above his head clashed with his divine power. The vast sky was split in two. Half demonic energy, half divine power. Xianxia rode on a huge snow-white bird. Two pairs of huge wings flapped behind him. Suddenly, sand and pebbles flew in all directions. Cracks appeared in the space around him as he stepped into the air high above. Fight! With a shout, he directly charged at Bai Gumo. Bai Gumo's right hand pulled out a white bone blade from his body. This white bone blade was formed from countless small bones. The bone spikes were sharp and emitted a cold light. Demonic energy rose from them. Bai Gumo's original body was the same as an ordinary person's. Now, there was a crackling sound coming from his body. These white bones were growing bit by bit, as if they were giving him a set of white bone armor. His entire body had become much larger. The white bones were shining and had already been corroded by the black demonic energy. As Xianxia and Bai Gumo fought in the sky, Su Zimo turned to look at the old man beside him. You'll kill him? Su Zimo handed the blade to Nine Nether and asked with a smile. Nine Nether was silent for a while. He took the blade and walked towards Gu Yun. You're courting death. Gu Yun coldly snorted. Although he was heavily injured, he wasn't someone Nine Nether could bully. Divine power emanated from his palms as he slammed them toward Nine Gloom. You'd better be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Su Zimo's voice suddenly came from behind him. How could this be? Gu Yun's expression changed greatly. In the next moment, Su Zimo's figure appeared behind him and attacked him with a palm. Gu Yun only felt a soul-piercing pain spread throughout his body, as if all the bones in his body had been shattered. He fell to the ground like a pile of mud. Nine Nether held a curved blade and walked step by step in front of Gu Yun. No, don't. Gu Yun struggled and said in panic. You can't kill me. I'm your patriarch. Only I can lead you to prosperity. When we get to hell, use your tricks to deceive ghosts. Nine Nether shouted as he raised the long blade in his hand. I can't die. I haven't become a god yet. I can't die. Gu Yun roared as he struggled. Lord God blessed, save me. The scimitar fell, and a smear of blood floated in the air. A head that had died with its eyes wide open slowly rolled away like a rubber ball. Nine Nether cried as she slashed Gu Yun's body over and over again with the scimitar in her hand. Even though the body was lifeless and had turned into a pile of rotten flesh, she still didn't want to stop. After a long time, she seemed to be exhausted. She suddenly put down the scimitar and hugged her head as she cried. Father, Mother, your daughter has avenged you. The battle in the sky was still ongoing. Seeing Gu Yun die, God blessed spat and said indifferently, trash. Opposite him, White Bone Demon's demonic aura surged into the sky like a mushroom cloud after an explosion. His aura became more and more majestic. Blood-black demonic aura filled the entire sky. The more he fought, the fiercer he became. This guy was born for battle. The white bones on his body weren't afraid of pain or death. Every bone was death. Moreover, White Bone Demon had refined many white bones of the god race. Now, he was even somewhat immune to divine power. God blessed was shocked. He didn't think that after so many years, White Bone Demon would be so much stronger than before. He turned his gaze and suddenly looked at Suzimo below. The wings on his back seemed to cover the sky. The giant bird under his feet let out a soft cry and clawed at White Bone Demon. White Bone Demon wasn't afraid at all. He allowed the giant bird to grab his white bones, completely unharmed. He turned around and slashed with his scimitar. A wound corroded by demonic aura appeared on the giant bird's abdomen, bleeding black blood. The giant bird screeched in pain. But in just a short time, God blessed turned around and suddenly attacked Suzimo. Since you're able to mingle with the demons, you're probably no good either. You deserve to die. God blessed coldly snorted. His wings were filled with divine power, and he directly attacked Suzimo. Seeing God blessed so close to him, Suzimo muttered, I can use you to test my Heavenspan 3 life gate. Open the life gate, Suzimo shouted. Previously, when he was teleported to the battlefield of gods and demons, he used the time to cultivate in the divine continent. Although he'd only cultivated the life gate of the Heavenspan 3 life gate and hadn't completed the death gate and eternal life gate, he could still test out the power of this divine technique. As the life gate opened, a faint blue light shone down from above Suzimo's head. Under this beam of light, Suzimo could feel that his original God King strength was constantly breaking through. He was pushing his body to the limits of what it could bear. In fact, he could already become an immortal now. It was just that he had to prepare for the mandate of heaven, so he had been holding back. When God blessed charged over, Suzimo's body glowed with a faint blue light. His figure instantly disappeared in front of God blessed. So fast. God blessed looked at the empty space in front of him in shock. The next moment, a piercing pain assaulted him. Suzimo had appeared behind him at some point. He grabbed his wings with both hands and tore them out of his flesh. God blessed screamed in pain. The white bone demon descended from the sky, and the white bone saber flew out from his hand. The saber carried dense demonic chi as it pierced God blessed's back, piercing through his heart. God blessed struggled to stand up from the ground. His pupils were dilated, and golden blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. One of the 10 great divine techniques, the Heavenspan 3 life gate. Who are you? He looked at Suzimo and said coldly. I'm Xianxia of the 7 Fear sect, Suzimo said calmly. Your 7 Fear sect colluded with the demons. You don't deserve to be the guardian of the divine technique, God blessed roared. From now on, there will be no place for your 7 Fear sect in this realm beyond heaven. The white bone saber on his back was growing with demonic chi, constantly destroying God blessed's body. Before he died, God blessed wrote 4 golden words in the air with his hand. 7 Fear, demon. Godzilla continued to write in the air, stroke by stroke. There seemed to be a special spirit energy rotating at his fingertips. Suzimo watched quietly and did not stop him. The moment the 4 words were formed, they seemed to be some kind of ancient mark. It turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the horizon. This news has spread to my Samsara god clan. When the time comes, all the clans of the 10 divine ranges will take action. Your 7 Fear sect can only wait for death. God spat out a mouthful of blood. He had obviously reached his body's limit. Oh, so that's how it is, Suzimo nodded and muttered to himself. Then, before I go to the sky beyond heaven, I've already eliminated an enemy. What are you talking about? Gods looked at Suzimo in pain and asked. Actually, I'm not familiar with the Seven Fear sect. I just said it casually. Suzimo shook his head. I didn't expect you to believe it. It's too late to absolve your force of the crime now. Gods laughed. The heavenly gate of 3 lives is in the custody of your Seven Fear sect. Everyone knows that I'll be waiting for you in hell. As soon as he finished speaking, his pupils lost their color. His body was completely corroded by the white bone blade, and he fell straight to the ground. Silly child. You don't even want to be a ghost before you die. Suzimo shook his head. He waved his hands, and a flame burned God's body, refining the blood essence in his body bit by bit. God's blood essence was a little different. It was not blood red, but golden. It weighed 1,000 pounds in his hand, and he could feel the powerful energy contained in it. Suzimo took out the demon sealing bell and slowly dripped the blood essence on it. The moment the blood essence came into contact with the demon sealing bell, the entire demon sealing bell began to tremble. It trembled violently and crazily. Kacha sounds came from inside as if some shackles were being unlocked. A demonic aura broke through the shackles and soared into the sky, forming demonic clouds in the sky. This aura, Whitebone Demon said with a shocked expression. Lord Seven Faces. It must be Lord Seven Faces. Suzimo didn't say anything as he looked at the demon sealing bell in his hand. A series of roars could be heard from within. Immediately afterward, a stream of light flew out from the demon sealing bell, and the entire sky instantly darkened. For a moment, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as the wind and rain raged. What are the 7 faces? Love, hate, greed, anger, obsession, evil, and lust. These were the 7 emotions of all living things. The samsara of all living things did not stop, and they would never be able to break away from these 7 emotions. The 7 emotions condensed into 7 ferocious faces, roaring furiously in midair. The 7 faces continued to entangle with each other as demonic clouds appeared. A huge mushroom cloud exploded in midair. A large part of the sky was rendered open. Whitebone Demon looked up and saw a black-robed man standing in the thick demonic clouds. His eyes were slightly closed, and his long black hair swayed without any wind. The man was surrounded by a monstrous demonic aura that spread for 3,000 miles. It enveloped the entire small world of the Divine Valley. The survivors looked at this scene in panic and hid in their homes, not daring to come out. The air I haven't breathed in for a long time. The black-robed man took a deep breath, a bit infatuated. Lord Seven Faces. Whitebone Demon shouted from below. The black-robed man turned around, and the 7 ferocious faces around him all merged into his body. He didn't care about Whitebone Demon and instead looked at Suzimo from afar. Master. The black-robed man descended from the sky, looking at Suzimo with a complicated expression. Long time no see. Suzimo smiled. I thought I'd never see you again. The black-robed man walked forward and hugged Suzimo, crying. Suzimo was caught off guard. This is the legendary demon general, killing without blinking, causing countless people to tremble in fear. Is this a joke? Master, Lord Seven Faces has a total of 7 faces. This is only one of his faces, Whitebone Demon explained. You'll get used to it. Whitebone, why didn't you come to save me? You made me be trapped in this rotten bell for countless years. I almost thought I'd never see the light of day again. 7 Faces suddenly turned his head, his expression cold as he looked at Whitebone Demon and asked. Lord Seven Faces, you have to speak with a conscience. Back then, you made me guard the 7 Faces lotus for you. After the god race disappeared, I didn't even know where you were, not to mention that this demon sealing bell was long lost. Whitebone Demon said, feeling wronged. Oh, I haven't seen you for tens of thousands of years, and you've grown capable? Tell me honestly, who was it that dug you out from the pile of bones back then? 7-faced Demon General said as he kicked Whitebone Demon. Whitebone Demon hurriedly dodged. Seeing the two fighting, Suzimo felt that this guy didn't look like a big boss of the demon race at all. If it wasn't for the shocking appearance just now, Suzimo wouldn't have believed it himself. Were these the 18 demon generals under the Demon King? I'm done. I think it's a good thing to have this demon sealing bell, Suzimo said. Next time, if you dare to hug me, I'll make you face the wall for a few days. Hearing Suzimo's words, Seven Faces hurriedly waved his hand and said, Master, you're joking. Do you still remember the ancestral tree? Suzimo asked. The demon summoning heaven tree is in this battlefield of gods and demons, Seven Faces hurriedly said. Back then, the ancestral tree was stranded in this eternal continent with us. Unfortunately, without you, no one could use the ancestral tree. After so many years, I wonder how the Holy Land is doing. Go and take a look. After taking the ancestral tree, it's time to go back, Suzimo said. Also, perhaps there's an old friend that you'll be interested in. Master, are you going to the sky beyond heaven? Seven Faces asked doubtfully. Which old friend? No, it's another world, the Yuanyang continent, Suzimo replied. You'll understand the details when you see him. Before leaving, Suzimo looked at Nine Nether beside him and asked, What do you plan to do? Can I stay? Nine Nether asked. Stay here? Suzimo asked. Nine Nether nodded and looked at Suzimo with a complicated expression. Yes, I'm leaving, Suzimo said. Looking at Suzimo's departing figure, Nine Nether suddenly stood up and shouted, When can I see you again? You won't see me again. Good luck. Suzimo waved his hand and disappeared into the distance without looking back. I'll remember you for the rest of my life, Nine Nether muttered to herself and looked at the distant horizon in a daze. At this moment, the sun was setting in the Divine Devil City as usual. The afterglow of the setting sun illuminated the entire Divine Devil City. The people here lived their most ordinary day. However, at a certain moment, the spiritual energy in the world suddenly changed. The originally brilliant setting sun was covered by a dark shadow. When the shadow appeared, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth went berserk. A meandering netherworld river flowed slowly in the air, accompanied by darkness and coldness. The entire sky darkened in an instant. The boundless sky became destitute and the setting sun disappeared completely. Black petals fluttered down from the sky in the nether river. In an instant, tens of thousands of petals fell. The people of Divine Devil City looked up at the sky. Someone said in a trembling voice, 10,000 lotuses fell from the sky. This is the arrival of the Divine King. I wonder which lord has come to the Divine Devil City. Why is he here? Divine Devil City had been around for countless years. Most of the people who could come here were experts from various regions. Even sages could be found here. However, when it came to existences like the Divine King, everyone had to be cautious. The southern region was so huge that it took up almost a quarter of the eternal continent. However, there were less than 5 divine kings. In the end, only the primordial divine king was able to survive. At this moment, the long river of the underworld was flowing in the sky. A large group of black dots appeared in the distance. As these black dots got closer and closer, everyone could see clearly that these black dots were a large group of experts who were stepping on the air and coming over. This group of people wore black and purple robes. Each of them had an extremely powerful aura. Even the weakest among them was a heavenly fusion realm expert. There were even a few sages among them. In the middle of this group of people, the netherworld river transformed into a praying mat. A woman sat on the praying mat with her eyes closed. She was indifferent to the outside world. However, it was precisely because she was surrounded by a group of sages that the woman gave off the most terrifying feeling. These are people from the underworld, someone said carefully when he saw the situation. When did our divine devil city offend the underworld? In this era, who dares to offend the underworld? The netherworld divine king has not gone to the immortal path bridge. With him in charge and the underworld not appearing in the world for a long time, there are very few people who are active outside. There is no chance to offend them. However, no matter how the people of Divine Devil City guessed, it was useless. The pressure from the people of the underworld in the sky made everyone not dare to act rashly. Azure God, are you going to show yourself? Are you waiting for me to greet you? The woman who was seated on the netherworld praying mat among the members of the underworld slowly spoke, her voice resounding throughout the 9 heavens. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. didn't I just arrive? An old voice sounded from the other side of the clouds. An old man, who was riding on a green ox and holding a book in his hand, appeared on the horizon with a smile on his face. At first glance, the old man was still very far away, and his figure was still very blurry. However, in just a few breaths, the old man had already appeared in the sky above the divine devil city. Why is the netherworld divine king so angry? The old man smiled as he closed the book in his hand. This old man had a head full of white hair, with some gray in the middle of the white hair at his temples. His eyebrows were especially long and white. He wore a light-colored coarse robe, giving him the feeling of an otherworldly expert, an old immortal. The old man was riding on the green bull, and the aura around him was not as strong. Instead, he seemed to be at ease. Azure deity? Which Azure deity? Someone below did not react in time and asked curiously. It seems to be a very ancient race, the divine king of the Azure clan a long time ago, someone who knew said after thinking. I didn't expect him to still be in the eternal continent after so long and not go to the immortal path bridge. Don't you plan to give me an explanation for this matter? The woman from the underworld asked. I came here personally to give you an explanation, the old man smiled. Where is the person who killed my descendant? The woman asked. At the battlefield of gods and demons. My Azure clan's all-life altar has locked onto him. Don't worry, he won't be able to escape, Azure deity replied. To the battlefield of gods and demons, the woman replied faintly. My Azure clan has not appeared in the world for a long time. Has the world forgotten about us? Today, I'll kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Even if I go to the immortal path bridge in the future, no one will dare to touch the people of the underworld. In the battlefield of gods and demons, when Suzimo and the other two walked out, the survivors all hid, not even daring to show their heads. After Suzimo asked the seven-faced demon general to go to the Whitebone Mountain to get his seven-faced lotus, they walked towards the sacred land of the Devil Clan. This sacred land used to be the place where the Devil Clan lived. After the Great War, the Devil Clan was almost wiped out, and no one knew what happened to this place. After arriving at the Devil Clan's territory, Suzimo found that the world had been shrouded in darkness. The ground under their feet was crimson, and above their heads were devil clouds floating. The ground was full of active volcanoes, and the whole land was burned by the eruption of the volcanoes. Very few people came here, but there were still some tenacious devil trees growing here. Occasionally, a few black vultures flew around with annoying screeches, landing on the devil trees and looking at the passers-by with gloomy eyes. Master, it's in front, Whitebone Demon said, pointing at a volcano in the distance. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they arrived in front of the volcano that seemed to be about to erupt at any time. The huge volcano was like a giant beast baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Black smoke rose high into the sky like smoke signals. The volcano was crimson, and one could feel the high temperature when they walked in front of it. If they got close, even space would melt. Whitebone Demon walked in front of the volcano and formed a seal with his hands, which seemed to be some kind of ancient seal. A devil character flew out of his hand and sank into the volcano in front of him. Then, the volcano in front of them completely erupted, and there was a rumbling explosion. There seemed to be a great fear brewing inside. A space door appeared in front of him. The three of them walked into the space door, and seemed to have arrived inside the volcano. What entered his eyes was an endless expanse of molten lava. This molten lava could even melt steel in an instant. The temperature was tens of thousands of degrees, and ordinary people could not bear it. In this sea of lava, there was a small path that extended from one end to the other. Flames spewed out from both sides, and the waves of flames turned into long dragons that swam in the lava. You chose a good place, Suzimo said. We didn't choose it. When the ancestor tree was left here, we relied on the ancestor tree to build the sacred land, Whitebone Demon explained. In order to hide the ancestor tree, Lord Seven Faces even specially moved this volcano to hide it. No one has come here for a long time, Seven Faces said with some nostalgia. At this moment, he seemed to have changed into a completely different person, becoming serious again. The three of them followed the small path on the lava and walked in step by step. The lava was quite vast, and after walking through it, a pitch-black alley appeared in front of him. The three of them passed through the alley again. There were countless paths in the alley that intersected with each other. Ordinary people would get lost here even if they passed through the lava. Walking out of the crisscrossing alleys, the line of sight in front of him gradually widened. Suzimo's gaze was fixed straight ahead. In the open space in front of him, there was a deep and boundless demon pond. As if it had been worn away by tens of thousands of years, the demon chi in the demon pond was so faint that it was almost invisible. Some clear pond water slowly rippled around a large tree. Everyone's gazes were drawn to this tree. The tree's height was almost comparable to the volcano. It grew all the way to the top of the volcano, completely black. The thick trunk of this demon tree was densely carved with the characters of the ancient demon race. The characters flickered in the fiery red lava of the volcano. This demon tree's branches were luxuriant, its branches almost taking up the entire space here, as if the densely packed interior of the volcano had already been hollowed out by the branches. The demon tree's leaves were oval-shaped, each leaf burning with a faint black flame. In these flames, there was an ear-piercing sound of struggle. It was as if each leaf represented a life. Fortunately, the ancestral tree is fine, the white-boned demon sighed in relief. Suzimo walked forward step by step, walking across the empty magma ground in front of him. The seven-faced demon general and the white-boned demon stayed behind, not following. Seeing Suzimo walk forward step by step, this demon tree seemed to have been asleep for a long time. Its branches that hung vertically on the ground began to tremble, swaying bit by bit. At a certain moment, these branches all began to riot, each leaf on the tree giving off light. The devil chi that reached the heavens circled around, and the originally clear pond water below instantly became dark again. The calm water began to boil, ripples appearing under his feet. Suzimo stepped on the water, walking step by step in front of the demon tree. He stretched out his right hand, touching this somewhat withered tree. The bark was cold and simple. The demon characters on the tree began to tremble, giving off a dazzling light that enveloped Suzimo. "Master, let's go, this world will not tolerate us," someone shouted by his ear. The fragmented images kept flashing in front of him. "We were born free. Whether we are allowed to live or not is up to this bird world. Master, hurry up and leave. We'll cover you. The heavenly tribulation is coming. As long as you are here, our demon race will have hope. No, although I die today, the demon race will live on forever. In one samsara I shall return. Just wait patiently for that day. Even if this epoch is destroyed, I will not perish. My race has been plotting for several epochs. Why does the damnable heavens insist on interfering in the matters of my race? I am unwilling to accept this. When has the villainous heavens ever been fair? The 9 prefectures under the heavens are divided and united. In this world, there are 10 great celestial sects, located on the celestial mountain Pung Island. It is rumored that the celestial sects are benevolent to the world and care for all living things. However, there were so many immortals in this world. Who dared to say that they had no evil intentions? Who dared to guarantee that there were no evil immortals among them, just because they were immortals, they were high and mighty? My demon race has been spurned by the world since birth. It is rumored that the people of the demon race are wicked beyond redemption and cruel and merciless. However, we can't decide whether humans were born as demons or not. My demon race also has people who are virtuous. This multitude of living beings doesn't distinguish between right and wrong. As long as a demon is good or evil, they will clamor about slaughtering demons. Whether it's gods or immortals, everyone goes from weak to strong. It's just a quagmire. Who in this world is more king noble than another? One day, I will drag you, the villainous heavens, down from your altar and let you have a taste of that feeling. One by one, shattered images, angry roars, helpless sighs, and bodies covered in blood fell and stood up before Suzimo's eyes. At the beginning of the world, there was no distinction between good and evil. All living beings are just a community of good and evil. It's just that some people's good is greater than evil, and some people's evil is greater than good. My demon race just wants a fair understanding. Why does everyone think that demons are evil? Suzimo muttered to himself. He gently stroked the trunk of the demon-shrouding tree in front of him, hot tears rolling down his face. He clearly didn't feel anything, but his tears couldn't stop falling. In this race, tens of thousands of people were sacrificing themselves, working hard for one era after another. They just wanted to pursue so-called fairness. But it was useless. The prejudice of the world was like a mountain. No matter how hard you tried, you couldn't move it at all. Those immortals wouldn't let you change the views of all living beings. If there was no demon's evil, wouldn't immortals be reduced to mortals? Without the contrast of evil, how could there be good? Immortals wanted to be high and mighty, so demons had to be reduced to mortals. If all living beings don't change, then let's reshuffle the cards. Suzimo suddenly turned to look at the seven-faced demon general. He said, "Let demons be high and mighty, spreading charity and helping the masses, becoming the saviors of the world. Immortals, on the other hand, are despised and full of evil." Okay? Okay. The seven-faced demon general was stunned for a moment, then replied thoughtfully. "But then, what's the difference between us and those immortals? I suddenly understand. There is no absolute fairness in the world. Some people are born with great wealth, while others are born with nothing. Some people have perfect limbs, while others are crippled. As a person, be a bit selfish. Let yourself live freely first, then consider others and create a relatively fair world," Suzimo said. "At least it won't be like this world, where the villainous heavens help those fake immortals to destroy our demon race." After saying so, Suzimo turned and put his hand on the demon shrouding tree. He softly said, "Old friend, sorry to keep you waiting." The demon shrouding tree seemed to understand his words. It used its branches and leaves to lightly rub Suzimo's shoulder. The ancestral tree began to shake. The entire volcano also began to shake. Cracks appeared on the ground as the magma below began to erupt. Kacha-kacha sounds could be heard. Suzimo opened the passage to the true fate world and chuckled, "Come with me, I still want to fight that villainous heavens again. Let's create a prosperous era together, a prosperous era for the demon race." The cracks on the ground became more and more serious, the magma below began to erupt. The magma turned into a sea of fire, drowning everything in it. At this time outside, the sound of explosions could be heard in the sky. It was as if the heavens were angry and thundering. The top of the volcano completely erupted. Balls of flame were like meteors, spewing out from the volcano's mouth. This piece of land was dyed in a fiery red color. The ground cracked, black fog shrouded the area, as if a meteor shower was falling from the sky. The volcanic eruption this time was so powerful that it was shocking. At this time, several figures suddenly appeared in this world. "Azure God, is this the place?" the woman from the underworld asked casually. The old man on the green bull raised his head and looked at the sky with a deep gaze. Fiery red flames illuminated the sky, and balls of magma condensed into flames fell from the sky. Rumble. The sound of explosions intertwined with the thick black fog, and the whole world seemed to be turned upside down. The location of the altar of all life disappeared here. "It should be here," Azure God said. At this moment, many figures flew over from the sky. At a glance, there were close to 100 people. And there was a steady stream of people coming over. The divine kings that have not appeared for thousands of years have arrived. Something big must have happened on the battlefield of gods and demons. Who knows? Let's wait and see. Even Azure God is here. With two divine kings appearing at once, the sky will be pierced. If there's really some great opportunity, they can eat the meat, but we can at least drink the soup. At this moment, the surrounding people were discussing. These people were all from the divine devil city, including some who came to the battlefield of gods and demons to train. As more and more existences gathered here. Now, many people still did not know the purpose of the divine king's arrival. But no matter what, there was nothing wrong with watching the show. After all, the divine kings had not appeared for thousands of years. Even if they only saw them once, it was something that many people would chase for their entire lives. Ancestral Master, should we disperse these people? Looking at the surrounding people who were watching the show, someone from the underworld suggested. Why should we disperse them? This time, we're here to seek justice and give the world a warning. I'm not dead yet, so they have to restrain themselves, the woman said indifferently. If we disperse them, there will be no audience. Do I have to come personally to kill an ant? Ancestral master is right. The person quickly retreated. He was also in existence at the peak of the heaven fusion realm. In the outside world, he was a powerhouse that everyone looked up to. But now, he was just a small character here. How troublesome. The woman from the underworld seemed to be a little impatient. Looking at the erupting volcano in the distance, the woman waved her right hand and directly slapped it down. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth instantly became violent, forming a huge palm that covered the sky. The huge palm fell with an extremely fierce and monstrous power. The erupting volcano that was originally like a ferocious beast was instantly razed to the ground. Boom! An explosion shook the heavens, causing the entire world to tremble. Immediately after, the surrounding people looked at the volcano that had disappeared and swallowed their saliva. The world was silent. His temper is still as bad as ever. Azure God shook his head and laughed. If you're strong, of course you have a big temper. The woman sneered. The enemy this time is not ordinary. Don't be careless. Azure God turned his head to look. After the volcano was razed to the ground, the sky was filled with dust. Amidst the dust, the sound of footsteps could be heard. He was clearly far away from the dust cloud, but the light footsteps could still be heard. It seemed to resound in this vast and mighty world. With the white bone demon and the seven-faced demon general following him, Suzimo walked out step by step. The two of them did not try to hide themselves. At this moment, when they saw white bone demon and the seven-faced demon general, the spectators all cried out in shock. Demons, they are from the demon race. How is this possible? There are still demons in this world? No wonder the deity king has to descend. If the demon race is allowed to revive, the consequences will be unimaginable. At this moment, when she saw the three of them, even the woman from the underworld became serious. Who did that palm strike just now? Suzimo raised his head, looked at everyone present, and asked calmly. Little friend, please don't be angry. Azure God smiled. Who did that palm strike just now? Stand up, don't make me repeat myself. Suzimo glanced at Azure God and said calmly. I did it. So what? The woman from the underworld snorted coldly. She slowly stood up from the cushion. The underworld river once again turned into a long river and slowly flowed around her. So what if you're from the demon race? The world is no longer ruled by the demon race and the god race. You all have to hide like rats. A mere deity king dares to speak so arrogantly. The seven-faced demon general sneered. He stretched out his hand and the seven-faced lotus bloomed in his palm. The lotuses evolved into the 7 emotions and 6 desires of all living beings. Countless ferocious faces emerged from the lotuses. Stand down. Suzimo waved his hand and said, I'm not in a good mood right now. I'll clean up the trash myself. He raised his head to look at the netherworld deity king and said, before you left, you wanted me to start a massacre. I don't want to know why you did that. Today, I'll bury you under this demonic land to comfort this land. Shameless boasting. The woman snorted coldly. The underworld river wrapped around her body directly rose into the air and turned into a roaring divine dragon. The divine dragon roared continuously and directly charged towards Suzimo. Immediately after, there was a loud explosion. The underworld river exploded in front of Suzimo. He hit? Someone muttered, it's that simple? No, look at what that is. The person next to him pointed at the horizon in shock. At this moment, at the place where the underworld river exploded, a giant with a height of 100 feet stood up in the sky. When the dust settled, Suzimo's figure slowly appeared. The power vortex that he had condensed in his body using the heaven-shaking technique earlier was spinning wildly. As the power of the heaven-shaking technique surged in, the shadow of a giant appeared behind Suzimo. The giant slowly stood up, as if he had walked out of an ancient legend. The giant let out a furious roar. Heaven and earth collapsed, the sun and the moon rotated, and in an instant, sand and stones flew everywhere, covering the sky and the sun. Seeing the divine dragon transformed from the underworld river charging towards him again, the giant opened his mouth. A strong suction force appeared from the giant's mouth and directly swallowed the underworld river. Seeing the underworld river being swallowed, the woman from the underworld's expression changed. Suzimo walked over step by step, and the giant's figure followed behind him. The blood in his body flowed backward, and the power vortex spun wildly. His own power was condensed bit by bit. Underworld palm. The woman snorted coldly and slapped her palm towards Suzimo again. Unfortunately, with the giant blocking it, this palm was neither painful nor itchy. The Netherworld deity king and Azure god looked at each other. "Buy me some time," the Netherworld deity king said. Then, she sat cross-legged in midair, and the aura around her began to become violent, as if she was brewing something. The old man nodded slightly, raised his hands, and shouted, "Firmament." As if it was a call from ancient times, the sky in front of everyone seemed to darken. When everyone looked up, the sky above seemed to be falling. "The sky is falling," someone said in horror. "Suppress!" The Azure god shouted again, and an incomparably mighty force pressed down on Suzimo. Following Firmament God's shout, it was as if the entire world was about to collapse. The spectators could already feel the pressure, even if it wasn't directed at them. "Mayfly trying to shake a tree," Suzimo snorted coldly. "You want to compete with me in terms of strength?" The power vortexes in his body spun rapidly. Hundreds of power vortexes were constantly providing him with the power to shake the heavens. The giant behind him roared again. The two of them held up the sky and suddenly lifted it up. The old man's suppressive force paused for a moment, and then a kacha-kacha sound of something breaking was heard. Firmament God's expression changed as if he had suffered a heavy blow. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward as if he had suffered a heavy blow. How can he be so strong? Firmament God looked at Suzimo in shock. "Continue," Suzimo said calmly. Firmament God looked serious and glanced at the Netherworld deity king beside him. The woman sat cross-legged in the sky. There seemed to be countless spirits surrounding her. It was as if she was summoning something from the depths of the Netherworld. Firmament God made up his mind again. Dark green power gathered in his hands. In the dark green power, emerald green vines grew out. These vines seemed to have a life of their own. They wrapped around Suzimo from the ground. "This is the mortal life vine of the Grey Clan," some of the spectators murmured. "What's the mortal life vine?" someone asked in confusion. "It's a cultivation method unique to the Grey Clan. It's said that the source of their life is the mortal life vine," someone answered after thinking for a while. "Normally, the mortal life vine is used to save their lives. It's very important to the Grey Clan. They won't let it out easily." "Doesn't that mean Firmament God is forced into a desperate situation?" "Who is he?" "Although the Grey Clan's combat power is not high, they have been gods for a long time. They are not bad among the deity kings. How can he be defeated so easily?" These mortal life vines spread out one by one, as if they were one with the void. He tied up Suzimo's legs and arms. Azure God also knew that he was no match for Suzimo. Therefore, he did not think of defeating Suzimo. He only wanted to buy time for the Netherworld God King. Suzimo slowly lifted his foot, only to see the vines under his feet tighten, tightly gripping him. "Are you done yet? I can't hold on any longer." Azure God shouted at the Netherworld God King. However, the Netherworld God King seemed to have entered a special domain and was unable to answer. Suzimo chuckled. This time, he did not lift his foot. Instead, it was the shadow behind him that began to walk forward. The incomparably tough vines were torn apart without any resistance. The moment the mortal life vine broke, Azure God half knelt on the ground. There was a rumble in his mind. The life vine was the foundation of the Grey Clan's cultivation. It was also the core part. He didn't expect Suzimo to be so strong. A mere break would probably take dozens of years of cultivation to recover. Moreover, there was no battle. He was no different from an ordinary person now. "Trash." A cold reprimand sounded from the side. "Are you ready?" Azure God quickly turned his head and looked at the Netherworld God King. At this moment, the woman's aura was becoming more and more majestic. Countless spirits were floating around her. Behind her, a space was forcefully opened. A dark light shone out from the space. There seemed to be great horror in that space. The voices of countless vengeful spirits could be heard. "My Netherworld power has been cultivated to the highest level. I can forcefully open a connection with the netherworld, the netherworld god king said calmly. With the reflection of the netherworld, as long as the netherworld is not destroyed, I will not die. Have you had enough fun? Suzimo shook his head slightly. The giant behind him roared and lifted his foot to stomp on the netherworld god king. The netherworld god king was not to be outdone. He fought with the heaven-shaking giant. Unfortunately, the difference in strength between the two was too great. The moment the netherworld god king touched the heaven-shaking giant, she turned into ashes. However, near the crack of the netherworld god king's figure appeared again. Her face was pale as she looked at the heaven-shaking giant in shock. I can't even resist. Before the netherworld god king could think further, a huge hand fell from the sky. The hand was very wide. It almost covered the sky above, making it impossible to escape. The huge hand grabbed the netherworld divine king and squeezed her like an ant. The heaven-shaking giant held the netherworld god king with his left hand and slapped the air with his right hand. The entrance to the netherworld that was filled with spirits was destroyed. The entire sky seemed to have collapsed. The space shattered and the entrance to the netherworld disappeared. You. The netherworld god king looked at Suzimo with trembling eyes. She couldn't speak for a long time. I'll suppress you in this demonic land for 10,000 years. You'll die after suffering all kinds of pain and suffering, Suzimo said calmly. The heaven-shaking giant punched and a deep hole appeared in the ground. It threw the netherworld god king into the bottomless pit that was as deep as an abyss. Suzimo waved his right hand. The demon-shrouding tree in his true mandate world trembled and a leaf slowly floated down. A single tree can evolve into all things in the world. Suzimo took the demon leaf and threw it into the hole. The moment the devil leaf floated down, it turned into a peerless great demon, suppressing the seal. Screams of agony could be heard from the inside. Suzimo waved his right hand again. The volcano in the distance moved over and suppressed the seal. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they all swallowed their saliva hard. No one dared to make a sound. What? Do you want to be suppressed with her? Suzimo said calmly. The spectators hurriedly shook their heads and ran away as fast as they could, wishing they had 8 legs. Suzimo looked at the remaining underworld god and Xianxia and said, "Kill yourself so you don't dirty my hands. Your Excellency, please spare our lives. We only came to accompany our ancestor. We didn't want to fight you." The underworld people quickly begged for mercy. Xianxia chuckled sadly. He looked at Suzimo and said, "I accept my death, but before I die, can you tell me your name? Let me know why I was defeated. Even if I tell you my name, you won't have heard it. However, if you really want to be a ghost, you can call me Demon Lord." Suzimo said. Demon Lord. Xianxia muttered to himself. In the end, my eyes were blind. Xianxia laughed. Then, he exploded on the spot. Not even his bones remained. The white bone demon coldly snorted. The white bone in its hand pierced out from the ground and ended the lives of the remaining underworld members. Suzimo had been thinking about how to return to the Yuanyang continent. The Eternal Continent did not have a torn space like the Void Valley that could teleport him between 2 worlds. After arriving at the battlefield of gods and demons, Suzimo found that the space wall here was very weak. If he could break through it, he could find the way to the Yuanyang continent. Even if he failed, he was not afraid of death with his current strength. At most, he would encounter some trouble. Fortunately, the Yuanyang continent and the Eternal Continent were both small worlds, so the space wall was not very strong. If it were a big world like the human realm beyond, Suzimo was not sure that he could break through it. After this battle, the news of the Divine King's death would spread throughout the Eternal Continent. The whole continent would be shocked for a long time. However, Suzimo's time in this world was over. He might never come back again. At the end of the battlefield of gods and demons, Suzimo looked up and took a deep look at this world. Life is really full of drama. It's like a dream. Then, the 3 of them hit the sky with their strongest power. As the 3 strong demonic auras soared into the sky, a hole was pierced through the sky. The whole space collapsed. In the hole, spatial turbulence was torn apart, and a spatial storm blew past. "Let's go," Suzimo said lightly. Then, the three of them stepped into the air and rushed toward the space wall against the spatial storm. The demonic aura shrouded the three of them so that they would not be separated. Suzimo could feel the tearing sensation around him. When he entered the space wall, he could no longer control his body. He could only let the spatial storm spin them and float in the periphery of this boring world. Suzimo was not in a hurry. While his body was spinning outside, he stayed in the divine land to cultivate. Whether it was the heavenly gate of 3 lives or the heaven-shaking method, he still had a long way to go. He did not know how many years he had been floating in this empty space. 1 year, 2 years, or 10 years. In short, there was no time rule here, so no one could tell. Until one day, Suzimo felt that his body seemed to be spinning faster, and the spatial storm outside was somewhat violent. At the very front, Suzimo saw a small beam of light. The spatial storm carried them through the endless darkness for a long time before they finally entered the light. Following that, the world began to spin. He felt as if his body was about to be torn apart. His head was heavy and dizzy. In the end, Suzimo managed to endure it and fell into a deep sleep. After a long time, Suzimo felt as if his body was falling from a high altitude. He fell heavily to the ground. Boom! Suzimo was startled awake from his deep sleep with a loud explosion. "Master, are you all right?" The 7-faced demon general and the white-bone demon hurriedly stood up and came before Suzimo. Suzimo shook his head and lay down on the ground. He took a deep breath and said, "Sure enough, I still like the air in this world." Suzimo stood up and looked around. It was a plain, and the outline of a city loomed at the end of their sight. "It seems that we are really back, but I don't know how far it is from Void Valley," Suzimo said. "Let's go to that city and ask for directions." The three of them were extremely fast. In a few minutes, they had already appeared in front of the distant city. They didn't feel it when they looked at it from a distance. When they stood in front of the city, they could really feel the magnificence and vastness of the city. The cyan-brown city walls were very old, and the city walls stretched to the end of their sight. A soldier stood on each city wall every few steps. The word Chu City was written above the city gate made of steel. The 2 words were written with vigorous strokes, especially the word Chu, which was written in a bold and domineering way. There were 9 cities in Jiuzhou region. Suzimo had been to Liang City before. If his memory was correct, Chu City was also one of the 9 cities. That was to say, he was now in Jiuzhou region, not far from Void Valley. "Let's go in and have a look," Suzimo said. Before entering the city, he asked White-Bone Demon to wrap himself in a black robe. Although he was not afraid of trouble, he was too lazy to deal with some unavoidable troubles. After all, there was no need to waste precious time on some good-for-nothings. As one of the 9 cities, Chu City occupied almost 1/9 of Jiuzhou region. Logically speaking, it should be extremely prosperous. But after Suzimo entered the city, he found that it was obviously much more deserted. The hawkers on the street were also scattered and listless. Occasionally, some passers-by passed through the street in a hurry and didn't want to stay for long. Most people stayed in their homes, and there were often soldiers in armor patrolling the streets. "Something seems to have happened here," 7-faced demon general said indifferently. "Let's find an inn and ask about our current location." Suzimo looked at the setting sun and said. He said, "Take a good rest. We haven't had a good sleep after floating for so long." The 3 of them found an inn on the side of the road. There was not a single guest in the inn, not even a waiter. "Anyone here?" Suzimo shouted. "Who is it?" Then a voice came, and an old man in a brown robe came down from the stairs on the 2nd floor. "We are staying here," Suzimo walked into the inn and said. "Are you new here?" the old man asked in surprise. "Yes," Suzimo nodded in confusion. "Thank you for coming to Chu City to fight demons for us." "Take a seat," the old man looked happy. He quickly said, "I am the shopkeeper of this inn. You can eat anything you want for free." "Fight demons?" Suzimo frowned slightly. He smiled and said, "Uncle, you may have misunderstood us. We came here unintentionally, and we don't know about demons." "I see." When the old man heard this, he was obviously depressed. "Is this Chu City in the Jiuzhou region?" Suzimo continued to ask. "It's Chu City. If you didn't come here to kill demons, I'm afraid my inn can't accommodate you, the old man said awkwardly. Now the inns in the city are prepared for warriors. If you don't want to, you'd better leave as soon as possible before dark. At this moment, a group of people came in from outside the inn. Shopkeeper, prepare good wine and meat for me. I'm going to fight a bloody battle tonight. I'm not sure if I can come back. Even if I die, I'll die with a full stomach, a rough voice came. A few burly men walked in from outside the inn. In addition to these burly men, a few more people came in one after another. There were 3 young men and women in Confucian robes, a woman with a cold temperament, and a handsome young man with a wine gourd on his waist. When the innkeeper saw this group of people coming in, he quickly turned around and said with a smile, "Warriors, please take a seat. You can order whatever you want." "Innkeeper, although we don't know anything about demons, we're willing to help if we can," Suzimo said with a smile. "Take a seat, too." The innkeeper thought for a while and received Suzimo and the others. "Brothers, it's getting dark. Polish your swords," the burly man next to him said. "Those fiendish demons are the kind that eat people without spitting out the bones. I have never thought of going back since I came here. The Great Chu City's city lord said that after I die, he will send my child to the Great Chu Academy." Another burly man said, "It's worth it." The 3 young men and women in scholarly robes should be together, drinking wine at the same time. One of them smiled and said, "So what if you go to the Chu Academy? It's not certain whether Chu City can be saved. Where are you from?" The burly man next to him saw that the young man in the Confucian robe was gentle and had some background, so he asked. "We're from Jiuzhou College." "This is my senior fellow apprentice, Xianxia," the woman next to him said. "Jiuzhou College?" Hearing this name, everyone present was shocked. There were 9 forces in Jiuzhou region. Basically, each force would establish a school in their own territory. Great Chu had Great Chu Academia, and Great Liang also had Great Liang Academia. Although these academies were famous, Jiuzhou College was the first academy in Jiuzhou region. Jiuzhou College was not only famous in Jiuzhou region, but also in the entire central mainland. Some people even said that Jiuzhou College was the first academy after Tiandao College. "So you're students of Jiuzhou. Nice to meet you," the burly man said with a smile. "You're really talented. Even though Chu City is surrounded by demons and is about to become a dead city, you're still willing to come. Everyone is still willing to come here to slay demons. I am truly impressed. We're here to gain experience. Our teacher said that the real experience is between life and death. Otherwise, the effect will be minimal," Xiaojia said. Drinking the golden flower wine in a foreign land, thousands of miles away grieved together in the swan-goose sky. At this moment, the man with the wine gourd on his waist laughed loudly. Leaning against the wall, he gulped down the Jinhua wine from the wine gourd. When he was in high spirits, he could not help but recite a poem. "Drinking wine can't shut your mouth," the cold woman beside him said coldly. Sorry, I couldn't help it." The man waved his hand and said, "You guys continue. Young master, what would you like to eat?" After the shopkeeper served the other people's dishes one after another, he came in front of Suzimo and asked. "Just a pot of wine will do." Suzimo waved his hand and said, "Can I ask you something?" "Please ask, young master." The shopkeeper nodded and replied. "What's up with the so-called demons in Chuqing?" Suzimo asked. "Child, you may not know that our Chu city is located in the west of Jiuzhou. It is one of the most famous 9 cities in the Jiuzhou region. At first, everything was peaceful, and no one dared to invade. Until a year ago, there was a turmoil in the West King Valley in the west. Not long after, groups of demons began to come out and attack our Chu city," the shopkeeper said. This year, people were in a panic. Many people left. Those who stayed were deeply attached to this place. The most prosperous city has become like this. Didn't you check the situation?" Suzimo asked. The city lord sent people to check. It is said that there is a great horror in the West King Valley. No one dared to get close. The shopkeeper shook his head and said. "It's been a year." Suzimo said with a frown. "Aren't the 9 forces of Jiuzhou united? Why didn't the other forces do anything?" Not to mention the other forces, even our native force, the Great Chu, doesn't care about our Chu city. The shopkeeper said with a sigh. Why is that? Su Zimo asked in confusion. Logically speaking, Chu city was the face of the Great Chu. No matter what, they would protect it. But now, the demons were attacking the city and they were ignoring them. I am not very clear about the details. It seems that the city lord of Chu city and the Great Chu had a falling out. It is difficult for one person to save the situation. The shopkeeper shook his head. He went forward and heated a pot of wine for Su Zimo. He gently brought it over and said, "This is an eventful time. We are already prepared to live and die with the city." Su Zimo thought as he drank the wine. The so-called demons were not demons, nor were they demons. They were creatures that were created to look like both demons and demons. This kind of thing was easy to solve. They just had to find the source and kill it. If they didn't deal with the source, it would be useless to continue killing. Just as everyone finished eating, the sky outside had already darkened. There were more and more soldiers patrolling the streets. In the dark night, it was like a silent beast, devouring all life. "Shopkeeper, thank you for your hospitality. It's time for us to go," the burly men said as they picked up their own mist and walked out of the shop, disappearing into the night. "Senior, what should we do?" The people from Jiuzhou Academy were discussing. "Those who go now are all small fries. We will go when the fighting starts," Xianxia said casually. "Master, what about us?" Baiguemo asked. "It doesn't matter. I want to see what those demons are," Su Zimo said with a smile. This inn was not far from the city gate. At this moment, there were sounds of fighting outside, as well as some strange roars. "We should go." The noble and cold woman next to him stood up and said to the man with the wine gourd. "I know. Looks like we won't be able to drink in peace." The man with the wine gourd smiled and stood up to follow the woman. Seeing the two leave, Su Zimo inadvertently looked in the direction of the door. Several figures passed by the door. Under the cover of the dark night, Su Zimo's gaze suddenly carried some surprise as he looked at one of the figures. He watched until the figure disappeared from his sight, then grinned. "Master, what's wrong?" The seven-faced demon general also looked in the direction of the door and asked in confusion. "I think I saw someone familiar," Su Zimo said. "Aren't you going to say hello?" Baiguemo asked. "Maybe he misses me very much." Su Zimo chuckled, stood up and left the inn. Walking along the main street of Chu City, there were basically no ordinary people left. The hawkers who had set up their stalls had long since hidden in their homes. They were all Chucheng soldiers and cultivators who had come to help. Walking along the main street, Su Zimo walked straight to the city gate. In the distance, there were already flames shining down from the front. The sounds of battle and strange roars were intertwined together. When Su Zimo arrived in the direction of the city wall, he took a quick glance and found that there were thousands of people guarding it. His gaze fell on the city wall and looked below the city. There were densely packed monsters below, a little similar to the legendary imps. Their bodies were black and purple, and their faces were ferocious. They were taller than normal people and held all kinds of weapons in their hands. Although they weren't strong, there were more than 10,000 of them. The distant horizon was full of traces of these imps. "Everyone, hold on. We must not let the demons break into our city," a man in black armor said loudly in the crowd. The power of the Saint bloodline realm was emitted from his body. He could be considered the strongest existence here. Waves of pale golden spirit chi surrounded his body. In this dark night, he was like a scorching sun, illuminating the surroundings of the city. The battle was about to start. The imps could jump dozens of meters high, and their bodies were very agile. They could reach the city wall with just 2 or 3 big jumps. "Kill. Protect our Chucheng. Everyone, don't be afraid. Although there are many of these imps, they are very weak. As long as we survive this demon disaster, Huyan City Lord's promise to everyone will be fulfilled one by one." There were people shouting around the city. Some of the weaker people were guarding the city wall. There were also some people who were confident in themselves who directly flew down from the city and killed the demons. Su Zimo looked up. Everyone was using their strengths. Sword chi, blade intent, and spirit energy of various attributes were like fireworks, exploding in the air. Two of them were the most eye-catching. They were the two people Suzumo saw at the inn before. One of them was a man with a wine pot on his waist. He held the wine pot in one hand and waved the long sword in his other hand. His figure looked drunk, swaying left and right, but his swordsmanship was swift and fierce. Invisible sword and tent surrounded him. As if he was cutting a melon, a large group of demons and imps fell to the ground with one slash. 10,000 long swords followed his figure and waved continuously. It was like the big river sword from the heavens style. As for the other woman, she was surrounded by a cold aura. With a single palm strike, the surrounding area of several miles would be sealed in ice. As the ice shattered, all the demons and imps would disappear. Because these little ghosts were created by humans, there was no corpse after they died. They would just dissipate into the air. Just as everyone was fighting in full swing, they heard a few rumbling sounds of explosions. Everyone looked up and saw 4 tall demons walking out of the sky. These 4 fiendish demons looked a little like bull demons. They had bull horns and thick hair covering their bodies. Their eyes were blood red. They attacked from 4 different directions of the city. It's the ox demon. Everyone, be careful. Chu City's city lord, Xianxia, shouted. Some of the experts in the city didn't care about these imps and directly charged towards devil ox. The attack power of these ox devils was extremely strong. They could destroy the city walls with just a few attacks. They could not be allowed to get close to the city. We're done for. In the past, there would only be 1 or 2 demonic oxen. Why are there 4 this time? Someone said in shock, how are we supposed to defend? City Lord Huyen he took the lead and charged towards the ox demon in the east. Meanwhile, the man with the wine gourd at his waist and the icy woman could only stop one ox demon in front of them. Several old men flew out of the city and charged towards the ox demon in the west. It's the 7 elders of Chung Mountain. Someone cried out. The ox demons in these 3 directions have already been stopped. Everyone, do your best. We just need to stop the ox demon in the north and hold on until dawn. A large number of people charged towards the ox demon in the north without fear of death. Unfortunately, they were like mantises trying to stop a chariot. The ox demon was 100 meters tall. Every step it took left a deep hole in the ground. It could send people flying with a single kick. Furthermore, its skin was thick and its defense was astonishing. Seeing the ox demon charge towards the city, City Lord Huyen his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He roared, stop it. He wanted to help, but he was held back by the ox demon in the east. He couldn't get away at all. For a time, under the cover of imp, the people of Chuching suffered heavy casualties. However, there were still people who tried to stop the ox demon. Suzumo didn't care about the people around him. Instead, he focused his attention on a young man in the crowd. After so many years, I didn't expect the 2 of them to meet under such circumstances. At that moment, Suzumo was on the northern city wall. The ox demon swept its way to the edge of the city wall. Behind it were piles of corpses. Its height was almost the same as the city wall. Its huge head panted heavily as it looked at the people on the city wall. With a furious roar, its horns shone with red light as it charged towards the city wall. Run! That ox demon is coming. Everyone, retreat. The northern city wall can't be defended. Following the cries of alarm from most people, Suzumo snorted coldly. Noisy. He slapped with his right hand and sent the ox demon's huge body flying. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, the ox demon landed heavily on the ground in the distance. Its flesh was mangled and its horns were all broken. Its body was covered in turbid green blood. This scene shocked everyone so much that they were rooted to the spot. Even the other 3 ox demons stopped and stared blankly in the direction of the city wall. At that moment, everyone's gaze fell on Suzumo. Even the young man, who was surrounded by the crowd like a moon, also looked over. The moment he saw Suzumo, he was stunned. Then, his eyes filled with anger. Suzumo. He spat out these 3 words through gritted teeth. Brother Tianyun, what's wrong? Seeing the young man's expression, another young man asked in confusion. You know him? I know him. I know him even if he's turned to ashes. The young man's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. Thank you for helping Chuqing. After dawn, Huyan will definitely thank you. In the distance, Huyan he thanked Su Zimo. Then, he looked at the crowd and shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Those brats are coming again." Only then did the stunned crowd regain their senses and continue to fend off the little ghosts. Without the pressure from the ox demon, everyone felt much more relaxed. The young man in Taoist robes pushed the crowd aside and walked towards Su Zimo. The battle outside the city was still going on. The flames lit up half the sky. The brats' screams merged with the crowd's cries. The wind was rustling. People were also shivering. Should I call you Elder Samsara or Dao Tianyun, the saint of the Dao clan? Su Zimo chuckled. It doesn't change our relationship. You're my mortal enemy, the old man from Samsara said calmly. This world is really small. I wanted to go to the Taoist clan to find you, Su Zimo said with a smile. Back then, when he killed Chu Yang in the Yin Yang sect, the old man from Samsara transformed into Samsara and fled. After that, he became the saint of the Taoist clan in his next life. I'm curious. How did you know it was me? Su Zimo asked. He was still in Lin Qiu's body. He did not expect the old man from Samsara to recognize him. Your divine soul has the aura of the seal of Samsara. Unless your soul is destroyed, I can sense it even if you turn into ashes, the old man from Samsara said coldly. Samsara is really troublesome. Su Zimo shook his head. Why? Do you want revenge? I've been thinking about it day and night. The old man from Samsara was surrounded by Samsara's aura. In addition to the power of Samsara, there were also surges of Taoist rhymes. It was obvious that he had been cultivating diligently for the past few years. He had also cultivated a lot of the Taoist clan's techniques. I'm wondering if I should twist your head off now or do it in a crueler way, Su Zimo said with a smile. You're still so arrogant. The old man from Samsara snorted. At this moment, 7 meridians were opened around him. The aura of the Saint Meridian realm surrounded him. As the candidate of the Taoist clan to fight for the mandate of heaven in this era, the reclusive Taoist clan had devoted almost all of their resources to cultivating their saint. In addition, the old man from Samsara was talented. Although he could not catch up with Su Zimo in terms of cultivation, he had already reached the Saint Meridian realm. I wonder what the time difference is between the Eternal Land and the Yuanyang continent, Su Zimo thought to himself. The time difference between the two worlds was also different. It was like 10 days in the Divine Land was only 1 day in the outside world. Tianyun, what are you doing? The young man next to him saw the strange behavior of the old man in Samsara and asked. Step back. I have some personal matters to settle, the old Samsara man said calmly. Now is the time for the demon beasts to attack the city. Can't you wait until it's over? The young man asked awkwardly. I told you to step back. The old man from Samsara turned his head and looked at the young man coldly. In the next moment, the power of Samsara filled his body as he stepped into the air and slammed his palm towards Su Zimo. It's been so many years, but you still haven't improved. Su Zimo shook his head. No matter how the palm landed on his body, he remained indifferent. The old Samsara man's eyes narrowed. He crossed his hands in front of him and gathered the power of Samsara in his palms. In the next moment, he shouted, Samsara's 10,000 slash. The power of reincarnation condensed in his hand turned into a saber chi. The saber chi evolved into various forms. The blade aura slowly rotated in front of him. The surrounding space began to shatter because it could not withstand the sharpness. In the next moment, the old man from Samsara waved his right hand and the blade aura slashed towards Su Zimo at the speed of sound. A meaningless battle. Su Zimo reached out his right hand and grabbed the blade aura of Samsara's 10,000 slash. He crushed it in the air. In the next moment, his body disappeared from the spot and a shadow flashed behind him. He appeared in front of the old man from Samsara and lifted him up by the neck. You're so weak that I don't even have the desire to fight. Su Zimo shook his head slightly. Sir, please stop. He's the saint of the Taoist race. I apologize on his behalf and hope you can spare his life. The young man who tried to persuade the old man from samsara quickly stood up and said anxiously. You don't have to beg for mercy. The old man from samsara struggled to breathe. Even if I die in his hands, I won't bow my head. Suzimo smiled and crushed the old man's throat before throwing him away. The old man from samsara's body crashed heavily to the side. If it was an ordinary person whose throat was crushed, they would have died. However, he was a saint. At most, he would suffer for a while before recovering. The old man from samsara fell to the ground and twitched uncontrollably. Blood flowed out of his mouth like a river. Suzimo walked toward the old man from samsara and slowly raised his right foot to rub the old man's head. You want revenge? I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it. Suzimo smiled. Kill me, or I'll kill you one day. The old man from samsara struggled and said with bloodshot eyes. Then I'll wait for you to kill me. Suzimo smiled. With a kick, he sent the old man from samsara flying and turned to leave. He didn't care about this matter. Instead, he led the seven-faced demon general and the demon general to the West King Valley. Master, why didn't you kill him? Bone Demon asked in confusion. He will die, but I don't want him to die so easily. Suzimo shook his head. For a dying man, death is always the most comfortable ending. There is no pain or despair. In his previous life, Suzimo struggled with the guilt and despair of many people for a long time. He knew that kind of pain better than anyone else. His father's hair turned white overnight, his mother's fate was miserable, and his best friend, Lin Ruhu, took a sword for him. Suzimo swore that he would never forget that kind of suffering. Even if he was reborn, those memories would still exist. When Suzimo's figure was far away, the old man from samsara who was originally angry instantly calmed down. He struggled to sit up from the ground and quietly looked in the direction Suzimo left. Tianyun, are you okay? The young man next to him walked over and asked worriedly. I'm fine. The old man from samsara waved his hand and said lightly. I've been tracking his whereabouts for the past few years, but there was no news. It was as if he had disappeared from the world. I didn't expect to meet him here. You're too impulsive. Even if he's your enemy, you shouldn't have attacked him. The young man shook his head. His strength is obviously above yours. Yes, I can't see through him anymore. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to take revenge alone. The old man from samsara shook his head. Maybe I should go find that girl Bailey. After leaving Chucheng, Suzimo and the other two walked towards the West King Valley. Along the way, the ghosts rushed towards the three of them, but Bone Demon was there to protect them. Not a single ghost could reach them within dozens of meters. After passing through the plains in front of the city, there was a forest in front of them. According to the innkeeper of the inn, the West King Valley should be behind the forest. Compared to the ghosts on the plains, the ghosts in the forest were denser and more ferocious. When the three of them passed through the forest, they saw that in the innermost part of the forest, trees emitting black fog appeared in front of them. These trees were a few meters tall. There were no leaves on the trees, and drops of liquid seeped out from the trunks of the trees. The viscous liquid gathered together to form a spherical object. When the thick liquid condensed into a sphere, it only took an instant for the sphere to shatter and little ghosts to jump out from it. So this is how these little ghosts are created, Suzimo said with interest. This is a ghost oak tree. If the evil energy reaches a certain level, it can indeed create little ghosts, seven-faced demon general said. But the speed of creation shouldn't be this fast. These little ghosts are coming one after another. It's a bit strange. The three of them stepped forward to check it out. Seven-faced demon general looked at the soil underground and pondered for a moment before speaking. No wonder. They're willing to use sacred soil to grow ghost oak trees. Many natural treasures in this world had particularly high requirements to grow in. Ordinary soil was very difficult to grow them. As a result, there were special types of spiritual soil, sacred soil, and the like. This type of soil was very rare. Moreover, it was used to cultivate divine medicines and the like. No one would waste it on something as meaningless as a ghost oak tree. Because of the sacred soil, the ghost oak tree could produce a little ghost every minute. Let's go ahead and take a look, Suzimo said. The three of them passed through the ghost oak forest and walked straight ahead. Finally, a large valley appeared before them. This valley was vast and boundless. It was bigger than any valley Suzimo had seen before. The bottom of the valley was unfathomably deep. There was only one kind of plant growing at the edge of the valley. That was the blood-red West King flower. The darkness in the sky seemed to be dispelled, and the white of the east slowly appeared. As the light shone, the attacks of the little ghosts became weaker and weaker. By the time the sky was bright, the little ghosts would no longer appear. Suzimo was about to go to the valley to take a look when he suddenly heard the sound of fighting coming from behind the forest. He saw Chu City Lord, Huyanhe, leading the wine pot man and the ice-cold woman. Seeing Suzimo's group appear, Huyanhe was clearly stunned. "I have yet to thank you for your kindness to Chu City," Huyanhe said as he bowed deeply to Suzimo. "Has Chu City's side been dealt with?" Suzimo asked. "The sky is about to brighten. Those little demons won't be able to make any big waves," Huyanhe replied. "I want to go in and take a look. If I keep waiting like this, I'll die. One day, I won't be able to hold on." Speaking of which, Huyanhe pointed at the two people beside him and said with a smile, "Let me introduce you. These two are the helpers I've invited. Li Changtian and Miss Lu Ming'er. Just call me Suzimo. These two are my friends." "They don't like to talk," Suzimo said with a smile. "Child Su is also going to the Western King Valley?" The woman called Lu Ming'er asked calmly. "There's no harm in learning more," Suzimo said. "Then let's go together. We can take care of each other," Li Changtian said. "I heard that you've been here before?" Suzimo asked. "At that time, I came alone to check it out, but I was besieged by a few ox demons. In the end, I could only leave it unsettled," Huyanhe said. Suzimo took a deep look at Huyanhe. He always felt that Huyanhe was hiding something from him. According to the innkeeper of the previous inn, the demon crowd had appeared for almost a year. Did Huyanhe do nothing in the past year? And why did he fall out with the Great Chu? These were somewhat thought-provoking. Suzimo didn't want to care so much, but it was always good to learn more. There was no way to go in the Western King Valley. They could only step on these blood-red Western King flowers to go to the bottom of the valley. "What's the origin of the Western King Valley?" Suzimo asked halfway. Huyanhe obviously hesitated for a moment, and then said, "It's related to a person called Western King. Thousands of years ago, Western King was a genius in sword principle. He was born in the Jiuzhou region. He once challenged the 9 forces of the Jiuzhou region alone with a sword. Unfortunately, it was said that he failed to compete for the mandate of heaven, and spent the rest of his life in the valley. There were also rumors that he buried himself at the bottom of the valley, so the Western King Valley and these Western King flowers came about." "I see." Suzimo nodded. He always felt that Huyanhe looked a little unnatural when he mentioned Western King. While walking in the air, they also observed the valley. From time to time, they climbed down from the valley wall. When they were about to climb halfway, they heard a sharp chirp from below. Then they saw huge eagles flying out from below. These eagles were pure white, and their bodies were several times larger than ordinary eagles. Pieces of white blood-like feathers fell gently. The beaks of the eagles were sharp and green. "Yuan-devouring eagles," Lu Ming'er said with a dignified look. "Such a large number of yuan-devouring eagles reminds me of a person. The Xiankong elder." Li Changtian next to him said word by word. At this moment, they didn't have time to discuss. They watched the flocks of yuan-devouring eagles flying towards them. Everyone's power soared, and they fought with the yuan-devouring eagles. "Take it easy." Suzimo glanced at Seven-Faced Demon General and Li Changtian and whispered. The two of them nodded and quickly retracted their power, afraid that they would kill the eagles with a single punch. The sharp cry of the eagles and the sound of shouting could be heard in the valley. Huyanhe shouted from the side, "The yuan-devouring eagles' weakness is their wings. If we destroy their wings, they'll be easily killed." Hearing that, everyone nodded. "Frozen 10,000 miles." Lu Ming'er shouted. Waves of cold air spread out from her body, and an extremely strong cold current filled the entire valley. In just a split second, with her body as the core, the surroundings were completely frozen. The ice covered the entire valley, sealing all the yuan-devouring eagles in ice. Quickly finish them off, I can't hold them back for long. Lu Ming'er's face was pale as she spoke. It was obvious that this move took a lot out of her. Watch me. Li Changtian nodded from the side. He threw the sword in his hand into the air. In a split second, the sword split into thousands of pieces. Endless sword chi floated in the air. Li Changtian shouted, "Sword burst nebula." Countless sharp swords rained down from above, bringing with them an extremely powerful storm of sword chi. The yuan-devouring eagles couldn't dodge in time. Their bodies were pierced by the swords, from their heads to their wings. Accompanied by painful screams, as the ice melted, all the bodies of the yuan-devouring eagles fell down. Everyone, are you willing to follow me down and destroy this old man Xiankong together? At this time, Huyan he spoke. If we succeed, after Chu City is saved, I'm willing to share my Huyan family's business in Chu City equally with everyone. Hearing Huyan he's words, Li Changtian and Lu Ming'er looked at each other. Chu City was the largest city in Chu City, one of the 9 cities. The Huyan family had controlled Chu City for a long time, and the businesses they were involved in covered the entire city. It was hard to imagine how much profit there was. What do you think? Huyan he continued to ask. Li Changtian and Lu Ming'er nodded at the same time and said, "We are here to help Lord Huyan. Naturally, we have no objection. What about Child Su and the others?" Huyan he turned to look at Su Zimo and asked again. "I don't care," Su Zimo said with a smile. "But who is this old man Xiankong? Why haven't I heard of him?" "The old man Xiankong is quite famous in our Jiuzhou region," Li Changtian explained. "His cultivation is not high, but he knows a kind of beast-taming method. He controls a lot of beasts, and often studies the mutation of beasts. Just like the devouring yuan eagle just now, it was mutated by him, and only he can control it." "Then let's go to the bottom of the valley," Su Zimo said. Since the old man Xiankong wanted to attack Chu City, there must be a purpose. It would not be for no reason. "Then I'll leave it to you," Huyan he bowed to everyone and said. Everyone walked down to the bottom of the valley again. Along the way, they encountered some demonic beasts that blocked their path. There were 8-legged centipedes, blue and white snakes, and giant geckos. "It's a dragon's pool and a tiger's den down here," Li Changtian sighed. When encountering these mutant beasts, everyone would naturally kill them. If they couldn't deal with them, they simply ignored them and quickly swooped down to the bottom of the valley. "That guy probably wants to use these beasts to delay us and escape by himself," Huyan he snorted coldly and said. "Let's go to the bottom of the valley first." Everyone rushed all the way down to the bottom of the valley. The deeper they went, the more exuberant the Shiwang flower was. The fragrance of the flower filled the entire valley and occupied the road in front of them. Finally, half an hour later, they jumped down from the valley wall and came to the inside of the Shiwang Valley. Standing in front of them were 10 huge ox demons. These ox demons closed their eyes tightly as if they were undergoing a rebirth experiment. A black-robed man kept wandering around the ox demons' bodies as if he was admiring his masterpiece. "The old man Xiankong," Huyan he looked at the black-robed man and shouted. The black-robed man turned around and took off the black robe on his head. What came into view was a chubby face that was glowing with health. The black-robed man took off his black robe, revealing himself to be a fat monk. He wore prayer beads around his neck, a kasaya, and a sack on his waist. "Since when did old man Xiankong become a monk?" Huyan he asked. "How can someone like you enter Buddhism?" "Benefactor, you are wrong. As long as Buddha is in your heart, the entire world will be a land of Buddhism," old man Xiankong said with a smile. "I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Everyone, attack together." Huyan he snorted coldly. Golden spirit energy flashed around his body, and he directly punched towards old man Xiankong. Ba. The old man in the sky bowed. The sack on his waist flew out and enveloped Huyan he. The inside of the sack was pitch black. Suddenly, a giant python revealed its head and bit towards Huyan he. "Everyone, quickly help!" Huyan he shouted in alarm. Li Changtian and Huyan he were about to go forward and attack old man Xiankong. Suddenly, old man Xianxia chuckled and said, I know that Lord Huyan's swordsmanship is unparalleled. Why don't you use it? Hearing this, Li Chongtian and Huyan he frowned slightly. West King swordsmanship? Is Lord Huyan related to West King? Both of them also felt that something was wrong. Huyan he was obviously hiding something. What are you talking about? I don't understand, Huyan he said quickly. Everyone, don't listen to nonsense. He is obviously trying to divide us. I'm talking nonsense? Old man Xianxia chuckled. In fact, you know better than anyone else why I attacked Chu City. Why did Great Chu split with Chu City? The 9 cities of Jiuzhou region have always been united. Why is there no movement this time? Then tell me why. Su Zimo asked from the side. I advise you not to interfere in this matter. I'm just a vanguard. The person behind the scenes cherishes his reputation, so it's inconvenient for him to be born, old man Xianxia said lightly. If he really gets angry, he's not someone you can afford to offend. Old man Xianxia, don't talk nonsense. I don't understand you at all, Huyan he roared. He was fighting with the giant python. For a while, they were evenly matched. He was secretly anxious. Lord Huyan, you should tell everyone the truth. Otherwise, how can we help you with peace of mind? Li Chongtian said. What should I tell you? I don't understand him at all, and I'm not hiding anything from you, Huyan he said lightly. Fat monk, why don't you tell us why? Li Chongtian asked. Otherwise, we can only take you down first and then slowly interrogate you. Old man Xuankong's eyes narrowed. Then he chuckled and said, okay, then I'll tell you. Anyway, this thing is not meant to be with me. You shut up. Huyan he, who was next to him, suddenly became furious. A soft sword was wrapped around his waist. The sword light was dazzling. It directly tore the giant python in front of him into several pieces and rushed toward old man Xianxia. Lord Huyan, why are you in such a hurry? Let him speak slowly, Su Zimo's voice sounded. Then, he flicked his finger. The soft sword instantly split into countless afterimages. The momentum pushed Huyan he back. Huyan he stopped his body and looked at Su Zimo with a dignified expression. It seems that I've underestimated you, old man Xianxia smiled in a somewhat frightened manner. He said, you don't want to hear it, but I'll tell them. Everything is for the sake of Western King's inheritance. Western King's inheritance? Li Chongtian frowned slightly. Is the rumor about Western King true? Did he bury himself in Western King Valley in his later years? I don't know whether it's true or not, but I know that the Huyan family is the descendant of Western King, old man Xianxia said. The descendant of Western King? Everyone was shocked. They turned their heads and looked at Huyan he in surprise. Huyan he looked at everyone. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes slightly. Lord Huyan, don't you want to explain? Old man Xianxia asked. There's nothing to explain. I won't give Western King's inheritance to anyone, Huyan he said. It's my ancestor. Why should I give it to someone else? So, you fell out with Great Chu because of Western King's inheritance, right? Su Zimo said. Yes, Huyan he nodded. He looked at old man Xianxia and said, I also know that Great Chu sent you. After all, Chu City is one of the 9 cities. It's also the core city of Great Chu. Your Huyan family has been in charge of Chu City for generations. Your prestige is too heavy. If Great Chu forcibly seized it for the inheritance, the impact and consequences would be immeasurable, old man Xianxia said. You should understand that the Chu dynasty is still giving you time to consider, said the old man Xianxia. They are also impatient this year. Besides, they only want the West King sword, and the other inheritances are still yours. If you really fight to the death, your Huyan family will get nothing, and even your family will be ruined. How dare they, Huyan he said angrily. Why not? The order I received this year was just to make trouble for your Chu city. I didn't really want to destroy this place, said the old man Xianxia. Think about it carefully. How can your Huyan family resist the entire Chu dynasty? Even the 9 regions. Hearing the words of the old man Xianxia, Huyan he was silent for a while. Finally, he snorted and said, "Then I will wait for them to come and take it." After Huyan he finished speaking, he seemed to be in a bad mood and left directly along the bottom of the West King Valley. He didn't care about Li Changtian and the others. "Everyone, please go back," said the old man Xiankong with a smile. "Let's go." Li Changtian glanced at Lu Ming'er, casually drank the wine from the wine gourd at his waist and smiled. "It's a pure waste of time." "You still have the mood to drink," said Lu Ming'er lightly. "What else can we do? I think the Lord of Huyan City is also angry. Let's wait for him to calm down." "The two of us can't come here for nothing," Li Yuntian said with a smile. "Brother Su, then we will leave for the time being," Li Yuntian said and waved his hand at Su Zimo. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, the old man Xiankong smiled and said, "Do you still want to stay? I have told you everything I know. I am just curious. Why does the Chu dynasty want the West King sword?" asked Su Zimo. "Is there any mystery in it? Don't you know the history of the West King's fame?" The old man Xiankong looked at Su Zimo strangely and asked. "Why?" asked Su Zimo. "The West King became famous at a young age. His swordsmanship is unparalleled even in the central continent, let alone the Jiuzhou region," said the old man Xiankong. "It is said that the West King was guided by the divine sword soul when he was young, so he had such achievements. And the divine sword soul was hidden in his sword. Therefore, there has been a rumor in Jiuzhou region that whoever gets the divine sword soul can become as powerful as the West King. If that's the case, I don't see how strong Huyan he is," Su Zimo said with a smile. "You saw that sword technique when he killed my giant python, right?" Old man levitating said. "Even though I didn't get the essence, I'm pretty good at it." "What kind of divine sword spirit is this? It's so strange," Su Zimo asked. "There are many different opinions, but the most convincing one is that this sword spirit is the sword spirit of a true god sword," old man Xiankong replied. "Gather the true god swords and open the ancient heavenly court." Back then, when the sacred ancestor created the desolate era, the things he left behind are all in the heavenly court. "What a small world," Su Zimo muttered. "Young master, could it be that you have an idea as well?" Old man levitating smiled. "Gathering all the true god swords is still too far away. It's not bad to get the divine sword soul and become like the West King. For the sake of you telling me so much, I won't kill you," Su Zimo waved his hand. In fact, he had already gathered all the true god swords, but he still lacked a few things. The sword spirit, the Juku divine fire to reforge the sword, and the supreme divine hammer. "Young master, take care," old man Xiankong hurriedly shouted as he looked at Su Zimo's back. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had been speaking calmly just now. In fact, he was panicking because Su Zimo and the two black-robed men next to him gave him a strong sense of oppression. Seeing that everyone had left, old man Xiankong looked around. The sky was completely bright. It was meaningless to continue like this, so he decided to report this matter to the Great Chu. His reward couldn't be less. If it continued to develop, it would be out of his control. In Chu City, all the little ghosts had retreated. Huyan He's expression was very ugly. After he returned to the city, he ignored the compliments of others. He went straight back to his mansion and sealed off the city lord's mansion. After returning to his room, Huyan He first made sure that no one was peeping around. Then, he knocked open the floor under his bed and took out the black box. When he opened the box, a red longsword appeared in front of him. The longsword lay quietly in the box. Its surface was simple and unadorned. It was obvious that it was very old. "Let's talk," Huyan He said indifferently as he held the sword hilt. Then, a faint red gas lingered around the longsword, enveloping Huyan He. The scene before his eyes changed, and he appeared in an independent pitch-black space. "Speak." In this space, an aged voice sounded. Darkness covered everything, and only the boundless sword intent filled the entire space. "You helped my ancestor back then, so why can't you help me today?" Huyan He took a deep breath and said. "I can't hold on for much longer. If you agree, I will abandon Chu City and take you far away. How about it? I've told you that it's not up to me to become an existence like the Western King. You must have that kind of perception and talent," the voice in the darkness replied. Obviously, you don't. As for falling into someone else's hands, it doesn't matter to me. As long as he has the talent, I can teach him. Don't you want to collect the sword body? Huyan, he asked in a somewhat angry tone. If I hide you, your wish won't come true for thousands of years. You're threatening me. An extremely strong sword intent burst forth from the darkness. It was dazzling to the eyes. Huyan, he could feel that the opposite party could chop him into minced meat as long as they wanted to. You promised my ancestor that you won't hurt the people of my Huyan family. Huyan, he mustered up his courage and said. You teach me, and I help you look for the fragments. It's the best of both worlds. I said that you're not suitable, the voice in the darkness replied in a sullen tone. Then, the darkness retreated, and Huyan, he returned to the room. He looked at the red longsword in his hand, and his complexion became gloomy. He threw the longsword aside, and smashed the things in the room in anger. After Su Zimo and the other two left the western Qing Valley, they went straight to Chu City. After last night's battle, many of the soldiers in Chu City were tired. So, they were resting. Su Zimo didn't care about the others, and went straight to the city lord's mansion. What's the matter? The guard at the gate asked. We're looking for City Lord Huyan. Su Zimo smiled and walked into the city lord's mansion. The two guards wanted to stop him, but they were suppressed by the white bone demon. Lead the way, Su Zimo looked at one of the guards and said. The guard was a little scared. He quickly said, I'll report to you. The guard led Su Zimo's group into the inner courtyard. As he walked, he shouted, Master, someone is looking for you. Shouting and yelling, where's your manners? A light shout came from inside. Huyan, his complexion turned ugly as he walked out of the secluded courtyard with an angry look on his face. When he saw Su Zimo's group, Huyan, he was clearly stunned. So it's Child Su. Huyan, he forced a smile and said, What's the matter? City Lord Huyan, this is not kind. Su Zimo also smiled and said. I killed the bull demon to protect Chuqing and accompanied you to West Qing Valley. City Lord Huyan didn't say a word and just left me there. Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Hearing Su Zimo's words, Huyan, he let out a long sigh of relief. Then he shook his head and said, Sorry, I couldn't control my emotions just now. How about this, you rest in the mansion first. I'll have the servants prepare some gifts for you. There's no need for gifts. I only came to take one thing, Su Zimo said. What does Child Su want? Huyan, he frowned and asked. The West King's sword. Su Zimo said indifferently. Hearing this, Huyan, his expression changed, then he smiled and said, Child Su is joking. You think I'm joking? Su Zimo asked. Child Su should know that I won't give the West King's sword to anyone. Even if you kill me, I won't. Huyan, his expression was cold as he said indifferently. Then I'll kill you and find it myself. As soon as Su Zimo's voice fell, the white bone demon directly rushed forward. Before Huyan he could react, all the bones in his body were broken. Huyan, he fell to the ground like a pile of mud and was dragged along by the white bone demon. What do you want to do? Huyan, he shouted in pain. I think you don't understand the situation. Su Zimo said with a smile. We are not Great Chu, so we don't have to worry about influence. Even if we slaughter the entire city, it doesn't matter. He took the lead and walked into the courtyard, arriving at Huyan's room. The floor of the room was full of broken vases and overturned wooden tables. It could be seen that Huyan, he was really angry just now. Tell me, where did you put it? Su Zimo asked. Huyan, he snorted coldly and tilted his head to one side. Su Zimo smiled. He looked at White Bone Demon and said, Gather all the children and women of the Huyan family together. What do you want? Huyan, his complexion changed as he asked nervously. I want to know, is the Western Emperor's sword more important, or is your wife and child more important? Su Zimo asked. You're shameless. Huyan, he glared at Su Zimo, his eyes brimming with anger. Think whatever you want, Su Zimo said. Hand over the Western Emperor's sword, and you and your family will be safe. Moreover, Great Chu will no longer make things difficult for you. You can push the blame to me. If you don't hand it over, you will die. No matter how good the sword is, it will not be fated with you. Hearing Suzumo's words, Huyan he fell silent. Seeing that the white bone demon was about to leave, Huyan he shouted, "Wait." "What?" Suzumo asked. "Can you guarantee that if I hand over the Western Emperor sword, you will let us go?" Huyan he asked. "We have no enmity or hatred. What good will it do me to kill you?" Suzumo smiled. "Fine. In any case, this Western Emperor sword cannot be used by me." Huyan he took a deep breath. He seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. He said, "There is no harm in giving it to you, but I must remind you, even if you have the Western Emperor sword in your hand, if you do not accept it, it is useless." "You don't have to worry about that," Suzumo said. Huyan he exhaled, got up, and took out the black box from the floor under the bed. Suzumo took the box and opened it to take a look. He saw the red sword lying quietly inside. "If you speak to it, the sword spirit inside can understand," Huyan he said from the side. Suzumo smiled, held the red sword in his hand, and said, "Let's talk?" In the next moment, a thick red fog shrouded Suzumo. It brought his consciousness into the black space. "Human, hello," a voice said from the darkness. "I'm not going to waste my breath. If you can pass my test, then we will talk again." After the voice in the darkness fell, countless sword lights appeared between heaven and earth. "Do not use spirit energy. Only use one sword to break my move," the sword spirit's voice came. A sword appeared in front of Suzumo. It was the sword he was supposed to use. "I will give you time to think." "No need. Just do it." Suzumo picked up the sword in front of him and said with a wave of his hand. The voice in the darkness didn't say anything else. There were only tens of thousands of sword chi circling around the void. The sword chi showed its sharpness and rushed towards Suzumo from all directions. "One sword to break all techniques," Suzumo shouted softly. He slowly waved the sword in his hand. At the tip of the sword, layers of ripples appeared in the space. There seemed to be a suction force coming from the sword. Suzumo waved the sword in his hand in a spinning posture. As the suction force of the sword tip increased, the surrounding sword chi were all attracted. They were attached to the sword. As Suzumo spun faster and faster, he became like a tornado, sucking in all the sword intents that were coming at him. In the next moment, he waved the sword. The sword chi condensed together and rushed towards the side of the dark space. The sword chi disappeared into the void and was gradually swallowed by the darkness. "Not bad. Next is the second stage," the voice in the darkness said again. "No need to go through so much trouble. Why don't you try one of my moves?" Suzumo said with a smile. Hearing this, the sword soul let out a soft sound of surprise. The old voice laughed and said, "After so many years, you are the first person I have met who is so arrogant." "Of course I am arrogant when I have the strength," Suzumo said. Although he was a sword cultivator, when it came to weapons, knowing one would be able to understand all techniques. At Suzumo's level, he could see through the essence of any weapon and understand its profound meaning. Suzumo put his left hand behind his back and held the sword in his right hand. He slowly stabbed the sword into the void. It was obviously a very ordinary sword move. There was no power to speak of. But with this stab, the entire space fell silent. When the sword came, it made people's hair stand on end. It was as if they were targeted by an indescribable peerless sword chi. There was no way to escape. A long sword also appeared in the dark void. The two swords were like two needles against each other. The tips of the swords collided. A powerful invisible sword chi fluctuated in the surroundings, accompanied by a boom sound. The sword in Suzumo's hand went straight in and destroyed the sharp sword in the void. "You've lost," Suzumo said casually as he sheathed his sword after the sword while in the air was destroyed. The darkness was silent for a very long time. The old voice asked, "Sir, you're much stronger than me. I don't know why you're looking for me. I can't teach you." "Who said you could teach me sword intent?" Suzumo said. Could it be? The sword spirit paused and thought of something. "Look at what this is," Suzumo said as he took out the true God sword from his true fate world. When the true God sword appeared, although it was not complete, it still suppressed all the sword intent in the air. It was like the king of swords, slowly floating in the dark air. You, the old voice in the darkness was clearly shocked. you found it. I'm still missing something, but I'll be there soon, Suzimo said. After being separated for thousands of years, you don't plan on merging? The old man was silent for a long time, then said, if I don't merge, I'm afraid you'll forcefully merge as well. It's best if you're willing, Suzimo said. Actually, for so many years, I've been looking for the fragments of the original body, the sword spirit said. When I taught the Western King, I also hoped that he could help me find the fragments. Unfortunately, he failed in the fight for the heaven's will. He was also disheartened and no longer wanted to step into this world. Come in, the true God sword needs you, Suzimo nodded and replied. Fine, you've gathered the fragments of the original body. You're quite considerate, the voice in the darkness sighed. Immediately after, a clang sound was heard. A sword light flashed in the air. The true God sword floating in the air seemed to feel something. The sword body slightly trembled, as if it was welcoming a child home. The sound of the sword resounded all around. The dark space seemed to be cut into countless pieces. The darkness was illuminated. From the depths of the void, a sword light flew out. Its speed was extremely fast, like the speed of light. It directly entered the body of the true God sword. In an instant, the sword will shot up into the sky and tore apart the darkness above his head, tearing apart the dark void above his head. They rushed into the sky above Chu City. Hu Yanhe's expression changed when he sensed this sword intent. He murmured, success? Suzimo waved his hand and retrieved Huanyue's true God sword. The original sword was like a dead sword, but it was made of good materials. Now that it had gained some life, the entire sword seemed to have undergone a huge change. Be it in terms of sword intent or aura, it was as if the difference between heaven and earth. Suzimo kept the true God sword. He could not let others know about this sword for the time being. The secret of the ancient heavenly court was too important. If others knew about it, they would come to snatch it without any hesitation. He had a lot of things to do now and didn't want to waste any more time. Without the presence of the sword soul, the dark void in front of him dissipated. Suzimo walked out. Hu Yanhe looked at Suzimo with a complicated expression and asked, you succeeded. Don't you already have the answer in your heart? Suzimo smiled. Hu Yanhe took a deep breath and said, that's right. I just can't accept it. Things in this world are unpredictable. No matter how hard you work, if you can't, you can't. Alright, don't worry about personal gains and losses. I'm in a good mood. You can live, Suzimo said. Hu Yanhe watched Suzimo and the others leave. He sat on the ground alone and pondered. No one knew what he was thinking. Master, where are we going now? Baiguemo asked. Go to the Void Valley. My original body is still there, Suzimo said. The 9 cities had teleportation formations between them. The Void Valley was the closest to Daliang. Suzimo prepared to take the teleportation formation from Chu City to Liang City, then go directly to the Void Valley. Because of the chaos of war, no one had used it for a long time. The 3 of them did not have to wait and went directly to the teleportation formation. It was another space-time travel. In this short period of time, Suzimo had been cultivating. After about 7 days, everyone walked out of the void and came to the lively and prosperous Liang City. As soon as they landed, Suzimo felt as if he had come to another world. It was very different from the desolation of Chu City. The smell of smoke was particularly strong here. People came and went on the streets. The noise was mixed together and it was very lively. Let's go directly to the Void Valley, Suzimo said. Passing through the main street of Liang City, Suzimo noticed a notice pasted on the wall beside him as he passed by. The content was for a wanted person. Suzimo looked at the portrait. The person in the portrait looked exactly like him. Of course, it was the same as his original body. He was still Lin Qiu. No one could recognize him. This wanted notice was from the Celestial Emperor. The content was about the arrest of Suzimo. Whoever could provide information about him would be rewarded with hundreds of thousands of spiritual crystals and various meridian skills. If he could be caught, he could even enter the Celestial Emperor Gate and choose a peerless magic weapon. At this moment, Suzimo was looking at it. Some passers-by also came forward to look at it. The Celestial Emperor Gate is generous enough, someone said. They are so generous. You are ignorant. The Celestial Emperor Gate has 3 emperors. What kind of background is that? These things aren't even a drop in the ocean. They're nothing to them. Suzimo is so unlucky. I don't know how he offended the Celestial Emperor Gate. You don't know this? It is spread throughout the Jiuzhou region. It is said that this wanted notice was issued by Xiang Kunlun, the holy boy of the Celestial Emperor Gate. Suzimo killed Xiang Kunlun's brother-in-law, Feiyu Chanhong. I see. I heard that Feiyu Chanhong's sister, Feiyu Qingyun, is also a terrifying existence. Now she is married to Xiang Kunlun. It is really enviable. They are a perfect match. However, Suzimo is quite capable. Although this wanted notice has been issued throughout the central continent, there is no news yet. Suzimo heard the words of these people around him. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had almost forgotten about Feiyu Chanhong. When he was in the Deity Slayer Palace, Feiyu Chanhong wanted to snatch his dark heavenly tiger, and he was killed by him. At that time, he also fought with Xiang Kunlun's incarnation and killed him. He didn't expect that Feiyu Chanhong was still holding a grudge. Well, if I encounter him, I will kill him. Suzimo shook his head slightly. You are so kind. The 3 of them passed through the main street, left Daliang City, and flew directly to Void Valley. They didn't know if Baimont was still there. The 3 of them were extremely fast. In about half a day, they had already arrived at Void Valley. Passing through the Void Gate, Suzimo reminded everyone to be careful of the void storm and turbulence. He didn't want to travel again. Suzimo walked into the Void Valley. Unlike last time, this time, he was more familiar with the way. He spread out his spirit and sensed the existence of his main body. The Void Valley was extremely vast. The spatial storm had not appeared yet, and the turbulence was not strong. Suzimo decided to go to the previous place to take a look. The 3 of them were extremely fast. After walking for almost 2 hours, Suzimo's eyes lit up. I feel it. He looked towards the southwest. There was a demonic aura floating in the sky. This demonic aura is... The 7-faced demon general was stunned as he sensed this familiar aura. Go and meet your old acquaintance, Suzimo said with a smile. When they walked towards the southwest, the demonic aura seemed to have sensed their existence. They looked at each other from a distance of 1,000 meters. Baimont, the 7-faced demon general muttered. There was a tall mountain in front of them. Baimont was guarding Suzimo's main body at the top of the mountain. When the 3 of them landed on the top of the mountain at the same time, Baimont laughed. Old 7-faced, you're still alive. Baimont, don't jinx it. I'm living better than anyone else, the 7-faced demon general snorted. Master, where did you meet him? Baimont looked at Suzimo and smiled. Although his body had changed, he could still sense the aura of Suzimo's spirit. Before Suzimo could speak, the 7-faced demon general shouted, Why are you asking so much? What does it have to do with you? Thinking of how he had been trapped by the demon sealing bell for thousands of years, the 7-faced demon general naturally could not afford to lose face. Alright, stop arguing, Suzimo waved his hand. Let me change my body back first. I'm still not used to other people's bodies. The 3 of them stood guard for Suzimo while Suzimo began to transfer his spirit. It was not a simple matter for the soul to leave the physical body and enter a new body. The main thing was to see if the new body could fuse with the divine soul. Fortunately, Suzimo was transferring his original body, so the difficulty was naturally not that great. He sat cross-legged on top of the mountain and gradually separated his soul from Lin Xiu's body. However, it wasn't a complete separation. Otherwise, Lin Xiu's body would lose its consciousness and be completely crippled. Suzimo pulled out a strand of his divine soul and used it to control Lin Xiu's body. His divine soul, on the other hand, entered his body directly. In that instant, Suzimo felt as if he had entered a war motion. His spirit was being nourished by it, and it was so comfortable that it felt like a gentle spring breeze or a continuous autumn rain. All the pores in his body and mind opened up. After staying in this state for several hours, Suzimo finally felt that his body was full. He gradually began to regain control of his body. From moving his fingers slightly to raising his arms, he slowly stood up. Su Zimo took a deep breath. My body is still the most suitable. Master, are you all right? Baimont hurriedly asked. I'm fine. Su Zimo shook his head. Master, what do we do next? Seven-Faced asked. Wait for the mandate of heaven to descend and take revenge, Su Zimo said. Before going to the sky beyond heaven, we must expand our foundation. Only then can we better survive up there. Master must be careful about the mandate of heaven, Seven-Faced reminded him. Our enemies definitely won't watch you seize the heavens without doing anything. Even if they can't descend with their true bodies, they'll think of ways to stop you. I've thought about that. Su Zimo smiled. You're too big of a target if you follow me like this. If you're interested, you can go take a look in my true fate world. We're fine. Although we've entered the great sage realm, the Dao fruit realm is still far away. We still need to comprehend more, Seven-Faced said. At their level, it was no longer about how much spiritual energy they absorbed or how their bodies were tempered. It was all about one word, comprehend. Once they comprehended the true meaning of the Dao fruit, they would be reborn again. If they couldn't comprehend it, then it was useless no matter how much spiritual energy they absorbed. I'll use the world's great Dao origin to help you comprehend. Perhaps it'll be twice the result with half the effort, Su Zimo said. Many thanks, Master. Seven-Faced nodded. With Master's current strength, you can be considered half-step invincible in this world. If there's anything, Master can summon us at any time. Su Zimo nodded and put the three of them into his true fate world. Baigumo's strength was slightly lower. He was only an entering immortal. The great Dao's support for him was probably more terrifying. Only Su Zimo had the ability to use the great Dao origin to comprehend. He looked at Lin Qiu's body. Because of his remnant soul, the two of them could be considered telepathic. However, Su Zimo was the main consciousness and controlled this doppelganger. Do you want to be the protagonist? Su Zimo looked at Lin Qiu and smiled. The current divine land had not yet entered the era of cultivation. Su Zimo was going to put Lin Qiu in for a period of time to adapt. When the new era came, it was not bad to let Lin Qiu balance this world for him. When everyone entered the divine land, Su Zimo was ready to leave Void Valley. He was going to go back to the eastern continent. He hadn't been back to Zhenwu Xingzong for a long time. Old buddy, we can fight side by side again. Su Zimo touched the tyrannical shadow behind him. The blade of the tyrannical shadow trembled slightly, as if to express its inner joy. From the Jiuzhou region to the eastern continent, one had to take a long transmission matrix. Because the two places were separated by the Endless Sky Sea. The closest city to the Endless Sky Sea was Qin City in the Jiuzhou region. It was also one of the 9 cities. The Great Qin dynasty was also recognized as the strongest among the 9 forces in the Jiuzhou region. Su Zimo returned to Liang City and was ready to leave by the transmission matrix. Although there was a notice for his arrest, he did not deliberately hide it and walked on the street casually. When Su Zimo entered the transmission matrix of Liang City, 4 or 5 men appeared around the transmission square. Are you sure it's him? One of the men asked. It must be. There is a portrait of him on the notice. I can't remember it wrong. Qin City, it seems that the Heavenly Emperor Gate's reward is inevitable. Bring this news to the Heavenly Emperor Gate, lest others beat us to it. Eldest brother, why didn't we catch him just now? That way, the reward would be higher. You are so smart. How can a person wanted by the Heavenly Emperor Gate be easy to deal with? With our little martial arts, I'm afraid we can't even withstand one move. We can't be too greedy. Eldest brother is so wise. The people next to him quickly flattered him. Liang City was still far away from Qin City. After all, Qin City was built next to the Endless Sky Sea, which could be said to be the edge of the Jiuzhou region. After about half a month, Su Zimo walked out of the tactical matrix. The Heavenly Emperor Gate was located in the center of the Tianluan region. It was also the most prosperous area. Ever since the Heavenly Emperor established the sect, the North Arch, the Thunder Emperor, and the 3 generations of Thearchs, the Tianluan region had become the overlord of the Tianluan region. They had already become the overlords of the entire heavenly Luan region, and were even one of the top sects of the central continent. Kunlun Mountain was located in the northernmost part of the Heavenly Emperor Gate. It was the mountain where the saints resided. The mountain was so tall that it pierced through the clouds. From afar, it was shrouded in fog and looked like a celestial mountain. However, if one got closer, they would realize that the entire mountain was very real. It was deep in the division of yin and yang and was shrouded by a mysterious force of yin and yang. Half of the mountain was black, while the other half was white. There was a dojo at the top of the mountain. The ground was also divided by yin and yang. Thunderclouds covered the sky. Xiang Kunlun was sitting in the boundary of yin and yang. He was full of power. His true fate was shrouded in fog behind him. His powerful aura suppressed the entire Kunlun mountain. After a long while, he opened his eyes. There was a flash of light in them. He took a deep breath. White gas came out of his eyes, nose, and mouth. "Saint," the Kunlun mountain guard said respectfully as he walked up the mountain. "Someone outside the sect has come to report that they know the whereabouts of the person we are looking for." Hearing the guard's words, Xiang Kunlun turned around, his eyes faintly carrying pressure and killing intent. "Bring him here," Xiang Kunlun said. Looking at the back view of the guard, footsteps came from the side. A noble and beautiful lady walked up from the other side of the mountain. The woman was wearing a purple gown with a thin veil over it. Her long hair hung behind her back. Her eyebrows were sharp and her eyes were bright. 2 red willow moon sabers hung from her waist. She walked up slowly with light steps. "Husband," Feiyu Qingyun said with a smile. "Qingyun, let me tell you a piece of good news." Xiang Kunlun's stern face immediately broke into a smile. "What good news?" Feiyu Qingyun wiped the sweat off Xiang Kunlun's forehead with a silk handkerchief. She said, "You have to know when to rest. You are working too hard. I have no choice but to work hard. The mandate of heaven is about to be formed. None of the geniuses in this world are simple. I don't want to disappoint the seniors of the sect." Xiang Kunlun shook his head with a smile. He said, "You'll know what the surprise is later." The guard led the group to Kunlun Mountain. These people were like toads that saw the world outside the well. They looked around. "Big brother. Don't talk. Be quiet," the leader quickly said. He knew what kind of place this was. If they made a mistake, they would die without a burial ground. When they arrived at the top of the mountain and saw the young man sitting in the middle of the dojo, they immediately felt a strong sense of oppression. The young man seemed to be one with the elements, and every movement he made was filled with great power. "Sir." The leader hurriedly knelt down with his subordinates. "Tell me, where did you see that person?" Xiang Kunlun asked indifferently. "I saw him in Liang City before, but he took the teleportation formation to Qin City," the leader hurriedly replied. "My lord, if you are faster, you can meet him in Qin City. Take them away. If the news is true, I'll reward them. If you lie to me, you know the consequences." Xiang Kunlun waved his hand and ordered. Seeing them walking down the mountain, Feiyu Qingyun said, "Is the person they are talking about the murderer who killed little Hong?" "Yes." Xiang Kunlun nodded. "Actually, when the mandate of heaven is forming, I don't want my husband to be distracted by anything." Feiyu Qingyun sighed. "Little Hong is used to being domineering outside. I've spoiled him too much." "So what? If our heavenly emperor gate can't even protect our own disciples," Xiang Kunlun snorted. "What face do we have in the Tianluan region?" Feiyu Qingyun thought for a moment and said, "Husband, why don't I go and deal with it? You can concentrate on cultivating and prepare for the mandate of heaven." "No, I'll be worried if you go." Xiang Kunlun immediately shook his head. "My clone fought with that guy before. He's not simple. Don't worry, I'll kill him this time." Xiang Kunlun looked in the direction of Qin City with a deep gaze. When Su Zimo arrived at Qin City, it was already afternoon. The prosperity of the city exceeded his expectations. People came and went on the streets, and the most lively thing was a lion dance. The lion dance went from one end of the street to the other, and the sound of drums echoed throughout the entire street. "Everyone, go and see." City Lord Qin's daughter is throwing an embroidered ball for a groom today. That can't be. I heard that Miss Qin has been betrothed since she was young. Why would she publicly throw an embroidered ball for a groom? How would I know? However, if I can become City Lord Qin's son-in-law, I'll really become a phoenix. Su Zimo listened to everyone's discussion and shook his head slightly. This is Qin City. Speaking of Qin City, its long history was not inferior to many imperial lineage. Back then, the Qin Emperor unified the north and established the Great Qin Empire. He became world famous and everyone knew about him. Back then, some people even secretly called him the Qin Emperor. Unfortunately, he failed to compete with the North Emperor of the Heavenly Emperor sect for the Mandate of Heaven, and no great emperor appeared in the Great Qin Empire. However, after many years and dozens of generations of accumulation, the Jiuzhou region was backed by the endless Sky Sea and rich in resources. Today, the Great Qin Empire was one of the most powerful forces in the Jiuzhou region. It was already comparable to the imperial lineage. Su Zimo walked through the main street of Qin City, which was occupied by crowds of people. Except for the lion dance in front, it was very difficult to move forward. Because in front of him, at the center of the intersection of 4 streets, which was also the central square, someone was holding an embroidered ball for a groom. Several nearby streets were full of people. In addition to those who fought for the embroidered ball, many people came to watch the fun. Su Zimo felt that he couldn't get out in a short time, so he walked into the restaurant next to him. Walking up to the 2nd floor, Su Zimo found that the seats along the street had all been taken. There were only a few seats left, so he could only sit on one randomly. What a big scene. A strong man next to him drank wine and said. He laughed, I heard that the daughter of the lord of the city is a peerless beauty, but we haven't seen her before. What, Scar Wang, do you have any ideas? Someone next to him joked. A toad that doesn't want to eat a swan is not a good toad. The strong man snorted. If it were a few years ago, I would have tried desperately. But now I can't. Su Zimo smiled and looked through the dense crowd. He landed on the high platform in front of him. The high platform was more than 10 meters high. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a green robe and full of power walked up. Su Zimo's gaze landed on the high platform in front of him. When the green-robed middle-aged man walked up, the surroundings became quiet. City Lord Qin is here. Everyone, be quiet and listen to what he has to say. Get ready to snatch the embroidered balls. City Lord Qin Feng walked up the stage with a majestic gait. There was a faint trace of worry between his brows. Since everyone is gathered here, I don't think I need to say more about the purpose, Qin Feng said loudly. When the time comes, we will throw down 10 embroidered balls. Anyone who can snatch the embroidered balls will come to this martial arts arena to compete. My daughter will secretly observe the battle between the 10 people and then choose the husband she likes. What does that mean? The battle between the 10 people will not be decided by the result, but by Miss Qin herself, someone said. If that's the case, we can also participate. The people shouted excitedly. Previously, some people were afraid that their cultivation was too low and it would be useless even if they went. They didn't expect that in the end, Miss Qin would choose based on her feelings instead of the strongest person. The people rubbed their palms and stared at the martial arts arena. 10 guards wearing red robes with flowers walked up. Each of them was holding a big embroidered ball in their arms. I announce that the matchmaking convention of Qin Manor has officially begun. As Qin Feng's voice fell, the 10 embroidered balls were thrown high into the air. The 10 embroidered balls drew beautiful lines in the air, with different heights and distances. Snatch it! Along with loud shouts, the crowd instantly went crazy. The rule set by Qin Feng was that if the embroidered ball was in the hands of one person, then no one else was allowed to snatch it. Otherwise, if they kept snatching it, their lives might be in danger and the entire city would be in chaos. I got it, someone shouted in surprise. Seeing that the embroidered ball was in the arms of that person, the others could only give up and scatter to snatch other embroidered balls. Su Zimo was sitting on the 2nd floor of the inn. He was drinking wine while watching the people below with interest. Suddenly, a big red ball flew over from afar. The embroidered ball flew in from outside the 2nd floor and landed on the table in front of Su Zimo. The entire 2nd floor was silent. The people looked at Su Zimo with interest. The people here didn't fight for the embroidered ball, because the people who could sit on the second floor were basically there to watch the fun. The people here were either of different ages, had their own families, or didn't want to get involved. None of you want it? Su Zimo picked up the embroidered ball and smiled. It should belong to young master. Young master, why don't you try it? Someone said. That's right, go quickly, the burly man from before shouted. Others want to snatch it but can't. This is fate. That's right. I heard that if you go to the Qin clan, not only will you become the son-in-law of the city lord, you will also get a chance to go to the Thunder Cloud Cave. This is something that can only be chanced upon by luck. Thunder Cloud Cave? Some people who didn't understand asked. Didn't the Qin emperor set a rule that only the Qin clan's clansmen could enter the Thunder Cloud Cave? How could he allow outsiders to enter? How would I know? But if he marries the young mistress of the Qin family, wouldn't he be a member of the Qin family? Hearing the discussions on the second floor of the inn, Su Zimo fell into deep thought. Originally, he didn't want to go, but this Thunder Cloud Cave piqued his interest. He looked down. At this moment, the other 9 embroidered balls had more or less found a home. Before he could say anything, Qin Feng shouted from the high platform, "All right, let's invite the 10 people who have snatched the embroidered balls to the high platform. Go quickly. Maybe the young mistress of the Qin clan will take a fancy to you. This way, you will have a meteoric rise," the people at the side cheered. When Su Zimo and the other 9 people came to the high platform, Qin Feng's gaze faintly swept across with a suppressive aura. After sizing everyone up, he waved his hand. Accompanied by 2 maidservants, a woman in a pink dress slowly walked up the stage with graceful steps. This lady had long, soft hair that draped over her back. She wore a veil that covered half of her face. Only the eyes that were exposed to the air were bright and lively. Her slender waist was tied with a pink ribbon. The lady looked at everyone calmly and sat on the chair next to the high platform. "Since you have snatched the embroidered balls, there is no chance to regret," Qin Feng said. "Now, the 10 of you will fight in pairs until there is only one person left standing. There is one more thing I have to say. If my daughter doesn't take a fancy to any of you, she will have to throw the embroidered balls again and you will be eliminated." "Understood," everyone nodded and said. "You can choose your own opponents," Qin Feng said. "No need to be so troublesome." Su Zimo waved his hand and spirit energy filled his palm. The other 9 people were all blasted off the high platform. The crowd below the stage was stunned. They had originally thought that it would be a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. "You sneak attacked us." "We haven't even started," the person who was blasted off the stage said unwillingly. "Do you really think you are my match?" Su Zimo said. "If we start again, I won't hold back anymore. Life and death." Hearing this, everyone fell silent. They were angry just now because they didn't want to lose too much face. If they fought again, they were not confident. "Xuan'er, what do you think?" Qin Feng turned to look at his daughter and asked with a smile. Qin Shuang pointed at Su Zimo and said in a light voice. "Are you sure?" Qin Feng asked. "Do I have any other choice? What is the difference between 10 people and 100 people?" Qin Shuang got up and left after saying that. Qin Feng took a deep breath and looked at Qin Shuang's back as she left. He whispered to himself, "Don't blame me. I am doing this for your own good." After saying that, he turned to look at the guards next to him and said, "You can deal with this. Take the young master back to the mansion later." After saying that, Qin Feng left directly. Several guards came to Su Zimo and said, "Young master, please come back with us." Looking at the backs of the people leaving, the people who were watching the show had a strange expression. This was a bit of a big thunder but a little rain. I heard that City Lord Qin dotes on his daughter very much. Why is this matter of finding a groom so hasty? Who knows? And it is said that the holy son of Great Chu and Miss Qin have been engaged since they were young. Why would they suddenly find a groom? Su Zimo couldn't hear the discussions of the crowd. He followed the guards back to the Qin mansion. The Qin mansion was vast and the buildings were majestic. Just as he walked through the vermilion door, an old man in a grayish-yellow robe came over. "You can all leave. I will entertain the new young master," the old man ordered. "Yes, Butler Long." Several guards quickly left. "Young master, let me introduce myself. I am the head butler of the Qin mansion," the old man said with a smile. "You can call me Uncle Long. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me." "How should I address you?" Steward Long asked with a smile. "Su Zimo," replied. "Does young Master Su have anyone else in your family?" Steward Long continued asking. "My parents are still alive. However, as a rogue cultivator, I haven't returned home in a long time," Su Zimo said. "Then if there's a chance, you can bring your parents to the Qin Manor," Steward Long said as he led Su Zimo into a courtyard. "This is where young master will live. It's already been prepared. I'll live in the courtyard next door. If young master needs anything, you can find me at any time." Su Zimo nodded slightly. Seeing that Steward Long was about to leave, Su Zimo turned around and asked, "Uncle Long, I heard that I can go to the Thunder Cloud Cave after becoming a young master. Is that true?" "That's what master said." "You can ask master about the details," Steward Long replied with a smile. "Then there's nothing else?" Su Zimo nodded. He felt that the Qin Manor must be hiding something from him. However, Su Zimo couldn't be bothered. "I just want to go to the Thunder Cloud Cave to take a look." In other words, he was going to visit all the places related to lightning in the following days. The courtyard was rather simple and crude. There was a north poplar tree planted in the courtyard. It was thick and tall. The northern wind rustled as a few withered leaves slowly fell in the breeze. Su Zimo walked into the room. The room was quite clean. It should be cleaned often. He wasn't in a hurry. The sky was gradually darkening, so he simply lay on the bed and slept. In any case, the people from the city lord's manor would find him sooner or later. His consciousness entered his true fate world. Currently, the seven-faced demon general and the others were cultivating inside. The world was developing normally without any abnormalities. Su Zimo also began cultivating. It wasn't until evening that Su Zimo felt his shoulder being patted. His consciousness returned to the outside world. The outside world was pitch black. The entire room seemed exceptionally quiet. Su Zimo glanced at the head of the bed and saw a woman standing there quietly looking at him. "What's the matter?" Su Zimo sat up from the bed and wanted to light the lamp in the room. He knew this woman. She was Qin Shuang, the young lady of the Qin family, who had been on the high platform today. She was nominally the one he was looking for. "Don't light the lamp," Qin Shuang said lightly. "What do you want?" Su Zimo tightened his clothes and asked nervously. "Shameless, what are you thinking?" Seeing Su Zimo's behavior, Qin Shuang said angrily. "If you want to live, then leave the Qin mansion." "Why are you leaving?" Su Zimo unhurriedly turned on the lights in the room. He smiled and said, "It wasn't easy for me to get close to your father. I'm just about to make a meteoric rise. Do you think there is such a thing as a free lunch in this world?" Qin Shuang said faintly. "I'm not afraid. Besides, you're my wife now. Shouldn't you take off your veil and let me see?" Su Zimo said with a smile. "Don't worry. Even if you're ugly, I'll be good to you." "You're unreasonable," Qin Shuang replied and walked out of the door angrily. "Why don't you stay with me tonight?" Su Zimo shouted behind her. Qin Shuang's leading footsteps quickened. "I've told you. Don't blame me if you don't listen." Looking at Qin Shuang's back, Su Zimo smiled. Interesting. At this moment, in the Qin mansion, Qin Feng was sitting at the head of the hall. Butler Long followed respectfully behind him. "He didn't escape, right?" Qin Feng asked. "Young lady sneaked into his room, but she hasn't escaped yet," Butler Long said, shaking his head. "Shuanger, this girl." Qin Feng sighed. He said, "Keep an eye on him. Even if you tie him up with a rope, you can't let him leave." "I know." Butler Long nodded, hesitated for a moment, and finally said. "But I don't think young lady likes him." "It doesn't matter whether she likes him or not. What matters is that Shuanger chose him herself, understand?" Qin Feng was silent for a while. Finally, he said, no matter what, I can't let Shuang die in front of me. It's a pity for young lady. She's so careful and kind. Butler Long shook his head and walked out of the hall. The night was silent. Su Zimo found that after he came to the Qin mansion, no one came to care about him. They directly threw him into the courtyard and ignored him. Early in the morning, the servants came to the courtyard with breakfast. The breakfast was very sumptuous. It was all some precious herbs. Su Zimo glanced at it. 9 suns flower, scorching sun grass, 7-star spark, scorching sun leaf, these meals were all made with some herbs with fire attributes. Are they trying to kill me? Su Zimo whispered. Young master, master ordered you to finish all of it, the servant who brought the meal said. Su Zimo smiled. Under the gaze of these servants, he finished the meal bit by bit. Originally, with his physique, after eating these fire attribute herbs, there would be no reaction at all. But at this moment, Su Zimo found that after eating these different herbs, there was actually some kind of effect. His body was burning, as if there was a raging fire burning in his body. The flame followed the 8 extraordinary meridians and circled around his entire body. His entire body went from the initial burning heat to a warm feeling. Su Zimo let out a light breath. After watching the servant leave, Su Zimo had nothing to do, so he wandered around the Qin mansion. He randomly found a servant and asked, "Where is your master?" "Greetings, young master." The servant hurriedly greeted and said, "Master is over in the garden." Following the path pointed by the servant, Su Zimo walked for a while. Then, he heard the pleasant sound of a zither. The sound of the zither was melodious and cheerful. It was continuous in the surroundings like a small bridge and flowing water, giving people a very comfortable feeling. However, Su Zimo could hear a hint of sadness in her voice. It was not the music that was sad, but the person playing the zither was sad. As he walked forward, the end of the surroundings was full of blooming flowers. There were all kinds of flowers here. They were colorful, and they were all in full bloom. In the middle of this sea of flowers, there was a pavilion. A breeze blew. In the pavilion, a woman and a middle-aged man were inside. The woman was wearing a long white dress. The hem of the dress was a meter long on the ground, blending into the white sea of flowers. In front of her was a harp. This woman was Qin Shuang. She was focused on playing the zither. Qin Feng was standing at the edge of the pavilion with his hands behind his back, carefully appreciating the sound of the zither. When Su Zimo walked over, he saw Qin Feng's closed eyes suddenly open. A sense of oppression burst out from them. The next moment, his figure flashed and appeared on the road of the sea of flowers outside. "What are you doing here?" Qin Feng glanced at Su Zimo and asked faintly. "Looking for you," Su Zimo said. "Why are you looking for me?" Qin Feng asked doubtfully. "It doesn't seem right to call you father-in-law before we get married." Su Zimo scratched his head and smiled. He said, "I want to go to the Thunder Cloud Cave to take a look. I wonder if you can take me there." "Don't worry, I won't go back on my promise," Qin Feng said lightly. "In 3 days, I'll let Shuang accompany you." 3 days? That's fine too. Anyway, I don't have anything to do recently. Su Zimo nodded. "Since you're here, you can chat with Xianxia." After Qin Feng finished speaking, he directly left with his hands behind his back. Qin Shuang was still playing the harp, ignoring the existence of the two. Su Zimo smiled and walked from the sea of flowers to the pavilion. With a crack, one of the strings of the harp suddenly broke, and the music stopped. There's a path over there. Why did you step on the flowers to come in?" Qin Shuang glanced at Su Zimo and said unhappily. "I didn't see it." Su Zimo smiled and picked a flower from the side and threw it on the harp. He smiled and said, "This is for you." As he spoke, he leaned on the chair in the pavilion next to him. "You're really shameless." Qin Shuang saw that he could not do anything to Su Zimo and could only say helplessly, "Play this harp for me." Su Zimo waved his hand and said, "The strings are broken. How can I play it?" Qin Shuang said unhappily. "One is broken, but the others can still be played. It only shows that your skills are not good." Su Zimo shook his head slightly. Are you really going to stay in our Qin mansion? Qin Shuang was silent for a while and asked again. Otherwise? Su Zimo asked back. I don't want you to die because of my problem. I'll feel guilty for the rest of my life, Qin Shuang said. I've already said it very clearly. You should understand. I understand, but I won't leave. Su Zimo shook his head. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly heard Qin Shuang cry out in surprise. Without any warning, he fell to the ground. Her entire body trembled. With her body as the center, a gust of cold air began to envelop her, forming ice. The speed of the freezing was very fast. In almost an instant, the entire pavilion was frozen, and then it spread to the sea of flowers. Su Zimo walked out of the frozen state, and the ice around his body had completely shattered. When he arrived in front of Qin Shuang, he saw that Qin Shuang was already frozen in a thick layer of ice. The surrounding cold air was getting more and more intense, and even he felt a little cold. Before Su Zimo could figure out what was going on, a roar sounded not far away. Get out of the way. Don't touch her if you don't want to die. Qin Feng directly stepped into the air and flew over from afar. His figure was fast, and the might of a saint bloodline pressed down. After shattering all the ice, he held 5 fiery red stones in his hand. They were placed on Qin Shuang's limbs and forehead. Not long after, the surrounding cold air slowly stabilized and dissipated. Qin Shuang slowly opened her eyes. Her face was pale as if she had just walked through the gates of hell. Father, Qin Shuang called out softly. Don't talk. Qin Feng took out a few fiery red pills and had Qin Shuang take them. Qin Shuang's complexion became better. Go back and rest. Qin Feng breathed a deep sigh of relief. Without caring about Su Zimo, he directly carried Qin Shuang and left. That should be an innate constitution just now, Su Zimo muttered to himself. A long time ago, Su Zimo read a book called The History of the Yuanyang Continent in Jinwu Xingzong. At that time, he came across it by chance when he was looking for the Red Lotus for God Emperor. In this world, constitutions were generally divided into innate and acquired. The so-called acquired constitution was a battle constitution. Integrating battle constitutions could make one stronger. However, battle constitutions were limited, and there were only 100 of them. Some had not yet been discovered, and some had already been taken by others. In addition to battle constitutions, the rest was the innate constitution. The so-called innate constitution was a constitution that one was born with. Although this kind of constitution was not as strong as battle constitutions, it was much stronger than the constitution of ordinary people. Moreover, because the innate constitution was highly compatible with the body, its growth potential was also very strong. Su Zimo secretly guessed that Qin Shuang's situation just now should be because he could not control his innate constitution, which caused him to suffer a backlash. This constitution should be related to ice. The stones and pills that Qin Feng used should be items with extreme yang attributes, which had been suppressing the innate constitution. Thinking of this, Su Zimo suddenly thought of some other things and secretly had some ideas in his heart. However, he did not expose it. After exploring the Thunder Cloud Cave, it was time for him to leave. When he returned to the courtyard, he stayed there for 3 days. During these 3 days, Su Zimo found that the food he ate was more and more fire attribute medicinal materials. Moreover, there was some kind of connection between these medicinal materials. After eating them, he could get twice the result with half the effort and burn the flames in his body. Fortunately, Su Zimo's constitution was strong. If it were anyone else, they would probably have burned themselves. 3 days later, Qin Feng brought Qin Shuang and Butler Long to the courtyard where Su Zimo was. Are we going to the Thunder Cloud Cave today? Su Zimo asked. Get ready. Let's go, Qin Feng nodded and said. There's nothing to prepare. Let's go directly, Su Zimo replied. He glanced at Qin Shuang. He seemed to have returned to normal. His face was rosy and he did not look sick at all. Su Zimo followed behind. Under Qin Feng's lead, everyone passed through a few long corridors and arrived at the back mountain of the Qin residence. The back mountain was specially built by the Qin residents for the Thunder Cloud Cave. The entire back mountain was basically a forbidden area of the Qin residence. There were no other clansmen. Walking on the mountain path, Suzimo found many hyenas on both sides. These hyenas were guarding this place, but after seeing Qin Feng, they all retreated. When the four of them arrived in front of a cave in the back mountain, Qin Feng stopped in his tracks. "Butler Long, you stay here. I'll bring them in," Qin Feng instructed. Qin Feng took out a key from his storage ring and pressed it into the groove of the cave stone door. With a rumbling sound, the stone door split into two and slowly opened. After the three of them walked in, the stone door closed again. It was pitch black in front of them. There were countless branches in the cave. Qin Feng walked in front and said, "The Thunder Cloud Cave was left behind by our ancestors. This place is very useful for those who cultivate thunder attribute cultivation methods. It can also be used to temper the body. Now, I'll bring you to the Heavenly Thunder Pool." Along the way, Suzimo found that Qin Shuang's face was full of worry. Under Qin Feng's lead, the three of them took several turns and finally arrived at a room filled with thunder. With a crackling sound, the three of them walked into the room and saw a thunder pool in front of them. Around the room, dark purple thunderbolts spread along the walls. It was as if thunderbolts were gathering in front of them and exploding. The three of them used their spirit energy to create a protective barrier around them and walked into the room. Suzimo looked at the pool. Compared to this pool, the other thunderbolts in the room paled in comparison. The dark purple thunderbolts were so dense that they could almost turn into thunder water. Countless thunderbolts seemed to be alive and evolved into any creature in this thunder pool. Sometimes they turned into silver-white dragons, sometimes they turned into purple fish leaping through the dragon's gate, and sometimes they turned into giant beasts roaring at the sky. This thunder pool was dozens of square meters, and everything was evolving in it. "Shuang, I'll leave it to you." Qin Feng looked deeply at Qin Shuang, then turned and left the room. After walking out, he waved his right hand and the thunderbolts in the room were grasped in his hand. Countless thunderbolts intertwined and condensed into a thunder gate. The thunder gate blocked the entrance of the room. "Come," Qin Shuang said softly. After she finished speaking, she gently took off the veil on her face. The pink veil fell to the ground, revealing a face that could topple countries. She looked very thin, had an oval face, and had light makeup on her face. Her eyes were still full of spirit. Her nose bridge was high, her eyebrows were willowy, and her cherry lips were heavily red. Her whole person seemed to be a combination of purity and sexiness. It was contradictory, but also very unique. "What are you doing?" Suzimo glanced at Qin Shuang and asked faintly. Seeing that Suzimo did not have any reaction to her appearance, Qin Shuang's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. "Today, the two of us will become husband and wife here." Qin Shuang's gaze returned to normal. She said word by word, "Here is the wedding night." As Qin Shuang spoke, she unbuttoned her long dress. As the long dress fell, Suzimo suddenly shook his head and laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Qin Shuang asked, puzzled. "Stop fooling around, put it on." Suzimo waved his hand and walked straight to the thunder pool. "What are you doing?" Qin Shuang was stunned for a moment, then her face turned red and she hurriedly put on the long dress again. She followed closely behind Suzimo, only to see Suzimo walking to the edge of the lightning pool, seemingly searching for something. "What are you doing?" Qin Shuang asked shyly. She lowered her head and recalled what she had just done. She didn't dare to look at Suzimo again. "Where is the source of the lightning in your thunder cloud cave?" Suzimo asked. "I don't know. It's my first time here too," Qin Shuang replied. "Do you think your father is leaning on the wall outside and eavesdropping?" Suzimo looked outside and said with a smile. "What are you thinking about?" Qin Shuang gently slapped Suzimo's arm and replied. "Why are you so serious at times and teasing me at other times?" "I want to take a look inside the lightning pool." "You stay up there," Suzimo said. "Hey, I'll go with you." Qin Shuang quickly stopped Suzimo. "This lightning, can your body withstand it?" Suzimo asked. Qin Shuang took out a purple token from her storage ring. "This is the Thunder Cloud Cave's token. As long as we have it, the lightning here will have intelligence and won't hurt us," Qin Shuang said with her face still red. "Why didn't you take out such a good thing earlier?" Suzimo grabbed the token and observed it for a while. He didn't know what material this token was made of, but it seemed to contain a terrifying power. How interesting, Suzimo said with a smile. I suddenly feel lucky to have come to this thundercloud cave. I don't know if it's good luck or my judgment. What are you talking about? Qin Shuang asked in confusion. Why did your father give you such an important thing? Suzimo asked. Originally, he wanted us to. Qin Shuang's face became redder. Her head was so low that it almost went into the ground. Her hands clutched the hem of her dress tightly as she replied in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. He wanted us to be together in this lightning pool. Your father really knows how to play, Suzimo said. No, he did it for my own good, Qin Shuang hurriedly explained. Okay, let's go. Suzimo grabbed Qin Shuang's right hand and jumped directly into the lightning pool. As soon as the two of them entered the lightning pool, it was completely boiling. The lightning dragon's huge body was swept into the entire lightning pool. A pair of terrifying eyes stared at the two of them. However, at this moment, as the token emitted a mysterious power, the surrounding lightning slowly calmed down. Moreover, the power of the token formed a protective shield that enveloped the two of them and prevented them from being harmed by the lightning. After the two of them entered the lightning pool, it was like a sea of lightning. As far as the eye could see, it was all lightning that evolved into all things. Faint purple electric arcs flashed around them and the crackling sound of explosions never stopped. The lightning storm swept over. The two of them gradually sank into the ground and their vision became wider. What are you looking for? Qin Shuang asked doubtfully. I don't know if it's here. I'm just looking around, Suzimo said. You came to our Qin Manor for the Thunder Cloud Cave, right? Qin Shuang finally reacted and asked. We're just taking what we need. Aren't you also after my body? Suzimo laughed. Who's after you? You're not serious at all, Qin Shuang snorted and said. Only my father knows the secret of the Thunder Cloud Cave. You might as well ask him. It's said that the ancestor built the Thunder Cloud Cave a long time ago and placed a very important thing here. I can't trust your father, but I can trust you, Suzimo said. When the two of them followed the lightning forward, another cave appeared in the distance. This cave was sealed by a large door. There was some kind of ancient seal on the door and it was tied with iron chains from all sides. There's no way out, Qin Shuang said. Step back a little. Suzimo waved his hand. Looking at the seal in front of him, he raised his right fist. His fist was full of power, and waves of Genesis power filled his fist. Break, Suzimo shouted softly. The fist broke through the lightning. As the lightning was annihilated, the fist landed heavily on the seal. With a boom, the sky exploded, and the sea of lightning rose tens of thousands of feet high. The seal on the door resisted for a moment before it was shattered by Suzimo's punch. Even the door had a hole. The entire sea of lightning seemed to be boiling. Even the token in Suzimo's hand trembled slightly. A torrent of lightning rushed out of the hole that had been shattered. Qin Shuang was scared silly on the spot. She watched as the torrent was about to annihilate her. Suzimo's figure suddenly appeared in front of her. He grabbed her arm with his right hand and threw her out. The torrent completely annihilated Suzimo. No, Qin Shuang shouted. Accompanied by Qin Shuang's shout, Suzimo's figure was directly swept out by the torrent. When the torrent dissipated, Suzimo's figure hit the wall next to him heavily and finally fell down. Qin Shuang hurriedly rushed up, sat next to Suzimo, and put his head on her lap. Wake up, don't scare me, Qin Shuang said while gently shaking Suzimo. Suzimo weakly opened his eyes. How are you feeling now? Qin Shuang asked with a sobbing voice. You're worried about me, Suzimo smiled. You became like this because you saved me. If you really died, I would feel guilty, Qin Shuang said. Just guilt? Suzimo coughed a few times and asked sleepily. Don't think too much. Besides, you're already like this, why do you care about this? Qin Shuang lowered her head and said. How are you feeling now? I'll take you out and let my father treat you. I'm very sleepy now, and it's difficult to breathe. I'm almost suffocating, Suzimo said weakly. Difficult to breathe, Qin Shuang was confused for a moment and quickly asked, what should I do? Artificial respiration, you don't know how to do it? Suzimo said. But men and women are different, Xianxia hesitated. Didn't you want to give it to me just now? Why are you hesitating now? Suzimo said. Do you have the heart to watch me die? Xianxia was silent for a while. In the end, she closed her eyes slightly, her eyelashes trembled, her head gently lowered, and she kissed Suzimo. A fragrance spread around. The closer they got, the clearer the fragrance of the girl could be smelled. Looking at the girl's expression as if she was going to die, Suzimo couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Xianxia blushed and asked angrily. It wasn't easy for her to make up her mind. Now, she was like a deflated balloon. She felt her face burning. I'll stop teasing you. Let's get down to business, Suzimo said as he stood up. You. Seeing that Suzimo was safe and sound, Xianxia was stunned. You're fine. Why? Do you want something to happen to me? Suzimo stood up and walked to the entrance of the cave. After the torrent of lightning disappeared, the cave was completely dark and quiet. You're being naughty again, Xianxia muttered. However, what made her feel strange was that although Suzimo often teased her, if he really wanted to do something, he would definitely not do it. It was as if he was teasing himself. He looked at the side of Suzimo's face and thought about how Suzimo had risked his life to save him. For some reason, he suddenly felt that this guy was quite handsome. You've never seen a handsome guy before? Suzimo asked as he led the way into the cave. You're not handsome, Xianxia replied in a panic and hurriedly followed him in. The cave was completely dark and there was no light. The two could only grope their way forward in the cave. After walking for a while, Suzimo found that there were several forks in front of him. Which way? Xianxia asked. Choose whoever the little rooster points to, Suzimo gestured with his right hand and then said, go right. After the two walked to the right, they found that the road under their feet and the land on both sides had turned blue. It seemed to be emitting a blue fluorescent light, and the line of sight in front of them became clear. It's so beautiful here, Xianxia walked happily in front. At this moment, there was a boom sound, and a thunderbolt sounded around them. The original dreamy scene changed in an instant, and they were surrounded by thunder. The deeper they went, the more intense and terrifying the thunder became. Crow's beak, Suzimo complained. Xianxia pulled Suzimo's arm and did not dare to let go easily. Why is your cultivation so low? Your Qin family is the most powerful in the 9 cities, Suzimo asked. You're an only child. Shouldn't you be nurtured vigorously? Suzimo could see that Xianxia's strength was only in the venerable pulse realm, which was somewhat inconsistent with her identity. Actually, my cultivation speed is very fast. I've been the first among my peers since I was young, Xianxia said with some disappointment. It's just that I don't dare to cultivate. Why? Suzimo asked in confusion. You saw it in the garden before. My physique is quite special. The higher my cultivation, the higher the chance of the frost relapsing, Xianxia said. Even if I don't cultivate these years, I can't suppress it anymore. You have an innate physique, Suzimo said. Father has been asking around all these years and asked everyone he could ask for help. They all said that I have the dark ice body. I won't live past 25 years old, Xianxia said with a bitter smile. A year ago, a master gave my father a secret prescription that could cure my dark ice body. Let me guess. This so-called secret prescription should have something to do with me, Suzimo said. Men are born with the yang attribute. Their bodies are like a raging fire. With the help of medicinal herbs, this raging fire will burn endlessly and form a furnace. Xianxia said. If I marry this man and suck up the furnace in his body, I can suppress my dark ice body. Each man can suppress me for a year. After 49 years, the danger of this dark ice body can be completely eradicated. Then I can truly control this innate physique. My future is limitless. This is what the master said. Then how many years have you suppressed it now? Suzimo asked. What are you talking about? You're the first, Xianxia quickly explained. A woman's chastity must be given to the man she likes. I don't want to marry another man, but I also don't want my father to be worried every day because of me. So I can only agree to the matchmaking convention and choose a man I like. No wonder you wanted me to leave that day, Suzimo said. If I have to live like this, I'd rather die. Xianxia said, I just didn't want my father to worry, so I pretended to agree. Then you're quite pitiful, Suzimo said. What about you? I think you're not an ordinary person, Xianxia looked at Suzimo and asked. Me? My story is so long that I can't even figure out who I am, Suzimo said, shaking his head. As the two talked, they seemed to have reached the innermost part of the passage. After coming out of the narrow cave, the view in front of them also widened. Directly in front of them was a relatively wide cave. Two blue-violet pterosaurs were lying on the boulders on both sides of the cave. These two pterosaurs were dozens of meters long. Their wings covered their bodies like steel. There were two short purple horns in front of their heads. They were lying on the ground with a look of enjoyment, bathing in the lightning. And above the two pterosaurs, there was a purple bead floating in the air. This purple bead was very terrifying. The bead exuded a terrifying aura. It was filled with lightning, as if all the lightning in the world originated from this purple bead. It floated in the air with lightning flashing and thunder rumbling on its surface. The pressure was extremely strong. At this moment, the purple bead seemed to be sealed. It floated in the air with purple chains wrapped around its body. These chains were controlling it, trapping the purple bead and making it unable to leave. A purple light was emitted from its body, enveloping the two huge pterosaurs. What is this? Xianxia exclaimed. Don't talk, Suzimo said. However, the two's conversation eventually woke up the sleeping pterosaurs. It was really too quiet here. Any bit of wind blowing in the grass seemed out of place. When the two pterosaurs woke up, they opened their oppressive eyes and looked at the two ants in front of them. Dragon's breath was coming out of their noses. They were almost 100 meters tall and flapped their wings that covered the sky. What was even more terrifying was that they were surrounded by lightning. It was as if the god of thunder had descended, causing the entire area to shake. Why is there such a monster in my forbidden area? Xianxia was so scared that she quickly grabbed Suzimo's arm. How would I know? Suzimo smiled. Be quiet. Seeing the two pterosaurs becoming increasingly irritable, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded. Then, the purple bead transformed into the face of an old man. The old man had white hair and a white beard. He looked very kind and amiable. Little kids, don't be afraid, the old man chuckled. They already have consciousness. This is incredible, Suzimo muttered to himself. They are my pets. They won't hurt people, the old man smiled. Who are you? Why are you in my forbidden area? Xianxia asked nervously. Your home? The old man was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He said, You are the descendant of King Qin. You know my ancestor? Xianxia nodded and replied. We are old acquaintances. When a disaster happened in Qin City, I was invited by King Qin to help Qin City, the old man said with a sigh. Unfortunately, the disaster was too strong. I eventually fell in it. Then what are you now? Xianxia asked doubtfully. I'm currently in the state of a spirit body. After millions of years, I've slowly adjusted myself, the old man explained. Uncle, are you trapped now? Xianxia asked. Yes. When the Qin Emperor sealed this place, he didn't know that my spiritual body was still alive, so he sealed me as well, the old man said amiably. You don't have to worry about it. As long as the people of Qin City are fine, it is worth it. Xianxia still wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by Suzimo. Senior, we won't disturb you anymore. Suzimo looked at Xianxia's hand and walked towards the passage they came from. Hey, wait a moment. The old man was clearly a little anxious and hurriedly shouted. Senior, is there anything else? Suzimo asked. I've been here for so many years, and I've been too lonely. Now that someone's finally here, can you two kids chat with me for a while? The old man sighed. After all, I sacrificed myself for Qin City. Oh, is that so? Then what do you want to talk about? Suzimo asked. Only the two of you came to this thundercloud cave? The old man continued to ask. Just the two of us. Suzimo nodded. Do you want to become peerless geniuses? The old man asked. Back then, before I died, I was also an existence comparable to your ancestor. If you're willing, you can take me as your master. I'm willing to pass on my life's knowledge to you. Hearing the old man's words, Suzimo knew the truth and just smiled. As for Qin Shuang, she could not cultivate and was not very interested. Seeing the expressions of the two, the old man was also stunned. This was different from what he had imagined. Wasn't it just kowtowing? Were the young people nowadays looking down on the inheritance of the strong? The next moment, lightning flashed all around. At the center of the lightning, a long sword filled with lightning appeared. This is the first time we've met. It's fate. The old man said. This lightning sword has accompanied me for my entire life. I don't want it to gather dust in this place, so I'll give it to you. Come and get it yourselves. Senior, is this interesting? Suzimo smiled. Kid, what do you mean? Do you think that I, the lightning god king, would lie to you? The old man said calmly. Another lightning god king. Your acting is clumsy. I suggest you learn from Xiaogizi when you have the chance. Suzimo shook his head. Kid, what are you talking about? The old man narrowed his eyes and replied. This lightning pearl of yours is indeed extraordinary. After being sealed for so long, it actually developed an independent consciousness. Suzimo clicked his tongue. He said, interesting. Hearing Suzimo's words, the old man's expression changed. He stared at Suzimo and said, you know. Of course, I'm here for you. Otherwise, why would we come to this thunder cloud cave? Suzimo smiled. Why didn't you say so earlier? The old man asked. I thought you were fun. Suzimo smiled. You're courting death. Following the old man's angry roar, the lightning dragons on both sides roared and charged towards Suzimo and Qin Shuang. Retreat behind me. Suzimo said to Qin Shuang. He punched each of them and sent the two pterosaurs flying. After the pterosaurs got up, they roared and opened their mouths. Balls of lightning condensed and spat at Suzimo. These two pterosaurs of yours are not well trained. Suzimo smiled. His figure flashed and in the next moment, he appeared behind the two pterosaurs. Grabbing the pterosaur's legs with both hands, Suzimo's thin and small body directly dragged the two pterosaurs up. He smashed them against the walls on both sides. Boom boom boom, the sound of explosions rose and fell in all directions. The whole cave was filled with rubble and the ground cracked as if it was about to collapse. This repeated dozens of times. When Suzimo threw the two pterosaurs out, they were lying on the ground. The two of them lay on the ground in a bloody mess. Furthermore, the lightning around them had disappeared. Only faint electric arcs could be seen flashing. These pterosaurs should have mutated from some kind of creature. The thundercloud pearl had been nurtured for so many years. It probably wanted these two to protect itself. After all, it had almost no attack power when it was sealed. What's going on? Qin Shuang had not reacted yet. Don't you understand? It's the culprit that your ancestors sealed here, Suzimo said. One of the 5 spirit pearls, the lightning pearl. Seems like you know more than I thought, the old man said calmly when he heard Suzimo's words. I'll destroy your consciousness first, Suzimo snorted. He waved his hand and grabbed the thundercloud pearl. You're courting death, the old man shouted. The purple pearl was filled with lightning and thunder dragons were swimming in it. The thunder dragon circled in the sky, its arrogant head roaring towards Suzimo. However, as the chains that sealed the thundercloud pearl began to vibrate, the thunder dragons were obviously affected. Their momentum began to weaken. However, they were still roaring and spitting thunder and lightning at Suzimo with the power of the thundercloud pearl. You're just a toothless tiger now, Suzimo shook his head. He said, I wasn't afraid when I was at my peak, let alone now. 16 styles of Tao querying, reverse samsara, the tyrannical shadow was unsheathed and the sound of the blade resounded throughout the cave. The power of samsara filled the air and the incomparable blade energy was like a sea of blades in purgatory. Under the support of the power of samsara, it slashed at the thunder dragon. With a poof, the thunder dragon's head was chopped off and turned into thunder and lightning that flashed in the surroundings. what are you doing? The old man was obviously panicking. You shouldn't exist, Suzimo said calmly. He waved his hand and the thundercloud pearl's consciousness was pulled out of the main body. No, please stop, the old man resisted with all his might. I've worked hard for thousands of years to have this wisp of consciousness. I'll agree to whatever you want. I want an original thundercloud pearl, but I'm afraid you can't do it, Suzimo said with a smile. I've already taken a step back. If you still want to force me, don't blame me for fighting to the death. The old man's face looked extremely ferocious and somewhat illusory. The fish may die, but the net may not break, Suzimo said with a smile. His hands were still pulling at the old man's consciousness, trying to pull it all out and kill it. In the next moment, an ear-piercing sound of thunder rang out. Densely packed lightning bolts lingered in the sky. On the surface of the thundercloud pearl, the original purple lightning would be replaced by a touch of nothingness. Let's die together, primal chaos divine lightning. The old man laughed sinisterly. If one were to look at it from the outside, they would find that the entire sky above Qin City had changed. A mysterious power shot up into the sky, triggering the 9 heavens divine thunder. The sky was instantly covered by dark clouds, and a huge vortex appeared. There seemed to be some kind of astonishing power condensing in the vortex, and gray arcs of electricity spread out. At some point, the sky seemed to collapse. An extreme gray thunderbolt, which seemed to be able to tear the heavens apart, descended from the heavens in a mighty manner. The center of the lightning was the Qin Manor's thunder cloud cave. Qin Feng, who was in the outside world, also noticed this situation. His expression changed as he shouted, "No!" He wanted to rush into the thunder pool of the thunder cloud cave. However, at this moment, the primal chaos divine lightning fell, and everything was destroyed. With his strength, the lightning could not contaminate too much. Seeing the primal chaos divine lightning fall, Suzimo smiled and took out the token. This was taken from Qin Shuang. If he guessed correctly, this token should be the companion of the heavenly thunder pearl. Suzimo smiled. The moment the token appeared, the old man was obviously a little flustered. Why is this thing in your hands? The old man quickly asked. Take a guess. Suzimo smiled. Spiritual energy crazily poured into the token. After the spiritual energy entered the token, it surged out and turned into a dark purple color. The primal chaos divine lightning exploded above the thunder cloud cave and struck directly at Suzimo. It was obvious that this was the power that the old man had accumulated for tens of millions of years. It was to prepare for his escape. However, he had never had the chance to break the seal. This time, he was forced to do so. When the primal chaos divine lightning struck, Suzimo used the purple spiritual energy in the token to block above his head. This purple spiritual energy seemed to have a special effect. It could actually block the power of the lightning. Try it yourself. Suzimo said as he aimed the purple spiritual energy at the shadow on the heavenly thunder pearl. He directed the primal chaos divine lightning directly at it. No! The old man shouted in horror. It was resistant to ordinary lightning, so it was not very afraid. However, this primal chaos divine lightning was no longer the limit of what it could withstand. Ah! Accompanied by a terrifying and terrified scream, the old man's consciousness was turned into ashes under the lightning. Lightning was an extremely strong yang object. It had a very strong penetrating and burning effect on the soul. When the old man's soul was destroyed, the primal chaos divine lightning in the 9th heaven lost its target and slowly dissipated. Are you okay? Qin Shuang hurried forward and asked nervously. What can happen to me? Suzimo smiled and shook his head. He came in front of the heavenly thunder pearl and looked at the metal chain sealed on it. Suzimo grabbed the metal chain with both hands and pulled hard. The clanking of the metal chain sounded all around. Break! Suzimo shouted softly. The vortex in his body spun continuously. The shadow of a giant appeared behind him. The metal chain was directly broken by him. Without the restraint of the seal, the heavenly thunder pearl instantly regained its freedom. It turned into a bolt of lightning and tried to escape. Suzimo was prepared. He covered the heavenly thunder pearl with his hand and kept it in his quintessential world. After everything was done, Suzimo took a deep breath. He had now gathered 4 of the 5 spirit pearls. The Wind Destruction Pearl, the Weak Water Pearl, the Ewood Pearl, and the Heavenly Thunder Pearl. As for the Nirvana Pearl, Suzimo had heard about it when he attended the Demon Buster conference organized by the Lan clan. He had also asked for the companion of the Nirvana Pearl from the Lan clan. It seems like I have to go to the Red Dust Palace if I have the chance, Suzimo thought to himself. Lan Kier also went to the Red Dust Palace. As one of the 10 great forbidden grounds, the Red Dust Palace was not that dangerous. However, this place was special. Suzimo had to plan carefully. Let's go, Suzimo said to Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang nodded silently. You don't look very happy? Suzimo asked curiously. Qin Shuang was silent for a while. Her eyes were like water. She suddenly looked at Suzimo and asked, Are you going to leave after getting what you want? What else can I do? What's the point of me staying here? Suzimo replied. Oh. Qin Shuang nodded silently. When the 2 of them left the cave and walked out of the lightning pool, Qin Feng had been waiting for a long time. Hello, City Lord Qin. Suzimo smiled. Who are you? Why have you come to my Qin clan? Qin Feng stared at Suzimo and asked. City Lord Qin, don't you know? What can I think? Suzimo shook his head with a smile. But City Lord Qin, what's your purpose in finding a husband? Did you go to the sealed cave? Qin Feng asked coldly. So what? Suzimo replied. Tell me the truth. What did you see? If you lie, I'll suppress you here. Qin Feng's aura was strong as he pressured Suzimo. I'm afraid City Lord Qin's Saint Bloodline realm strength is not enough to suppress me. Suzimo shook his head nonchalantly. Father, what are you doing? Qin Shuang quickly stopped the 2. Why can't we talk about it? Shuang, where's the token I gave you? Qin Feng asked. Qin Shuang took out the token. Since Suzimo had already obtained the Heavenly Thunder Pearl, the token didn't mean much. Come with me. Qin Feng took the token and walked out of the Thunder Cloud Cave. Suzimo waved his hand and followed him out. They arrived at the back mountain of Qin Manor. Hand over the Heavenly Thunder Pearl and I'll let you go, Qin Feng said calmly with his back turned. No. Suzimo shook his head. Qin Feng's gaze was slightly oppressive. His right hand grabbed at Suzimo. The next moment, Qin Shuang suddenly flashed and blocked in front of Suzimo. Shuang, what are you doing? Qin Feng quickly stopped and asked in surprise. He saved my life. I won't let you hurt him. Qin Shuang shook her head. What do you know? He came to Qin Manor with ulterior motives. He wants to take the Heavenly Thunder Pearl, Qin Feng explained. That pearl has been in the forbidden area for so many years. It's useless. What's wrong with giving it to him? Qin Shuang replied. It's something left by our ancestors. It's useful. Back off, Qin Feng scolded. I won't. We were already married at the lightning pool. Father, please spare him, Qin Shuang begged. Make him hand over the Heaven's lightning pearl. Also, don't lie to me. If you 2 were married, how could he have lived until now? Resist your dark ice body, Qin Feng said coldly. In that case, if you want to kill him, then kill me as well. Qin Shuang shook her head, still standing in front of Suzimo. You. Qin Feng looked at Qin Shuang for a long time. In the end, he sighed, waved his sleeves and left with his hands behind his back. During this period of time, he can't leave our Qin family. After Qin Feng left, Qin Shuang let out a sigh of relief. Are you okay? Qin Shuang asked, looking at Suzimo. My father isn't usually like this. He really loves you, Suzimo said with a smile. All these years, because of my physique, father has been worried sick, Qin Shuang said sadly. The 2 of them walked out of the back mountain and arrived at the Qin mansion. Although Qin Feng had already disappeared, Suzimo could still feel that there were many eyes staring at him in the dark. They were probably afraid that he would run away. Let's go to my courtyard. I want to see your body, Suzimo said. What do you want to do? Qin Shuang instantly blushed like a red apple. Look at your physique. What do you want to do? Su Zimo replied helplessly. If I wanted to do anything, I would have done it in the thunder pool. Following behind Su Zimo, Qin Shuang lowered her head and secretly glanced at Su Zimo's back. There was no such thing as unsolvable in this world. Since the dark ice body could appear, there must be a way to solve it. Qin Feng's method would sacrifice too many people, and the uncertainty was too high. It could only be considered a bad plan. After the two of them arrived at Su Zimo's room, Su Zimo let Qin Shuang lie on the bed. He pressed his hand between Qin Shuang's eyebrows and wrist, slowly probing inside her body. As soon as he touched her, Su Zimo's spiritual awareness felt a chill. Su Zimo found that the meridians in Qin Shuang's body, including the heart, lungs, stomach and other organs, were different from ordinary people. Her meridians and organs were snow-white, as if the surface was covered with a layer of frost. The deeper he probed, the more Su Zimo could feel that her body had been eroded by ice. This was not something that could be solved by simply removing the cold. Her body was constantly producing cold, and when the cold reached a certain level, it would relapse, just like the situation in the pavilion in the garden. This is simply an ice woman. After the exploration, Su Zimo sighed. The situation in Qin Shuang's body was already very bad. Almost all of it was covered by ice. Soon, when the cold could no longer be suppressed, she would directly lose her vitality. How is it? Qin Shuang asked. Very bad, Su Zimo shook his head. I already knew, Qin Shuang smiled a little sadly. Suddenly, she looked at Su Zimo and said, in the last period of my life, can you accompany me? Don't be so pessimistic, I'll find a way, Su Zimo waved his hand. He had never encountered an innate constitution, and it was indeed a little tricky. In this case, he could only go to Zhenwu Xingzong to look for information or ask. In the evening, Qin Shuang returned to her room. Su Zimo, on the other hand, entered the divine continent while in deep sleep. He asked Baimont and the other two, but they had never heard of the dark ice constitution. It was estimated that it was a very rare constitution, or in the era of Jose, such a constitution did not exist, so the three were not very clear about it. Late at night, the Qin mansion was a little quiet. In the hall of the Qin mansion, Qin Shuang knelt on the ground. Qin Feng, who was sitting on the seat of honor, covered his forehead, looking very irritated. Father, let him go, Qin Shuang said. If it was something else, I wouldn't care, but not this heavenly thunder pearl, Qin Feng said with a headache. Father, in the last period of my life, do you want me to be depressed and widowed? Qin Shuang begged. Just because he saved you, you're protecting him like this? Silly, Qin Feng said. Qin Shuang lowered her head and did not speak. At this moment, her mind was full of the scene of Su Zimo saving her. Although they had only known each other for a short time, even she did not know why. It seemed that she had fallen in love with him. Go back first, let me think about it, Qin Feng said, waving his hand. If he dies, I won't live alone, Qin Shuang replied and left the place. Looking at Qin Shuang's back, Qin Feng finally sighed heavily. Early the next morning, Su Zimo had just woken up when Qin Shuang came to his courtyard. Up so early? Su Zimo smiled. Qin Shuang asked the servants to bring some breakfast and put it on the table in the room. There's an important guest today, Father went to entertain him, so I got up early, Qin Shuang replied. What important guest? Su Zimo asked after washing up. It seems to be the Holy Son of the Heavenly Emperor Gate. He asked Father to help find someone, Qin Shuang said. Father takes it seriously, after all, the other party's identity is not ordinary. The Holy Son of the Celestial Emperor Gate? Su Zimo was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. Xiang Kunlun. I don't care about that, Qin Shuang said, curling her lips. Try it. Is the food delicious? After Su Zimo washed up, he glanced at the breakfast. It was not like the medicinal cuisine from before. There was only a bowl of porridge, a few steamed buns, and a plate of stir-fried vegetables. You made it? Su Zimo asked casually as he sat down. What are you thinking? Qin Shuang blushed again. Seeing Su Zimo eat, she asked expectantly, how does it taste? Not bad, Su Zimo said with a smile. Really? Qin Shuang smiled with a small dimple on her left cheek. She then nodded with satisfaction. Where is Xiang Kunlun? Su Zimo asked. In the front hall, Qin Shuang asked doubtfully. Why do you care so much about him? Maybe the person he is. Looking for is me, Su Zimo said with a smile. Ah, you know him? Qin Shuang asked in surprise. Take me to the front hall. After all, he looked so hard, Su Zimo said with a smile. Why do I feel that your tone is so strange? Qin Shuang asked. Strange, Su Zimo said with a smile. After the meal, Su Zimo and Qin Shuang left the courtyard and walked toward the front hall of the Qin mansion. When we get there, don't talk nonsense, Qin Shuang reminded him. Although we are not afraid of ordinary imperial lineage, the Celestial Emperor Gate is a sect with 3 emperors. They cannot be underestimated. Father does not dare to offend them. The two passed through the forest path paved with gravel. When they were halfway there, they met Butler Long walking toward them with a middle-aged man and a young man. Seeing the young man, Qin Shuang subconsciously avoided his eyes. What's wrong? Su Zimo noticed the abnormality and asked doubtfully. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man also saw the two of them. His eyes lit up and he shouted, Shuang-er. Qin Shuang did not reply to the young man. Instead, she pulled Su Zimo's arm and hid behind him. Who are you? The young man glanced at Su Zimo and asked with a frown. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking someone else? Su Zimo said calmly. The young man frowned and glanced at Su Zimo before replying, I'm the holy son of the great Qin, Qin Fusu. Let's go. Ignore him, Qin Shuang whispered as she pulled Su Zimo's arm. My name is Su Zimo, a loose cultivator. Su Zimo waved his hand and led Qin Shuang away. The young man wanted to say something but was stopped by the middle-aged man behind him. Fusu, don't be unreasonable. After the two of them walked away, Qin Shuang let go of Su Zimo's little hand. What were you nervous about just now? Su Zimo asked. You should know that Qin Fusu and I have been engaged since we were young. Father originally wanted to unite with the great Qin through marriage, Qin Shuang said. However, because of my physique, the great Qin publicly broke the contract. I see. I think Qin Fusu quite likes you, Su Zimo said with a smile. Hypocrite, Qin Shuang snorted and did not say anything else. As the two of them talked, they had already arrived at the front hall. A green-cloaked guard stood guard outside the front hall. When he saw the two of them, the guard hurriedly greeted them, young lady, young master. Where's my father? Qin Shuang asked shyly when she heard the greeting. Master is receiving important guests inside. Young lady, please wait for a while, the guard said. Su Zimo was not in a hurry. He brought Qin Shuang to sit in the pavilion outside. He lay on the bench in the pavilion and rested his head on Qin Shuang's lap. He could feel that Qin Shuang's entire body had stiffened. The two of them did not speak. A breeze blew past the withered trees in the courtyard and suddenly disappeared. On the other side, Butler Long brought Qin Fusu and the middle-aged man over. When he saw Su Zimo resting on Qin Shuang's lap, his eyes turned red. Kid, you're courting death. The sound of a sword rang out around him. The long sword at his waist trembled slightly. Holy Sun Qin, this is Qin City. You should restrain yourself, Butler Long said from the side. Elder Qin Shang, don't say that I didn't give you face. The middle-aged man next to him smiled and patted Qin Fusu's shoulder with his hand, suppressing Qin Fusu's aura. Fusu, don't forget the purpose of our trip. As everyone was talking, they saw Qin Feng walk out of the front hall with a young man and an old man. The young man was dressed in a purple robe and had a powerful aura around him. His chiseled face was very handsome. The old man was unfathomable. His endless aura was like the sea, sinking all around him. City Lord Qin, I'll have to trouble you with this matter, Xiang Kunlun said solemnly. Qin Feng's expression was a little unnatural, but he still nodded slightly. Turning his head, Qin Feng also saw Qin Fusu and Qin Fusu. Holy Son and Elder Qin Shang, why do you have time to come to my Qin manor? Qin Feng asked coldly. Back then, Qin Shuang's engagement was broken off because of the two of them. Although he knew that there was something wrong with his daughter, he still felt very uncomfortable. Uncle, we're here to tell you about my engagement with Shuang-er, Qin Fusu quickly replied. Engagement? Holy Sun, you must be joking. Qin Feng sneered. He replied, you have nothing to do with my Qin family anymore. How can there be an engagement? Uncle, I know you're angry. I didn't think it through before, but now I've asked around and found a way to treat Shuang'er's constitution, Qin Fusu quickly said. What way? Qin Feng's eyes flashed and his expression changed. He quickly asked. Shuang'er's constitution is an extreme constitution. If you want to treat it, you must use an extreme yang item, Qin Fusu replied. The level of the yang item in our hands is too low. It can only suppress this nether ice constitution, but it can't cure it completely. If you want to cure it completely, you must find the most extreme yang item. What are you talking about? Qin Feng asked. One of the 5 spirit pearls, the Nirvana pearl, Qin Fusu said word by word. The Nirvana fire in the Nirvana pearl can not only cure this nether ice, but also allow Shuang'er to be reborn. Is what you said true? Qin Feng took a deep breath and asked excitedly. It's definitely true. There was such a constitution in the mythological era. Qin Fusu nodded. Then where is the Nirvana pearl now? Qin Feng asked. This? Qin Fusu hesitated for a moment and then said, we're still asking around. How can the 5 spirit pearls be so easy to obtain? Alright, then whoever can find the Nirvana pearl will be Shuang'er's husband in the future and inherit the position of City Lord of Qin City in the future, Qin Feng said firmly. Father, I won't marry anyone, Qin Shuang hurriedly shouted when she heard this. At this moment, everyone noticed Su Zimo and Qin Feng in the pavilion. You are here. The moment he saw Su Zimo, Xiang Kunlun's aura became even stronger. City Lord Qin, the person we are looking for is in your residence. Are you trying to protect him? The elder beside him asked with a frown. Elder Bei, please don't misunderstand. I think there must be some misunderstanding, Qin Feng quickly said. I wanted to clarify the matter before telling you. What misunderstanding can there be? He killed Changhong and destroyed my clone. How can this be fake? Xiang Kunlun asked calmly. Beside him, Qin Fusu chuckled and watched the show from the side. Qin Feng frowned slightly as he looked at Su Zimo and asked, what's going on? I did kill someone called Feiyu Changhong, Su Zimo nodded and replied. However, the reason was that he wanted to steal my mount. Your Heavenly Emperor sect is really arrogant. You are allowed to kill others, but others are not allowed to kill your disciples. You are so arrogant. Those who do not know might think that the North Arch is still alive. Do you really think that this is still the era of the Heavenly Emperor sect? Hearing Su Zimo's words, the elder from the Heavenly Emperor sect snorted coldly. He said, what arrogance. Although the Heavenly Emperor sect is not the ruler, it is still easy to kill an ant like you. Everyone, please calm down, Qin Feng said with a headache. Can we both take a step back on this matter? City Lord Qin, what do you mean? Are you going to be a peacemaker? The elder from the Heavenly Emperor sect asked. Child Su saved my daughter's life. I can only protect him as much as I can, Qin Feng said helplessly. How could he not see that his daughter had already fallen for Su Zimo? Child Su had no choice but to kill someone. However, it is a life after all. Why don't we compensate for it? City Lord Qin, you should stay out of this matter, the elder said. Do you think that the Heavenly Emperor sect needs to compensate for anything? I know Chanhong's character. He is indeed arrogant and despotic, especially after borrowing the power of the Heavenly Emperor sect. But no matter what, you shouldn't have killed him, Xiang Kunlun said. How about this? I won't let the sect get involved. Why don't we have a duel to the death? No. Hearing Xiang Kunlun's words, Qin Shuang quickly pulled Su Zimo's hand and shook her head slightly. Shuang'er, come here, Qin Feng scolded. He had already done his best. The Heavenly Emperor Gate did not get involved in this matter. This was also the limit of what he could do. But someone had died, so he had to take responsibility. Qin Shuang looked at Qin Feng and knew that her father was really angry. She stood where she was, in a dilemma. Go, I can handle this, Su Zimo said with a smile. If anything happens to you, I'll, Qin Shuang's face turned red and she couldn't speak for a while. Alright, I understand your intentions. trust me, Su Zimo replied, patting Qin Shuang's head. After watching Qin Shuang leave, Su Zimo turned his head to look at Xiang Kunlun. I was too lazy to care about what happened last time, but you were really in a hurry to die. Do you really think you're so great after defeating my clone? Xiang Kunlun said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful aura slowly rose from his body. This aura was around the 5th level of the divine pulse. Xiang Kunlun already represented the highest level of the younger generation. The saint of a sect with 3 emperors was indeed extraordinary. Around his body, lightning twined, and the 4 divine beasts cried softly. A magnificent heavenly gate slowly opened behind him. He looked at Su Zimo, his eyes were filled with dominance and contempt. Seeing several shadows flashing around him, Elder Qin Shang looked at his saint and asked, Fusu, what do you think of him? I heard that Xiang Kunlun is a genius. He has integrated the knowledge of the 3 generations of Heavenly Emperor Gate Emperors into himself. Especially his true fate, it's said that it's even more powerful, Qin Fusu said. I'm not as good as him now, but when my cultivation increases and I compete for the heavenly fate, I won't be inferior to him. Good, as expected of the great Qin saint, Elder Qin Shang praised. To him, the most important thing was his fearless heart. Xiang Kunlun stepped into the air step by step, and all kinds of phenomena were changing behind him. When he rose into the air, the entire firmament was suppressed, and the 4 divine beasts roared non-stop. The people of Qin City looked up at the firmament, and all of them stared blankly. Someone shouted, the sky has changed. The entire city was bustling with noise. Come, let's fight fair and square again, Xiang Kunlun looked at Su Zimo and said. He stood in front of the heavenly gate, and in the void behind him, he seemed to be the master of all. Su Zimo smiled and shook his head, and stepped into the air calmly. There wasn't much of a fierce aura around him, and he was like duckweed in the wind and rain, slowly facing off against Xiang Kunlun. Xiang Kunlun's eyes were deep, and he was surrounded by dark purple lightning. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise stood proudly. The dark purple lightning spread around their bodies, and the thunder exploded. The surface of these divine beasts seemed to be covered by a layer of lightning armor. Whether it was power or speed, they were greatly enhanced. The North Thearch's self-created 4 divine beasts' great art, Qin Feng muttered to himself. He looked at Su Zimo, not knowing how Su Zimo should deal with it. He knew that with his saint bloodline strength, he wouldn't be able to block this attack. Su Zimo slowly pulled out the tyrannical shadow from his back. He hadn't fought for a long time, and the tyrannical shadow was trembling. 16 Dao querying stances, heaven burial stance, Su Zimo muttered softly. A black light exploded from the tyrannical shadow, and then darkness descended. The entire sky, including the sun, was covered by the darkness. This move wasn't this strong in the past, but after Su Zimo merged the demonic aura with this move, it became even stronger. The moment the sky was covered, the boundless spirit chi was condensed and absorbed by the black fog. Su Zimo slowly waved the tyrannical shadow in his hand, and a terrifying monster's head gradually formed on the blade. This monster's head swallowed the black fog in the sky. With Su Zimo as the center, the black fog that originally filled the air started to condense toward the blade. When Su Zimo slowly waved his blade, the sky regained its light. All the black fog was swallowed up. With a swing of the blade, the monster's head roared and attacked the 4 divine beasts. With a boom, the black fog covered the sky, and the 4 divine beasts were directly annihilated into powder, disappearing in midair. The blade aura continued forward, and once again attacked Xiang Kunlun. Heavenly Gate, open! Xiang Kunlun shouted. The heavenly gate behind him instantly enlarged by a few times, and a dense air of nothingness emerged from it, surrounding him. The moment the divine gate opened, an aura of nothingness emanated from it and enveloped Xiang Kunlun. Buried heaven's black mist swept past and was absorbed by the divine gate behind Xiang Kunlun. Rumor has it that the ancestor of the heavenly emperor gate could reach the upper realm, open the divine gate, and absorb all forms of attacks. Xiang Kunlun is not simple, Elder Qin Shang said from below. Of course. Do you think the holy son of the heavenly emperor gate is that simple? The elder from the heavenly emperor gate next to him said faintly. However, the guy opposite is not simple either. He's evenly matched with Xiang Kunlun. How is it evenly matched? Child Su is clearly suppressing him, Qin Shuang, who was next to him, said with pursed lips. Shuang don't be unreasonable, Qin Feng said with a frown. The first move was just a test. Xiang Kunlun's destiny hasn't appeared yet. Above the firmament, Xiang Kunlun took a deep breath. The divine gate on his body emitted a dazzling light. I'm right. You can indeed be my opponent, Xiang Kunlun said solemnly. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Su Zimo shook his head. The aura on his body was rising bit by bit. Heaven-breaking change. Mystic Spirit 2 transformations. Blue Dragon 7 transformations. When the huge ancient blue dragon shadow appeared behind him bit by bit, Su Zimo's power had reached an unbelievable level. The surrounding void was constantly collapsing as waves of void current blew past. The tyrannical shadow saber held in his hand was like an ocean. Waves of saber will were like waves, each wave higher than the last. When the saber slashed down, the entire firmament collapsed along with the saber will. The people below looked up. Everything in their line of sight was blocked. Only the saber will that filled the sky could be seen. In the next moment, there was only a boom sound of explosion. The firmament above their heads seemed to shatter and the sky was about to collapse. There was a roar in their ears. Xiang Kunlun's figure was directly annihilated by the saber chi amidst the majestic saber will. As for the gate of heaven behind him, it only managed to resist for a moment before it was directly shattered. One slash to cut the 4 elephants, one slash to break the divine gate, someone below muttered. Everyone was shocked. Even Qin Feng was stunned for a moment as he recalled what he had done before. What kind of monster is this guy? Above the firmament, the saber will shattered the entire horizon. After the saber intent slowly dissipated, the void where Xiang Kunlun was originally standing had been completely devoured. The great emperor's body. Suddenly, a majestic voice came from the depths of the void. Then, the world suddenly quieted down. An imposing figure suddenly appeared in the sky. This figure had his hands behind his back and was exuding a majestic aura. His figure was shrouded in nothingness. No one could see his appearance clearly. They could only see the thick emperor's might emanating from his body, suppressing everything. Great Emperor? Someone stammered. The heavens will hasn't been formed yet, so how can there be a great emperor? Someone shook his head. No, he's not a great emperor, but he looks like one. What do you mean? Some people who didn't understand asked in confusion. I don't know what it is either, but it's definitely not a great emperor. In the courtyard of the city lord mansion, the old man from the heavenly emperor gate stroked his long white beard with satisfaction. Elder Bei, this is? Qin Feng looked at the great emperor's body in the sky curiously and asked in confusion. This is our saint's destiny, Elder Bei said. Kunlun has already peeked into the secrets of the future. Rather than calling it the great emperor's body, it's better to call it the future body. Future body, you mean he will be a great emperor in the future? Qin Feng was stunned and asked. So he can borrow the power of the future? Peek into the secrets of the future. Qin Feng still felt that he didn't understand. If Xiang Kunlun really became a great emperor in the future, it would be very terrifying. However, the future was unpredictable. Who could know? You can't understand Kunlun's great Tao. In short, just watch, Elder Bei said. Everyone looked at the sky. In front of the great emperor, Xiang Kunlun's figure gradually appeared. At this moment, he stepped into the air and merged with the great emperor's body. It was as if he had traveled through countless spacetime and merged with his future self. For a moment, the fog on the surface of the great emperor's body gradually dissipated and became clear. Su Zimo raised his head and saw that the great emperor's body looked exactly like Xiang Kunlun. The power around his body was extremely majestic, and his eyes seemed to be revolving with thousands of stars. Waves of vast emperors might appeared around his body. Use your destiny, Xiang Kunlun said indifferently as he stood with his hands behind his back. You're not worthy of me using my destiny, Su Zimo said as he shook his head. Don't always be so confident. To others, you might be very strong. But to me, that's all you are. Xiang Kunlun snorted coldly. His large hand directly slapped down on Su Zimo. A dense emperor's might filled his palm, covering half of the sky. Suppress, a soft shout came from his mouth. Su Zimo smiled. The vortex of power in his body was spinning crazily, along with the chi of strength that permeated around his body. The giant of power behind him condensed again. The vortex of power could be condensed endlessly. In addition to condensing in the body, it could also be condensed in the soul. At this moment, with the appearance of the giant, a huge pressure rushed over. The giant also stretched out his hand and collided with the great emperor's body. Accompanied by a loud explosion, a wave of air rose in midair. Wherever the wave of air passed, everything was annihilated. The entire sky collapsed again. Xiang Kunlun's figure retreated more than 10 steps before finally stopping. He looked at Su Zimo with a serious gaze and asked word by word, "This is your destiny? Don't misunderstand. This is just the beginning." Su Zimo shook his head. "Continue. Let me see if your strength matches your confidence." The giant behind him roared at the sky and walked towards Xiang Kunlun step by step. Dong 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 sounds came from the sky. The sound was like rolling thunder. The next moment, the giant raised his foot and directly stepped on Xiang Kunlun. Xiang Kunlun's eyes were serious. He put his palms together and hurriedly blocked in front of his head. With a boom, Xiang Kunlun's body was directly sent flying. He fell into the clouds like a cannonball. His body fell uncontrollably. In the end, he slammed hard into the ground, creating a deep pit. Everyone in Qin City felt the ground shake. Xiang Kunlun flew out of the deep pit again. The injuries on his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, he looked a little disheveled. His hair was disheveled, and his gaze became more serious as he looked at Su Zimo. "Is that all you've got?" Su Zimo shook his head in disappointment. "The holy son of a sect with 3 emperors. Is that all?" Xiang Kunlun did not speak. Instead, he closed his eyes slightly and felt something. With him as the center, a thick and strange aura slowly shrouded him. "It's not about the height of the mountain. It's famous because of the presence of immortals," Xiang Kunlun said slowly. His tone was calm and heavy. A majestic mountain peak gradually appeared behind him. This mountain was divided by yin and yang qi, vast and majestic. The mountain is called Kunlun, and it flows to the east. Kunlun Mountain's wind falls, and the 24 bridges blow the flute. As his voice fell, the shadow of the mountain behind him gradually became clear. Kunlun Mountain, 9 Yin-Yang transformation technique. Xiang Kunlun raised his hand slightly. At this moment, the mountain above his head was lifted in his palm, as if he was lifting the sky. On Kunlun Mountain, 2 yin and yang qi, 1 black and 1 white, intertwined and merged together. They turned into 2 yin and yang light beams and shot into the sky. "Even if I lose, I want to fight you fair and square. I'll use all my strength," Xiang Kunlun roared. He carried Kunlun Mountain on his back, and his waist was already bent. The veins on his forehead bulged, and drops of blood dripped from his head with sweat. "Kunlun has me, 9 yin-yang transformation," Xiang Kunlun roared again. Kunlun Mountain behind him was enlarged hundreds of times, and merged with the yin and yang qi in the sky, suppressing Su Zimo. The giant of strength raised his arm and lifted Kunlun Mountain above his head. When Kunlun Mountain fell, the giant of strength's body was also suppressed half a meter lower. The power vortex in Su Zimo's body was spinning continuously, and every vortex was spinning to the extreme. With more and more power, the giant gradually stabilized his body. Xiang Kunlun controlled Kunlun Mountain with difficulty and suppressed Su Zimo step by step. This was the limit of what his body could reach. However, he was still holding on, wanting to completely suppress Su Zimo. As time passed, many wounds had already appeared on Xiang Kunlun's body. Blood flowed, and even his eyes were bloodshot. Countless cracks appeared on the surface of his skin. If this continued, his body would probably break into pieces. "Enough," Elder Bay of the Underground Heavenly Emperor Gate shouted. "Kunlun, admit defeat." "Laozu, I won't." Xiang Kunlun shook his head. Cracking sounds could already be heard from his body. In life, there are bound to be failures and failures. Waves also have their ups and downs. "If you admit defeat now, just wait for your destiny to come again," Elder Bay roared. He had watched Xiang Kunlun grow up since he was young. He really could not bear to see him die just like that. Elder, my life has been too smooth since I was young. He was unrivaled among his peers, a monster in everyone's eyes. He was born in a sect with 3 emperors. I can't accept failure, Xiang Kunlun shouted. If I admit defeat today, I'm afraid I won't have the courage to face him again. Why are you doing this? Elder Bei shook his head. He looked at Su Zimo and said, Young master, can you spare his life? We admit defeat. You can ask for any compensation you want. I've never liked trouble. Since we've fought, we'll fight to the death, Su Zimo said with a smile. Aren't you afraid of the revenge of our heavenly emperor gate? Elder Bei narrowed his eyes and said. Just come, Su Zimo said with a laugh. The giant of strength behind him roared at the sky and lifted Mount Kunlun up by another half-inch. The cultivators on my back are going against the heavens. The path of destiny is littered with bones. If I want to become a great emperor, let alone a small heavenly emperor gate like yours. Even if everyone in this world is my enemy, so what? Hearing Su Zimo's words, the people of Qin City below were shocked. The whole world is his enemy. How confident must this man be to say such words? That guy. Qin Fusu's gaze moved slightly, and he swallowed hard. Child Su. Qin Shuang's gaze gradually became a little dazed. It was not until Qin Feng coughed a few times that Qin Shuang quickly came back to her senses. Her face instantly turned red again. Father is not against the 2 of you being together, Qin Feng said. But the problem of your physique still has to be solved. Is it because you see Child Su's potential that father is not against it? Qin Shuang asked. How could that be? Qin Feng's old face turned red as he quickly explained. I have long seen that this kid is extraordinary. I just want to test him. This kid is not bad. I'll take him. In the sky, Xiang Kunlun's body was on the verge of shattering. Elder Bei beside him did not dare to act rashly. Even he did not dare to interfere in a battle of this level. Kunlun, don't be stubborn. There are still many people waiting, Elder Bei said anxiously. Elder Bei, please go back and tell Master that I am ashamed of him and the entire Heavenly Emperor Gate. The sect has nurtured me greatly, and Kunlun is unable to repay it, Xiang Kunlun said with a depressed expression. I can't be a great emperor. Have you considered Feiyu Qingyun? She is still waiting for you in the sect. Elder Bei was still unwilling to give up and said. Tell Qingyun that if there is an afterlife, I will definitely not be the saint, nor will I fight for the mandate of heaven. I will spend the rest of my life with her, Xiang Kunlun said. His body had completely begun to split apart. The last roar seemed to have used up all his strength. Although I am dead, I am still the saint of the Heavenly Emperor. The entire Kunlun mountain immediately emitted a brilliant light, and he used the last of his strength to suppress it. And Xiang Kunlun's figure also exploded. When Kunlun mountain fell, the entire world shattered, and everything returned to nothingness. Kunlun, Elder Bei shouted. Kunlun mountain dissipated, and the world suddenly became empty and silent. People looked in the direction of the void where Su Zimo was standing, wanting to know the final result. A waste token swayed under the breeze and slowly fell from the sky. Elder Bei reached out and took the token. This was Xiang Kunlun's saint token. He looked around in confusion. The void returned to calm, and Su Zimo calmly walked out of the void. He was unscathed, and his clothes were neat. From today onwards, the Heavenly Emperor Gate will fight to the death with you, Elder Bei said in a low voice, his tone filled with killing intent. Sure, you can come, Su Zimo said indifferently. I am the current saint of Zhenwu. I will wait for your arrival at Zhenwu. How many generals does your Heavenly Emperor Gate have? Feel free to come. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Elder Bei's pupils constricted. He turned his head and looked at Su Zimo in a daze. Su Zimo originally wanted to kill Elder Bei, but considering that he was in Qin City and did not want to implicate Qin City, he let him live. Ignoring Elder Bei behind him, Su Zimo directly stepped into the air and arrived at Qin Manor. He glanced at Qin Fusu and said indifferently, if you come to Qin City again in the future, I will destroy your great Qin. When they heard Su Zimo's words, Qin Fusu and Elder Qin Shang's expressions turned ugly. however, they did not dare to refute him. After all, Su Zimo was a ruthless person who could even kill Xiang Kunlun. It would be easy for him to kill them now. Get lost, Su Zimo said lightly. Elder Qin Shang glanced at Qin Feng. When he saw that Qin Feng had no reaction, he dragged Qin Fusu away in humiliation. After the two of them left, Qin Shuang lowered her head and walked to Su Zimo. She pulled Su Zimo's arm. You two can chat. I won't disturb you. Qin Feng laughed awkwardly and prepared to leave. No need. I'm also preparing to leave. I just wanted to tell you. Take it as my farewell, Su Zimo said with a wave of his hand. Child Su. Qin Shuang glanced at Su Zimo silently. She wanted to say something but hesitated. Tell Shuang. It's your freedom to leave. Qin Feng nodded. He could see that people like Su Zimo existed to fight for the mandate of heaven. It was impossible for him to stay in this place because of love. It was only a matter of time before he left. He did not want to get involved. Qin Shuang had to handle this matter herself. Then when will you come back? Qin Shuang asked with a sad expression. When I find the Nirvana pearl, I'll come back and cure your nether ice body, Su Zimo said with a smile. Can I still wait for that day? Qin Shuang muttered to herself. If I want someone to die, he will die even if he hides to the ends of the earth. If I don't want someone to die, even if the heavens don't allow it, I will let him live a wonderful life, Su Zimo said with a chuckle. Then promise me that although you are very strong, there are many strong people outside. Don't try to be brave. You have to remember that there are many people who miss you. Qin Shuang helped Su Zimo tidy up his clothes. She was like a wife sending her husband off. In the end, she looked at Su Zimo with a red face and said, I will always be here waiting for you. If it were in the past, Qin Shuang would have lowered her head and not dared to look at Su Zimo after saying this. But this time, even though her face was burning, she still stubbornly looked straight at Su Zimo. It's done. Su Zimo caressed her hair and smiled. Wait for me to return. Qin Shuang nodded vigorously. Following which, Su Zimo turned around and left. The autumn wind lingered above his head, and the fallen leaves and dust in the courtyard floated in the air. Looking at Su Zimo's back as he left, Qin Shuang was in a daze in the courtyard alone. The wind is so noisy today, Su Zimo murmured. After leaving Qin City, Su Zimo headed towards the Endless Sky Ocean's pier. Because the Endless Sky Ocean was too far away from the eastern continent, it was difficult for the teleportation formation to travel such a long distance. Therefore, people would usually take a ship to the transit station on the Endless Sky Ocean, and then take the teleportation formation to the eastern continent at the transit station. The Endless Sky Ocean here was not very beautiful. In other words, most of the sea was dangerous and full of dangers. Hundreds of ships were docked on the coastline, and the shore was densely packed with people who seemed to be waiting. There were also countless inns and restaurants built here. People came and went, and it was very lively. Su Zimo looked around. Most of the people here were merchants who came and went from several continents. Ferryman, do you want to set sail? Su Zimo found a person on a ship and asked. Sir, it will take another 3 hours before the ship departs, and not all the passengers are on board yet, the person replied. If you want to take the ship, you can pay for a spot first, in case there are no more spots later. From here to the transit station, it would cost at least 10,000 spirit crystals. Su Zimo was not short of money. After paying, the person reminded him, the ship departs at 7 o'clock sharp. We will wait 10 minutes at most. Sir, don't miss the time. After saying a few words to the ferryman, Su Zimo prepared to walk around the nearby village. This was a simple resting place for people waiting for the ship to rest. Su Zimo casually walked into a tea stall, where several people were already sitting. Qin Laosan, why are you going to the eastern continent? I heard that his child entered the imperial lineage of the eastern continent, so he went to see his child. The people around were discussing noisily. Our central continent is the Holy Land. Why would he go to the eastern continent? The man called Qin Laosan was a rough man. He smiled and replied, it's because my son is fated with the Taiyuan holy sect. The imperial lineage is not inferior to our central continent. I heard that the Endless Sky Sea has not been peaceful recently. The Yu family's ship capsized and never returned. According to the survivors, they seem to have encountered something. It's better if we don't go out for a while. Su Zimo listened to these people's discussion with interest. At this moment, more than 10 people ran over from afar. These people wore blood-red robes and had long red hair. Moreover, they had a murderous aura, giving people the impression that they were executioners who killed people without batting an eyelid. When this group of people arrived in front of the tea stall, their leader took out a portrait. He looked at everyone and asked, "Have you seen the person in the portrait?" It was a young man in the portrait. His face was slightly pale, but he had delicate features. He looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. No, no. Everyone quickly shook their heads. If you have, come and report to us. If anyone is hiding a criminal, we will deal with them as criminals, the leader said sternly and walked away with the blood-red guards. After this group of people left, everyone present took a deep breath. Who are these people? How dare they be so presumptuous in the Great Qin Empire? They seem to be people from the Great Yu dynasty, someone muttered. The Great Yu dynasty was one of the 9 cities like the Great Qin Empire and Daliang Empire. However, in recent years, the Great Yu dynasty did not want to be a part of the 9 cities, so they called themselves the Great Yu dynasty. The relationship with the other 8 cities also slowly faded away. How dare the Great Yu's people be so presumptuous? Someone muttered unhappily. They are not ordinary soldiers of the Great Yu dynasty. They seem to be blood-red guards, someone seemed to have thought of something and said in shock. Blood-red guards? At the mention of this name, everyone present kept quiet out of fear and did not dare to speak loudly. There were a total of 17 blood-red guards. Other than the leader who was a saint bloodline expert, the other 16 were all emperor bloodline experts. These people were all consecrated by the Great Yu dynasty. They were a secret hand of the Great Yu dynasty that specialized in eliminating some of the Great Yu dynasty's enemies in the dark. Just think about it, with so many emperor bloodline experts, how powerful would that be? Who is the young man in the portrait? He can actually make all the blood-red guards move out, someone said with lingering fear. It's better not to provoke him. Let's set sail. At 7 in the evening, the boatman shouted from the dock. Someone was beating the drum in front of the village. It was the signal to set sail. Everyone quickly walked out of the tea stall and rushed to the dock. At this moment, there were already many ships setting sail on the shore of the endless sky ocean. Su Zimo and the others quickly boarded the ship. Everyone had their own cabin, and the word Yu was written on the mast of the ship. This meant that this was House Yu's ship. In the evening, the waves of the sea seemed to have been stirred up as they slapped slightly restlessly. Countless white foam floated on the surface of the sea. Who knew how much filth was buried in it? Rumbling sounds could be heard all around. The lights in front of the ship lit up, and the sea was split in half. Just as the ship was about to set sail, a group of people boarded from afar. These people were the Scarlet Guards from before. The group from the Great Yu dynasty. After waving their hands, they all flew into the air and boarded the Class A ship. The passengers on the ship immediately tensed up. If they had a choice, they definitely wouldn't sit with these crazy people. Why are the Scarlet Guards on our ship? Someone asked curiously. I heard that House Yu is a family in the Great Yu dynasty. Of course, they're together, someone explained. Let's hope this journey is peaceful. Su Zimo didn't care much about it. He returned to his cabin to rest. He cultivated for an entire night. Whether it was the number of 4 spins or the heavenly gate of 3 lives, he studied them all. The night was silent. At dawn the next day, Su Zimo opened the cabin door and went to the Class A. The sunrise on the sea was exceptionally beautiful. A wisp of sunrise slowly rose from the east. The sun shone on the entire horizon. The sun couldn't be seen clearly. There was only a golden sky in sight. Slowly, the golden sky became less and less golden, but it also became purer and purer. Purple clouds appeared in the surroundings. Su Zimo sat in the Class A. The scenery of the coast wasn't bad. As for the Scarlet Guards, they were all meditating around the Class A. Some sat on the mast, some sat in a corner of Class A, and some sat on the roof of the cabin. Su Zimo didn't mind. The servants prepared breakfast and brought it to the resting area of Class A for Suzimo. As time went by, the other people on the ship also came out one after another. With the speed of this ship, it will take about 7 days to reach the transit station. A middle-aged man was eating and discussing with the others. What are you guys doing in the eastern continent? The man called Qin Laosan was also on the same ship as Suzimo. He smiled and said, I'm going to see my son. We're from the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. We have business all over the continent, so we often run around. 2 middle-aged men with mustaches and golden robes laughed as well. I'm going home, Suzimo replied. Do you know why those scarlet guards are here? The middle-aged man lowered his head and asked cautiously. Why? Qin Laosan asked curiously. I'll tell you, but don't spread the news, the middle-aged man said. I've been to the Great Yu dynasty before. I heard that a young man stole the Yu King's cauldron, so they're searching everywhere. What's the Yu King's cauldron? Qin Laosan asked curiously. You're ignorant, the middle-aged man said. The shopkeepers of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion nodded and said, the Great Yu dynasty is located at the center of the 4 seas. The place they built is easy to defend and hard to attack. It's said that the Yu King's cauldron can calm all storms and control the seas. So it's very important to them. If we find the Yu King's cauldron and auction it at the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, how much would it fetch? Another shopkeeper said enviously. Don't even think about it. The Great Yu dynasty would hunt you down, let alone auction it. Everyone was talking and laughing at the side. At this moment, the entire ship suddenly shook. The originally calm surface of the sea also started to shake. Rumble. Each wave was higher than the previous one. The tables and chairs in Class A also fell down. What's going on? Someone shouted. Everyone, don't panic. We've encountered something. Don't be afraid. The ship has the elite guards of House Yu and the Great Yu dynasty Scarlet Guards. Nothing will happen. The person in charge of the ship quickly came out to calm everyone down. The man in the scarlet robe sitting on the mast was the leader of this group of Scarlet Guards. His gaze was fixed in front of him, completely ignoring the turbulent waves around him. Suddenly, a pure, holy light shot up to the sky. Everyone looked in front of them and saw that an island had appeared on the originally calm surface of the sea. Everyone looked at the island that suddenly appeared in shock. The surrounding waves seemed to have calmed down and the ship slowly came to a stop. Everyone looked in shock. The island was like a giant beast lying on the surface of the sea. The mountains around it were shining brightly, emitting all kinds of lights. The entire island was tens of thousands of feet tall. They couldn't see the end of it at a glance. It was surrounded by a dense holy light and stood proudly on the endless sea. What is this? Someone mumbled to himself. Immortal. Immortal Island, the person beside him stammered. There were immortal islands in the world, and those with great fortune could be seen. They floated on the endless sea, their whereabouts and trajectories were uncertain. The so-called immortal islands included Penglai, Yingzhou, Fangzhong, and all kinds of other immortal islands. Legend has it that immortals lived on immortal islands. These reclusive immortals would teach those with great fortune. Which immortal island is this? Someone asked curiously. There is Liubo Island in the East Sea. 7,000 miles into the sea, there is a mirage. Qi is formed when scattered, and form when gathered. It is illusory and unpredictable. There is a beast on the island. It is shaped like a bull, but it has no horns and only 1 foot. When it enters and exits the water, it is met with wind and rain. Its light is like the sun and moon, and its voice is like thunder. Its name is Kuei. You said this is Liubo Island? Someone asked in shock. This is the legendary immortal island of the Xianxia sect. I wonder if the legendary immortal Liubo is still here. Someone sighed. Are we going to the immortal island? The people beside him discussed. Let's go. The immortal island can only be found by chance. If we miss it, we might not see it again in our lifetime. It was unknown who shouted, but more than a dozen figures quickly rushed up. The others didn't panic. Instead, they observed the situation in front of them. Just as those figures were about to reach Liubo Island, a beast roar suddenly came from inside. Then, those figures were all swallowed up. Everyone felt a lingering fear and didn't dare to go up again. The immortal island was still shining brightly, giving people a mysterious feeling. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a bit fearful. Although this mysterious immortal island was a treasure trove, it was also extremely dangerous. What should we do? Someone muttered to himself. Immediately after, the leader of the group of Scarlet Guards stepped into the air. The sails on the mast fluttered in the wind as the leader's figure quickly stepped onto Liubo Island. Everyone stared at him intently. Just as he approached the immortal island, another beast roar sounded. This beast roar was like a thunderclap, causing everyone's eardrums to ring. Immediately after, a large mouth attacked. The leader's expression was calm as his right foot lightly tapped the air, dodging the attack, and his figure lightly landed on the island. The beasts inside seemed to be roaring even more fiercely, but the multicolored light blocked everything, so no one could see clearly what was inside. Let's go, we'll go too. Someone couldn't hold back and wanted to try again. Suzimo smiled and followed closely behind. The closer they got to Liubo Island, the more they could feel the majesty of the island. The island was over 10,000 meters tall and 7,000 meters into the sea. It was deep underground and emitted a dense immortal light. When everyone reached the top of the island, they could see the scene inside clearly. The leader was fighting with two ferocious beasts. These two ferocious beasts were incomparably huge. Their entire bodies were green and covered by dense fur. They had a small horn on their heads, but strangely, they only had one leg. Their voices were like thunder, and their bodies were shining like sunlight and moonlight. That's a kuei, someone said in surprise. Legend has it that the divine beast on Liubo Island guards this place. It's the Mount of the Immortal. Then let's not attack. What if the immortal blames us? Someone hurriedly said. What are you afraid of? If the immortal was here, he would have appeared long ago. Someone coldly snorted. The immortal has probably already ascended. If we want to enter Liubo Island, we still have to kill these two kuei. After hearing this, some people were still thinking, while others had already helped the leader kill the kuei. Suzimo wasn't in a hurry. He flew half a circle around Liubo Island and found that there was a powerful barrier around the island. There was no way to fly in. The only entrance was the place guarded by the two kuei. When he returned to the entrance, there were hundreds of people gathered there. The two kuei lay on the ground, on the verge of death. Everyone was rushing in like a swarm of bees. Suzimo followed closely behind. When everyone entered Liubo Island, they were all stunned as they looked at the scene inside. As far as the eye could see, there was no end to it. This island was incomparably huge, with all kinds of flowers and trees blooming around it. Fresh flowers bloomed one after another, competing with each other in terms of beauty. It was too beautiful to behold. Purple, white, orange, all kinds of trees and flowers grew here. A few of the white-eared rabbits didn't seem to be afraid when they saw the group enter. Instead, they perked up their ears and looked at the group curiously. The air here was pleasant, as if it was a paradise, and no one could bear to destroy it. The group walked among the flowers and trees. Although these flowers and trees were just ordinary things, they had a different charm. For a moment, he actually felt a little lost. This immortal island is so beautiful, someone exclaimed. Yes, let's go. Don't disturb the peace here. The person beside him nodded in agreement. Everyone continued to walk forward, and the sound of flowing water rang in their ears. In the distance, a colorful waterfall flowed quietly. The water of the waterfall didn't seem like ordinary water. The waterfall flowed for thousands of miles, flowing down from the layered rocks. Directly in front of the waterfall, the group found a peach blossom forest. Hundreds of peach trees were planted here, and the peach blossoms in the forest were in full bloom. Pink peach blossoms filled the sky, dancing in the air. Butterflies danced in the air, and it felt like the peach blossoms on this immortal island were in full bloom. Is this the place where immortals live? Someone muttered to himself. The group continued to walk into the immortal island, as if they were in another world, and they were mesmerized by this place. The sound of flowing water could be heard in front of them, and everyone looked up. A colorful pool appeared in front of them. Peach blossoms floated in the pool, forming layer after layer. And in the pool, a woman was sitting in it, seemingly taking a bath. The peach blossoms covered her graceful body reflected in the water, and only her wet black hair could be seen. "Immortal," someone shouted. This immediately attracted the attention of the woman in the pool. In an instant, the originally peaceful environment of the immortal island changed, and several explosions could be heard. The waterfall in the pool exploded, and several waves appeared. The waves were like bombs, directly annihilating the entire pool. At that moment, the woman put on her clothes, stepped on the splashing waves, and stepped into the air. "Who are you?" The woman stood in the air, and asked arrogantly. She was wearing a long pink dress, which made her seem like a perfect match with the peach trees in the forest. Everyone looked at her face, and for a moment, they were stunned. She had an oval face, fair skin with a hint of pink, and a peach blossom mark on her forehead. She looked to be about 20 years old, with a high nose bridge, and was as beautiful as the women of the western regions. Hanging from her waist was a walnut flute. Her slender waist was covered by the pink dress, and she was like a fairy that descended from the mortal world, as if looking at her was a kind of filth. "Immortal." Someone was still muttering to himself. "How did you come to this island?" The woman frowned and asked again. But no one answered her. Basically, everyone was captivated by her appearance. "Since you don't want to talk, then be buried here together." The woman snorted. She wore a golden bell on her right wrist. She slowly waved her right hand, and the bell began to ring. Dang, dang, dang. Accompanied by this sound, the entire forest changed. The entire peach forest started to change, and countless peach trees started to move. In an instant, the scenery of the immortal island changed. Accompanied by the movement of countless peach trees, it seemed to be some kind of ancient formation. Like a large net, it trapped everyone inside. A wind blew past, and the woman reached out her finger, gently grabbing one of the floating peach blossoms. That peach blossom instantly dissipated, turning into a pink powder that floated in the air. When someone breathed in the powder, they began to bleed from their 7 orifices, and then died. Not good. Only then did someone react, and shouted. "Everyone, wake up, this peach forest is not simple." The red mist shrouded the entire peach forest, and everyone was trapped inside for a moment. One by one, the peach trees grew so tall that they covered the entire sky. Connecting together, they blocked out the entire sky. Within the pink mist, some of them were bleeding from all 7 orifices. Some of them exploded and died. Some of them were delirious as they started killing one another. Everyone, join forces to break this formation. Otherwise, none of us can even dream of leaving. The leader of the Scarlet Guards hollered. Everyone was mesmerized by this woman's appearance and aura. By the time they snapped back to their senses, they did not dare to hesitate as they used their strongest attacks on the formation. Blood Demon Palm, Million Treasure Strike, Nether Spirit Claw, Ferocious Lion's Roar. Instantly, countless streams of spirit chi surged out towards the formation. None of them dared to hold back. Just then, as though they were provoked, the peach trees started moving as well. Baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, they opened their mouths wide and devoured all the attacks and spirit chi. Looking at this scene, everyone was stunned. How are we supposed to fight this? Since it's a formation, there must be a formation I. Everyone, hurry and look for it. The leader of the Scarlet Guards called out. Just as he was speaking, a few more people died. In the blink of an eye, there were less than 20 people left alive within the formation. Everyone hurried to look for it. But just then, the peach trees in the sky seemed to have gone crazy as they waved their branches with all their might, causing a huge gust of wind to blow. Countless wind blades slashed down from the sky. Yet another few people could not dodge in time and were killed by the wind blades. We can't hold on any longer. Everyone was evidently panicking as they attacked wildly within the formation. Suzimo sat down cross-legged at the side. The Heaven Spill astrolabe that he had obtained from the Heaven Spill Holy Mountain was revolving around him. This Heaven Spill astrolabe could simulate all formations in the world. Ever since Suzimo had obtained it, he had not used it much. But now that he had encountered a formation like this, he could give it a try. Formations could not be separated from the 8 trigrams, yin and yang. They were arranged according to the attributes of the heaven and earth. They reinforced and countered each other, similar to the 5 elements. Within Suzimo's mind, countless stars shone down. The composition of these peach trees could not be separated from the elements of wood and wind. When Suzimo's deduction reached its peak, the sky spill astrolabe spun continuously. It spun faster and faster until it was almost impossible to see with the naked eye. In the next moment, Suzimo took a deep breath and slowly stood up. His right hand gently tapped the interior of the array. As if some central point had been touched, the entire array formation began to shake. A drop of fire flowed from Suzimo's finger into the array formation. In an instant, all the array formations began to burn. The peach forest had all become fuel. When the woman in the sky saw this, a strange look flashed across her eyes. She waved her right hand. A rainbow-colored drop of water fell from the nearby waterfall. In an instant, all the flames were submerged, and the array formation became even more powerful. Suzimo shook his head slightly. Fine, I'll have to do it again. It could be seen that this woman's Tao of array formations had already reached the point of perfection. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she could form an array with just a glance. This was the so-called array formation. You set up the formation, I'll break it. Less than 10% of the people in the array were left. Only 3 to 5 people were left. These people no longer had any hope of fighting. This included the leader of the group of Scarlet Guards. They all knelt down and began to beg for mercy. Fairy, please spare us. We didn't mean to disturb you. We just happened to see an immortal island appear on the endless heavenly sea, so we came up to investigate. Has the island landed again? The woman in the sky murmured. Looks like another 10,000 years have passed. Then, her gaze turned cold and she said indifferently, you probably forced your way in. The entrance is guarded by Xianxia. How did you get in? Since you're here, stay. She waved her right hand again, and the entire array formation began to shrink. As the array formation shrank, the area where everyone could move became smaller and smaller. Finally, the woman clenched her right hand, and the array formation shrank to the size of a small ball before exploding. The entire peach forest shook, and the woman's figure slowly descended. Seeing that there was nothing left of everyone in the array formation, she stepped barefoot on the ground and looked into the distance with a deep gaze. The way you treat your guests is really heartbreaking, a voice suddenly sounded from afar. As the saying goes, it's a pleasure to have friends from afar. Who? Hearing someone speak, the woman suddenly raised her head. On the branch of a peach tree next to her, a young man in a purple robe was casually leaning against it. He had a curved sword on his back, and he had the temperament of a hedonistic son. Fish in the net. The woman coldly snorted, and the bell on her wrist rang again. The sky full of peach blossoms all rushed towards Suzimo. Suzimo shook his head and smiled. He pulled out the tyrannical shadow in his hand. With a clang, countless waves of sword chi wreaked havoc in the peach forest, and the peach blossoms were all shattered by the sword chi. I advise you not to do anything. This peach forest is so beautiful. I really don't want to destroy it, Suzimo said calmly. What do you want? The woman asked indifferently. I'm just curious, so I came to take a look at this immortal island. I have no ill intentions, Suzimo said. Now that you've seen it, you can leave, the woman said. I haven't gone into the waterfall yet. Suzimo pointed behind the 5-colored waterfall. His divine sense spread out, and it seemed to be swallowed by something. He could feel a terrifying aura hibernating there. Stop here. Otherwise, I don't mind spending more effort to make you stay. The woman narrowed her eyes and said indifferently. I'm a person who likes to go to the mountain knowing that there are tigers, Suzimo smiled. He stepped into the air and flew directly behind the waterfall. Seeing Suzimo leave, the woman was not in a hurry. She slowly took out the flute at her waist. She played the flute. The moment the music sounded, a huge peach tree shadow appeared behind her. She seemed to be born from the peach tree. It was the first peach tree to appear in this world. A primitive aura spread around. Peach blossoms shine brightly, a soft chant came from the woman's mouth. Then, the peach tree shadow and the woman merged into one. They crossed the endless void and blocked in front of Suzumo. The shadow gradually became visible and turned into a real peach tree. It was like a monster. It was 1,000 meters tall and spanned almost a quarter of the immortal island. The branches were luxuriant, and there were countless peach blossoms hanging. Each peach blossom had a prehistoric aura. Impressive. Suzumo chuckled as he sensed the aura within. The peach tree ancestor of 10,000 years. I didn't expect it to still be alive. I didn't think that there would be someone like you on Liuboa Island, Suzumo chuckled. The peach tree didn't reply. Instead, it waved its massive branches. It was like a group of demons dancing wildly. Each branch carried with it an endless amount of power. As the peach blossoms fell from the sky, they merged with the branches and sealed off Suzumo's path. Peach chains lock heart, a soft shout rang out. Immediately after, the peach tree branches that sealed off Suzumo split into countless shadow figures. These shadow figures seemed illusory. They directly pierced through Suzumo's body. A powerful force was transmitted, attempting to pull Suzumo's soul out. It's another soul attack. Suzumo chuckled. The peach tree itself didn't possess much offensive power. However, it was able to confuse the mind and attack the soul with twice the effect with half the effort. I originally didn't want to expend the effort to kill you. Since you want to die, don't blame me, the woman said. As the pulling force from the peach tree grew stronger and stronger, Suzumo's entire body seemed to stiffen. Suzumo shook his head slightly. With the 9-cycle palace protecting him, he didn't fear any soul attacks. The guardian beast of the 9-cycle palace let out a furious roar. Then, one divine beast after another appeared. The howling moonwolf and the 3 roaring leopard tore at the peach tree's branches. Their sharp teeth quickly tore through the branches. The peach tree felt pain and let out a savage roar. The 2 guardian beasts were unwilling to give up. They actually pounced on the peach tree. The peach tree seemed to be somewhat frightened. It hurriedly transformed back into its human form and quickly rang the golden bell in its hand. The peach tree branches in the sky sealed off the 2 divine beasts. Come back, Suzumo called out softly. The 2 guardian beasts hurriedly returned to the 9-cycle palace. The woman was still somewhat shaken. She gave Suzumo a deep look and said, "You can't go into the rainbow waterfall." Why? Suzumo asked. Immortal Lu Bo is in secluded meditation inside. If you disturb him, none of us will have a good ending, the woman said. Immortal Lu Bo? Suzumo chuckled and asked, then who are you? I am the Peach Blossom Fairy of Liuboa Island. My duty is to protect the immortals, the woman replied. You are the patriarch of a peach blossom tree, but you are protecting an immortal? This immortal flowing wave must be quite an impressive figure, Suzumo said. Immortals and Liuboa Island are interdependent. Immortals will exist for as long as Liuboa Island exists. Think about it, said the woman. Now that you mention it, I want to see him even more. Suzumo smiled. The figure passed by the woman and walked toward the 5-colored waterfall. The woman could only watch from the back anxiously, but there was nothing she could do. That's all I've said. If you don't listen, don't drag me down with you if anything happens, the woman behind him shouted, unwilling to give up. When Suzumo arrived at the 5-colored waterfall, he discovered that the water of the waterfall was actually the seawater of the endless sky sea. The seawater flowed in from the other side of the island, traversing tens of thousands of kilometers before arriving here. This was originally ordinary seawater, but it seemed to have absorbed some immortal chi and turned into 5-colored immortal water after passing through some place. Suzumo walked past the 5-colored waterfall and a small path made of gravel appeared in front of him. All sorts of precious flowers and plants were planted on both sides. The fragrance of the flowers assailed his nostrils. Not far in front of him, there was a thatched cottage. At that moment, a beam of light that reached the heavens shone above the thatched cottage. On the ground around it, the sun, moon, stars, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were changing. This method of changing only happened around the thatched cottage and did not affect other places. Is the immortal here? Suzumo casually plucked a blade of grass from the side and bit it in his mouth, then walked toward the thatched cottage while shouting. The surroundings were quiet. No one answered. When Suzimo got close to the thatched hut, he suddenly heard a bang sound. It was as if a formation had been opened and a taiji diagram spread out beneath his feet. Yin and Yang transformed into the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Samsara did not stop and finally stopped above water. The entire taiji diagram transformed into a monstrous wave, which surged violently and blocked Suzimo from approaching the thatched cottage. The immortal touched my head, my hair was tied and I received immortality. A long and clear voice sounded from the thatched cottage. Then, there was a soft bang. The door of the thatched cottage was opened and an old man in a white robe, with white hair and a white beard, exuding boundless immortal light, walked out from inside. "Young benefactors, what business do you have with my Liubo island?" the old man asked with a smile. "I want to meet the legendary immortal," Suzimo replied. "Is he just a facade, or is he a real immortal?" The old man shook his head and said, "Immortal is just a name. People have different definitions of immortals. I believe that I am an immortal, but that only represents my own thoughts and opinions. Benefactor, since you have come, it must be fate. I will bestow upon you an immortal seal. If fate wills it, we will meet again. At that time, we will discuss matters of opportunity." The old man smiled as he stroked his long white beard. His other hand drew a semicircle in the air. An imprint that was emitting white spirit chi slowly emerged and headed towards Suzimo's glabella. However, the moment the imprint touched Suzimo, the devil body of purgatory in his body actually reacted. Originally, after activating the demon body, Suzimo's forehead would have a red immortal seal. Now that the demon body was stimulated, the red immortal seal flickered and directly swallowed it. "This?" The immortal was stunned. Then, his expression changed. "Remnants of the demon race," he muttered to himself, his expression becoming strange. Suzimo looked at immortal Liubo in confusion. Suzimo could still sense the killing intent in his eyes. This is truly a case of searching high and low for something. Immortal Liubo chuckled. He said, "You demons dare to come to my immortal island. You are truly audacious. Do we know each other?" Suzimo asked, puzzled. "Since you are here, then stay. I think the divine ancestor will be very interested." Immortal Liubo chuckled. With a wave of his hand, he directly pressed down on Suzimo. Suzimo narrowed his eyes and clenched his right fist. The power of creation filled it. He punched with all his might and directly punched a hole through the hand. "You have some skills. No wonder you dare to come to my Liubo island." Immortal Liubo snorted. Stormy waves. In the next moment, endless streams of water spread out from his body. These streams of water soared into the sky and condensed into powerful tornadoes. Dragon roars resounded in his ears. Countless tornadoes surrounded Suzimo. These tornadoes were dozens of meters tall and each had a huge dragon head. "Explode!" Immortal Flowing Wave let out a heavy shout. As Immortal Liubo's voice fell, the tornadoes all began to move violently. The dragon head above stirred up 1,000 layers of huge waves, all of which surrounded Suzimo as they swooped down. Rumble! Explosions rang out all around. The entire island shook, as if it was about to sink to the bottom of the sea. Boom! All of the water currents exploded, and water splattered everywhere, completely dispersing in all directions. Immortal Liubo stared at the epicenter of the explosion. When everything dissipated, he saw a slender figure slowly walk out from the hazy mist. "This doesn't seem to match your title as an immortal." Suzimo shook his head and sighed. He said, "This kind of attack can be called an immortal? Kid, you're not an ordinary person among the demons, right?" Immortal Liubo narrowed his eyes, gently stroking his beard with his right hand. He said, something like a vanguard. "You talk a lot of nonsense." Suzimo shook his head. "Since you want to see my immortal appearance, I'll satisfy you." Immortal Liubo snorted coldly. As his voice fell, a majestic immortal aura rose from all around him. The immortal aura shone on his body, which shot straight into the sky. At this moment, Immortal Liubo's entire body was surrounded by an ethereal aura. White light enveloped his entire body, and his white robe and white hair fluttered slightly in the wind. Tiny fluorescent lights surrounded the white light, and his eyes were clear, as if he could see through everything. An even more powerful aura burst forth from his body. This was an existence that belonged to an immortal king. He was only a step away from the peak of immortality. Kid, surrender. Immortal Liuba snorted coldly. 4 seas. Immediately after, the entire Liuba island began to shake, and layer after layer of ripples floated above it. Following a rumbling explosion, Liuba Island actually slowly rose into the air. The entire endless heavenly sea was stirred up, and the seas were overturned. The water of the endless heavenly sea soared into the sky, forming a water curtain. The 4 water curtains enveloped the entire Liuba Island, blocking it. 30,000 miles of flowing waves, my lord rises and falls. Immortal flowing wave let out a loud roar, and the heavenly sea around him began to surge violently. It was as if the seawater was his left and right arm, coming and going as he pleased. As Immortal Liuba casually pointed, the seawater surged towards Suzimo like a torrent. Suzimo's figure seemed especially small and thin in the vast sea. He was like a small boat floating in a storm that could be destroyed at any time. The impact of the sea was incomparably strong. It was as if a tsunami had occurred here. Kid, let's see how long you can last, Immortal Flowing Wave said coolly. He waved his hands again, and the endless sky sea surged even more violently. Layer after layer of waves crept up. The sea waves stretched for 3,000 li around Xianxia, stretching as far as the eye could see. It was as if Xianxia was at the center of all the power. A single mistake would destroy him, leaving nothing behind. Playing water with me? Suzimo chuckled. He waved his right hand, and one of the 5 soul pearls, the weak water pearl, appeared in his hand. Suzimo slowly held up the weak water pearl. The inside of this tiny pearl was pure, as if it were the purest water in the world. The so-called weak water was like a goose feather, unable to be crossed. A single drop of weak water weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. Only a human could withstand it. When the weak water droplet emitted a circle of ripples, the surrounding turbulent seawater seemed to be suppressed by a mysterious force. It actually gradually calmed down. What is this? Immortal Flowing Wave was stunned. He continued to roar, I am the ruler of the endless sky sea. Unfortunately, the entire sea was so calm that not a single ripple could be seen. No matter how much strength Immortal Flowing Wave exerted, the endless sky sea seemed to be suppressed. What on earth did you do? Immortal Flowing Wave asked in shock. He had lived on Liuba Island for hundreds of thousands of years. In this part of the sea, he was an absolute god. Furthermore, he had the birth of his family and his background, but now, he had actually lost to a demon in the water. Such a huge blow left him dazed for a moment. What on earth did you do? Suzimo said calmly, be it the power of the world or the fate of all living things, they should not go too far. There are some things you don't understand. The beginning of all water is not something you can contend against. As he slowly waved the drowning water pearl in his hand, countless streams of water flowed in reverse, condensing into the shape of a rope. It directly tied up Immortal Flowing Wave's arms, including his neck, and hung him in the air. Let me go. Immortal Flowing Wave said in a trembling voice. As the saying goes, the longer you live, the more you fear death. This sentence was perfectly reflected in Immortal Flowing Wave. He had lived on Liuba Island for a long time. He had probably lived a peaceful life for countless years. Kid, if you let me go, I'll give you benefits in the future. Immortal Flowing Wave said. I'm very curious. Why do you hate us demons so much? Suzimo asked. Don't you know about our holy court? Immortal Flowing Wave asked, puzzled. An existence like you actually doesn't know about the holy court. Suzimo frowned slightly, then called the 7-faced demon general and the other 2 out from the divine lands. When he saw the surging demonic aura around the 7-faced devil general and the other 2, Immortal Flowing Wave was scared silly. Demon. Demon general. Master, is there something you need? 7-faced demon general asked. Let's see who he is. And this so-called holy court? I'd like to know more about it. Suzimo said. Only now did 7-faced demon general glance at Immortal Flowing Wave, then chuckled. So it's a little ant from the Holy Court. Who exactly are you? Immortal Flowing Wave felt his mouth go dry. A demon general who had always been one of the higher-ups of the demon race was actually so respectful towards this youth before him. He had some terrifying guesses in his heart, but he didn't dare to think any further. It was simply too terrifying. What's the Holy Court? Suzimo asked. I originally wanted to wait until you went to the sky beyond heaven to learn about it. After all, there's still some time before you arrive. Seven-faced demon general said. Since we've met, I'll give you a simple explanation. Suzimo nodded slightly. Master, do you know who our demon's enemies are? Seven-faced demon general asked. Suzimo shook his head. He had guessed a little, but he also knew that it wasn't everything. In the sky beyond heaven, the first to bear the brunt are naturally the 10 great clans with the 10 divine bloodlines, Seven-faced demon general replied. In addition, there's also the Holy Court founded by the sacred ancestor. This Holy Court was established specifically to fight against us demons. The people inside all call themselves immortals. They're completely at odds with us demons. They're extremely hypocritical. Seven-faced demon general looked at Immortal Flowing Wave, then said, this fellow should be one of them, right? But he's just a minor character. Their sacred ancestor is the interesting one. Yes. I'm just a small fry. Release me and I'll immediately withdraw from the Holy Court. I won't be your enemy anymore, Immortal Liubo hurriedly said. Sky beyond heaven. I'm really looking forward to it, Suzimo said. He looked at Immortal Liubo and asked, where's your sacred ancestor? I really don't know. The sacred ancestor's whereabouts are usually a mystery. Existences like me can't even come into contact with him, Immortal Liubo hurriedly said. Then how do you usually contact the Holy Court? Usually, it's the immortal emissaries of the Holy Court who contact me. We have no way of contacting the Holy Court, Immortal Liubo explained. If you can't do anything, then what's the point of having you? Suzimo coldly snorted. As he spoke, he directly crushed Immortal Liubo's head with one hand and tore his soul apart. Following a heart-wrenching roar of pain, Immortal Liubo's corpse fell to the ground. Suzimo had the seven-faced demon general and the others returned to his true fate world. Thinking about the sky beyond heaven, he felt an inexplicable sense of pressure and anticipation. Walking past the colorful waterfall, Suzimo entered the room where Immortal Liubo lived. The room wasn't very spacious. There was only a single praying mat. In front of him was a table with many offerings on it. There were all kinds of immortal fruits. On the wall above the table was a portrait. It was a vivid and lifelike portrait. The portrait was of an old man. He wore a white robe and looked otherworldly, as if he was cut off from the world. The old man was looking at the edge of the horizon. His eyes were filled with worry and his heart was filled with the world. Beneath him was an immortal deer. The immortal deer was filled with immortal energy. It was surrounded by a silver halo, and its body seemed to be inlaid with tens of thousands of stars. It flickered incessantly, just like the stars in the sky. Suzimo looked at the portrait quietly. The old man in the portrait seemed to have turned around and looked into Suzimo's eyes. In the next instant, the portrait was burned to ashes and scattered in the air. Hello. Goodbye. Suzimo whispered and left the thatched hut. After passing through the sea of flowers and stepping on the colorful waterfall, he returned to the peach forest. The woman was sitting on a rock, looking at Suzimo. You, she could not say for a long time. What's wrong? Suzimo asked. What did you do to Immortal Flowing Wave? The woman asked. He's dead, and now you're free. Shouldn't you be happy? Suzimo laughed. You killed him? The woman looked at Suzimo in surprise. He asked, who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. Just treat me as a passerby. Suzimo shook his head and left. Looking at Suzimo's departing figure, the woman pondered for a moment before walking towards the back of the five-colored waterfall. Walking out of Liubo Island, the people who came here were all dead. Suzimo was the only one who walked out of the island. The ship was still anchored in the nearby waves. After the endless celestial seas rebellion, it was exceptionally calm. Suzima walked across the calm sea and arrived at the ship. More than half of the people on the ship were gone. The only ones left were those with low cultivation who did not dare to venture too deep into Liuba Island. Why are you the only one back? Someone looked at Suzimo and asked in confusion. They're all dead. Set sail. Suzimo waved his hand and said indifferently. Dead? Are you kidding? Then why aren't you dead? Someone asked in disbelief. But just as that person finished speaking, a saber aura flashed and his head fell to the ground. I'm telling you to set sail. Don't make me repeat myself. With a rumble, the massive ship gradually sailed into the distance. Suzimo looked at the calm sea with a deep gaze. The people on the ship kept quiet out of fear and kept a respectful distance from Suzimo, not daring to approach. Suzimo was also happy and relaxed. On the 7th day on the endless celestial sea, the weather was somewhat gloomy and stressful. There was not a single trace of color in the gray sky, and it was reflected in the dry sea. On this afternoon, Suzimo hugged his saber and leaned against the ceiling of the ship, resting with his eyes closed. He seemed to have sensed something and looked up at the gray sky. In the next moment, the entire sky suddenly changed. A ray of multicolored light shone down from above, as if tearing apart the clouds, rendering everything in sight gray and hazy. Suddenly, the sky was filled with light, and the surrounding spirit chi also became violent. The majestic spirit chi surged up into the sky like a wave. The center of the ray of light seemed to be brewing an extremely terrifying power. Layers of ripples swallowed up the entire void. In an instant, waves rose on the sea and the entire ship began to sway. Suzimo looked up at the interior of the ray of light. The light there was even more dazzling and resplendent than the sun. He could not imagine the power contained in it. At this moment, there was even an endless stream of spirit energy condensing towards the center. In addition, all the elemental energy in the world was also being absorbed by the ray of light. The entire sky seemed to be torn apart, and the sky where the ray of light was located was separated from the rest of the space. That place became an independent space. This is. Someone on the ship saw the scene and his pupils suddenly dilated. He was stunned and did not know what to say for a moment. The sky is bright and the sun is bright, the yin and yang wheel is broken, and all the power in the world belongs to. It only appears once in an era, an old man muttered to himself. The mandate of heaven is about to be formed. At this moment, the entire continent was shaken. Whether it was the other 4 continents or the central continent. Whether it was the imperial lineage, the secret sealed lands, or the 10 forbidden lands. The entire world was shaken by the formation of the mandate of heaven. At this moment, in the endless celestial mountains, Jiang Macho slowly opened his eyes. He looked up at the sky. The depths of the ray of light was where everything belonged. In a hidden corner of the Yuanyang continent, Tan Jiolin also opened her eyes and looked at everything in the sky with a deep gaze. The power on her body was getting stronger and stronger, and it was as if she was going to cut off all means of retreat. In the Bailey clan of the eastern continent, the old man Samsara had just found Bailey Xiao. The two of them were discussing and looking at the sky in the distance. It's finally here, Bailey Xiao said with a cold gaze. The formation of the mandate of heaven was not something that could be completed overnight, nor could it be completed in an instant. It absorbed the essence of all eras and would only be fully formed when it was completed. The current mandate of heaven had just begun and was still absorbing the power of heaven and earth. It was still a distance away from being fully formed. However, this also made everyone feel a sense of oppression. Since it had already begun to form, it meant that everything was about to catch up with the plan. The ship of the endless celestial ocean finally stopped at the transit station after drifting for more than 7 days. This was a vast transit station. From here, one could travel to almost all of the cities in the eastern continent. After Suzimo disembarked from the ship, the people on the ship all left one after another, all of them distancing themselves from Suzimo. Suzimo prepared to teleport to one of the cities under Zhenwu Xingzong's control. He first went to a nearby restaurant to get some food. At a table near the window, the shopkeeper brought out a pot of wine and a few plates of meat dishes. As Suzimo was eating, he saw a group of people rushing in from the restaurant. Kid, hand it over. One of them held a long saber in his hand and slammed it heavily onto Suzimo's table. Hand what over? Suzimo raised his head and glanced at this group of people. There were about a dozen people in this group, all of them wearing long black robes. All of them had ferocious expressions on their faces. It's the Green Sand Gang. Let's disperse. Someone hurriedly said when they saw this group of people. What's the Green Sand Gang? Some people asked in confusion. They're the largest gang in this transit station. I heard that they have a very strong background and are extremely arrogant. Many people have suffered at their hands. Someone explained. Kid, don't play dumb. The leader snorted coldly. He looked at Suzimo and said, do you need me to explain the treasures of the Immortal Island in more detail? You people aren't afraid of death. Suzimo shook his head slightly. There's no treasure. I was just lucky enough to escape with my life. There was no need to think about it. Someone on the ship must have spread this news. After all, Suzimo was the only one who had walked out of Liuba Island. I don't believe you unless you let me search your storage ring. The leader said. You're really disturbing my appetite. Suzimo shook his head slightly. He turned to the shopkeeper of the restaurant who had already hidden away and shouted, Shopkeeper, come out and collect the corpses. As soon as he finished speaking, no one reacted. This group of people only felt a chill on their necks. They wanted to open their mouths to speak, but all they could hear was the sound of heads falling to the ground. Everyone froze in place, and then fell to the ground along with their heads. Disappointing. Suzimo looked at the wine and meat on the table, then stood up and walked out of the restaurant. After he left, the people who were hiding came out carefully. Looking at the corpses of the Green Sand Gang on the ground, he suddenly had a headache. Suzimo went straight to the teleportation point. He looked around and finally chose to teleport to Longhu City. Longhu City was one of the many cities under Zhenwu Xingzong's control. There weren't many people going there. Suzimo waited in line for an hour before entering the teleportation array. Suzimo was also working hard on his cultivation during the long time he spent traversing through space. Now that the heavenly fate was beginning to take shape, the pressure on everyone was increasing. The number of force vortexes in his body had already reached 1,000, which was the limit. If he wanted to condense more, he would need to make a breakthrough in all aspects of his physique. Now, he was trying to enter the second stage, which was to condense the force vortexes in his soul. This had to be done carefully because the soul was fragile, and its recovery speed was not as fast as the body's. As the saying goes, time flies when one is cultivating. After a long time, Suzimo slowly opened his eyes from his cultivation. The space in front of him was torn apart, and he stepped into the land of Longhu City. Longhu City was not considered a big city. It was located in the east of Zhenwu Xingzong, and it was considered a medium-sized city. The city was not bustling, but it was not deserted either. Longhu was the symbol of this place. When Suzimo arrived at Longhu City, it was just dawn. The sky was slightly bright, and the street was crowded with hawkers pushing their carts. The entire city seemed to have woken up from a deep sleep. In the center of the city was a huge statue of a dragon and a tiger. This statue had a dragon head and a tiger body, and it proudly stood in the huge city. There were fences around the statue, and no one was allowed to get close. After the weather turned slightly cold, the residents of Longhu City began to gather around the Longhu statue one after another. Hurry up, today is the day of worship. If you're late, you won't be able to find a good spot, someone in the group urged. What's the hurry? It's worship anyway, it's not like the Longhu god is biased, someone said unhappily. Besides, we've been worshipping for so many years, and we haven't seen the Longhu god appear. You people are just superstitious. Some young people in the crowd said doubtfully. There's no such thing as a Longhu god in this world. If you have the time, you might as well cultivate. Shut up, you're not allowed to talk about gods, the old man next to him scolded angrily. The young man shrunk his head and did not dare to say anything else. Suzimo found it funny as he watched from the side. He walked forward and asked with a smile, Old man, I've just arrived at Longhu City today. What are you planning to do? Young man, you're in luck, the old man said with a smile after sizing up Suzimo. Today is the day of worship for the Longhu god. If you follow us, your health will definitely be guaranteed and your future will be smooth sailing. What's the Longhu God? Suzimo followed the old man and the group and asked as he walked. It's a very old legend, the old man said as he recalled. A long, long time ago, the demon beasts outside the city wreaked havoc. Longhu City was located in a remote area, and the residents in the north of the city had a slim chance of survival every time they went out. Later, the Longhu God came here and chased away the demon beasts to protect the city. That's why we've been able to live in peace until now. Legend has it that every time the city is in danger, the Longhu God will appear and protect us. Hearing the old man's words, Suzimo smiled. He realized that more and more people were gathering in the city. The crowd almost occupied the entire square. Even the people who set up the stalls came here with incense and offerings in their hands. Suzimo was not interested in the Longhu God, so he did not follow the old man and the group to join in the fun. He left the square and walked out of the city. The layout of Longhu City was very strange. A long river spanned across half of the city, dividing the Dragon Tiger City into two. Lotus flowers bloomed in the Qing River. In the past, there were fishermen fishing here. Now that they had all gone to worship Longhu City, there was almost no one at the lively riverside. Suzimo looked around and realized that there was only a middle-aged man wearing a yellow bamboo hat at a fish stall on the left, killing fish alone. Behind him, the fishing boat had just stopped and was drifting. "Ferryman, do you want to cross the river?" Suzimo walked forward and asked. "Do you want fish?" The middle-aged man raised his head. His face was full of wrinkles and gullies, and he looked like he was in his 40s. "I don't want fish, I only want to take a boat," Suzimo shook his head and said. The middle-aged man nodded and silently put down the fish in his hand. He unhurriedly took off the black leather jacket around his waist and boarded the boat. Then, he walked onto the boat and waved at Suzimo. "Get on the boat." The middle-aged man looked at Suzimo and waved his hand. Suzimo stepped onto the boat. The middle-aged man paddled the boat and it sailed away on the Qing River. "They're all going to worship the Longhu God. Why aren't you going?" Suzimo asked curiously. "There's no need to go. The Longhu God must have his reasons for guarding the city. He definitely doesn't want the citizens to worship him." The middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. He moved the oars, each stroke having a rhythm. It was as if there was a special rhythm to it. "You're interesting." Suzimo smiled. "You're not from Longhu City, are you?" the middle-aged man asked. "Yes, I just happened to pass by." Suzimo nodded. "How do you know?" "There are thousands of people coming and going in Longhu City every day." The middle-aged man smiled. "I've been living here for a long time." "So you've been guarding the city?" Suzimo looked at the end of the Qing River and asked calmly. The river water was so clear that one could see the bottom. The lotus flowers in the river were in full bloom. The white lotus flowers looked like ladies dancing in the water. Hearing Suzimo's words, the middle-aged man suddenly raised his head and looked at Suzimo deeply. "I don't understand what you're talking about." "Of course the Longhu God doesn't need to worship himself." Suzimo smiled. "Don't worry, I don't have any ill intentions and I'm not interested in your Longhu City." The middle-aged man sized up Suzimo for a while before taking off the yellow bamboo hat on his head. The moment he took off his bamboo hat, Suzimo realized that the hair on his head was yellow. Furthermore, he had a pair of tiger ears. It was very special. "You." Suzimo was stunned for a moment. He did not expect such a situation. Suzimo only asked because he sensed a strong demonic aura from the other party. "I used to be a resident of Longhu City." The middle-aged man smiled. "Later on, I obtained some opportunities and ended up like this. The reason why I am guarding this place is because I like it here. I wish you good luck." Suzimo smiled. The boat had gradually reached the shore. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "I won't charge you for the ferry. Just take it as keeping a secret for me." Suzimo shook his head and smiled as he watched the middle-aged man paddle away. He was like the guardian deity of Longhu City. If the city was in any danger, they would step forward bravely. Normally, they would hide in the mountains and not reveal their talents. It was laughable that the residents of Longhu City only knew how to worship a dead statue. After leaving Longhu City, they weren't too far away from Jinwuxing Zone. Su Zimo summoned the dark sky tiger and sat on its back. His figure gradually disappeared into the distance. The autumn rain season arrived. The heavens was still forming in the sky, unaffected by anything. As for other places, it started to rain. A cool breeze blew past, making one feel relaxed and happy. At the same time, it was also a little cold. Facing the drizzle, Su Zimo arrived at a valley before the sky turned dark. The rain seemed to be getting heavier. Su Zimo found a thicker tree and stopped. He patted the dark sky tiger's back. The dark sky tiger stood up and uprooted all the trees around it. Then, they surrounded Su Zimo's surroundings, blocking the rain from above. Su Zimo wrung out the moisture on his clothes. Just as he was about to enjoy the autumn rain, he suddenly heard footsteps. He looked up and saw a group of people in red robes walking towards him. These people in red robes were wearing bright blood-red clothes with the word Ming printed on the back. Su Zimo recognized this outfit. It was one of the imperial lineage of the eastern mainland, the Blood Hades holy sect. "There's someone here." Someone in the group shouted softly. The others hurriedly looked in Su Zimo's direction. "It's not him." The person beside him shook his head slightly. The group walked in front of Su Zimo. The leading disciple looked at Su Zimo arrogantly and asked, "Hey, kid. Hey, kid, did you see a man and a woman leave here just now?" "I just got here too," Su Zimo said. "Also, I don't like your attitude. Kid, you've got character." The disciple of the Blood Hades holy sect raised the long sword in his hand and slashed towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo raised his eyelids slightly and glanced at this group of people. Boom. 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 A few explosions sounded. These people all felt immense pressure and exploded to death. Oh, the imperial lineage. How impressive. Su Zimo shook his head. Ignoring the minced meat and blood on the ground, he sat on the dark sky tiger and walked into the valley. As for the filth, by the time the sky cleared up, it would have been washed away by the heavy rain. After walking for some distance, Su Zimo smelled a faint scent of blood. There were also some bloodstains that had not been completely washed away. After he took another 2 steps, he found that there were traps all around him. Following the snapping of a rope, countless sharp tree thorns shot towards Su Zimo. These tree thorns were poisoned. Those who came into contact with them would die with pus all over their body. Su Zimo waved his hand slightly and destroyed these tree thorns. He looked at the cave not far away. His divine soul sensed that someone was hiding there. "Come out," Su Zimo said calmly. After some hesitation, a figure ran out of the cave in an instant. The figure was dressed in black and fled into the distance at an extremely fast speed. However, that figure had only taken a small step forward before it was suppressed by Su Zimo on the spot. "Turn around," Su Zimo said calmly. The rain was still pouring down from above. On the green leaves and in the valley, the sound of rain could be heard everywhere. Their ears seemed to be mixed with the countless sounds of rain, but it also seemed to be very quiet. When the black figure slowly turned its head, Su Zimo was slightly stunned. "It's you?" The two of them exclaimed at the same time. "Yao Xingnan, why are you here? What are you hiding from?" Su Zimo asked. "Child Su, I don't have time to explain to you now. Hurry up and save Gillen," Yao Xingnan said hurriedly. "What happened to Xiaogizi?" Su Zimo frowned slightly. "He's in the cave. He's about to die," Yao Xingnan said emotionally. Looking at Yao Xingnan's anxious expression, Su Zimo realized what had happened. He followed Yao Xingnan into the cave and saw Xiaogizi lying on a protruding rock covered in blood. His body was covered with wounds of various sizes. He was on the verge of death and was covered in blood. "How did this happen?" Su Zimo asked with a frown. "It's the people from the Blood Hades holy sect. They're chasing us," Yao Xingnan quickly replied. "Blood Hades holy sect?" Su Zimo frowned slightly. He recalled the group of people he had met previously. The man and woman they were talking about should be Xiaogizi. Su Zimo reached out to check. Xiaogizi was seriously injured and had half a foot in the gates of hell. Needless to say, his internal organs had been shattered. He was hanging on by a breath of true qi. If this true qi dissipated, he would really die. Although Suzimo was very strong now, if a person really died, he would have to use the time pearl given by the Time Emperor to reverse time and space. Otherwise, there was nothing he could do. However, the time pearl was very formal. It could save a life, which was equivalent to a life. Suzimo definitely didn't want to waste it. He placed his right hand on Suzimo's forehead and mobilized the tree of life in his body. Endless life force surged into Xiaogizi's body. Suzimo controlled this power very carefully. Xiaogizi's body was too weak now. He couldn't do anything excessive to disperse the life-saving true qi. He first tried to recover Xiaogizi's internal organs and some organs in his body. After several hours, Suzimo finally pulled Xiaogizi back from the gates of hell. After his organs were able to move simply, Suzimo's movements became a little faster. He began to help Xiaogizi recover from his external injuries and some incomplete parts. As time passed, Xiaogizi's face gradually turned rosy. Color began to return to his face, and his breathing became rhythmic and stable. Suzimo took a deep breath. Although it didn't consume much of his energy, he was already feeling a little stressed after such a long period of concentration. He looked at Xiaogizi, who was out of danger. Yao Xingnan hurriedly asked, "Child Su, is Gillen all right?" "He's fine for now. Let him rest for a while. He needs time to replenish his strength," Suzimo said with a nod. He took out a healing pill from his storage ring and handed it to Yao Xingnan. It could be seen that Yao Xingnan was also seriously injured, but not as seriously as Xiaogizi. After Yao Xingnan took the pill, she sat down cross-legged to recover for a while. Then, she exhaled a mouthful of white air and her complexion returned to normal. "Thank you, Child Su," Yao Xingnan said gratefully. "Tell me, what's going on?" Suzimo asked with a frown. Xiaogizi had followed him for a long time. He could be said to be his best friend other than Lin Ruhu. "Sigh, this is also my fault," Yao Xingnan sighed and said. "Rumor has it that a peerless beauty once appeared in our eastern continent. Her name is Fairy Fuyao. You're talking about Emperor Taiyuan's wife, right?" Suzimo replied. Emperor Taiyuan had become a great emperor as a lone cultivator. It could be said that his achievements were unprecedented. One could only imagine how difficult it was. However, Emperor Taiyuan's hardships were finally over. Not only did he become a great emperor, but his wife was also known as the #1 beauty of the eastern continent, Fairy Fuyao. That's right. Rumor has it that Emperor Taiyuan ascended to the upper realm, but his wife, Fairy Fuyao, chose to stay on the Yuanyang continent. Yao Xingnan said. A while ago, Fairy Fuyao's ruins appeared and caused a lot of commotion. I heard that Fairy Fuyao had a crown of beauty. Anyone who wears it will not only achieve twice the results with half the effort in cultivation, but also preserve their looks forever. What's so strange about that? Suzimo muttered to himself. There were many things that could preserve one's looks. Jinwu Xingzong was not lacking in such things. Let me finish. There's also a rumor that anyone who obtains the crown of beauty will receive Fairy Fuyao's inheritance, Yao Xingnan said sadly. I only said it casually that day. Emperor Taiyuan used the world's most precious heavenly crystal to create this crown of beauty. It's the world's best token of love. I didn't think that Gillen would take this matter to heart and want to obtain the crown of beauty. So you had a conflict with the Blood Underworld Holy Sect? Suzimo asked. Those Blood Underworld Holy Sect people are despicable and shameless. We already had the crown of beauty, Yao Xingnan said angrily. I didn't think that they would intercept us halfway. Gillen is Jinwu Xingzong's core disciple. They wanted to kill us to keep us quiet. A small Blood Underworld Holy Sect is really good, Suzimo sneered. The mastermind is the holy son of the Blood Underworld Holy Sect. I heard that he fell in love with the holy daughter of the Qi clan. He wanted to use the crown of beauty as a token of love, Yao Xingnan hurriedly reminded. The holy son of the Blood Underworld Holy Sect rarely greets anyone, Suzimo said softly. His name is Shui Ziyuan. It's said that he's even more vicious than their sect master, Yao Xingnan explained. In the past few years, his name has been rising in the eastern continent. Many people don't dare to provoke him. Interesting, Suzimo said with a smile. Take Xiaogizi with you. We'll go find him. Should we ask the sect for help? After all, it's related to the imperial lineage, Yao Xingnan said worriedly. The imperial lineage is nothing. Let's go. Suzimo waved his hand and walked outside. Outside, the rain was still pouring down non-stop. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. It was as if the heavens were roaring. The entire valley was covered by the rainy season. Yao Xingnan carried Xiaogizi and hurriedly followed behind Suzimo. After walking for more than 10 meters, a group of people ran towards them. Looking at their clothes, they were disciples of the Blood Underworld Holy Sect. Found him. He's right in front, someone in the group shouted excitedly. Before they could say anything, Suzimo raised his right hand slightly. A few bolts of lightning fell from the sky and exploded on the ground. Except for the leader, everyone else was annihilated. When the leader saw this, he took a deep breath and swallowed hard. He wanted to run, but his legs couldn't help but tremble. He didn't have the strength to run at all. Spare me, the leader said with a trembling voice as he looked at Suzimo walking towards him. Answer a few questions, Suzimo said indifferently. Who sent you? It's the Holy Sun. It's not my fault. I'm just an errand boy. I had no choice, the leader hurriedly replied. Where is he? He's in Wind Crane City, not far away, the leader quickly said. He's really powerful. He dared to kill our disciples in Jinwu Xingzong's territory. Who gave him the courage? Suzimo snorted coldly. Along with a cracking sound, the leader's head was twisted 360 degrees. Suzimo walked out of the valley and walked towards Wind Crane City. As the heavy rain fell, the tall city walls of Wind Crane City were faintly discernible and swayed in the wind. Suzimo walked over step by step. With every step he took, his aura became stronger. Suzimo's aura became more and more majestic. With every step he took, endless ripples would appear around him. His aura became more and more powerful, and it even suppressed the world around him. He raised his head calmly and looked at the huge city in front of him. Wind Crane City was a big city. On the city wall, a four-headed crane stood on one leg and had 4 heads. It looked at the east, west, north, and south directions. Wind cranes cried, and dawn broke. It was the calmest day in Wind Crane City. Outside, it was raining heavily, and there were few people on the streets. Some people went home in a hurry, while some drank wine in inns and enjoyed the rainy season. Under the moss-covered eaves, the heavy rain fell in a line. Suddenly, the whole ground started shaking. The eaves of the house trembled slightly, and the straight line of rainwater also became disorderly. What's going on? The people in the city looked into the distance in surprise. An extremely powerful aura descended from the sky, and it seemed like it was going to envelop and suppress the whole Wind Crane City. Suzimo walked to the city gate step by step, and the aura around him was like a dragon. It was like a long dragon, and it circled around him. With every step he took, a deep footprint would be left on the ground. The footprints went deep into the ground, and the oppressive sound of space being suppressed rang out. Who dares to intrude into my Wind Crane City? An old man in a green shirt, who was protected by many city guards, shouted. When he looked at Suzimo, he was shocked. His aura is too powerful, and even if I look at him from afar, I can still feel his oppressive aura. May I know why you have come to my Wind Crane City? The old man softened his tone and asked tentatively. Are you the Wind Crane City's governor? Suzimo raised his head and asked calmly. I'm not. If you have something to say, you can just tell me. I can make the decision, the old man replied. Suzimo didn't bother to explain, and he just threw his saint token to the old man. Jinwu Xingzong ruled the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers. Naturally, these cities also obeyed Jinwu Xingzong. As the saint, Suzimo was also the saint of these cities. The old man suspiciously took the command medallion. After glancing at it a few times, his expression changed. He hurriedly presented the token with both hands and shouted, "Greetings, Saint." Hearing the old man's words, the surrounding soldiers hurriedly knelt down and shouted. Tell your city lord to come out. Suzimo waved his hand and said. Holy Sun, please wait for a moment. I will go and call the city lord, the old man bowed slightly and hurriedly replied. Not long after, a middle-aged man in white was brought over by the old man. When Suzimo walked into the Wind Crane City, the two quickly knelt down on one knee. Wind Crane City City Lord, Feng Tianhe, greets the Holy Sun, City Lord Feng Tianhe hurriedly greeted. May I know why Holy Sun has come to Wind Crane City? There is someone you should know, Suzimo said. What is it, Holy Sun? Feng Tianhe hurriedly replied. Blood Hades Holy Sex Holy Sun, Shueziyuan, Suzimo replied word by word. He is in Wind Crane City. Help me find him. This? Feng Tianhe hesitated for a moment. What's wrong? Suzimo frowned and looked at Feng Tianhe. To tell you the truth, Blood Hades Holy Sex Holy Sun is a guest in my residence, Feng Tianhe hurriedly replied. You are very good, Suzimo said. Shueziyuan chased after Maizhen Wu Xingzong's core disciple. If you don't help him, then fine. But you are still entertaining him. Hearing Suzimo's words, Feng Tianhe's expression changed drastically and he hurriedly said, Holy Sun, please be careful. Holy Sun, please investigate clearly. I had no idea about this at all. It's just that Shueziyuan came to my residence and I can't drive him away. Then take me to see him, Suzimo said. Feng Tianhe hurriedly nodded. He knew that Suzimo was not only Zhenwu Xingzong's holy son, but his father was also the deputy sect master. Compared to the so-called Blood Hades holy sect, he did not dare to offend Suzimo at all. Following Feng Tianhe to the city lord's residence, they walked straight into the main hall. At this moment, there were singing and dancing, and several dancers with outstanding figures were performing explicit dances. There were all kinds of delicacies placed in front of a row of tables, and a young man in a red robe was sitting at the head of the table. He looked at these dances with interest, and a bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. Seeing Feng Tianhe return, the young man smiled and asked, City Lord Feng, is it done? Feng Tianhe did not answer, but waved his hand slightly, looked at the dancers, and said, You can leave first. What's wrong, City Lord Feng? City Lord Feng. The blood-robed young man was slightly taken aback, but then he chuckled. Let me introduce you, this is our Zhenwu Xingzong's holy son, Suzimo. Feng Tianhe pointed at Suzimo and chuckled. Feng Tianhe looked at Suzimo for a while, then stood up and said, I've heard a lot about you. Brother Su, you're always elusive and mysterious. While the other party was looking at him, Suzimo was also looking at Feng Tianhe. He had just asked the old man from before to take Yao Xingnan and Xiao Gizi away to rest. Shuezhen Yuan was wearing a blood-red robe, and there was an eye-catching scar on his neck. He had a short crew cut, a resolute face, and eyes as sharp as an eagle's. He had thin lips, a hooked nose, and a mace on his back. The mace was completely white, as if it was made of white jade, and was crystal clear. The teeth on it were barbed, densely packed, and reflected a cold light. I only have one question, Suzimo said with a smile. Brother Su, go ahead. Shuezhen Yuan narrowed his eyes and smiled. How do you want to die? Suzimo said indifferently. Hearing Suzimo's words, Shuezhen Yuan's expression did not change. Instead, the aura around him was rising bit by bit. Brother Su, you really know how to joke. Now that the heavenly fate is forming, why are you in such a hurry? Suzimo chuckled, and his big hand directly pressed down on Shuezhen Yuan. Feeling the rolling pressure from the big hand, Shuezhen Yuan's expression changed, and the mace on his back flew out and hit the big hand. However, his strength was no match for Suzimo's and he was still sent flying. Shuezhen Yuan's figure flew out and crashed into the wall of the main hall. Suzimo walked out of the main hall. The heavy rain outside was still pouring down with a pitter-patter sound. Shuezhen Yuan stood up in the mud of the heavy rain, holding the mace in his hand, and the aura of someone who had just entered the divine range surged around him. He looked at Suzimo and said indifferently, Brother Su, do you want our two sects to go to war? Even if you want to kill me, you should have a reason. You want me to tell you about how you hunted down my core disciple, Zhenwu Xingzong? Suzimo asked. Sigh, I was exposed in the end. Shuezhen Yuan laughed. He wiped the rain off his face and smiled evilly. I didn't expect to meet you so soon. Originally, I wanted to wait until the mandate of heaven was formed before fighting you saints. Shui Ziyuan chuckled. But I can give it a try now. I've heard of your name for a long time. So much nonsense. Su Zimo shook his head slightly. Shui Ziyuan wasn't even as strong as Xiang Kunlun. He was only at the early stage of the divine range. After the Mandate of Heaven was formed, with the help of the imperial lineage, he could also enter the peak divine range and fight for the Mandate of Heaven. Su Zimo waved his hand, and a large hand condensed from majestic spirit chi attacked Shui Ziyuan. Shui Ziyuan focused and saw him slowly raise the mace in his hand. The mace emitted a bloody light that reached the sky. The bloody light illuminated the surroundings and collided with Su Zimo's large hand. In just a moment, the bloody light was suppressed, and the large hand continued to descend. Shui Ziyuan was slightly surprised and hurriedly stepped to the side. He looked at Su Zimo solemnly and waved the mace in his hand again. At this moment, lines of blood appeared around his mace. These bloody lines were invisible and intangible, as if they existed in the void. They came from all directions and wrapped around Su Zimo's body. Bloody mace condemnation, Shui Ziyuan shouted angrily. The mace in his hand carried boundless power, and the barbs on it suddenly grew. It charged towards Su Zimo. At the same time, the red line that wrapped around Su Zimo instantly became violent. The red lines were like a maze, leading Su Zimo's vision into a bloody hell. A dual attack on the divine soul and the body? Su Zimo chuckled. This kind of attack was still rare, or rather, extremely rare. Lightning flashed in his eyes. The heavenly punishment god's eye suddenly opened, and lightning wrapped around it. The sudden appearance of the lightning tore apart the bloody hell in front of him. Su Zimo opened his eyes and saw that the mace was already very close. He slowly raised his right hand and easily grabbed the mace. No matter how hard Shui Ziyuan tried, it was to no avail. Su Zimo clenched his fists, and with a bang, the mace made of an unknown material turned into powder and drifted away. Su Zimo's left palm also struck Shui Ziyuan's abdomen. With a boom, a bloody mist drifted and Shui Ziyuan's body flew out heavily. The heavy rain completely submerged Shui Ziyuan's body on the ground. Su Zimo calmly glanced over. He could feel that the other party was not dead because his true fate had yet to come out. In the next moment, a red stream of air slowly floated out of Shui Ziyuan's body under the cover of the storm. As the blood-colored air current enveloped the area, it became even more majestic and powerful. Then, it condensed into the shape of a blood-red skull. The skull opened its mouth, and countless wisps of black smoke flew out from its mouth and nose. The black smoke condensed into ferocious faces. There were all sorts of faces, old people, children, women. These people were all people that Shui Ziyuan had killed previously. They were densely packed and accompanied by more and more black smoke. There were probably tens of millions of people. A burst of laughter suddenly rang out in the storm. Then, Shui Ziyuan struggled to stand up from the mud. He was covered in blood, and his abdomen was severely caved in because of Su Zimo's palm. However, he still stood up shakily and laughed. Blood flowed out of his mouth as if his life depended on it. His entire body was dripping with blood, as if he was a bloody man. Satisfying, really satisfying, Shui Ziyuan laughed. As the bloody mist became thicker, the power around him also became stronger. I haven't felt pain in a long time, he laughed loudly. The surrounding bloody mist filled the entire courtyard, and the city lord's residence seemed to be enveloped in it. That blood-red skull should be his true fate. The skull floated in mid-air, and countless vengeful spirits surrounded it, looking ferocious. I heard that your blood Hades holy sex cultivation method is against nature and harmony, but I didn't expect it to be so cruel. Su Zimo shook his head slightly. They still detain the souls of those who are already dead, unwilling to let them go. The winner takes all. The weak are just fish on the chopping board, Shui Ziyuan laughed loudly. What? Are you scared? Don't worry, you'll become one of them later. Do you really think you can win? Su Zimo chuckled. Heavy in reverse ghost technique, Shui Ziyuan shouted angrily. The countless remnant souls began to devour and kill each other. In the blink of an eye, there was only one remnant soul left. This remnant soul was the essence. It devoured the other souls and became the most powerful one. Then, the skull above Shui Zhiyuan's head opened its mouth and directly swallowed the last remnant soul. The moment it swallowed it, the skull's power soared. A bloody mist gradually rose from the surroundings, enveloping the entire city lord's residence. A blood-curdling scream began to come from the bloody mist. 1, 2, 3, countless walking corpses walked out of the bloody mist. Some of the servants of the city lord's residence were not paying attention and were directly torn in half by these walking corpses. Su Zimo frowned slightly and slashed down with his saber. Saber chi and sword light shattered these walking corpses. However, they seemed to be immortal. Even if only a head was left, they could still move and attack on their own. As more and more walking corpses appeared, they seemed to be endless and could not be killed at all. "What should we do, Holy Sun?" Feng Tianhe said anxiously. "We're lost inside. If this goes on, I'm afraid the entire residence will be destroyed." Su Zimo raised his head slightly. This place did not look like a formation, but there seemed to be some kind of pattern. "You'll die of exhaustion in my endless blood prison." Loud laughter came from the mist. The laughter spread everywhere, and it was impossible to tell where the source was. "This is interesting." Su Zimo shook his head slightly. He closed his eyes and used his spirit to spread out. However, the images sent back by his spirit were all blood-red as if there was no end. "No matter what this is, it's useless in the face of absolute power." Su Zimo shook his head. He slowly pulled out the tyrannical shadow, and saber chi filled the air. An ancient azure dragon circled behind him. This was the 7th transformation of the god of war's 9 transformations. Then, the azure dragon began to transform, and there was nothing behind it. A flight of steps paved with blue stones appeared, carrying an ethereal and otherworldly aura. 8 transformations of azure cloud. Su Zimo slashed the tyrannical shadow horizontally. The 16 forms of Tao querying, heaven's burial, also appeared. A sky-piercing saber aura burst out, destroying the entire universe. The bloody mist was forcibly torn apart, and the space was turbulent. The image of a skull appeared in the air. When buried heaven's blade slashed down, the boundless blood mist was torn apart for a brief moment. The skulls that were hidden in the shadows looked at this scene in astonishment. Then, as the tyrannical shadow was raised and brought down again, the skull was directly suppressed on the spot. The surrounding space had been completely torn apart by the sword chi, and the scimitar was magnified in front of its eyes. The skull was also shrieking. With a boom, Su Zimo's saber came down with endless airwaves, riding the wind and breaking the waves. The moment the explosion was heard, it was accompanied by a loud cry of pain. Shui Zhinyuan flew out of the blood mist. Then, the skull shattered, and the blood mist slowly dissipated. Su Zimo held the tyrannical shadow in his hand and walked toward Shui Zhinyuan step by step. Shui Zhiyuan stood up once again. His body was like a worm that had already broken into pieces. He looked very ferocious. Although he had suffered such serious injuries, he still struggled to survive. "You're really tenacious." Su Zimo smiled. He stepped on Shui Zhinyuan's abdomen, kicked him to the ground, and stepped on him. "I heard you like pain?" He raised the tyrannical shadow and cut off the flesh on his body piece by piece. "You dare kill me?" Shui Zhinyuan shouted in pain. After all, the Holy Sun was the core of a sect and was much more powerful than the core disciples. Especially since destiny had already been born, once a Holy Sun died, the sect would basically lose the chance to fight for destiny. The efforts of this era would all be in vain. One could imagine the impact of this, especially for an imperial lineage. Forget about a Holy Sun like you. Even if Laozu of your Blood Abyss Holy Sect, the general of the Blood Abyss Emperor, were here today, I would still kill him without hesitation. Su Zimo snorted coldly. The tyrannical shadow in his hand mercilessly cut off the flesh on Shui Zhinyuan's body. His blood-curdling screams reverberated in the courtyard, making one's hair stand on end. After a long time, the screams became softer and softer until they were at their last breaths and could no longer be heard. Su Zimo sheathed the tyrannical shadow and walked out of the courtyard. "Holy Sun," Feng Tian had greeted in a trembling voice. "If anyone from the Blood Hades Holy Sect comes to ask, just say that I killed him." "There's no need to hide anything," Su Zimo instructed calmly. "Should we let the sect handle this matter?" Feng Tianhe asked cautiously. If a small imperial lineage were to be dealt with by the sects, would I still be able to fight for the heaven's will? Su Zimo said calmly. Feng Tianhe quickly lowered his head, not daring to say another word. Domineering and confident were his first impressions of Su Zimo. Holy Sun, City Lord, that young master from before has awakened. Right at this moment, the old man from the City Lord's estate suddenly rushed over to report. Xiaogizi is awake. Su Zimo nodded. Let's go and have a look. Everyone went to the room inside. Yao Xingnan was chatting with Xiaogizi. Senior brother, Xiaogizi hurriedly greeted Su Zimo when he saw him. Long time no see. Su Zimo nodded with a smile and sat down on the bed. Seeing this, Feng Tianhe, Yao Xingnan, and the others retreated. I've caused trouble for you again, Xiaogizi said guiltily. There's no trouble between us. The Blood Hades holy sect won't go that far, Su Zimo said. How are you feeling now? My injuries are more or less healed. I'll be able to walk after a day of rest, Xiaogizi said. That's good. After all, you've been with me before. My people won't be bullied, Su Zimo said. Senior brother, I regret not choosing to follow you back then, Xiaogizi said after a moment of silence. Why do you think so? Su Zimo was stunned for a moment and asked, puzzled. In the end, strength is king in this world. Sometimes, I want to live a peaceful life, but it's not allowed, Xiaogizi said, shaking his head. If I followed you, I'm afraid my strength wouldn't be so bad. I've embarrassed you. Everyone has their own way of life. As long as you choose, no matter what the result is, there's no need to regret. You and Ruhu are my few friends. When I become a great emperor, I can protect you for a lifetime. There's no need to think too much. Su Zimo stood up and smiled. Okay, I won't disturb your rest anymore. I'm going back to the sect today. After you recover here, come back with Yao Xingnan. Seeing Su Zimo walk outside, Xiaogizi hurriedly called out, Senior brother. What's wrong? Su Zimo turned his head and asked. Xiaogizi was silent for a while, then said seriously, take care of yourself. Su Zimo nodded, opened the door, and walked out. After Su Zimo left the room, Feng Tianhe was waiting outside, ready to follow behind Su Zimo. Su Zimo waved his hand and said, go do your thing. I'm going back to the sect. Don't worry about me. Watching Su Zimo leave, the green-robed old man looked at Feng Tianhe and sighed, this generation's saint is truly unfathomable. This is the fortune of the glory sect, Feng Tianhe said with a smile. If he can bear the mandate of heaven in this life, we'll all benefit. Yao Xingnan walked into the room. At this moment, Xiaogizi had already struggled to sit up and leaned against the wall. His eyes were unfocused, as if he was thinking about something. What are you thinking about? Yao Xingnan waved her hand in front of his eyes and asked curiously. I'm thinking about the time when I followed senior brother, Xiaogizi smiled bitterly. I see, Yao Xingnan said, this time, it's all thanks to senior brother Su. Otherwise, you and I wouldn't have been able to escape. Don't take such risks next time. Actually, senior brother is very lonely, Xiaogizi said after a moment of silence. I can feel that he's carrying a lot of things on his shoulders. But he's never told anyone. He's always been carrying it alone. After leaving Fenghu City, Su Zimo continued to lean against the dark sky tiger and slowly ran toward Jinwu Xingzong. After about 10 days, Su Zimo finally arrived in front of Jinwu Xingzong. This behemoth in the far west seemed to have always been so peaceful. It was deep in the fog, and all kinds of celestial trees were planted around it. Su Zimo walked on the tree-lined road and went straight to the gate of the glory sect. When the two disciples guarding the gate saw Su Zimo, they hurriedly greeted him, greetings, Holy Sun. Su Zimo waved his hand slightly and motioned for the dark sky tiger to go to the green mountain peak where his father was. After Su Zimo walked away, the two disciples let out a sigh of relief. The Holy Sun of our glory sect is so mysterious. I haven't seen him for a year and a half, the disciple on the left said. That's normal. This time, the mandate of heaven has been formed, so he probably went back to the glory sect to prepare for it, the other disciple nodded. The green mountain was still there, and the sun was still setting. After leaving for so long and going to the eternal land, Su Zimo found that Jinwu Xingzong was still the same. On the peak of Green Mountain, the trees were verdant and lush. They seemed to have grown several feet taller than when he had first left. He put away the dark sky tiger and walked up the Green Mountain peak. On the peak, the scenery was beautiful, and a cool breeze blew past. The river was flowing slowly, so clear that one could see the bottom. Red carps were swimming in it. "Emoer!" Wenren shouted. She quickly ran over. "Mother," Su Zimo smiled and called. "You've been away for so many years, and you don't even come back to visit," Wenren complained. A cough was heard as Su Qingshan walked out of the thatched hut in front of him. "A man shouldn't travel around." "You're too soft-hearted," Su Qingshan snorted and said. "You know so much, all right." Wenren muttered. "If anything happens to Emoer, I won't let you off." Su Zimo shook his head. The two of them still liked to bicker. "Take a good rest when you're back." "The heavenly fate is starting to take shape," Su Qingshan said. "I'm afraid I don't have the time. I just came back to take a look." "I think I'll have to leave soon," Su Zimo said with a smile. "The closer it is to this time, the more urgent it is." "Is there anything I can help you with?" Su Qingshan asked. "No, I'll go to the depository of scriptures to look for some information," Su Zimo shook his head and said. "You've grown up. We can't control you," Wenren sighed and said. "Take care of yourself outside. I'll be relieved if you're safe." Su Zimo smiled and nodded. He stayed at the Green Mountain peak for the whole afternoon and chatted with his parents. In the evening, he returned to the South Mountain peak. Chen Xiang and Xiaoqiu had been standing guard in the courtyard. The room was clean and spotless, even though it had been a long time since anyone had lived in it. Su Zimo took a hot bath under the care of the two. In the pavilion in the courtyard, the autumn wind blew, and the big tree in the center swayed with the wind. That night, Su Zimo didn't cultivate. Instead, he slept peacefully on the recliner, enjoying the autumn wind. This was perhaps the most peaceful sleep he had had in a long time. It was a silent night. When the sky gradually brightened, Su Zimo woke up from his drowsiness. He stretched his back and turned around to find that Lin Ruhu was already waiting for him in the pavilion next to him. "Brother Zimo." Lin Ruhu rubbed his head and gave a simple and honest smile. "How have you been?" Su Zimo asked with a smile. After not seeing each other for a long time, Lin Ruhu's aura had become more intense. That was because he had integrated the Big Dipper Fiend Tiger physique. His ferocious beast aura and ferocious aura were extremely thick. It was as if he was a ferocious beast in human form. His skin was much darker, similar to the color of bronze. He had also grown a lot taller, and his muscles were bulging. "It's pretty good. I can already completely integrate the physique," Lin Ruhu said. "Brother Zimo, I might be able to help you when you fight for the heavenly mandate." Su Zimo patted Lin Ruhu's shoulder and smiled. "Accompany me for a walk around the sect." The two of them left the South Mountain peak and began to walk around Jinwu Xingzong. Lin Ruhu told Su Zimo a lot. To him, there were no secrets between him and Su Zimo. That was because the two of them were the best of brothers. Winter was coming and the autumn wind was raging, as if it wanted to show off its last glory. "By the way, senior brother, the sect's life and death cave opened some time ago," Lin Ruhu suddenly said. "Life and death cave?" Su Zimo recalled for a moment. It seemed that every time the battle of the heavenly mandate was about to begin, Jinwu Xingzong would open the life and death cave and allow some core disciples to enter. It was said that after passing through the life and death cave, the end of the cave would be Boundless Mountain. The so-called Boundless Mountain was the place where the general of every great emperor of Jinwu Xingzong, Laozu, lived. It was a great honor to be able to meet Laozu and receive guidance alone. However, to the current Su Zimo, this was something he could do without. "Did anyone go in?" Su Zimo asked. "The core disciples seem to have gone crazy," Lin Ruhu laughed sarcastically. Xiang Qianheng and Jian 21 entered several times in a row, but they didn't succeed. "That's a pity," Su Zimo said with a smile. "Senior brother, do you want to give it a try?" Lin Ruhu asked. "I heard from Grandpa that if you want to pass through the life and death cave, you have to break through the mysteries of life and death." "I don't really understand." At this moment, a blue-robed disciple rushed over from afar. Chosen one, the disciple greeted Suzimo and said. The sect master wants to see you. Got it, I'll go over later. Suzimo waved his hand. Watching the disciple leave, Lin Ruhu smiled and said, I guess the sect master wants to tell you something. After all, the heavenly mandate of this era is too important to our sect. After the divine travel great emperor, Zhenwu Xingzong hasn't had a great emperor for a long time. Suzimo nodded. He accompanied Lin Ruhu around the sect. For a while, they went to Tianyuan Peak. Tianyuan Peak was located high in the sky above the sect, and it was surrounded by chains in the void. It was like a lone mountain that was filled with flowers and trees. Suzimo walked up the peak and followed a small path paved with pebbles, covered by lush trees on both sides. He came to the river where he had been before. Sect Master Xiao was still sitting at the bridge, fishing with a fishing rod. Next to him, the disciple Meng Chenxue stood respectfully with a long sword in her hand. Seeing Suzimo arrive, Meng Chenxue's eyes flickered slightly. After all, the other party had left a deep impression on her. Her arrogance was shattered by his worthlessness. You're here. Sect Master Xiao slowly put down the premonition in his hand and smiled at Suzimo. He was still so young, as if time had not left anything on him. His blue robe was a little shabby but clean. Sorry to disturb the sect master's fishing. Suzimo smiled. Don't mention it. Sect Master Xiao shook his head and asked. How confident are you in the heavenly mandate this time? Sect Master, you don't have to worry so much. The heavenly mandate is nothing. Even the great emperor is just a realm, Suzimo replied. Kid, you haven't been in the sect these years. You've seen all over the world, and your tone has become much bigger. Sect Master Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Then he said, but in this world, countless people stopped at the great emperor realm and became piles of bones. It's not that easy. At this point, Sect Master Xiao shook his head and muttered to himself, I'm asking you a superfluous question. Don't underestimate the heroes of this world. Before the competition begins, no one knows the result. Upon hearing Sect Master Zhao's words, Suzimo shook his head slightly. Would you believe me if I said I was 100% confident? Sect Master Xiao shook his head and said, no, no one dares to have such strong confidence. You know about the opening of the Cave of Life and Death, right? I just found out. Suzimo nodded. Go and give it a try, said Sect Master Xiao. I'm not interested in that place, replied Suzimo. This is not my intention, but Laozu's, replied Sect Master Xiao. Suzimo was slightly taken aback by Sect Master Zhao's words. It seemed that Laozu was quite concerned about him, the chosen. Suzimo even felt that the Cave of Life and Death had been specially opened for him. He nodded slightly and said, I will go. Sect Master Xiao then asked a few more questions, and after confirming that Suzimo had no problems, he let Suzimo leave. Just as he walked out of Tianyuan Peak, a cold voice suddenly called out to Suzimo from behind. Wait a minute. Meng Chenxue walked over from behind. What's the matter? Suzimo turned around and looked at her, puzzled. The two of them had not interacted much. Ever since the other party had been defeated by his saber, they had not seen each other again. Fight with me, said Meng Chenxue suddenly. It's meaningless, replied Suzimo. Why should I fight with you? I want to see how big the gap is between us now, said Meng Chenxue. Suzimo shook his head slightly. Before he could reply, Meng Chenxue had already charged over with her long sword. The long sword split into dozens of afterimages, and the sword chi on the sword body was fierce. Although the aura was not very strong, the sword chi's sharpness was revealed, and the surrounding space was shattered. Suzimo clenched his fists and waved them, annihilating all the sword shadows. Before Meng Chenxue could make her next move, Suzimo was tired of this boring battle. His right hand struck Meng Chenxue's abdomen heavily. Her body flew out uncontrollably. You still want to fight for the heavens' will? Suzimo asked. After Meng Chenxue fell to the ground, she struggled to stand up. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he replied, although the sect only nurtures one saint, who doesn't yearn for the mandate of heaven, since I have the strength, I naturally want to give it a try. Her expression was somewhat gloomy. She had been defeated too quickly. Even though she had been cultivating diligently during this period of time, unfortunately, she could not even withstand a single move. "You're a monster," Xianxia said. "Among my peers, I have never met anyone as strong as you. Do you know why you lost?" Suzimo smiled. "Why?" Xianxia frowned slightly and looked at Suzimo. "You're like a caged canary that follows the sect master all day long. This is not the path an expert should take. Even if your cultivation level has increased, your state of mind is still far from it. To put it simply, you don't have the heart of an expert." Suzimo said, "Moreover, you've been taught by the sect master. But even the sect master is no match for me, so how are you going to fight?" After Suzimo finished speaking, he did not bother about Xianxia, who was deep in thought. He walked down from Tianyuan Peak. Lin Ruhu was waiting for him below. "Brother Zimo, why is the sect master looking for you?" Lin Ruhu asked curiously when he saw Suzimo return. "He wants me to go to the Cave of Life and Death," said Suzimo. "Then it's probably Laozu from the sect who wants to see you." "I'll go with you," said Lin Ruhu. "Alright, let's go take a look." Suzimo nodded. The Cave of Life and Death was located in the innermost part of the back mountain of Zhenwu Xingzong. Usually, this place was a forbidden area and no one was allowed to enter. However, after the Cave of Life and Death was opened, the core disciples of the various elders could also enter. Although it was already late autumn and winter was not far away, there seemed to be a mysterious force shrouding the back mountain. It was like spring all year round, lush and verdant, and lush trees grew all over the mountain. It was as if there was a green ocean in the depths. They walked along the path of the back mountain and went straight in. A heavenly river crossed from the north. The river water was so clear that one could see the bottom and flowed magnificently. Many water-type monsters lived in this river. There were coiling pythons and 10,000-year-old turtles lying on huge river stones, basking in the sun. There were also monsters with fish heads and human bodies walking with steel forks in their hands. In short, the creatures in this river lived here and became a part of the heavenly river. It was said that the heavenly river was left behind by the Zhenwu great emperor who cut off an ancient river. The river water was very precious and special. Seeing Suzimo walk past, the 10,000-year-old giant turtle lazily sized him up and ignored him. Suzimo walked past the heavenly river and a narrow canyon appeared in front of him. This canyon was like a crack in the sky. The passage was narrow and could only allow one person to walk in. "Have you entered the Cave of Life and Death before?" Suzimo looked at Lin Ruhu and asked. "No, my grandfather said that I'm still far from it," Lin Ruhu said. "Let me sharpen myself a little more." The two of them walked into this crack in the sky and walked in this narrow passage for about 5 minutes. The line of sight in front of them began to widen, and people appeared around them. When they saw Suzimo appear, the noisy surroundings immediately fell silent. "The saint is back," someone said with an ugly expression. "What a coincidence that he's back at this juncture," another disciple said coldly. "However, he might not be able to pass through this Cave of Life and Death." "Saint." The people around him still greeted him reluctantly. After all, they were all geniuses of the sect. It was inevitable that they would feel a little uncomfortable being suppressed by others. "Why didn't anyone go in?" Suzimo asked with a smile. The Cave of Life and Death was located in the hinterland of the crack in the canyon. It was like an inverted bowl. It was oval in shape and surrounded by landslides. In front of them, there were 2 pitch-black holes. One of the holes had the word life written on it. Looking from the outside, there were scenes reflected inside. Flowers were blooming, plants were growing, and everything was growing healthily. The other hole had the word death written on it. It was dead silent inside. Whether it was the flowers or the trees, they were all reaching the end of their lives. They began to wither and decline. Finally, they turned into a pile of rotten dead wood and were decomposed in the air. "They've all been sent out," Xianxia said awkwardly. He looked at Suzimo's puzzled expression. Next to him, Sword 21's cold expression softened slightly. He said, "It's useless to rely on strength here. Only those who have truly comprehended the mysteries of the Cave of Life and Death can enter. The saint is unparalleled. Why don't you go in and try?" Some people next to him said with a smile. Yes, the saint is so strong. He definitely won't be sent out, the others echoed. Seeing these people flatter him, Suzumo smiled. You guys are really useless. Since you don't have the ability to enter, why are you still guarding here? Suzumo said indifferently. Hearing Suzumo's words, some people's faces changed slightly, but they did not flare up. We don't have the ability to enter. Why don't you demonstrate it to us? Someone at the side said. Let us be convinced too. If I want to enter, I'll enter. If I don't want to, I won't. I don't need to prove it to anyone, and I don't need you to be convinced, Suzumo said indifferently. Everything I do is just because I like it. Do you hear me, trash? Hearing Suzumo's humiliation, the disciple's face turned ugly. He tried his best to endure it, unwilling to look at Suzumo. I'm asking you a question, trash, Suzumo continued. I hear you. The disciple was silent for a while, and finally said through gritted teeth. Suzumo looked around and said, and you guys, take your positions. If there's anything you're not convinced of, you can challenge me anytime in the sect. If you defeat me, I'll give you the position of saint. Don't be unconvinced. Seeing that the many core disciples were silent, Suzumo smiled disdainfully. Damn. He walked to the front of the life and death cave. One was life, one was death. Suzumo thought for a while, and finally walked into the death cave. Beautiful things could not last forever. When he walked into the cave, he stepped on air. It was like a bottomless abyss. He felt his body empty, and he fell down. It was pitch black inside, and Suzumo did not know how long he fell. Finally, his body landed on the ground, and he appeared in the wilderness. Suzumo felt that his body was suppressed by some mysterious force, and he stood there, unable to move. In front of him, a child with a hoe on his shoulder was slowly walking towards him from afar. The child seemed to not see Suzumo, and he walked in front of Suzumo. He took the hoe off his shoulder and dug a deep hole in the ground. Then, he took out a seed from his pocket and buried it in the deep hole. The moment the deep hole was covered, the child stood in front of the deep hole, motionless. Suzumo felt as if time had accelerated, and scenes were playing out in front of him. Suddenly, a storm came and the rain moistened the ground. After the storm passed, the seed on the ground broke through the soil and sprouted. Because of the acceleration of time, this scene played out in front of Suzumo in just a few seconds. The child was also growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. He became a teenager. Time was still speeding up. After the seed sprouted, the sun in the sky shone brightly. Under the sunlight, the seed gradually grew into the shape of a sapling. The teenager boy grew. The saplings grew into small trees, and some grew into big trees. The boy became a middle-aged man. The towering tree gradually grew old, its branches began to rot, and its leaves withered. Many of the branches, grown no longer growing. The middle-aged man had also turned into an old man. Due to his age, he slowly sat down on the ground. He just stared at the ancient tree. The wind blew, the rain fell, the sun burned. Finally, one day, the old man slowly closed his eyes. The tree also completely decayed. When spring came, it didn't grow any more leaves, and followed the old man to the hell of death. After a while, another child came here, also carrying a hoe on his shoulder, digging a hole and selling seeds. The child was the old man's descendant, and the seed was dropped by the tree. This is death, and also new life. An old voice suddenly came from the side. Suzumo felt that his body was gradually able to move. He turned around, only to see the old man who died just now standing next to him, smiling at him. At the beginning of the world, the continuation of living things is like this: death and new life and death. Samsara doesn't stop. The old man said. But for those who died, death is the end, no matter how many new lives there are. That's for others, their lives are already over, don't you think so? What are you trying to say? Suzumo asked. If you want to pass this cave of life and death, it's very simple, debate with me. If you win, I'll tell you the exit. The old man sat cross-legged. He smiled. If you lose, you go back. What do you want to debate? Suzumo asked. The meaning of life and death, the old man said. Although the world will continue because of new life, for you, your world will completely end after you die. I want you to tell me the answer to my confusion, since all living things will die one day, why do they have to be reborn? I actually don't care about life and death. I'm not living, nor am I dying, but the life between life and death, isn't it good to live a wonderful life? Furthermore, you'll never be an independent person in this world, family, love, friendship, sometimes you don't live for yourself. Suzimo shook his head and said, furthermore, there are so many great rivers and mountains in this world, so many beautiful women, power, wealth, and the enjoyment of life. But you're like a retard, confused about why you were born. Since you don't understand life, then you can kill yourself here. I don't mind hearing Suzimo's words. The old man laughed heartily. His voice was very clear and loud, and it shook the sky. Layers of ripples appeared in the surrounding space. After a while, he waved his hand and a gate appeared in front of him. He laughed, although you didn't directly answer my question, it's very interesting, so I'll let you pass. Senior, how should I address you? Suzimo asked. I'm the spirit of this cave of life and death, the rules here are set by me. Little boy, since you're to my liking, I'll let you pass, the old man said. That's it? Suzimo was surprised, not expecting it to be so simple. Laozu has already told you, just go, and the cave spirit waved his hand and smiled. Suzimo shrugged and walked into the gate without a care. After Suzimo left, the old man muttered to himself. Great rivers and mountains, ahahaha, there are so many great rivers and mountains in this world, how can I just sit here and wait? After going through the gate, Suzimo quickly arrived in another small world. Boundless Mountain. This was the legendary residence of Zhenwu Xingzong's remaining generals. In front of him was a deep forest, each tree was as tall as the sky, several hundred meters. The branches were thick, and the trunks were also several dozen meters long. As Suzimo walked in here, he felt very small. A few green fairies were flying in the forest. They floated in front of Suzimo, as if they were guiding him. Suzimo followed these fairies into the depths of the forest. Suzimo followed these dancing fairies, walking step by step into the depths of the ancient forest. There was a fresh scent in the air. Suzimo thought about the question that the spirit of life and death had asked him as he walked. In fact, the 10 heavens and earth were complete. Unfortunately, one of them was missing, and the Great Tao was incomplete. Therefore, everything in the world had a chance of survival. Although life and death were inevitable, the Great Tao also left a chance for survival. Once one succeeded in cultivation, one's lifespan would increase. Especially after becoming a great emperor, millions of years would not be a problem. Legend had it that after opening 12 meridians, one could become immortal and live forever. Regardless of whether it was true or not, there was still a chance. Suzimo followed the spirits. The scenery here was pleasant, and it was like spring all year round. It was very quiet. He passed through the shade of the trees, as if he was lost in the humidity of the forest. Every leaf of these trees was larger than his entire body. When the floating spirits stopped in front of a huge ancient tree, they suddenly disappeared. Suzimo looked around with interest. An old man in a white robe walked over to the side in an amiable manner. You're here, the old man said with a natural expression. Greetings, Laozu, Suzimo bowed slightly. He recognized the other party. It was Sengoku, the general of Great Emperor Zhenwu. Although they had met several times, this was the first time the two of them had a real conversation. Don't be so formal. Just call me Grandpa Hong, Sengoku said with a smile. His real name was Hong. Tianmu was only his title. He had been called so many times that many people had even forgotten his original name. I'm not formal, Suzimo said calmly. May I know why Grandpa Hong is looking for me? I have something to give you, and something to tell you, Sengoku said. What is it? Suzimo asked curiously. The sect will explain the fight for the heavenly mandate to you in detail, so I won't say much. I want to talk about the heavens beyond heaven, Sengoku said. There's one thing I want to remind you of. It's good to become a great emperor, but if you're not strong enough in the end, you don't have to be discouraged. Becoming an immortal might not be a bad idea. Do you understand what I mean? Grandpa Hong wants me to live? Suzimo laughed. That's right. There are so many people participating in the mandate of heaven in every era, but only a few can survive. It's all because they view the mandate of heaven as their everything. If they can't bear the mandate of heaven, then they might as well be buried. Sengoku explained. Although the immortal Tao is not as strong as the great emperors, it is still a feasible path. If you surpass the immortal Tao, you will discover another world. I understand. Suzumo nodded. Sengoku then took out a token. This token was triangular, with a strange pattern engraved on the front and the word martial on the back. Regardless of whether you become a great emperor or an immortal in the future, I hope that you will go to the heavens beyond heaven. There is a wider world there, Sengoku said. This token was left behind by the great emperor Jinwu. After he went to the heavens beyond heaven, he also established a force and brought Jinwu Xingzong to the heavens beyond heaven. In these eras, when the disciples of our sect went to the heavens beyond heaven, they would bring this token to him. With a place of protection, the disciples of Jinwu Xingzong would not be bullied in the Yuanyang continent, and they would not be bullied in the heavens beyond heaven. Suzumo took the token and smiled. Thank you, Grandpa Hong. The great emperor is just a stop on the path of cultivation. Don't be too stubborn. As long as you work hard, you won't have any regrets, Tianmu War God continued. I understand. Suzumo nodded. Come with me. Sengoku nodded slightly and walked deeper into the forest. Suzumo followed closely behind. Among the saints of Jinwu Xingzong in the past few eras, you should be the one I am most satisfied with. Sengoku said with a smile. I know you. You are rarely in the sect. You have achieved what you have today because of your own efforts. You rarely rely on the sect for anything. Suzumo smiled and shook his head. Since he reached the peak of the divine range, there were very few things in the Yuanyang continent that could trouble him. Usually, even if he was in danger, he could run away if he could not defeat him. After passing through the forest, Suzumo found himself walking upward. The road ahead was getting steeper and steeper, as if he was climbing a mountain. Suzumo felt that there was a mysterious force suppressing this world, and he could not walk in the air. He could only walk forward step by step like an ordinary person. When he reached the top, he found that he had reached the top of a mountain. Besides Sengoku, there were two other people at the top of the mountain. One of them was a very elegant man dressed like a scholar. The other was a burly man who was wiping a long saber. Suzumo was stunned for a moment. These two were the other two warriors of Jinwu Xingzong. Skyblade and the Walker. Greetings, Laozu. Suzumo bowed slightly and greeted them. No matter what, these people were the big shots behind Jinwu Xingzong. They had maintained the peace of Jinwu Xingzong for millions of years. It could be said that their contributions were indispensable. They could have gone to the outland, but they chose to stay for the sake of the sect. Boy, you are very good. The Walker smiled and said. Skyblade Laozu saw the scimitar on Suzumo's back and his eyes lit up. He said, Boy, do you want to have a competition? Sengoku coughed slightly. Skyblade Laozu quickly smiled and said, Just kidding, just kidding. It was obvious that the Tianmu War God had quite a lot of prestige among these people. Why did Laozu bring me here? Suzumo asked curiously. He looked down from the top of the mountain. The scenery here was very beautiful. Because of the commanding height, he could almost see everything around him from the top of the mountain. The huge ancient trees were so tall that they covered the sky. At a glance, they were lush and green, like tree demons that had become spirits. Leaves of all shapes and sizes, some oval, some triangular, and some with a canopy, densely covered the interior of the forest. We want to give you something, Sengoku said. As for what happens after, it is up to you. What is it? Suzumo asked curiously. Sengoku and the other two looked at each other, and the three of them suddenly exploded with power. 3 different colors of spiritual energy spread out from their bodies and directly rushed into the sky. The wind and clouds in the vast and mighty sky changed, and the light beams of spiritual energy above his head merged together. The 3 of them stood in a triangular position. A triangular formation appeared on the ground. This triangular formation was opposite the wind and clouds in the sky. It was as if it was a reflection. Within the formation, a powerful aura spread out. Su Zimo did not know what it was, but just the power that was being emitted from it was enough to shock him. It could be seen that the three Laozus were under great pressure. The aura around them was becoming more and more majestic and powerful. The surrounding space was unable to withstand this power, and it began to crumble and collapse. "Open!" Sengoku shouted. The three of them opened their arms and forcefully opened the formation that appeared. The pressure and power in it were unbelievable. The changes in the sky seemed to be even more majestic. The wind and clouds were turbulent, and the entire sky changed color. Fortunately, this was an independent small world. With a barrier, people from the outside world could not see this place. When the formation was opened by the three of them with difficulty, Sengoku shouted again, "Rise!" An endless stream of black and white gas began to rise from the formation. The energy structure of these gases was very special. It was a little similar to what Su Zimo had sensed in the Cave of Life and Death. When the formation was completely opened, it was accompanied by a rumbling explosion and a majestic black and white gas. A book slowly floated out from within. This book gave people a very strange feeling. At a glance, Su Zimo felt as if he was about to die, as if he was about to die. He had never felt so close to death. At another glance, he felt that he had been reborn. His body was full of power. It was as if his body had been cleansed and was very healthy. "What is this?" Su Zimo asked in confusion. The moment the book appeared, Sengoku and the other two heaved a sigh of relief and slowly withdrew their power. They allowed the book to float in the air on its own. This book was black and white. The left side was black, and the right side was white. The two pages were closed, and the contents could not be seen clearly. "Do you know why the Jinwu Great Emperor established the sect here?" Sengoku asked. "Is there a reason?" Su Zimo shook his head and asked. Whenever a sect was established, they would either choose an immortal mountain with excellent feng shui or do so for personal reasons. As for the establishment of Jinwu Xingzong, it had been in the far west for millions of years. Whether it was Su Zimo or the others, no one cared about this problem. Back then, Great Emperor Jinwu came here and discovered this life and death cave. He also discovered this life and death book. Sengoku explained, back then, this book exuded a strong aura of life and death. The Jinwu Great Emperor was curious and wanted to investigate it. Sengoku explained slowly, unfortunately, the surprising thing was that Great Emperor Jinwu, who had already become an emperor, was unable to do anything to the Book of Life and Death. "Is that so?" Su Zimo frowned slightly. Although Great Emperor Jinwu wasn't the strongest among all the great emperors of the emperor's era, he was still a great emperor. But he was definitely one of the best. The Yuanyang continent was not a high-level world, so there were only a handful of things that could baffle a great emperor. That's why Great Emperor Jinwu established Jinwu Xingzong here in order to study this Book of Life and Death. With his strength and status, he should have established his sect in the central continent long ago, Sengoku said. "Did you find anything?" Su Zimo asked. "We know very little. If we don't open this book, it's almost impossible to study anything," Sengoku said. Before Great Emperor Jinwu ascended, he left behind instructions from his ancestors. This Book of Life and Death is only to be left to the fated. Whoever is fated can take it. If not, even a great emperor can't help. "So you came to me to try?" Su Zimo asked. "We didn't come to you. Every saint of Jinwu Xingzong would come here to try," Sengoku said. Among them were Great Emperor Sandao, Empress Han Tian, and the Divine Travel Great Emperor. "They all failed?" Su Zimo asked. Seeing Sengoku nod slightly, Su Zimo smiled. Putting the other great emperors aside for now, Empress Han Tian was a heaven-sent genius with a demeanor. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was the greatest empress. He didn't expect her to fail. "This thing is interesting." Su Zimo smiled. "Let's give it a try." "It doesn't matter if we succeed or not," Skyblade and Laozu said. Su Zimo nodded slightly. He walked forward slowly. Spirit chi surged in his hands as he grabbed the Book of Life and Death. When he placed his hands on the book, Su Zimo felt two streams of black and white gas surging into his palms. He wiped them on his arms. Death and new life permeated his body at the same time, splitting it in half. Su Zimo couldn't describe that feeling. It was as if two extreme forces of ice and fire were intertwining. He opened his hands and wanted to open the Book of Life and Death. Unfortunately, the Book of Life and Death seemed to be connected as a whole. It was extremely tough. No matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't budge. Su Zimo couldn't use his devil body's power here, but he felt that pure power couldn't open this thing. It still doesn't work? Great Emperor Sandao sighed slightly. It's nothing. Don't be sad. Sengoku comforted him. Before this, no one has ever succeeded, said Qin Feng. Su Zimo took a deep breath and released his hands. The life and death qi in his body gradually dissipated. Can I try again? Su Zimo looked at Sengoku and asked. Yes. Sengoku nodded. However, he didn't have much hope in his heart. Su Zimo closed his eyes. His consciousness entered the true fate world. This couldn't be seen from the outside world. He summoned the chaos bead from the depths of the void. There were things in this world that could resist the chaos bead. Even the cloudy sunlight and extreme firefly couldn't. Then, Su Zimo slowly opened his eyes. A powerful aura slowly rose behind him. The azure planet formed by the true fate gradually appeared. As the divine continent was perfected, the planet became increasingly blue and majestic. Its aura was vast and majestic. The moment the azure planet appeared, the entire void was destroyed by its aura. This is... Sengoku and the others looked at the true fate in front of them in shock. Su Zimo used the planet as a cover and slowly transferred the chaos bead's power into his body. Originally, this world was covered by a formation. However, the moment the azure planet appeared, the formation was directly suppressed. Endless spiritual energy from the sky surged towards this place. Amazing. Skyblade and Laozu sighed. Su Zimo once again held the Book of Life and Death with both hands. However, this time, before he could open it, the Book of Life and Death turned into a ray of light and flew into his true fate world to hide. This is... Seeing this scene, everyone was somewhat puzzled, unable to make sense of it. Even Su Zimo hesitated for a moment. After the book flew into his true fate world, it went into hiding. You took the book away? Sengoku asked in surprise. It seems to have entered my body and hidden. Su Zimo thought for a moment and said. He couldn't tell others about the divine continent, so he could only say this. Can you try to summon it? Skyblade and Laozu asked expectantly. Su Zimo shook his head and said, it's not under my control, so I won't be able to use it for a while. He had to go back and slowly study this book, so he couldn't show them the divine continent. After all, creating a world was too shocking. I don't know if this book is good or bad. Now that it has entered your body, we can't do anything about it. Be careful. Sengoku said. I've already talked to the cave spirit outside. If you have any questions, you can come find me at any time. Thank you, Laozu. Su Zimo slightly bowed and said. Go. Tianming, work hard, but don't die under Tianming. Sengoku reminded. Su Zimo nodded and turned to lead Boundless Mountain. Looking at Su Zimo's back, Sengoku looked at the other two and asked, what do you think? Not simple. I've seen the saints of the past few generations, but he's the only one I can't see through. The walker said. In the past, when the saints saw us Laozu, they were all terrified. Only he was calm and composed, neither servile nor overbearing. He's a good material. Skyblade and Laozu also nodded and said. I know, but I'm asking about his true fate. Sengoku said. What exactly is that thing? Even I feel apprehensive about it. Why think so much? Everyone has their own circumstances. Maybe the emperor of this era is an Arjun Wu Xingzong. The walker smiled. After leaving the Boundless Mountain and the Cave of Life and Death, Su Zimo returned to the canyon. At this moment, the surrounding core disciples were waiting for Su Zimo to come out. Seeing that Su Zimo had not appeared, many people had some bad guesses in their hearts. That guy didn't really go in, did he? Someone asked. As they were discussing, Su Zimo slowly walked out of the Life and Death cave. Brother Zimo, how is it? Lin Ruhu hurried forward and asked. Just like that. I chatted with Laozu for a while and then came out, Su Zimo said. You really saw Laozu? Xianxia asked in surprise. Su Zimo nodded slightly and glanced at the other disciples. He shook his head and sighed, trash. Looking at Su Zimo's back as he left, Su Zimo secretly sighed. I'll go and try. The disciples who did not go in also went in. After leaving the back mountain, Su Zimo prepared to go to the sutra depository to look up some things, so he parted ways with Lin Ruhu. Su Zimo was going to look up some things related to the Heavenly Tao Academy, the Red Dust Palace, and the Sher clan. After all, this was his next priority. After arriving at the sutra depository, Su Zimo used his identity as a saint to directly enter the third floor. After all, Zhenwu Xingzong's real secret information was on the third floor. As for the fourth floor, it was the inheritance of the four great emperors. He flipped through a few books, including The Era of the Heavenly Tao Academy, The Red Dust Palace, and The Hidden Sher Clan. Su Zimo roughly read all the books related to this. Just like that, he spent an entire week looking at it. One had to admit that Zhenwu Xingzong's intelligence work was indeed very good. A lot of hidden information could be found in the sect. Although he lived in a corner of the far west of the eastern continent, he basically knew everything that happened in the entire continent. Zhenwu Xingzong's intelligence was spread all over the 5 continents. After more than 7 days, Su Zimo finally walked out of the sutra depository. He had learned almost everything he wanted to know. After returning to Yannan Peak, Su Zimo began to cultivate. He planned to cultivate the gate of everlasting life of the heavenly gate of 3 lives first, and then condense the vortex of power in his spiritual soul. Not long after his closed-door cultivation, his father, Su Qingshan, sent someone to find him. When he came to Qingshan Peak again, it was already winter. It was not snowing heavily, but there were still some snowflakes falling down. The trees on Qingshan Peak were still emerald green. The white snowflakes covered the branches, and the exuberant green blended with the pure white. Su Zimo walked up the peak and found that 4 people had already gathered. They were Xiang Qianheng, Jian 21st, Xiao Zai, and Jiang Shi'er. Seeing Su Zimo arrive, the others did not say anything. Only Jiang Shi'er's eyes flickered. 6th Elder Xiao Yuexian had already come out of her confinement. Although she had done many wrong things, she had contributed a lot to the sect over the years. Under Sect Master Zhao's instructions, the Bailey family and Zhenwu Xingzong were now in an alliance. Bailey Xiao was not only the saintess of the Bailey family, but she had also returned the flying immortal body. She represented part of Zhenwu Xingzong's disciples. Su Zimo could also imagine this outcome. If Bailey Xiao was just an ordinary disciple, Zhenwu Xingzong would not care at all. However, Zhenwu Xingzong would not treat her as an enemy just because she was the eldest disciple of the empress. The more people there were in the fight for the mandate of heaven, the higher the chances. Su Zimo naturally had to settle the matter with Bailey Xiao himself. Father, Su Zimo greeted. Su Qingshan nodded, put his hands behind his back, and said, I called you here this time because I have something to tell you. Is it about the Tianwu conference? Xiang Qianheng seemed to know something and asked in advance. That's right. You should have heard that the Tianwu conference, which is held once every 100 years, will officially begin soon. In the past, the 8 imperial lineage of the eastern continent would take turns to host the Tianwu conference. This year, it's the Bailey family's turn, Su Qingshan explained. The Tianwu conference is the largest competition in the eastern continent. At that time, not only will the 8 imperial lineage send disciples to participate. Countless first-rate and second-rate powers in the eastern continent will also participate. Especially since the mandate of heaven is about to descend, this conference will be even more significant. Vice Sect Master, do you want us to represent the sect? Jian 21 asked. That's right. The 5 of you are the candidates selected for this election, Su Qingshan said. This time, I will lead the team to the Bailey family. There are still 3 months to prepare. I will inform you in advance so that you can prepare well. Can I not participate? Jiang Shi'er suddenly said. What's wrong? Su Qingshan turned around and asked in confusion. The mandate of heaven is about to be formed, so I want to cultivate harder. The Tianwu conference means nothing to me. Jiang Shi'er shook her head. The Tianwu conference is organized by the Bailey clan. I heard that the top 10 will get a pill of the Great Way. The top 20 will be able to enter the small world left behind by the Chongkong Emperor to cultivate. Are you sure you don't want to participate? Su Qingshan asked. The pill of the Great Way was very important to the cultivation of the Divine Pulse Realm or even to the Divine Pulse Realm. As for the secret realm left behind by the vast Sky Emperor back then, it had the effect of half the effort and double the effect of cultivation. When the Mandate of Heaven was about to be formed, countless people needed to stabilize their cultivation at the peak of the Divine Pulse Realm. However, the Divine Pulse Realm had already reached the peak that humans could reach. How could it be so easy to advance? Countless people worked hard for their entire lives, but they only wasted a few years. Therefore, at this time, if it was impossible to cultivate by oneself, many people would rely on external factors to help. Then I'll give it a try, Xianxia finally said after thinking for a while. Su Qingshan smiled and nodded. Prepare yourselves. 3 months later, follow me to the Bailey clan. Try to improve your strength during this period. At that time, you will meet the holy sons of the various sects and some other independent cultivators. We understand. The few of them nodded quickly. After the others left, Su Zimo said, Father, I might have to leave for a while. Where are you going? Su Qingshan asked with a frown. Some personal matters. I need to take care of them. Su Zimo smiled. Then what about the Tianwu conference? Su Qingshan asked. The sect is counting on you. When the time comes, just bring them there. We'll meet at the Bailey clan. Su Zimo said. Be careful. Su Qingshan reminded him. After leaving the Qingshan Peak, Su Zimo decided to go to the Red Dust Palace. Firstly, he wanted to find the Nirvana Pearl there. Secondly, he wanted to see Lan Kier. The two of them had been separated for such a long time. Ever since the destruction of the Lan clan, they had not seen each other again. After saying goodbye to Lin Ruhu, Su Zimo prepared to say goodbye to Xiao Gizi. However, when he arrived at the place where Xiao Gizi lived, he couldn't find him for a long time. Logically speaking, Xiao Gizi should have already returned to the sect, and his injuries should not have healed so quickly. Fortunately, he found Yao Xingnan, who was still in the sect. Xiao Gizi left? Su Zimo said in surprise. Yes. Yao Xingnan nodded and said, He told me not to tell you. Why? Su Zimo asked in confusion. Gillen said that his life was too ordinary. In the first half of his life, you were the one who took care of him. In the second half of his life, you might be protecting him again, Yao Xingnan explained. He doesn't want to rely on anyone, he wants to go out on his own. Maybe when it's time to fight for heaven's will, he might even be able to help you. That brat. Su Zimo smiled. Since he's decided on his own path, I can't say anything about it. Take care of yourselves. After saying goodbye to Yao Xingnan, Su Zimo left Xinwu Xingzong by himself. As one of the 10 great forbidden zones, the Red Dust Palace is no less dangerous than the other forbidden zones. Normally, there is only one kind of person who goes to the Red Dust Palace. That is, only those who have seen through the world and want to avoid it will go there. Or rather, those who want to wake up from their sins. Those who have gone through great changes and become disheartened are the final destination of these people. The origin of the Red Dust Palace is a divinity from the Age of Legends. As for whether it's true or not, there is no way to find out. It is said that during the Age of Legends, there was a goddess who hated the world. She was used to seeing all the evil in the world, she was greedy, evil, and murderous. As a result, an independent world was opened up. This world was clear and only those who had abstained from the 7 emotions and 6 desires, had no desires, and had no relatives or friends could enter. If anyone else enters this place, they will be punished by the divinity. There are many opinions about whether the goddess of hate still exists, but it is undeniable that the Red Dust Palace is a place that even the great emperor does not want to provoke. The winter season is a bit cold. Every breath is white, and snow is falling from the sky. The weather is a bit gloomy. Su Zimo walked on the white land, shaking off some of the snow on his body. Strictly speaking, the Red Dust Palace is not in the central continent, but under the endless sky sea. It is an underwater world. Suzimo has to go to the core of the eastern continent to reach the Red Dust Palace. Walking on the icy road, the sky gradually turned from noon to dusk. Suzimo is getting farther and farther away from Xinwu. In the evening, when the sky darkened, Suzimo slowly stopped. There are no cities around, especially in this world of ice and snow. It is quite deserted. Since you're here, come out. What's the point of hiding? Suzimo looked around and suddenly said. Along the way, from the moment he left Xinwu, he felt that someone has been watching him. However, the other party's methods are quite clever, so he can't find out. Now that he has walked so far, seeing that the other party has not made a move, Suzimo can only say it first. As expected of the holy son of Xinwu, your senses are sharp. Evil laughter came from all around. Then, the void around him ripples, and 3 black-clothed figures walked out of the void. The 3 figures are all dressed in black, and their faces and heads are all covered by black bamboo hats. Since you dare to come, why are you hiding like turtles? Suzimo laughed. We don't have a choice, Xinwu is too strong. We don't want to cause trouble, one of the black-clothed men said. Is it because of the grudge between us, or did someone send you? Suzimo asked. You don't need to know that. You'd better go down and ask the people you killed with your questions, one of them replied. Then, the 3 of them emitted a powerful aura that soared into the sky. This aura is actually from the peak of the Divine Pulse. 3 Peak of the Divine Pulse, what a big move. Suzimo laughed softly. The 3 of them did not talk nonsense and directly used their true fate. The true fate of the 3 of them is actually a wolf. Bright Moon Wolf, Jade Star Wolf, and Demon Ardent Wolf. The 3 wolves seem to represent the moon, the stars, and the sun. All of them pounced on Suzimo. Every wolf's body is hundreds of times bigger, and a fishy smell came towards him. Suzimo laughed softly and stepped into the air, surrounded by the power of creation. With 2 punches and 1 kick, he sent the 3 wolves flying. Bright Moon Wave. Starry Strike. Fiend Fire Claw. The 3 of them shouted at the same time, and a mighty spirit energy enveloped the 3 beasts, making them much stronger. Suppress, Suzimo said softly. Looking at the 3 incoming wolves, the fierce demon wolf was like a scorching sun in the sky, its claws burning with raging flames. The Jade Star Wolf was extremely fast, turning into a meteor as it flashed past, surrounding Suzimo to kill him. As for the Bright Moon Wolf, it opened its bloody mouth and roared angrily. The roar seemed to have a soul attack, able to confuse people's minds. Suzimo was being attacked from 3 sides. He smiled. It's useless. With a shout of suppression, the aura around his body surged like a majestic wave, surging violently to suppress Yishuan. The aura came wave after wave, causing the surrounding space to collapse. The 3 wolves wanted to resist with all their might, roaring angrily, but it was to no avail. Suzimo waved his hands, and the 3 wolves were suppressed to the ground, their limbs paralyzed, unable to move. Seeing this, the 3 black-robed men looked at each other. The black-robed man on the left said anxiously, Big brother, let's settle this quickly, before any accidents happen. The black-robed man in the middle nodded. The 3 of them raised their right hands at the same time, making a strange gesture. Then, a shadow appeared behind the 3 of them at the same time. It was a shadow with 3 wolf totems. The 3 shadow looked almost the same, they each had the appearance of their true fate. Fuse, God of 3 roars, the 3 of them shouted. The 3 wolves on the ground turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The 3 streams of light fused together, and then a deafening beast roar sounded from the stream of light. That ball of light was constantly changing, and the 3 giant wolves were also constantly howling. Suzimo looked up slightly. An extremely barbaric aura emanated from it. Then, a monster fell from the sky. The monster had 3 heads, 3 wolf heads. Its body was huge, and the 3 wolf heads had the symbol of the sun, the moon, and the stars on their foreheads. The monster had a majestic aura, just a casual shake of its body would cause the earth to shake, mountains to collapse, and the earth to crack. A dense beast aura permeated the air, and it was almost comparable to that of an immortal. Its entire body was pure white, and with a bestial roar, the surrounding space shattered layer by layer. Three roar gods, Suzimo muttered to himself. This seems to be some ancient demonic beast. Since you are the holy son of Zhenwu Xingzong, you must be quite knowledgeable, the middle-aged man in the middle said with a chuckle. Why don't we try our fusion method? Just an ant. Suzimo shook his head slightly. The whirlpool of power in his body continued to spin, and the giant of strength behind him slowly emerged and stood up. Boundless heaven-shaking power surged around his body. The giant was even bigger than the three roaring gods. The moment it stood up, it gave people the feeling that it was shouldering the heavens and stepping into the wilderness. Whether it was the power vortex in his body or the power vortex in his soul, they were all spinning wildly. Suzimo could clearly feel that his body was becoming stronger as the spinning force increased. Let's try, Suzimo said with a smile. At this moment, it was not just the power vortex, but also the 18 mysterious meridians that were surging. The giant looked down at the ground and walked step by step toward the three roaring gods. The three black-robed men snorted and formed a seal with their hands. The surrounding spiritual energy all gathered toward the three roaring gods. The three roaring gods roared and directly pounced on the giant. His sharp teeth glinted coldly as he bit the giant's arm. However, the giant did not feel any pain. He raised his hands and heavily smashed the three roaring gods to the ground. With a boom, the ground shook, and cracks began to spread in all directions like a spider web. Gate of life and death, open, Suzimo snorted. The heavenly gate of 3 lives opened around him, and with the opening of the gate of life and death, the power around him became more and more majestic. The spiritual energy in his body seemed to have transformed into an ocean, flowing between his meridians. At the same time, above the giant, the power of the gate of life and death opened up the void and turned into a stream of light that shone on the giant. The giant roared to the sky. His left hand pressed on the three roaring gods' heads, and his right hand clenched into a fist and directly smashed down. His right hand made a boom sound, and a bottomless pit appeared on the ground. The three roaring gods heavily smashed into the ground. However, at this time, the three roaring gods raised their heads and opened their mouths slightly. 3 streams of light of different attributes directly gushed out. This stream of light destroyed the giant's head as easily as crushing dry weeds and rotten wood. Interesting, Suzimo smiled. However, with the heavenly gate of death opened, the giant was not afraid of attacks at all. The giant opened his hands and tightly grabbed the three roaring gods' neck, and forcefully threw them to the ground. This guy is really strong, the black-robed man on the left said with an ugly expression. The spiritual energy around them surged. The 3 of them had already used their combined power to the extreme, but unfortunately, they were still suppressed by their opponent. I'm regretting accepting the commission, the black-robed man on the right said. At this time, don't let your imagination run wild. If there's anything, wait until after this fight, the black-robed man in the middle snorted coldly and gritted his teeth. I say, everyone, is this all you've got? Suzimo chuckled. He slowly pulled out the tyrannical shadow on his back and walked step by step towards the 3 of them. This guy still has the strength to fight, the black-robed man in the middle said in horror. At this moment, they were all being held back by their true fates and could not fight too much. All of their strength was in the fusion of their true fates. The fusion technique's requirements were originally very strict. Although they were powerful, the 3 of them were of one mind. If there was even the slightest mistake, they would still fail. Could it be that this giant is not his true fate? The black-robed man on the left seemed to have thought of something and shouted. Run. As soon as he finished speaking, he did not care about the other 2 black-robed men and directly ran into the distance. If the opponent was not using his true fate, it meant that Suzimo had not used his full strength. Thinking of this, the black-robed man did not even have the slightest thought of fighting. He immediately turned and ran, only wanting to survive. Without the black-robed man, the 3 roars naturally did not have the strength to support themselves. They split apart and transformed back into the true forms of 2 giant wolves. Third brother, what are you doing? The black-robed man in the middle shouted in shock. Before the remaining 2 black-robed men could think too much, the giant had already raised both hands and heavily smashed them down. The 2 giant wolves were instantly annihilated. With their true fates damaged, the 2 of them spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were pale and very unsightly. Suzimo was too lazy to talk nonsense. He had already unsheathed the tyrannical shadow, and the blade aura that filled the sky came slashing down. The two men's heads immediately fell to the ground. The giant extended both hands, one in each hand, and threw the two corpses into its mouth. Suzimo looked into the distance. The black-robed man was trying his best to escape. The battle just now had consumed a lot of his energy. Even if his body had reached its limit, he still didn't dare to stop. He still didn't know what kind of monster they were facing. Before coming here, he knew that the Saint of Zhenwuxing Zone was definitely not simple. However, the three of them were at the peak of the divine range. In addition, they had practiced the fusion technique for many years. No matter what, they were confident of winning. They just didn't expect to lose so easily. Damn it, no wonder the price is so high, the black-robed man said angrily. At this moment, his pupils constricted, and he stopped running. White snow fluttered, and the cold wind was biting cold. The plains were endless. Suzimo's figure casually stood at the forefront, smiling as he looked at the black-robed man running towards him. Don't be so anxious. We have plenty of time, Suzimo said with a smile. Sir, we were blinded by profit. Please let me go, the black-robed man said quickly. Take off your bamboo hat and talk to me, Suzimo said lightly. The black-robed man was silent for a while and threw the bamboo hat aside. He was about 40 or 50 years old. He had a mustache, short hair, and a scar on his face. You don't look familiar, Suzimo said. The three of us are independent cultivators. Sir, you might not know us. We're not famous, the black-robed man said quickly. How can the peak of the divine range not be famous? I'm just too lazy to know, Suzimo said. Tell me honestly. Why do you want to kill me? I'll forget about it. Sir, can you let me go? The black-robed man thought for a while and asked. Do you think you're qualified to bargain? Suzimo asked. Don't you want revenge? Who sent you to ambush my people? It's the Blood Hades holy sect. The black-robed man thought of his two dead brothers and his current situation. He said with anger in his eyes, because you killed their saint and basically cut off their chance to fight for the mandate of heaven in this era. That's why they want to take revenge on you. You guys are quite bold, Suzimo said as he stepped forward. The black-robed man looked at Suzimo warily as he retreated. We were blinded by greed, but we weren't the mastermind behind this. Please let us go. I've said everything I need to say. I'll naturally take care of the Blood Hades holy sect's matters. But you're so close to your brother. Shouldn't you go down and accompany them? Suzimo laughed. He raised the tyrannical shadow in his hand above his head. A stream of blade chi permeated the air, breaking through the snow and creating a natural moat in the white sky. Seeing this, the black-robed man turned around and ran away without looking back. However, when the heaven-severing saber chi descended, the black-robed man had just reached the tip of the saber. Thus, heaven and earth sank, and the white snow surged away. The world was covered in a vast expanse of whiteness. When the rising snow fell again, the whole world returned to its original calm state. Suzimo's figure had long since disappeared. It was as if nothing had been left behind, as if nothing had happened. Waiter, a pot of hot wine and a plate of beef, Suzimo shouted as he sat by the window. He shook off the snow on his body and felt the warmth of the inn. Then, he slowly sat down. He had hurried all the way from the wilderness to this city called Yellow City. This was already considered the core of the eastern continent. It was considered to have left the land of the far west. A waiter in a gray robe served the hot wine and beef. Waiter, how far is it from here to the endless sky sea? Suzimo asked. Sir, after you leave the city gate, head north. After you pass by the heavenly mandate mountain, you can take a ship and reach the endless sky sea, the waiter explained with a smile. Zimo nodded slightly. After eating, it was already very late. Suzimo rested in the city for a night. The next day, when the sky was just beginning to brighten, he left the city and walked in the direction of the heavenly mandate mountain. The sky was even colder in the morning. The night had not completely receded. Suzimo had not gone far from the city gate when he suddenly heard the voice of immeasurable deity from afar. He looked into the misty night and saw a Taoist priest in a Taoist robe with a long sword at his waist slowly walking over. Su Zimo did not pay attention to him at first and was about to leave. However, the Taoist priest chuckled and shouted, "Benefactor, please wait. I have been waiting for you for a long time." "Waiting for me?" Su Zimo looked at the Taoist priest in front of him in surprise. The two had not met before. It could be said that they did not know each other. "May I know why you have been waiting for me?" "In front of you, I would not dare to call myself Lord. My Buddhist name is Ruayu," the Taoist priest smiled. "You can just call me Daji." "Great wisdom appears to be stupidity?" Su Zimo laughed with interest. He said, "Your name is a bit interesting. Master gave it to me. I cannot go against it," the Taoist priest said with a smile. "Then why are you looking for me?" Su Zimo asked. "Benefactor wants to go to the Red Dust Palace?" Monk Daji asked. "How did you know?" Su Zimo slightly frowned. The Taoist priest was waiting for him here and knew that he wanted to go to the Red Dust Palace. Aside from the people of the Qin Manor, he had never told anyone else about this. Su Zimo did not like the feeling of being seen through by others. "You better give me a perfect explanation. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will have to stay here today," Su Zimo said. "Benefactor, please do not be angry. I am here to help you," Monk Daji said. "Help me with what?" Su Zimo slightly frowned. "Benefactor wants to go to the Red Dust Palace?" "I can help you," Monk Daji said. "Do you know why I want to go to the Red Dust Palace?" Su Zimo asked. "I don't know," Monk Daji shook his head. "You are a strange monk. If you don't know, then how can you help me?" Su Zimo asked. "Benefactor only needs to tell me your purpose and this monk will give you an answer," Monk Daji said with a smile. "I want to find the Nirvana Pearl," Su Zimo said. "The Nirvana Pearl, one of the 5 spiritual pearls?" Monk Daji was clearly stunned. Then he smiled and said, "Benefactor is truly extraordinary." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a golden bone from his Taoist robe's pocket. This bone emitted a golden light. It was unknown what it was, but it was engraved with mysterious runes. "The Red Dust Palace is incomparably vast. Benefactor, do you know where the Nirvana Pearl is?" Monk Daji asked. "I don't know how long it will take to find it bit by bit. Why don't you bring me along?" "What's the use of bringing you along?" Su Zimo asked. "This monk has a piece of martial ancestors' Dao bone. It can guide us to the Nirvana Pearl," Monk Daji replied. Su Zimo stared at the Dao bone. Even he couldn't see through this Dao bone. It was like a dense fog. The mysteries within were obscure and difficult to see through. Su Zimo chuckled and said, "I suddenly thought of a way. Why should I take you? I can take this bone by force." Hearing Su Zimo's words, Monk Daji was stunned. He then chuckled and said, "Benefactor is truly an extraordinary person. However, this bone has a spirit and was left behind by my ancestor. Even if you take it, you won't be able to use it." Su Zimo slightly frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Benefactor doesn't need to be surprised. "I'm only here to help you." Monk Daji smiled. "Then why are you helping me?" Su Zimo continued to ask. "This is Benefactor's guidance. I'm just following orders." Monk Daji replied. Su Zimo pondered. If this monk could help him find the Nirvana Pearl, then it was naturally a good thing. Otherwise, he might not have been able to return to the Red Dust Palace before the Tianwu conference. Moreover, he only knew that the Nirvana Pearl was taken by someone, but he didn't know who it was. However, he couldn't understand why Monk Daji would appear, so he still kept an eye out. "Okay, then come with me," Su Zimo said. No matter what this guy's ultimate goal was, he would just have to deal with whatever came his way. Monk Daji smiled and nodded as he followed Su Zimo. The sky gradually brightened. The heavy snow in the sky seemed to be showing signs of clearing up. Su Zimo and Monk Daji walked towards the Heavenly Mandate Mountain together. "Where are you from?" Su Zimo asked. "This humble Taoist is a Taoist from the Pagoda sect, not a monk," Monk Daji explained. "However, if Benefactor is willing to call me a monk, then so be it. A name is only a form of address." It can be anything. Pagoda sect? Suzimo slightly frowned. I've never heard of this power before. We're not famous, so it's normal that Benefactor hasn't heard of us. Monk Daji smiled. However, I've admired Shinwu Xingzong for a long time. Haha. Suzimo smiled and didn't plan to delve deeper. He would eventually find out what he needed to know. The Heavenly Mandate Mountain was located to the north of Yellow City. It was a snowy mountain. Even though it was a hot summer day, this place was still covered in white snow and the temperature was freezing cold. It was winter now, and snow was falling from the sky, covering the mountains. The path up the mountain was filled with ice sculptures. These sculptures were lifelike. There were humans, demonic beasts, and even plants. Just like that, they landed on both sides of the road. No one knew what their purpose was, and no one knew who they were. It was just an ordinary sculpture. But the strange thing was that after the sculpture was broken, it would naturally reform after a period of time. The snow-capped mountains were majestic. Thousands of miles of snow fluttered down. Suzimo followed Monk Daji up the snowy mountain. The two of them seemed especially tiny in the midst of the drifting snow. Benefactor, do you know the origin of the Heavenly Mandate Mountain? Monk Daji asked with a smile. I don't know, and I'm too lazy to find out, Suzimo replied, shaking his head. Wanting to drive away the light cavalry, the heavy snow fills the blades of the bow. Monk Daji softly chanted. Then he smiled and said, this humble Taoist has followed my grandmaster since I was young, traveling through the various mountains and rivers of the Yuanyang continent. I know a lot of things. If Benefactor has anything he doesn't understand, he can ask me. Monk, can you predict the heavens? Suzimo suddenly raised his head and asked. Monk Daji was stunned for a moment, then he scratched his head and smiled, I can't, but my grandmaster can. As the two of them walked, they suddenly heard the sound of fighting ahead. They looked up the mountain and saw a group of people fighting on the snowy mountain. After they carefully observed, they found that it was a group of people besieging a young man. After the two of them walked closer, the group of people stopped attacking when they saw someone approaching. They looked at Suzimo and Monk Daji with vigilance. What business do the two of you have here? The leader of the group, a purple-robed man, asked. The road leads to the sky, and we each walk our own path. Why do we need to tell you what we want? Suzimo replied. The Heavenly Mandate Mountain has already been sealed. I don't know what you two are here for, the purple-robed man said. The mountain has been sealed? Suzimo slightly frowned. To the side, Monk Daji glanced at the young man being chased. The young man had already been forced to the edge of the snowy mountain road, and he seemed to be in a difficult situation. His yellow robe was tattered in several places, and his face was covered in dirt. However, his eyes were bright and dark, giving people a feeling that they were full of spirit. Why are all of you surrounding a young man? Monk Daji asked. Whether the two of you want to enter the mountain or not, we don't care. We only advise the two of you not to meddle in other people's business, the purple-robed man warned as he looked at Monk Daji with an ominous glint in his eyes. I don't have any relatives or friends. I don't intend to meddle in other people's business, Suzimo calmly replied. Benefactor, why are you not helping him? Monk Daji glanced at Suzimo and asked. Why should I save him? Suzimo asked back. Benefactor will soon become a celestial being. Shouldn't all celestial beings have good intentions in their hearts? Monk Daji replied. Accumulating good intentions will eventually lead to karmic retribution that will return to you. I don't have such a habit. If you want to save him, then save him. Suzimo waved his hand and said. Even if you want to save him, you have to save the right person. Monk Daji turned his head and asked. You still haven't answered my question. Why are you chasing this young man? Why are you spouting so much nonsense? The purple-robed man in the lead was slightly impatient. He directly charged towards Monk Daji. The Tao is boundless. Monk Daji saluted with one hand. In the next moment, an extremely powerful aura burst out from his body. This aura was boundless and seemed to contain the truth of the Tao. The moment this aura burst out, Monk Daji's robe fluttered in the air. His gaze was not angry, but it was powerful. He directly suppressed these people in place, making them unable to move. Why don't you all answer my question? Monk Daji asked. The group of purple-robed men's expressions greatly changed as they continuously struggled. Unfortunately, this aura was endless. It was as if they were stuck in a quagmire and couldn't break free. My mother is seriously ill. I'm here to pick medicine for her. At this moment, a weak voice came from the side. The young man who was being chased said, "The Heavenly Mandate Mountain has Tianshan Snow Lotus that can cure my mother's illness. I don't know why they want to kill me." Monk Daji turned his head and looked at the group of purple-robed men. "Let me go. We won't kill him." The purple-robed man in the lead quickly said. "You still haven't answered my question." Monk Daji shook his head. No one saw a sword flash and the heads of the purple-robed men fell to the ground. He is a direct descendant of the Huang clan. We were ordered by the Huang clan's young master to kill him. The purple-robed man in the lead quickly shouted. Monk Daji slightly frowned after hearing the purple-robed man's words. In the next moment, the purple-robed man's aura loosened and he found that he could move again. "You can go," Monk Daji said. "You won't kill me?" The purple-robed man still felt like he was dreaming. He replied, "You're really letting me go?" "I said I'll let you go, so I won't go back on my word." Monk Daji waved his hand. The purple-robed man ran down the snowy mountain without looking back. Monk Daji turned his head and looked at the snowy mountain in the distance. He saw a pure white snow lotus growing on the mountain wall. He reached out his right hand, which grew dozens of meters long, and directly plucked the snow lotus from the mountain wall. "Go back and treat your mother's illness," Monk Daji said with a smile. "Thank you, Honorable Dao." The youth received the snow lotus with surprise and quickly expressed his gratitude. He carried a bamboo basket on his back. He carefully placed the snow lotus into the basket and then asked Monk Daji, "Honorable Dao wants to go up the mountain?" Monk Daji slightly shook his head. "The mountain is currently sealed off. You can't go up the mountain," the youth quickly said. "I risked my life to come up here for my mother's illness, so I didn't dare to go too deep." "Sealed off the mountain? Who sealed it off?" Suzimo asked. "No one. Every year, the Heavenly Mandate Mountain will be sealed off for a period of time," the youth explained. "This is the Heavenly Mandate Mountain's own seal." Suzimo looked at Monk Daji and asked, "Didn't you say you knew everything?" "This? I don't really know," Monk Daji awkwardly smiled. "I only know that the Huang country and heavens will once fought here. This is where the battle took place." "If there's nothing else, I'll go back first," the youth probed. "Go," Monk Daji nodded. Looking at the youth's back, Monk Daji looked at Suzimo and asked, "Do we still want to go up? What do you think?" Suzimo walked up the mountain without looking back. Monk Daji quickly followed behind. "What do you mean by battle?" Suzimo asked. The current Huang city was formerly known as the Huang country. It was a very powerful country that was said to be able to contend against the imperial lineage, explained Monk Daji. Unfortunately, they seemed to have violated some kind of taboo, and in the end they were not tolerated by heaven and earth. All the people in the country died here when they fought against the heavenly Tao. After they died, snow and ice fell from the sky and eventually formed the Heavenly Mandate Mountain. "There are so many strange things in this world," Suzimo said. "However, I don't know what will happen after the mountain is sealed," said Monk Daji. The two of them walked towards the top of the mountain. Only by crossing this mountain could they reach the endless sky sea. Although it wasn't the only way, it was the closest way. As the two got closer to the top of the mountain, Suzimo saw more and more sculptures. These sculptures also became more and more lifelike, as if they were real people standing beside them. Some of the sculptures actually had a majestic aura. "How about I read your fortune?" Monk Daji suddenly stopped halfway and asked. "I feel a little uneasy." Suzimo didn't object. Although he wasn't afraid, there was no harm in making things clear. Monk Daji took out 3 ancient copper coins from his wide Taoist robe sleeve. He placed the 3 copper coins in his palm and used a red string to hang them together. Then, he threw the 3 copper coins into the sky. The copper coins rotated in a triangular shape above his head and gradually formed a circle. In this circle, the red string seemed to be divided into 8 pieces, each corresponding to the 8 directions of the 8 trigrams. Monk Daji formed a seal with both hands and raised his right hand. A clear energy flew from his finger into the copper coins. In the next moment, the red string broke and the copper coins fell to the ground. Monk Daji lowered his head and looked at the copper coins and the broken red string. He slightly frowned and said, "This is a bad omen for me." "What about me?" Su Zimo asked. "How could I calculate your fate?" Monk Daji couldn't help laughing. He put away his copper coins and red string. Monk Daji looked at Su Zimo and asked, "Do you still want to go? Do you dare? Isn't this a bad omen?" Su Zimo smiled. "If you go, then I'll follow." Monk Daji replied. "Then let's go." Su Zimo took the lead and walked towards the top of the mountain. When the two of them were less than 100 meters away from the top of the mountain, a rumbling sound suddenly entered their ears. The two of them looked up at the same time and saw the snowy mountain in the sky shaking as if it was angry. "It's an avalanche," Monk Daji said. Just as he finished speaking, an earth-shattering sound followed by an explosion. The snowstorm above them fell down. The power of this avalanche was indescribable with words. Everything in its path was destroyed. Rumble. The explosion sounded like heavenly thunder as it fell from the top of their heads. With the avalanche's position, it would be very difficult for the two of them to dodge. Moreover, the two of them didn't plan on dodging. Su Zimo slightly raised his right hand and formed a barrier of Genesis energy in front of him. Monk Daji, on the other hand, was not angry. He glared and shouted, "Immovable mountain." Then, his feet sank deep into the ground, and he stood in a strange posture. The avalanche had completely submerged them, and the entire heavenly mandate mountain fell into silence. The avalanche majestically rolled down the mountain, and in the places it submerged, there were 2 very conspicuous pits. Su Zimo waved his hands and scattered the snow in front of him. He looked to the side and saw that Monk Daji was still standing in a strange posture. "It's over. Let's go," Su Zimo said. "Don't, I'm frozen," Monk Daji replied. In the next moment, a flame ignited around his body. Crackling sounds could be heard as his body began to move bit by bit. "This avalanche shouldn't be enough," Su Zimo replied. "Something's wrong. Look around," Monk Daji suddenly said. He saw that the ice sculptures around him had begun to move. The ice on their surface began to shatter bit by bit, and the sound of shattering could be heard. When the ice completely shattered, the figures inside also began to move. "Through the ages, my Huang country will exist forever." Angry roars gathered together and resounded. Their voices pierced the sky as if they wanted to shatter the horizon and declare their injustice. "What's going on with these people?" Su Zimo watched with interest. Monk Daji's expression greatly changed as he quickly said, "The people of the Huang country who died in battle back then have all been resurrected." No, how can the dead be resurrected?" Halfway through his words, Monk Daji shook his head in contradiction and rejected his own idea. The two of them looked around. There were thousands of ice sculptures, and they were even more concentrated at the top of the mountain. More and more sculptures began to awaken. When they saw Su Zimo and the monk, they heard a furious roar. "Those who offend the Huang country, die." Countless statues marched in an orderly manner towards Su Zimo and Bai Xiaochun. "What do we do?" Monk Daji quickly asked. "Everyone, mind your own business." Su Zimo smiled and quickly ran towards the top of the mountain. Although these sculptures were very strong and coordinated very well, the difference in strength was still too great. Su Zimo punched each of them as he ran towards the top of the mountain. Monk Daji's eyes slightly moved as he saw this scene and shouted, "Boundless heavenly sovereign." His body grew dozens of times larger, and even his Taoist robe became a lot bigger. With a single step, he covered dozens of meters and followed closely behind Su Zimo. As they got closer and closer to the top of the mountain, the sculptures they encountered along the way also became stronger. When the two of them arrived at the top of the mountain, they saw a throne standing on top of it. A man wearing an imperial robe sat on the throne, and there were more than a dozen armored generals standing on either side of him. "Halt! One of the generals stood out with a spear in his hand and shouted, "Why haven't you knelt in front of our king?" Trash. Suzimo chuckled. The tyrannical shadow in his hand was unsheathed, and a sharp saber chi directly cut the general in half. "How dare you?" the man on the throne shouted. The clouds in the sky suddenly changed as a golden dragon circled above their heads. This golden dragon seemed to be real and not an illusion. The dozen or so generals at the side all charged towards Suzimo. "Monk Daji, stop them!" Suzimo shouted. Monk Daji, who had just arrived, didn't hesitate either. His huge body blocked the path of the dozen generals. Suzimo stepped forward and faced the man on the throne. He smiled and said, "Why don't we have a match?" The man in the royal robe slowly stood up and waved his right hand. The golden dragon above his head roared and rushed towards Suzimo. Suzimo clenched his right hand into a fist and punched the golden dragon. With a boom, the golden dragon let out a sorrowful cry, and the surrounding space shattered. The golden dragon was sent flying by the punch. The eyes of the man on the throne flashed. He soared into the air, and a brilliant heavenly might permeated the air. He was like a monarch who ruled over the world, or rather, he was a monarch himself. A domineering aura emanated from his body. Emperors are so domineering. The man snorted coldly and slapped his palm towards Suzimo. "Huang country has already been destroyed, yet you still call yourself an emperor?" Suzimo shook his head and laughed. Above the tyrannical shadow, the 16th move of the Tao querying movement, Heaven's Burial, was performed. The saber shadow and the black fog enveloped the area and directly slashed towards the man. Boom! An explosion sounded, as if a mushroom cloud had appeared in the air. The entire sky was buried in it. Suzimo looked up and saw the man in the royal robe surrounded by a golden spirit energy. It was as if he was invulnerable and unaffected by anything. Monk Daji shouted from below, "That is the power of all living beings, it can protect all attacks." Suzimo shook his head and said, "There is no such thing as protection in front of an ultimate attack." He directly opened his 18 mysterious meridians and activated the 8 transformations behind him. The sky was filled with a steady flow of spirit energy from Suzimo's body. The 17th move of the Tao querying movement, God slaying. Suzimo coldly snorted. The tyrannical shadow in his hand was slightly trembling. God slaying was to gather all of one's power into a single point and unleash it with 100 times the power. This was also one of the ultimate moves of Suzimo's 19th move of the Tao querying movement. Suzimo slowly raised the tyrannical shadow and endless saber will condensed around him. The saber will seemed to be his left and right arms. With every move he made, the saber will changed wildly. Suzimo took half a step back with his right foot and slowly raised his right arm. The saber of the tyrannical shadow emitted a cold aura. In the next moment, endless saber will condensed on the tip of the saber. The steps of azure clouds behind Suzimo extended to the sky step by step. He lightly shouted and the tyrannical shadow slashed out with thousands of saber will accompanied by a roar. Boom! The sound of an explosion followed. Just the remaining power of the saber will caused another avalanche on the heavenly mandate mountain. White snow fell from the sky as the saber will split the sky. It was as if the sky was split into two and cut open a natural chasm. The man in the imperial robe looked at the scene in front of him. The saber will magnified in front of him in an instant and had already appeared around him. The golden willpower entwined and sometimes transformed into a roaring tiger, and sometimes a dragon in his right hand descended. When the saber will arrived, the man in the imperial robe was only able to resist for a moment before the saber will pierced through his entire body. He was directly annihilated by the saber will. King! The generals around saw this scene and cried out tragically. At the moment when the man in the imperial robe died, those generals and thousands of soldiers did not choose to live. They all committed suicide on the heavenly mandate mountain. Their bodies were buried in the snow. Suzimo's attack just now cut off half of the snow mountain. The entire mountain was almost split in two and continued to form a bottomless crack. Suzimo looked up and saw heavy snow falling from the sky. The heavy snow in the sky seemed to be singing a sad song as it fell with all its might. In the blink of an eye, the snow covered the entire mountain. Moreover, the white snow seemed to have a mysterious power. Because of their descent, the heavenly mandate mountain was recovering bit by bit, and the crack began to close. At the same time, new ice sculptures also appeared. These sculptures were based on the people who had died before. This is... Monk Daji looked at the scene in front of him. Then, he took a deep breath and said to Suzimo, "The heavenly mandate mountain is not simple." "I can see that," Suzimo said. "I don't know what kind of power caused this, but these people can't be killed," Monk Daji replied. "It's the willpower of the people who died in the Huang Kingdom," Suzimo said after thinking for a moment. "At a certain time every year, they will recover. But that's all. They can't leave the heavenly mandate mountain, and after a while, they will become ice sculptures again. Then we should leave as soon as possible." "Fighting with them is meaningless," Monk Daji said. Suzimo nodded. The two of them went over the top of the mountain and began to run toward the other side of the heavenly mandate mountain. From their position at the top of the mountain, they could clearly see the surrounding scenery. The endless sky ocean in the distance vaguely came into view. "Why do you think the heavenly Tao wanted to destroy the Huang country?" Suzimo asked curiously on the way down the mountain. "How would I know? However, the heavenly Tao must have its own reasons," Monk Daji replied. "The heavenly Tao won't easily take action. It is like a ruler that maintains the basic operations of this world. It will only take action when an existence breaks this balance." "You know quite a lot," Suzimo smiled. "Because we study divination and have a taste of the heavens, we naturally know more," Monk Daji explained. "Have you ever defied the heavens?" Suzimo asked with a smile. "What do you mean by defying the heavens?" Monk Daji laughed. "Only the true big shots in the legends can go against the heavenly Tao. Speaking of defying the heavens, the heavenly Tao wouldn't even bother to look at an ant like me, so I can't be considered as defying the heavens. At most, I'm unwilling to be ordinary and want to go against my own fate." Suzimo glanced at Monk Daji. This guy was quite insightful. The two walked down the heavenly mandate mountain and arrived in front of a river. This river was one of the many branches of the endless sky sea. If one followed the river upstream, they would reach the endless sky sea. In the past, there were boats here that were specifically used to transport people to the endless sky sea. However, because the mountain was sealed, this river appeared somewhat desolate and uninhabited. Monk Daji looked into the distance and suggested, "There's a small village nearby. Let's go take a look. There might be a boat there." In the distance, the outline of a small village was faintly discernible. There seemed to be people cooking as smoke curled up into the air. Suzimo nodded and didn't object. The two of them could have flown, but there was still some distance to the endless sky sea. It would be much more comfortable to take a boat. The small village wasn't too far away. It was a decent-sized village. When Suzimo and Monk Daji arrived, the stone tablet at the entrance of the village had the words "Sea Gazing Village" written on it. The village seemed to be newly built as the stone tablet was still very new. There were a few cape trees on both sides. They were covered in silver and looked very beautiful. Suzimo walked into the village and found a villager. He smiled and asked about the ship. "There are boats in the village, but they are all controlled by the village chief." "You can tell the village chief," the villager replied. Following the directions, Suzimo and Xiaoluo walked along the stone-paved path until they reached the end. There was a hut built of stones. An old man was sitting on a stone bench in front of the house. He seemed to be cleaning some seafood. "Outsiders?" Seeing Suzimo and his companion, the old man stood up slightly and took the initiative to ask. "Village chief, we want to go to the endless heavenly ocean. We want to borrow a ship from the village," Monk Daji said. "Wasn't the heavenly mandate mountain sealed off?" "How did you get here?" the elder asked doubtfully. "We got lost in the mountains and ended up here." Monk Daji gave a perfunctory explanation. "I can send someone to take you there, but do you have spirit crystals?" the old man asked. Monk Daji looked at Suzimo and said, "Taoists have never been greedy for worldly wealth." Suzimo smiled and casually took out a few dozen spirit crystals from his storage ring and gave them to the old man. The old man looked at Suzimo's storage ring with a puzzled expression and smiled, "Then wait here for a moment. I'll go arrange for someone," the old man said as he hurriedly walked into the village. Looking at the old man's back, Monk Daji softly said, "Don't you think it's strange?" "What's strange?" Suzimo asked with a smile. "When we walked through the village, I felt like there were countless eyes on both sides of the road looking at us." "Didn't you feel anything?" Monk Daji asked. "Why do I care? As long as they don't hinder us from going to the endless heavenly ocean, it's fine," Suzimo said. As the two of them were talking, they heard hurried footsteps coming from the village. Immediately after, the old man rushed over with a group of people. They were travel-worn, and most of them were burly men, holding various weapons such as chain knives in their hands. A red ribbon was tied on top of their heads with the image of a skull printed on it. "Don't tell me we've entered a den of thieves?" Monk Daji helplessly said. "It's this brat. He seems to be quite rich," the old man said to the people behind him. When the group of people came closer, one of the burly men jumped out and said, "Brat, hand over all your valuables and I'll leave your corpses intact." "Boring," Suzimo replied with some annoyance. Immediately after, no one saw the scimitar being unsheathed and a wave of blade intent surged out. Dozens of heads fell to the ground. Only the old man in the lead was frozen on the spot. "Where's the ship?" Suzimo indifferently asked. It's in the south of the village," the old man breathed heavily and replied with a blank expression. "Who are you people?" Monk Daji asked from the side. "We're pirates," the old man hastily replied. "Damn it," Monk Daji seemed to abhor evil and directly smashed the old man's head with his palm. The two of them were about to go to the south of the village to see the ship. However, halfway there, Suzimo saw a house on the side of the street. He slightly frowned and said, "There's still someone hiding?" When the two of them kicked open the door, they saw a woman who was tied up inside. Part of her clothes had been torn and she was crying. When she saw Suzimo and Monk Daji enter, she became even more panicked. "Who are you?" Monk Daji took out the cloth ball from her mouth and asked. "Aren't you with those people?" The woman cautiously probed. "We're just passing by this village," Monk Daji replied. "I beg you, please save me. I was kidnapped by them and brought here." The woman hastily begged. "Immeasurable heavenly sovereign." Monk Daji uttered his Buddhist name and untied the woman. "Where do you live?" Suzimo asked. The woman hesitated for a moment before replying, I came here with my parents. But they killed my parents and kidnapped me." "Benefactor is speaking." "You can't deceive me," Monk Daji said while shaking his head. "Could it be you don't trust us?" The woman pondered for a moment before finally replying. "I snuck out from the Red Dust Palace." Monk Daji slightly frowned after hearing the woman's words. How can someone who entered the Red Dust Palace come out? Those who could enter the Red Dust Palace naturally had no desires. And gave up on everything in the world. Once they entered, they would never be able to leave. This was the reason why people feared the Red Dust Palace and avoided it like the plague. "How did you escape from the Red Dust Palace?" Monk Daji doubtfully asked. "My mother sent me out." The woman replied. "She told me to leave this place and live alone. However, not long after I left the Red Dust Palace, I was captured by these people." "Do you still know the way to the Red Dust Palace?" Suzimo asked. "I do." The woman nodded and weakly replied. "Then you can come with us," Monk Daji said. "After all, we saved you. This can be considered repaying your kindness." "Why are you going to the Red Dust Palace?" "My mother won't let me go." The woman asked. "Just take us there, there's no need to go inside," Suzimo replied. "All right." The woman pondered for a moment before nodding. "I'm called Guyu." After exchanging their names, they walked towards the south side of the village. The south side of the village was close to the river and there were several large ships docked there. However, because there were only 3 of them, Suzimo picked a small boat. The 3 of them sat on the boat and used their spirit energy to move it towards the endless sky sea. The sea was turbid, but this branch of the river was somewhat clear. Because of the ice and snow, the surface of the river was covered with a thin layer of ice. As the boat moved, the layer of ice broke apart and melted into the water. "Can you tell us about the situation in the Red Dust Palace?" Suzimo asked. I'm not very clear. Guyu shook her head. Although I grew up in the Red Dust Palace, I've been living alone since I was a child. I can't leave the seal. I see. Suzimo faintly nodded. I can only take you inside. My mother said it's very dangerous inside and didn't allow me to run around. Guyu said. Monk, how much do you know about the Red Dust Palace? Suzimo looked at Monk Daji and asked. The Red Dust Palace has a Chen envoy who is in charge of that place. My ancestor mentioned this before. Monk Daji replied. I don't know anything else. I've never been there before. While the three of them were talking, 3 days had passed since then. Under Guyu's guidance, they also took fewer detours and finally arrived at the Endless Sky Sea. As one of the 10 Great Forbidden Zones, the Red Dust Palace covered a large area, almost covering half of the Endless Sky Sea. No matter which continent they set off from, they could enter the Endless Sky Sea. Standing on the boundless sea, the cold wind blew, as if the entire surface of the sea had turned pure white. Let's go, Guyu said. Because the Red Dust Palace was in another underwater world, the three of them directly jumped down from the boat. The winter seawater was very cold. It was bone-chilling, and people couldn't help but shiver. He followed the water all the way down. Entering the Red Dust Palace required an array formation, and this array formation was not considered rare. It was widely known throughout the continent. However, no one was willing to come here because once they entered, they would never be able to come out again. When the three of them swam to the bottom of the Endless Sky Sea, the pressure here was extremely strong. Those with a lower cultivation base might have their blood vessels ruptured from the pressure, causing their bodies to explode and die. Let's look for crimson dust stones, Guyu said. The three of them nodded and began searching for red dust stones at the bottom of the sea. The array formation to enter the Red Dust Palace required red dust stones. There were a large number of red dust stones at the bottom of the Endless Sky Sea. They were all prepared for those who wanted to enter. After searching for half a day, the three of them gathered several hundred stones. Spirit energy surged around Suzimo. He waved his hands, and all the red dust stones began to revolve around him. Suzimo had seen the Red Dust Palace's array formation in Jinwu Xingzong's library, so it wasn't particularly difficult. He formed a seal with his right hand, and with each seal, a red dust stone would enter the void. When all the red dust stones disappeared into the void, Suzimo waved his hands. A vast and mighty light radiated from his body. The red dust stones gathered together to form an array. Do you want to go in? Suzimo looked at Guyu and asked. Although my mother won't let me go in again, I still want to see them. Guyu hesitated for a moment before finally replying. Then let's go in together, Suzimo said and entered the array, followed by the other two. Following a moment of darkness, Suzimo felt as if his body was being sucked in by some kind of suction force. His body didn't have any strength left to resist. After passing through layers of spatial walls, after a long time, the space in front of him seemed to have returned to normal. Suzimo found himself in a city. There were people like him around, coming out of the teleportation array one after another. There were tall and sturdy men, women with listless eyes, and even swordsmen with long swords in their sleeves. Among this group, Suzimo saw Monk Daji and Guyu. He waved at the two of them, and they quickly came over. So many people came to the Red Dust Palace, could it be that all of them have seen through the world of mortals? Monk Daji asked in surprise. Who knows? Suzimo smiled. He looked around. This city wasn't too big. After less than 100 people came out of the teleportation array, it gradually slowed down. Then, 2 men wearing red robes and masks came in front of the crowd. We are the Dust Emissaries, here to guide you newcomers to the Red Dust Palace. The red-robed Dust Emissary on the left said. Follow us. Although there are no rules in the Red Dust Palace, there are still some things that we must explain to you. The three of them followed the crowd and came to a wide square with the 2 Dust Emissaries. Find a place to sit. The 2 Dust Emissaries sat at the head of the table and said to the hundreds of people. After everyone sat down, the Dust Emissary began to speak. Suzimo listened for a long time. What he meant was that no evil was allowed to happen in this place. In the Red Dust Palace, greed, lust, and the like were not allowed. The people here tended to be self-sufficient and lived independently. After the dust emissary finished speaking, he waved his hand and said, "You are all free now. Remember, do not do anything that I just said. The world-weary goddess is watching all of you." After the dust emissary left, Monk Daji murmured, "Living like this, what's the difference between living like the living dead? You don't understand. Some people like to live like this. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to the Red Dust Palace." Suzimo smiled. "I'm a bit hungry." Guyu rubbed her stomach and embarrassedly said. "Then let's find an inn," Suzimo said. Guyu reminded him, "There are no inns here because there is no money. Everyone here lives alone." "Then how do the people here eat?" Monk Daji subconsciously asked. "They are all self-sufficient and grow their own food," Guyu replied. "Let's go take a look inside the city, maybe we can get some food." The three of them walked towards the center of the city. Suzimo understood a lot on the way because there were no monetary transactions here. The people here only did things based on luck. They were all doing what they liked. When Suzimo arrived at the most prosperous area of the city, he found that there were many people setting up stalls. Different stalls had many different things on display. Of course, these things were not for sale, but for passers-by to evaluate their skills. "There's food over there." Guyu saw a stall and quickly ran over. The stall owner was an old man. Seeing them come over, he slowly stood up. "Is there food?" Guyu quickly asked. The old man smiled and nodded. He took out a box of fried rice and gave it to Guyu. Looking at Guyu eating, he smiled and asked, "What do you think?" "It's delicious." Guyu didn't look up as she ate and vaguely replied. It could be seen that she was really hungry. "Little girl, I'm not satisfied with your answer." The old man smiled. "I'm giving you free food because I want you to point out the flaws." Fine, but next time I won't give it to you." Guyu embarrassedly smiled and said, "But I really can't find any flaws. This is the best food I've eaten since I was a child." "Since you like it, then this bowl of rice is worth it." The old man nodded. He said, "I've liked cooking since I was a child. Seeing other people praise me after eating, my heart is filled with joy. My biggest dream is to become the best chef in the world. Anyone who has eaten my food will enjoy it for the rest of their lives." Suzimo smiled and looked around. He suddenly found that this place was not as bad as he imagined. There were people cooking, people weaving baskets, and people sculpting. Everyone was doing what they liked. There was eternal peace between heaven and earth. There were no quarrels or fights. Aside from natural deaths, there were no deaths. "We should get down to business," Suzimo said. He looked at Guyu and asked, "Are you going to find your mother alone, or are you coming with us?" "I don't dare to go where my mother is alone. Can you let me follow you first?" Guyu replied. "Follow me if you want, but I can't guarantee your safety," Suzimo said. After speaking, he looked at Monk Daji and replied, "Let's look for the Nirvana Pearl." After the three of them left the city, they came to the wilderness. Monk Daji took out his so-called martial ancestor's Dao bone. "Protect me," Monk Daji said. He placed the Dao bone in front of him and bit his index finger, dripping a drop of blood onto the Dao bone. At that moment, a shocking aura was emitted from the Dao bone. The Taiji diagrams of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams were evolving inside. In response to the changes in the heavenly cycle, "Carve the bones of the great Dao," Monk Daji chanted. His hands were forming some type of ancient imprint. This Dao bone was evolving all things, extremely complex. Its evolution even surpassed Suzimo's sky spill star disk. After a long time, a nameless flame ignited on the Dao bone. Monk Daji suddenly opened his eyes. His forehead was covered in sweat as he took a deep breath. "Found it," Monk Daji said. "Are you okay?" Suzimo asked. "I'm fine. It's just a pity that our martial ancestor's Dao bone is so rare." Monk Daji lamented. "Where is the Nirvana Pearl?" Suzimo asked. "I faintly saw a scene earlier." "The Goddess Palace," Monk Daji replied. "The Goddess Palace?" Guyu exclaimed from the side. "It can't be. My mother is in the Goddess Palace. Do you know where it is?" Suzimo asked. Everyone here knows that the goddess palace is the highest place in this place. It's where the dust envoys give orders, Guyu replied. Don't tell me you're going to the goddess palace? If Monk's words are correct, then we should be going, Suzimo said. But outside of certain days, the goddess palace is not open to the public, Guyu replied. It's said that the goddess of world weariness lives there. The age of legends and desolation have already ended. Even the age of emperors has been going on for millions of years. No matter how strong the goddess of world weariness is, she shouldn't have lived for so long, Monk Daji said in disbelief. After all, the goddess of world weariness was a legendary deity from the Age of Legends. The gap between the two was too long. But here, no one has ever dared to challenge the goddess palace's prestige, Guyu worriedly said. Is the goddess palace far from here? Suzimo asked. Every place has a goddess temple. I heard that the goddess temple leads directly to the goddess palace, Guyu replied. Then let's find the nearest goddess temple, Suzimo said. The three of them asked around at the city gate and found out that there was a goddess temple 3 kilometers away from here. The dust envoys from the nearby cities usually lived there. The three of them headed north. After half an hour, Suzimo saw the legendary goddess temple. This temple was built in a very majestic manner. It was surrounded by blue and white walls with many small statues on top of it. At this moment, several dust envoys were going in and out of the entrance. When the three of them entered the goddess temple, they were stopped by the dust envoys. The dust envoys calmly explained, now is not the time to worship. You can't enter. Monk Daji replied, we're not here to worship. We want to go to the goddess palace. The dust envoys waved his hand and said, the goddess palace does not welcome idlers. You should leave as soon as possible. What if we insist on going? Suzimo asked. The dust envoys indifferently replied, if I say no, then no. Suzimo glanced at Monk Daji. He saw Monk Daji's right hand grab at the dust envoys. The dust envoys were startled and quickly retreated, wanting to escape. Unfortunately, Monk Daji made the first move and directly suppressed the dust envoys under his palm. Someone is breaking into the temple. The dust envoys shouted as a special aura fluctuated around him. Then, a series of bell chimes rang out. Countless powerful auras rose from the divine temple, and the sound of bells kept ringing, reverberating in the horizon. Ah, trouble is coming again. Suzimo helplessly said. Monk Daji said, it's inevitable. We want the nirvana bead, so how could others be willing to give it to us? In the next moment, dozens of figures stepped on the air and flew out from inside the temple. These people all wore the red robes of the dust envoys and each of them had a frightening aura. Why are you trespassing into the temple? The leader calmly asked. Their bodies were full of power, as if they were ancient deities, looking down at Suzimo's group with disdain. You should know the consequences. We just want to go to the goddess palace, we just want to pass through. In fact, I don't want to fight. Suzimo said. The goddess palace is a supreme holy land, it's not a place where anyone can go as they please. The leader rebuked. Since you've come to the red dust palace, you must abide by our rules. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. We can only force our way in. Suzimo waved his hand and said. Monk Daji's body became even bigger, as if he was hundreds of meters tall. Hide behind, don't hurt yourself. Suzimo said to Guyu. Seeing Monk Daji like this, the red-robed Shin envoys coldly snorted. With a casual wave of their hands, boundless power began to gather in the world. It was as if they were the masters of this world. The boundless power condensed in their bodies and directly suppressed Monk Daji. Monk Daji's huge body stood on top of it. Feeling this pressure, his expression suddenly changed. How can they be so strong? He turned around and shouted at Suzimo, come help me, I might not be able to beat them. I believe you. Suzimo smiled. He didn't help. This Monk Daji's origin was also mysterious, so he wanted to see if he had any hidden cards. Monk Daji's expression slightly changed. He glanced at Suzimo and sighed. You still don't believe me. With a push of his right hand, he withstood the vast suppressive might. Then, he drew a circle in the air with his left hand. Within the circle, a white light flickered. Change of the heavenly cycle, he shouted. The light in his hand shot straight to the sky, dyeing half of the world. However, when the light reached the sky, it was directly swallowed by the heavens. Monk Daji was stunned for a moment before his expression greatly changed. He muttered to himself, how did the heavenly Tao change? Don't waste your energy. This world was created by the goddess of world weariness. The great Tao has been cut off. Our emissary Chen is in charge here, the red-robed emissary said coldly. In this world, we can use the power of heaven and earth. Here, we are the only gods. Help! Monk Daji shouted towards Su Zimo. My Tao of divination is useless here. Heaven and earth have been isolated. Didn't you perform divination before? Su Zimo asked. Monk Daji anxiously explained, that is my martial ancestor's Tao bone. How could it be possible for someone of my level to obtain it? Su Zimo nodded when he saw that the other party seemed to have no other choice. He unsheathed the tyrannical shadow in his hand, and an endless amount of blade chi slashed towards his opponent. With a boom, the suppressive force was directly cut apart. The red-robed emissaries looked at Su Zimo in surprise and said, if that's the case, then we'll suppress all of you together. The aura around them grew thicker and thicker. Their auras were connected together, and their auras faintly fused with the heaven and earth. Monk Daji stood next to Su Zimo and solemnly said, they can borrow the power of heaven and earth, be careful. No need, ants are still ants. Su Zimo waved his sleeve. The tyrannical shadow behind him slowly rose as an endless amount of blade chi condensed behind him. One move. Su Zimo flatly said. More and more blade intent was fusing and condensing on the tyrant shadow. The space around the blade intent was constantly collapsing and shattering. This continued until Su Zimo swung his blade. At this moment, the world lost its color as the endless blade chi roared and slashed forward. The red-robed emissaries in the sky saw this slash. A gust of wind blew, causing their hair to flutter. Suppress! Everyone angrily shouted. Their hands desperately pressed down from the sky. The power of heaven and earth seemed to be attracted and crazily suppressed the blade chi of this slash. Only a boom sound was heard, and the magnificent saber light exploded in front of his eyes. The endless blade chi became even more violent and tore apart the power of heaven and earth before exploding in the sky. The red-robed emissaries were all blown away and miserably fell to the ground. Stop fighting, all of you stop. At this time a shout came from the side. Su Zimo turned around and saw a red-robed emissary standing in front of Guyu. The sword in his hand was placed on Guyu's neck. The red-robed emissary shouted, if you attack again, I'll kill her. Then kill one for me to see. Su Zimo smiled from the side. The red-robed emissary said, if you leave now, I'll let your companions go. I've never been threatened. Su Zimo lightly said. As he spoke, he slowly walked towards the red-robed emissary. Seeing this, Monk Daji was stunned. He wanted to dissuade Su Zimo, but in the end, he shook his head and didn't do anything. Seeing Su Zimo walk over, the red-robed emissary was clearly nervous. His sword was a bit closer to Guyu's neck. It was almost touching flesh. Don't come over, or I'll really kill her. As he retreated with Guyu, he shouted at Su Zimo with a lack of confidence. At this time, a token fell out of Guyu's pocket. Seeing the token, the red-robed emissary's expression slightly changed and he quickly shouted, stop, don't hurt her. The red-robed emissary descended from the sky and slowly picked up the token on the ground. He stared at the token for a while before finally looking at Guyu with a flickering gaze and asked, where did you get this token? Someone gave it to me. Guyu said with difficulty. Let her go. The red-robed emissary said to the person holding Guyu. Venerable, you. The red-robed emissary was somewhat puzzled. However, he still let Guyu go. The red-robed emissary from before slightly bowed and handed the token to Guyu with both hands. He respectfully said, greetings, divine emissary. Divine emissary? Guyu doubtfully replied. Are you talking to me? Seeing this token is like seeing divine emissary. The red-robed emissary nodded and replied. Guyu didn't seem to understand and quickly ran behind Su Zimo. Divine emissary, there is no need to panic. We won't hurt you. The red-robed emissary replied. Don't talk so much nonsense. We're going to the goddess palace, is that all right? Suzimo frowned and asked. If there is a divine emissary accompanying us, of course. The red-robed emissary nodded and didn't get angry. When do you want to return to the goddess palace? Let's do it now. Guyu glanced at Suzimo and replied. Then please follow me. The red-robed emissary slightly extended his hand and smiled. Hearing the messenger's words, Suzimo didn't hesitate. He followed the messenger into the temple. The temple was quite spacious with several large halls. More than a dozen messengers were busy going in and out. On the way, Monk Daji curiously looked at Guyu and asked, Where did you get that medallion? My mother gave it to me. She said that if I ran into danger here, I could show it to her, Guyu replied. Your mother couldn't be a messenger, right? Monk Daji asked. She must be related to the goddess palace. I don't know, Guyu said dejectedly. I also don't understand why she sent me out of the Red Dust Palace and didn't let me stay by her side. You can only enter the Red Dust Palace, but not leave, Suzimo said with a smile. Your mother had the ability to send you out, so she must not be a simple person. They followed the divine emissary into a large hall. The hall's decoration was very simple. There were blue and white windows and walls. There was also a statue at the very top. This statue was a few dozen meters tall and was carved with the image of a woman ascending. The woman was wearing a long dress embroidered with clouds. The dress was also blue and white, and blue ribbons were wrapped around her. This is the world-weary goddess, the creator of our Red Dust Palace. Seeing everyone's curious eyes, the messenger explained. Suzimo nodded slightly. The world-weary goddess didn't have a face, only her back was carved. There was nothing special about it. How long does it take to go from your temple to the goddess palace? Monk Daji asked. It'll take at least a day. Although we have a teleportation formation between us, the distance is still quite far. The messenger explained. After he finished speaking, he took out a red medallion from his body. He put the medallion in front of the statue, into the recessed card slot. The next moment, a blue and white light shone from the statue of the goddess. The light seemed to be reflected and began to rotate in a corner of the ground. You guys go in quickly. The messenger said. The formation can only be opened for a limited time. When Suzimo and the others stepped into the teleportation formation, the light spun even faster. In the next moment, the light turned into a dot that devoured everything and disappeared into the void. The Qin envoy heaved a sigh of relief when he saw them leave. Sent away? A voice came from outside the door. An old man slowly walked in with a walking stick. Elder Sen, why are you here? The dust envoy hurriedly asked. How could I not come out when they've already come knocking on my door? The old man smiled and said. You compromised? They have the token of the oracle, replied the Qin messenger. I'm afraid that's not the only reason, the old man said with a smile. The Qin emissary was silent for a while before he said, I'm no match for him. Let's hope it's peaceful, the old man said, shaking his head slightly. The Red Dust Palace may seem peaceful now, but many things are like a string that is stretched taut. Suzimo and the other two were on the way. After about half a day, they appeared in the outside world. Time passed much faster than expected. The three figures appeared on the ground and looked around. They seemed to have entered the goddess palace. This was a relatively spacious square. There were many statues placed around the square. There were also fountains with various shapes of spring water. Two women in red robes were guarding in front of the teleportation formation. Why have you come to the goddess palace? The oracle on the left looked at Suzimo and the other two and asked in a cold voice. We're looking for something, Monk Daji said with a smile. What is it? The oracle asked in confusion. The Nirvana Pearl. Do you know where it is? Suzimo asked. What Nirvana Pearl? The oracle frowned and asked, which temple are you from? Guyu meekly took out her god's envoy token. They took the token of the oracle. At first, they didn't pay much attention to it. This is? The oracle on the left frowned and then opened her eyes wide. Isn't this the order of the palace master? The two oracles looked at Guyu deeply and said, "Please follow me to the main hall. If there's anything, you can tell our palace master." Suzimo wasn't in a hurry and just nodded. One of the two divine envoys took the token and left. The other brought Suzimo and the other two to a very cold but majestic main hall. The buildings here were all made of blue-white transparent stones that looked like glass. There was a seat at the head of the main hall. The seat seemed to be made of precious stones. It was crystal clear and sparkling. Under the sunlight, the colorful gems shined with all kinds of light. Suzimo and the others were arranged to sit in front of the table and began to wait. "Tell me, how should I contact my mother?" Guyu asked expectantly. "Let's ask the palace master of the goddess palace later," Suzimo said. "That token of yours isn't simple at all." Just as everyone was talking, the melodious sound of a bugle horn suddenly sounded from outside. "The palace master has arrived," a cold voice said. Accompanied by several red-robed oracles, a woman wearing a crown and holding a scepter slowly walked in. This woman was graceful and elegant. She was wearing a long white dress made of flowing clouds. The dress was one piece, so it was a bit loose. The hem of the dress was about a meter long and was carried by the hands of the oracles behind her. The dress was embroidered with wide sleeves and flowing clouds. All kinds of pearls and gems shone on it, making it grand and grand. As this woman walked in, Guyu opened her eyes wide. Just as she was about to say something, she saw the goddess palace. A shocking aura suddenly came from her body. Guyu was so shocked that she didn't dare to speak. "You may leave." The goddess palace master looked at the oracles on both sides, waved her hand and said. After the divine envoys bowed, they all retreated. "What business do you have with my goddess palace?" The palace master looked at Guyu, then asked Suzimo and the other two. "I heard that the Nirvana pearl is here," Suzimo replied. "Does it matter if it's here or not?" the goddess palace master asked. "We came for the Nirvana pearl." Monk Daji stood up and smiled. "Palace master, why don't you help us? This benefactor Su is fated with the Nirvana pearl. Give it to us and form a good relationship." "I don't know much about the Nirvana pearl. Why don't you stay in my goddess palace for the time being? After I investigate, we'll deal with it." "How about that?" the goddess palace master asked. "I'll only wait for 3 days," Suzimo said. "If we can solve it without fighting, that would be the best." The goddess palace master nodded. Goddess palace mistress nodded. Suzimo could not understand her reaction and the way she handled things. Before coming here, Suzimo had already prepared himself for a tough battle. After all, there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Why would she hand over such a treasure? In the end, he could only rely on strength. However, the goddess palace mistress didn't get angry. Instead, she seemed to want to compromise. This was something Suzimo didn't expect. After a simple explanation with the goddess palace mistress, Suzimo's group was brought to a place to rest by the god envoys. On the way, Suzimo looked at Guyu and asked, "You seem to want to say something?" "No, nothing." Guyu quickly shook her head and replied with a pale face. "If you don't want to say it, then I won't force you." Suzimo shrugged. Everyone was living in a courtyard. There were 3 rooms, one for each person. The sky gradually darkened. The night in the goddess palace was very beautiful. The sky was dotted with stars, but it gave people a kind of unrealistic and hazy beauty. However, the sky was still filled with bright stars and a full moon hung in the sky. Suzimo's group returned to their rooms early to sleep. After cultivating for an entire night, they were speechless. The next morning, the 3 walked out of their rooms. The goddess palace's god envoys had already prepared breakfast for them. After eating breakfast, they couldn't wander around the goddess palace. Thus, they could only rest in the courtyard. Suzimo's cultivation of the heaven-shaking power was more or less complete. His divine soul already had over 1,000 power vortexes. He was currently attacking the eternal life gate of the heavenly gate of 3 lives. Occasionally, he would also open the remaining mysterious meridians. As for Monk Daji, he seemed to be constantly divining. After all, his Tao of divination was isolated by this small world. He had been trying to contact the heavenly Tao in the outside world. Without his Tao of divination, Monk Daji's strength was greatly weakened. Guyu seemed to be a bit depressed and had a lot on her mind. Suzimo didn't force her to speak. A day passed quickly, and night fell. On this night, Suzimo, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. They headed towards Guyu's room. On the other side, Monk Daji seemed to have sensed something and ran over with Suzimo. When the two of them arrived at Guyu's room, they saw a black-robed man carrying Guyu on his shoulder, preparing to leave. Seeing Suzimo and his companion arrive so quickly, the black-robed man was clearly stunned. "Who are you?" Monk Daji asked with a frown. The black-robed man did not answer. He fled out of the window in another direction. "What are you talking about? Let's go!" Suzimo shouted. The two of them chased after the black-robed man. The black-robed man did not look weak. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed hundreds of meters. Suzimo chopped down with his saber. His speed was faster. The black-robed man narrowly dodged the saber. Immeasurable heavenly sovereign. Monk Daji bowed and an endless amount of spirit energy rushed towards the black-robed man. The black-robed man was about to be suppressed. At that moment, a cold snort came from the horizon. This cold snort was like a sudden clap of thunder. It was like the sound of a bell that exploded within Monk Daji's soul. Monk Daji let out a muffled groan. His body trembled for a moment and he almost fell down. It was during this period of time that the black-robed man quickly fled in the direction ahead. "You should stay." Suzimo's figure directly passed through the void. Countless afterimages flew and blocked the black-robed man's path. The black-robed man's pupils slightly shrank. He clearly didn't expect Suzimo to be so fast. He slowly pulled out the tyrannical shadow and indifferently said, "Take off your mask and black robe. Leave her behind." As soon as he finished speaking, a rumbling sound could be heard in the sky above. The surrounding spirit energy became violent and the stars in the sky seemed to be stirred. A giant hand made of spirit energy rushed towards Suzimo. It blocked Suzimo and the black-robed man's path. "You're still not enough." Suzimo coldly snorted. The tyrannical shadow brought with it a majestic god-slaying aura as it descended. He stepped on the air and his aura was astonishing. The saber aura was like an endless wave, wave after wave. It directly collided with the vast hand. The saber aura was like a rainbow and dazzling. It directly tore the hand apart as if it was splitting the starry sky. When the black-robed man saw this, he couldn't care about anything else. He directly threw Guyu to Suzimo and frantically fled into the distance. Suzimo didn't chase after him and directly checked Guyu. He found that she was only unconscious and wasn't injured. Only then did he hand Guyu over to Monk Daji. "Are you okay?" Monk Daji asked. Suzimo slightly shook his head and looked towards the depths of the starry sky with a profound gaze. The two of them brought Guyu back to the small courtyard and woke her up from her coma. Guyu faintly shook her head. She couldn't remember anything and only remembered that she fell asleep. "What do we do now?" Monk Daji asked. "Go find the temple master of the goddess temple," Suzimo said. "I didn't want to make a big fuss, but since the other party didn't follow the rules, what's wrong with fighting?" Looking at Suzimo, Guyu hesitated for a moment. In the end, she said, "Can you promise me one thing?" "What is it?" Suzimo asked. "No matter what, can you not hurt the temple master of the goddess temple?" Guyu pleaded. "It depends on my mood. If she hands over the nirvana bead, I won't bother with it," Suzimo said. Just as the three of them walked out of the small courtyard, they were immediately stopped by the two god envoys guarding the door. "Everyone, the temple master has ordered that you can't leave at will." Suzimo directly waved his hand and suppressed them. He didn't want to waste time talking nonsense with the two. After Suzimo left, the two god envoys could finally move their stiff bodies. Their heads were covered in sweat and they swallowed their saliva in shock. The three of them slowly walked to the Skyview Pavilion. This was the residence of the temple master of the goddess temple. More than 10 god envoys who had stopped Suzimo and the others had already fallen. Only 7 or 8 god envoys were still guarding the Skyview Pavilion. "Okay, all of you can leave." A cold voice sounded from inside. The temple master of the goddess temple slowly walked out and frowned at Suzimo. She said, "What is the meaning of this?" "Shouldn't we ask you, temple master?" Suzimo said. What's the matter with the black-robed man just now? There are still things in the goddess temple that you don't know. Since we are here, let's make it clear. Suzimo slowly put down the tyrannical shadow in his hand. The tip of the blade stabbed into the ground, and cracks spread out from under his feet. Hand over the nirvana bead and I will let bygones be bygones. If there is any nonsense, I will slaughter the entire goddess temple. How arrogant. The god envoys beside him were all furious. Little brat, where do you think this is? You are so arrogant just because you have some ability. The temple master of the goddess temple slowly raised her head and chuckled. The palace lord of the goddess palace chuckled and said, I didn't blame you for certain things before. If you really think you can push your luck, you can try. Suzimo slowly raised the tyrannical shadow in his hand, looked at the palace lord of the goddess palace, and said, I know your red dust palace has existed for a very long time. But in the Yuanyang continent, there are very few places I can't destroy. Blade intent slowly spread out from the tyrannical shadow. The surrounding space was easily broken into countless pieces as if it was tofu. The situation was about to erupt. At this moment, a woman in a blue dress flew over from the distance. Everyone stop. The woman in the blue dress slowly descended from the sky. She said, Laozu already knows about your matter. He has a way to deal with it. Why would Laozu care about this? The palace lord of the goddess palace frowned. Then she glanced at Guyu and seemed to be relieved. The palace lord of the goddess palace coldly snorted and said, if that's the case, then let Laozu handle it. Then she flicked her sleeves and left. Follow me. The woman in the blue dress didn't mind. She glanced at Suzimo and the others and said softly. Suzimo frowned and followed the woman into the depths of the goddess palace. The power of the goddess palace is quite complicated. Monk Daji said. My patience is running out. Suzimo said lightly. He looked at Guyu and asked, you should know something. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent people to kidnap you for no reason. Guyu hesitated for a moment and finally said. I've never been here before, but the palace lord of the goddess palace looked exactly like my mother. Exactly the same? Suzimo's frown deepened. But she's definitely not my mother. My mother wouldn't be so cold. Guyu hurriedly explained. It seems your identity has some story. Suzimo said. The three of them followed the blue-dressed woman through a long and quiet corridor. After passing through a few small courtyards, they finally arrived at the back mountain of the goddess palace. This place was like a barren mountain range, completely out of place with the goddess palace. There was not a single blade of grass growing on the ground. There were only a few withered trees growing on the ground. The branches and leaves had already withered. The mountain range was desolate. A few crows opened their hazy eyes and looked at the people coming and going. Where is this? Guyu said with some fear. The woman in blue glanced at Guyu and smiled. Don't be afraid. This is the back of the mountain. You will meet Laozu of our red dust palace soon. After saying that, the woman in blue brought them to a cave. The entrance to the cave was blocked by a stone door, and there were 2 white crow sculptures on both sides. White crows were rare. Laozu, I brought her. The woman in blue said respectfully to the entrance of the cave, and then slowly stood to the side. Little girl, come forward. Let me take a look at you. An old woman's hoarse voice rang out from within the cave. Guyu glanced at Suzimo, and then timidly walked forward, looking very nervous. Similar, too similar. It's as if you were carved from the same template as when you were young. The old woman sighed. Then she sorted out her emotions and said in a flat voice, I already know why you are here. It's not impossible for you to have the Nirvana Pearl. Just tell me your conditions. Suzimo was too lazy to talk nonsense and asked directly. Good. Help me kill someone. The old woman in the cave said. Who? Suzimo asked with a frown. The sect leader of the Tianluan sect, Gongsun Hongtian. What is this? Suzimo asked in confusion. Law Honor will tell you the details. The old woman in the cave said aloud. You just need to know that when the time comes, bring Gongsun Hongtian's head to exchange for the Nirvana Pearl. Everyone, let's go. The woman in blue called Law Honor smiled. Laozu doesn't want to be disturbed. What can I explain? Then the woman in blue left the back of the mountain. The crows on both sides were crying sharply, as if they were sending them off. What is the Tianluan sect? Su Zimo asked in confusion. It's a new force that has risen in our red dust palace in the past tens of thousands of years. It was founded by Gongsun Hongtian and is very strong. The woman in blue explained. Isn't your goddess palace the ruler here? Why do you sit by and do nothing? Su Zimo asked. Everyone knew that the Red Dust Palace was a holy land created by the goddess of world weariness, and the goddess palace represented the goddess of world weariness. It was the supreme power here. In fact, because our Red Dust Palace is closed, people who come in can't go out. So the news may be a bit blocked. The woman in blue smiled bitterly. To be precise, the Tianluan sect is so strong that we can't ignore it, or even deal with it. Even Laozu can't do anything about it. Laozu is killing two birds with one stone. Good plan. Su Zimo snorted. The Nirvana Pearl is a supreme treasure after all. It's worth it. The woman in blue smiled. Okay, I agree. Su Zimo nodded. Where is the Tianluan sect? North of the Red Dust Palace, almost 1/3 of the area is occupied by them. The woman in blue said. If you want to go, I can use the teleportation array to send you to the nearest city. Then let's go. Anyway, it's boring to stay here. Su Zimo waved his hand and said. You can go, but can you let this girl stay? The woman in blue looked at Guyu and said. Why? Guyu quickly asked. After all, I'm afraid you won't come back. The woman in blue explained. Do you want to stay? Su Zimo looked at Guyu and asked. No, I want to be with you. Guyu quickly replied. Then don't. Su Zimo glanced at the woman in blue and said. If I don't come back, then I won't come back. I won't let anyone affect my decision. The woman in blue hesitated for a moment, but she didn't force them to stay. She was just testing the waters. From the teleportation array of the goddess palace, they could reach almost any city in the Red Dust Palace. However, since the appearance of the Tianluan sect, the north had cut off contact with the goddess palace. The city they went to was called Yanwu City. It was the closest city to the Tianluan sect. Su Zimo and the others didn't stay for long. Under the guidance of the woman in blue, they entered the teleportation array. Before leaving, he asked the woman in blue what kind of place the Tianluan sect was. However, the woman in blue didn't answer. They seemed to hate that place. When Su Zimo and the others left the teleportation array, the woman in blue was about to leave. As soon as the blue-dressed woman turned around, she saw the palace master of the goddess palace looking at her from the side. Palace master, the blue-dressed woman froze for a moment, then reacted and asked with a smile. Laozu let them leave? The palace master of the goddess palace asked. Yes, there are some matters to take care of, the blue-dressed woman smiled. That girl, the palace master of the goddess palace hesitated for a moment. Laozu has his own plans, palace master need not worry, the blue-dressed woman smiled. This matter will be suspended for now. Although Laozu did not say it explicitly, he probably did not want you to interfere. Laozu's information is quite fast, the palace master of the goddess palace stretched lazily and smiled. These people will only be in the palace for 1 or 2 days. Although Laozu has already given power to palace master, there are still some things you need to know, the blue-dressed woman smiled. I don't care, after all, this position was given to me by her, the palace master of the goddess palace calmly replied. Lanner, you are quite loyal. They stayed in the teleportation formation for about 7 days. The 3 of them finally stepped on the ground and saw the sunlight outside. As a place bordering the Tianluan sect, the people of Yanwu City were very martial. Everyone practicing martial arts was the craze here. They were used to dealing with the people of the Tianluan sect, and there were even many members of the Tianluan sect who hid their identities in the city. If other places lived according to the orders of the goddess palace without any benefits or greed, then Yanwu City was a place where the people of Yanwu City lived according to the orders of the goddess palace, without any benefits or greed. Then Yanwu City was a bit like a gray area, dyed with black and white, doing many things behind the scenes that went against the orders of the goddess palace. After the three of them arrived at Yanwu City, they found that the city was abnormally prosperous. People came and went on the streets, and it was much more lively than other cities. "What do we do now?" Gu Yu asked. "Why don't we find a place to rest first?" Monk Daji suggested. "No matter what, we need to understand the basic situation of the Tianluan sect. If we go rashly, we might lose more than we gain." "That makes sense," Su Zimo nodded. He brought the two of them to the center of the city, in front of an inn called Yuyang. The three of them, just as they entered, a waiter inside welcomed them. "Are you three going to eat or stay?" the waiter hurriedly asked. "Both," Su Zimo said. "You know the rules, don't you?" the waiter asked with a smile. "What rules?" Su Zimo asked. "It's nothing," the shop assistant quickly shook his head and said again. "Our Yuyang's boss is kind and benevolent. Everything here is free. You may stay and eat as you please." "Thank the boss for me," Su Zimo said. "Don't be in a hurry to thank me. There's an opportunity right now." The shop assistant waved his hand and said. "The boss has been collecting donations recently. He wants to see a few more inns like this to help more people. Are you willing to donate?" "How much do you want?" Su Zimo asked. It took him a long time to come to his senses. This was already a blatant hint. Because of the rules of the Goddess Palace, no monetary transactions are allowed. Therefore, the people of the Yanwu city changed their method. In the name of donations, they were actually paying for food and lodging. This way, the money won't be less and they won't be criticized. This was already a blatant transaction. Sure enough, where there are people, there will be trouble. "Not much, just 100 spirit crystals," the shop assistant smiled and said. Su Zimo had so many spirit crystals that he couldn't spend them all, so he didn't care. After giving the 100 spirit crystals to the waiter, he took out a few dozen spirit crystals and placed them on the table. "I'll ask and you'll answer." Su Zimo pointed at the spirit crystals and said, "If it's useful, these are yours." "Go ahead," the shop assistant looked at the spirit crystals and replied. "You know about the Tianluan sect, right?" Su Zimo asked. Hearing this, the smile on the shop assistant's face froze. He then smiled and said, "You must be joking. I don't know about this and I don't have any dealings with it. Let's not beat around the bush. I'm here for the Tianluan sect because I want to know some information," Su Zimo said as he added another few dozen spirit crystals. "I really don't know much," the shop assistant shook his head and said. "If you really want to know something, I can point you in the right direction. In the eastern part of the city, there is a library. The owner of that library knows more than me. People call him know-it-all. In the Red Dust Palace, there are very few things that he doesn't know." "Library," Su Zimo muttered to himself. "Then, can I take these spirit crystals?" the shop assistant probed. Su Zimo waved his hand and didn't mind. He looked at the shop assistant's back as he happily left. You couldn't help but say, "What do you think these people are doing in the Red Dust Palace? If they have to be careful just to live, they might as well go to the outside world and be free." "You can't say it like that," Monk Daji replied. "Some of the people who come here are truly disillusioned with the world of mortals. Some are only temporarily lost, but by the time they wake up, they can't leave. There are also some who are the descendants of others. They can't choose their own birth and can only passively live in this world. Doesn't the Red Dust Palace prohibit greed? How can there be descendants?" Gu Yu asked in confusion. "Then may I ask, how were you born?" Monk Daji smiled. "There are no absolutes in this world. No matter how strict the prohibition is, there will still be people who will secretly go against it. Let's quickly eat. After we finish eating, we'll go to the library. I don't want to waste too much time here." Seeing the shop assistant bring the dishes to the table, Su Zimo said. The three of them quickly finished their lunch, then left the inn and walked towards the eastern part of the city. The library in the eastern part of the city was very famous in Yanwu City. After asking a few people, they found the location of the library. The library wasn't very conspicuous and was located in a remote alley. The alley was far away from the bustling city and was secluded in the innermost part of the alley. When Su Zimo's group arrived, they found that the library was extremely quiet. The decorations of the library were very ordinary. An ancient plaque hung crookedly above. Walking inside, they could even smell the scent of books. It was a unique kind of paper that could make people's thoughts clear like a spring. A man dressed like a scholar was sitting in front of them, holding a book in his hand and reading it with great interest. Even when Suzimo's group came in, they didn't attract his attention. "Are you the owner of the library?" Monk Daji slightly bowed and asked. "What business do you have with me?" The scholar slowly raised his head and asked. His appearance was somewhat ordinary, but his eyes were deep and vast. It was as if he had read tens of thousands of books and walked tens of thousands of miles. "We want to inquire about a few things." "Is it convenient for you?" Monk Daji asked. "My answers are all in these books," the scholar said with a smile. "Whatever you want to ask, you'll have to find it yourself." Monk Daji slightly frowned, but seeing that the scholar didn't seem to want to pay attention to them, he decided to look around first. The group went back and forth in the bookshelves several times. Suzimo found that there were many different types of books here. They were mainly about the Red Dust Palace and basically covered all kinds of things. This was too troublesome, so Suzimo was a bit impatient. He looked at the scholar and said, "We want to find a book about the Tianluan sect." The scholar looked up at Suzimo and said, "That is a forbidden book. It is not allowed to appear in the city." "I know you have it," Suzimo said. "But why should I give it to you?" The scholar smiled and said, "This book can be exchanged for your life, so it should be worth it." Suzimo thought for a bit and said, "We are from the Goddess Palace, so it is better if you cooperate. Although I am not afraid of trouble, I also don't want to cause trouble." The scholar shook his head and said, "Since when did the Goddess Palace recruit men?" Saying so, he threw a thick book at Suzimo. "You can take the book with you, but you are not allowed to enter this library in the future." Suzimo looked down at the book. It was very thick and seemed to have been covered in dust for a long time. He didn't say anything else and took the book back to the inn. This book had a very detailed record of the Tianluan sect. It even recorded the origin of the sect and Gongsun Hongtian's deeds in full detail. As one of the earliest people to come to the Red Dust Palace, Gongsun Hongtian originally thought that he had seen through the world of mortals and had the enlightenment of becoming a monk. But when the time came, he realized that he was only temporarily lost. However, it was too late to regret. After entering the Red Dust Palace, it was forbidden to come out. Gongsun Hongtian was not willing to be trapped in this forbidden area for the rest of his life, so he established the embryonic form of the Tianluan sect. He united many people who had lost their way like him and began his long road of resistance. The so-called Tianluan sect was only the joy of family. There were so many beautiful things in the world, so how could he be willing to break away from the world of mortals? The rest of the story was mostly about how the Tianluan sect grew stronger under the siege of the Goddess Palace. Suzimo did not look at it in detail. After looking at it briefly, he decided to go to the Tianluan cult. The three of them did not stay in Yanwu City. In the afternoon, they headed north. The Tianluan sect allowed outsiders to go to their place. They had even been expanding their followers to make themselves stronger and stronger. Dusk was reflected on the horizon. The sky was dyed with golden clouds, and the sun was slowly setting. Before the sky turned dark, Suzimo and the rest finally arrived at Tianluan City. In fact, Tianluan City was not as simple as a city. It spanned across the entire north, and its area was unimaginably vast. The Tianluan sect was located at the center of the city, and they controlled and guarded the city. Towering city walls appeared in their field of vision. The city walls stretched as far as the eye could see and disappeared into the horizon. The joy of family, the myriad of living beings. 2 words were engraved on both sides of the city wall, and there were 2 guards standing on either side. Everyone who entered the city had to be registered. "Where are you from?" The guard at the gate looked at Suzimo and the rest and asked. "We just arrived at the Red Dust Palace and want to rely on the Tianluan sect." Monk Daji smiled. "The Tianluan sect welcomes anyone, but if you have bad intentions, we will not let you off easily." The guard said. "Because you are not citizens of Tianluan City, you will not be able to stay in the city for more than 3 days. After saying that, the guard handed the 3 tokens to Suzimo and the other 2. He reminded them, after 3 days, use this token to leave the city. If you do not leave the city in time, the consequences will be severe if you are found. After the 3 of them entered the city, even though it was already evening, the city was already bustling with noise and excitement. Here, it was as if it was no different from the outside world. What should we do next? Monk Daji looked at Su Zimo and asked. Find Gongsun Hongtian and kill him, Su Zimo said. The Tianluan sect is at the center of the city and has several 100,000 members. It will be troublesome if we fight, Monk Daji said. If Gongsun Hongtian runs away and hides, it will be even more troublesome. Then let's find Gongsun Hongtian directly. Don't alert him, Su Zimo said. He looked at Guyu and said, when the time comes, find a room and hide. After all, your cultivation is so low. Guyu slightly nodded. The 3 of them prepared to find an inn near the Tianluan sect. This way, it would be more convenient for them to gather information. Because Tianluan city was too vast, there were special carriages to go from one side of the city to the other. The 3 of them found 3 carriages and headed towards the center of the city. After arriving at the center of the city, Su Zimo found that it was even more bustling than before. There were disciples patrolling around the Tianluan sect. Ordinary people could not get close. There was a bustling market nearby, so the 3 of them found an inn to settle down. People came and went in the city, and the fragrance of the night market assailed their nostrils. After finding an inn, the 3 of them found a quiet place on the first floor and ordered a pot of wine and some dishes. Say, should we sneak into the Tianluan sect? Monk Daji asked in a low voice. What a waste of time. How could it be so easy to get in? Su Zimo said. He doesn't want to waste too much time in the Red Dust Palace. If he wasn't afraid of alerting the enemy, he would have already killed his way in. But we can't just wait here. What if we don't get any news? Monk Daji replied. Just as they were racking their brains for a solution, they saw a man who seemed to be slightly drunk walk in from the outside, his body swaying a little. He was still cursing and swearing. Li Kuei, what's wrong with you? This man seemed to be irregular here. Some of the guests in the inn asked him with a smile. Don't mention it. Waiter, give me the best wine and dishes in the inn. The man called Li Kuei sat down. He slammed the table and cursed. The people from the Tianluan sect are too arrogant. I just won a lot of money in the gambling house, but it was all stolen. Who would be so brazen? Someone asked curiously. Who else could it be? That despicable Feng Jiu. Li Kuei coldly snorted. He looked at the pig trotters that the waiter brought over and directly took a bite, as if venting his dissatisfaction. Then there's nothing we can do. Feng Jiu used to be a hooligan here. Who told him to hook up with young Master Tian Sun? Someone said regretfully. With young Master Tian Sun backing him, it's best if we don't provoke him. No matter what, young Master Tian Sun is our Tianluan sect's young master. How could he fall for such a despicable person? Li Kuei said, unconvinced. Saying so, he drank a few more mouthfuls of wine. I don't understand. All right. Next time, try to stay away from that Feng Jiu, the people around him advised in 2s and 3s. Young sect master, Su Zimo muttered to himself as he swirled the wine cup in his hand. After Li Kuei had eaten his fill, the sky outside gradually darkened. He left the inn and began to walk home. When he walked into a sparsely populated alley, he saw a bald man in a Taoist robe walking towards him. Perhaps because of the attire, Li Kuei took a few more glances. When the 2 of them brushed past each other, his vision suddenly turned black and his body fell down. When Li Kuei opened his eyes again, he found himself in an alley with 3 people standing in front of him. He was startled and hurriedly asked, "Who are you? I've never offended anyone before." "I'll ask, you answer." "Do you hear me?" Su Zimo said. Li Kuei hurriedly nodded, not daring to hesitate at all. "Who's Feng Jiu?" Su Zimo asked. He's a disciple of the Tianluan cult," Li Kuei hurriedly replied. "Then what's the matter between young Master Tian Sun and Feng Jiu?" Su Zimo wanted to confirm again. Young Master Tian Sun is the young sect master of the Tianluan cult. In the future, he will inherit the position of sect master, Li Kuwei replied. Fang Jiu was originally just a hooligan here. He didn't do any proper work. But for some reason, young Master Tian Sun valued him and took him to work for him. Where can I find Fang Jiu? Su Zimo asked. The gambling house. He comes out at random times every month and always goes to the gambling house, Li Kuwei replied. The rest of the time, he's in the Tianluan cult. You can't see him. Ask him to draw a portrait of Fang Jiu. Su Zimo patted Monk Daji's shoulder and said softly. Then kill him. The weather in the Red Dust Palace was unpredictable. 1 second, the sun was high in the sky, and the next second, it was snowing. However, it was clear that the people here were used to this weather. The sky was a little gloomy as dark clouds piled up in the sky. It gave people a very oppressive feeling, as if a storm was about to come. Under the dark clouds, there seemed to be light rain falling. Gambling houses in the downtown area were always the liveliest. Inside, there were people moving about, and loud shouts could be heard everywhere. Fang Jiu walked out of the gambling house. He was unlucky today and had lost a lot. However, the boss of the gambling house knew how to conduct himself and returned the money that he had lost. He was thin and small, wearing a blue lab coat. She even had an ancient long braid on her back, and she walked with an air of confidence. 2 men followed behind him. One of them was burly and muscular. There was another person whose eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, and his face was resolute and meticulous. The 2 of them were clearly not simple people. Let's go. It's time for us to head back, Fang Jiu said as he looked at the 2 of them. The 2 of them did not reply. They followed behind Fang Jiu like bodyguards. When the 3 of them were halfway back, they saw Monk Daji holding a jug of wine as his body swayed from side to side. A ray of light from the scabbard, a saber descends from the heavens, he praised as he held a curved saber in his hand. He slowly pulled the saber out of the scabbard, and a sharp saber ray accompanied by an endless amount of saber chi flowed out. Good saber, he praised, and then casually strode forward. Looking at Monk Daji's departing figure, Fang Jiu slowly stopped and said, "Follow him." Fang Jiu, the young sect master told us not to cause trouble, the burly man said. Did you see that saber? What do you think? Fang Jiu asked. Although I didn't see the whole thing, just that power alone is enough to be called peerless, the other eagle-eyed man said. The young sect master has always liked to use sabers. If we offer it to him, we will be rewarded, Fang Jiu said. How can a Taoist have such a good saber? He must have a shady background. The 2 of them thought for a while and hesitated. If we hesitate any longer, that Taoist will run away, Fang Jiu replied. His cultivation was low, so he had to rely on the 2 of them. Naturally, he didn't dare to chase after him alone. Let's go. The 2 of them glanced at each other and quickly chased after Monk Daji with Fang Jiu in tow. Because there were too many people in Tianluan City, Su Zimo didn't plan on fighting on the streets. Monk Daji purposely walked towards a sparsely populated area and finally stopped in a remote alley. Run, aren't you good at running? Fang Jiu panted as he looked at Monk Daji. What business do you have with this humble Taoist? Monk Daji turned around and calmly asked. I'm very interested in the saber in your hand, so I plan on buying it for 1 spirit crystal, Fang Jiu said. Then I'm sorry, but this saber doesn't belong to this humble Taoist. Monk Daji shook his head and threw the curved saber in Fang Jiu's direction. The curved saber turned into a streak of saber light in the air and flew past Fang Jiu's group of 3 before returning to Su Zimo's hand. Not good. Seeing Monk Daji and Su Zimo attacking them from the front and back, how could the 3 of them not understand that the other party had already planned this beforehand? Who are you? The eagle-eyed man indifferently asked. You should lie down first, Su Zimo said with a smile. His large hand descended and directly suppressed them. The boundless spiritual energy in his hand stirred and the 3 of them didn't even have time to react before their bodies stiffened. Their faces were filled with shock and cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. After Su Zimo sealed their meridians, he smiled and said, Now we can chat. Junior definitely didn't mean to offend the 2 of you. If Senior has any requests, please don't hesitate to state them. Even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, I won't refuse, Fang Jiu hastily replied. I want to see your junior sect master, Su Zimo said with a smile. This? Fang Jiu hesitated for a moment. What? Is there a problem? Su Zimo asked. No. It's just that the junior sect master has always been in the sect. I can't bring him out, Fang Jiu replied nervously. Then bring me into the Tianluan sect, Su Zimo said. Ah. Fang Jiu was stunned for a moment before replying in surprise. You want to enter our sect? The three of you only have two choices. Either bring me to see your junior sect master or die here and wait for your junior sect master to deal with you, Su Zimo said. Choose for yourself. Fang Jiu turned to look at the other two and said, Then will bring you to see the sect master. Su Zimo smiled and took out 3 medicinal pills from his pocket and fed them to the three of them. He said, This is the 10,000 gu heart devouring pill. After seeing your junior sect master, I'll give you the antidote. If anyone dares to deceive me, you can imagine the consequences. Seeing the so-called pill, Fang Jiu and the others' expressions changed. Slightly. Their eyes flickered. Initially, they did have some plans. They wanted to bring Su Zimo into the Tianluan sect before getting someone to capture him. After all, the Tianluan sect was their base. They were not afraid that Su Zimo could cause any trouble. What's wrong? You don't dare? Su Zimo chuckled. He slowly raised the tyrannical shadow in his hand. There was a faint blade while gathering on the blade. Let's take it. Fang Jiu was the first to take the pill. When the pill entered their stomachs, they did not feel anything other than a slight pain. This pill was brought in from outside. Don't think that anyone in the Red Dust Palace can save you, Su Zimo said. The poison will take effect in 24 hours. It depends on your performance. The three of them looked very embarrassed. There were only 2 paths before them. One was to be killed by Su Zimo. The other was to take Su Zimo to see young Master Tian Sun. They did not dare to imagine the consequences of betraying young Master Tian Sun. But no matter what, it was much better than dying now. I'll take you there, Fang Jiu said. I'm curious. How did a gangster like you catch young Master Tian Sun's eye? Su Zimo asked. Young Master Tian Sun's cultivation method is a little special. Apart from absorbing spiritual energy, he can also absorb other people's essence to become stronger quickly, Fang Jiu explained in detail. However, this method is against the heavenly Tao. The sect leader has explicitly forbidden it. Our Tianluan sect is not a cult. We can't use this method. Young Master Tian Sun wants to become stronger quickly but is afraid of being discovered by the sect leader. So, he asked me to help him deal with it. I'm a smart person. I know the streets and alleys well. Can you see your sect leader? Su Zimo asked. The sect leader rarely shows himself. Even if young Master Tian Sun is not summoned, he can't see the sect leader, Fang Jiu quickly replied. It's true. I'm not lying to you. Say, if young Master Tian Sun is in danger, will your sect leader save him? Su Zimo smiled. Probably, Fang Jiu said uncertainly. Although the young cult master is often dissatisfied with the young cult master, blood is thicker than water. He is his only child. Let's go then, Su Zimo said. The original intention of the establishment of the Tianluan sect was probably the joy of family relations, which was the opposite of the goddess palace's desire to see through the world of mortals. This huge force occupied 1/3 of Tianluan city. The Tianluan sect was surrounded by a formation, and there were 2 disciples guarding the gate. They were all dressed in blue robes. On both sides of the entrance of the Tianluan sect, there were 4 sculptures of different shapes: happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. The large sect gate was made from starfire iron, and the word Tianluan was written in a flamboyant style, with iron hooks and silver strokes. It was extremely majestic. Under the guidance of Fang Jiu and the others, the disciples guarding the gate recognized them and did not stop Su Zimo and the others. Everyone walked into the Tianluan sect together, and what they saw was a long corridor. The end of the corridor could not be seen at a glance. There were many paintings on the walls on both sides. Su Zimo took a few quick glances. This scene was all about the joys of life. Power, money, beautiful women, this was a bit like brainwashing every member of the sect. The more they saw, the less they would fall into the world of mortals. After walking through the corridor, the view in front of them widened. In the blue sky, flocks of birds flew, and white clouds bloomed. Halls, buildings, pavilions, terraces, and pagodas rose from the ground. Beneath their feet was a small stone path paved with white jade. Disciples came and went in twos and threes on both sides. Young Master Tian's son lives in the Skyview Pavilion. I'll take you there, Fang Jiu asked carefully. When will you give me the antidote? When I see young Master Tian's son, I'll naturally give it to you, Su Zimo said. Monk Daji followed closely behind. The five of them were halfway there when a group of disciples in blue robes suddenly came in front of them. The leader was also a youth. His face was slightly pale, and his footsteps were light. He looked like he had overindulged. Oh, isn't this Fang Jiu? What did you do for your master? The blue-robed youth laughed. Senior brother Yun, Fang Jiu greeted with a smile. Who are they? Tian Yun glanced at Su Zimo and the others and asked with a frown. They don't seem to be disciples of our Tianluan sect. This is the young master's order. Senior brother Tian Yun, are you going to interfere? Fang Jiu asked with a neither servile nor overbearing attitude. Do you think I don't know about the deals behind your backs? Fang Yun snorted coldly, I'm just too lazy to interfere. Fang Jiu smiled and did not say anything. He knew that he only had his current status because of young Master Tian's son. He did not want to offend the others. All of you be careful. Take care of yourselves, Fang Yun said and left with the group of disciples. After Fang Yun left, the eagle-eyed man next to him spat angrily. He said with disdain, what right does this guy have to lecture us? The things he does behind our backs are no worse than ours. Even if he doesn't like the young master, he can only act like a tyrant in front of us. Don't waste time, Su Zimo glanced at the few of them and said indifferently. Under Fang Jiu's lead, the group arrived at the Skyview Pavilion. The Skyview Pavilion was located in the west of the Tianluan sect. It was an independent pavilion with a relatively large area. It was relatively quiet and there were fewer disciples coming and going. When Fang Jiu led the group into the Skyview Pavilion, it was very quiet inside. Young master, Fang Jiu called out softly. An old man walked down from the top of the pavilion. Butler Fu, where is young master? Fang Jiu quickly asked. Young master is busy. Come back in the afternoon, Butler Fu said. I have an urgent matter to see young master. It's very urgent, Fang Jiu glanced at Su Zimo and continued. No matter how urgent it is, you still have to understand. Don't you know the rules? Butler Fu frowned and replied. The young master should be cultivating in the basement. Fang Jiu turned around and whispered to Su Zimo. He can't make any mistakes in his cultivation. He won't see anyone at this time. Do you know where the basement is? Su Zimo asked. I do, Fang Jiu nodded. Su Zimo faintly nodded and glanced at Monk Daji. Monk Daji shouted, Immeasurable Heavenly Sovereign. Then, he raised his hand and directly suppressed Butler Fu. What are you doing? Butler Fu lightly shouted. His body was full of momentum as he fought with Monk Daji. This Butler Fu had some ability. He was surrounded by blue spirit energy and the shadow of a fierce tiger appeared around him. That was his true fate. Let's end this quickly, Su Zimo said from the side. Monk Daji lightly shouted and unsheathed the long sword hanging on his waist. His Taoist robe fluttered in the wind. A sword cry echoed and a shocking sword intent condensed. It turned into a stream of light that flashed in front of them. Butler Fu's fierce tiger true fate was directly torn apart and the longsword pierced through his chest. What do you want to do? Butler Fu spat out blood and struggled to speak. Fang Jiu, this is my Tianluan sect. You should know the consequences of betraying the young sect master. You should rest in peace. Su Zimo smiled and raised his hands, annihilating Butler Fu in his palms. Lead the way. He turned to Fang Jiu and the others and said. Fang Jiu and the others' faces were pale. They unnaturally led Su Zimo into the loft. He slowly turned the floor under his feet, followed by a rumbling sound. A bottomless dark passageway appeared at the bottom. From the passage, they could faintly Hear the screams of a person. The young sect master built this privately, Fangjiu explained. Usually, when he cultivates and wants to absorb the essence of others, he does it here. Lead the way, Suzimo said. Walking into the dark passageway, he was greeted by a wave of heat. Wave after wave of heat blew past their faces. Faint sparks flickered in the darkness. Halfway through, their vision began to brighten. The fire in front of them illuminated the path behind them. In the raging fire, several figures could be seen running wildly. They were wailing as if they were being burned by the fire. Finally, they fell into the sea of fire. Have you been here before? Suzimo asked. No, the young sect master doesn't allow anyone to enter, Fangjiu said. It's just that I've seen him enter several times by chance. After reaching the end of the passage, Suzimo could see the sea of fire in front of him. He could feel the scorching heat. The sea of fire was blocked by an iron fence. The iron fence was burning red. There was a small door at the side. Monk Daji walked forward and found that the iron gate was locked. He struck the iron gate with several palms and directly smashed it to the ground. Walking through the small door, the view inside was much wider. Raging fire surrounded the place. Inside the raging fire, countless figures were burning, screaming miserably. In the center of the raging fire, there was a high platform. A young man in a blue robe was sitting cross-legged on a high platform, and tentacle-like things were spreading out from his body. These tentacles attached themselves to the bodies of the people who were burned by the flames and absorbed their energy at a speed visible to the naked eye. This flame didn't look like an ordinary flame. It could completely remove the impurities in a person's body and had the effect of cleansing one's marrow. At this moment, as Suzimo and the others entered, the young man's aura was astonishing. He slowly retracted his tentacles and opened his eyes. A glint flashed across his eyes. Fangjiu, who told you to come here? Gongsun Tianxuan asked coldly, frowning. And who are they? Fangjiu could not avert his gaze, and he did not answer the question. Instead, he looked at Suzimo and said, Can you give me the antidote now? There's no antidote. Actually, what I gave you was just an ordinary medicinal pill, Suzimo said. Don't lie to me. I've already brought you to the young cult master. Fangjiu was still worried. Suzimo smiled and did not answer. He turned to look at Gongsun Tianxuan and said with a smile, Come with us. Who are you? Gongsun Tianxuan asked. That's not important. Suzimo reached out to grab Gongsun Tianxuan from behind. Gongsun Tianxuan snorted and his whole body rose into the air. The raging fire in the secret room roared and turned into a long dragon that charged at Suzimo. Suzimo waved his right hand and scattered the long dragon in his hand. As the fire dissipated, a fist with a strong wind was magnified in front of him. Suzimo snorted and grabbed the fist in front of him, then threw Gongsun Tianxuan out. With a boom, Gongsun Tianxuan's body flew out and hit the wall of the secret room. The secret room shook as if it was about to collapse. Gongsun Tianxuan quickly got up from the ground and looked at Suzimo with a serious expression. The 4 laws of family relations. Gongsun Tianxuan shouted coldly. With him as the center, the spirit energy around him began to riot. The 4 emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and joy gathered around him. The 100 forms of all beings, the 4 transformations of family relations. Gongsun Tianxuan shouted. The power around him skyrocketed, and countless tentacles spread out from all directions. The aura of these tentacles was astonishing, shattering the surrounding space. Die! Gongsun Tianxuan shouted. Countless tentacles merged with the 4 emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and joy and attacked Suzimo. With emotions, each tentacle seemed to have a life of its own and screamed. Laughing, crying, wailing, the sound was endless and resounded throughout the secret room. Hearing these sounds, everyone's soul seemed to tremble, and they were all stunned in place. Soul attack? Suzimo whispered. Before the eagle-eyed man and the burly man behind him could react, the tentacles had already pierced through their bodies. He was deader than dead. A double attack on the soul and the body, Suzimo said with interest. Monk Daji held a long sword and softly muttered scriptures, trying to prevent his soul from being attacked. Fang Jiu hid in a corner of the secret room and was so scared that he was rooted to the spot. Su Zimo looked at the tentacles that were wrapping around him. His spirit was not affected. The tyrannical shadow on his back flew out of its scabbard and erupted with endless sword energy, trying to cut off these tentacles. However, after these tentacles absorbed the power of joy, anger, sorrow, and joy, they actually grew heads. Each tentacle seemed to have a life of its own and directly reached out to grab the tyrannical shadow. The tyrannical shadow was torn apart by the tentacles, trying to be devoured. Su Zimo raised his head slightly, and a sword intent flashed in his indifferent eyes. The sword energy on the tyrannical shadow became more and more terrifying. Flowing fire burned fiercely, and thunder spread from the blade. Clang! Countless tentacles were cut off and fell into the sea of fire. Gongsun Tianquan saw the scene and was horrified. He immediately fled toward the secret room's small door. However, the tyrannical shadow flew through the air and turned into countless sword intents, stabbing right in front of Gongsun Tianquan's escape route. Gongsun Tianquan looked at the scimitar in front of him and stopped. He turned to look at Su Zimo, trembling. "Come with us, young Master Tianquan," Su Zimo said with a smile. He turned and looked at Fang Jiu, who was curled up in a corner. He said, "Tell the entire Tianluan sect that Gongsun Tianquan was kidnapped by me. If you want him, tell Gongsun Hongtian to come find me at the Yang Inn in the city at noon tomorrow." After Su Zimo finished speaking, he no longer cared about Fang Jiu. He and Monk Daji took Gongsun Tianquan, whose pulse was sealed, and walked out. Gongsun Tianquan did not dare to play any tricks. His life was in Su Zimo's hands, so he could only take Su Zimo and leave the Tianluan sect. Nothing unusual happened along the way, and they returned to the inn. After they returned to the inn, Su Zimo tied Gongsun Tianquan up and left the Tianluan sect in turmoil. "Who are you?" Tianquan looked at Su Zimo and asked. "You won't know me even if I tell you," Su Zimo shook his head. "What do you want?" "I can give you anything," Tianquan said, unwilling to give up. "There's no need to make things so tense." "You can't give me what I want," Su Zimo shook his head. He was not in a hurry and waited for Gongsun Hongtian to come to him. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to find Gongsun Hongtian. The strange thing was that the Tianluan sect would probably hunt down Su Zimo immediately after Tianquan was kidnapped. After the initial turmoil, the sect regained its calm. However, the Yang Inn where Su Zimo was staying was surrounded by many spies. At this moment, the Tianluan sect's meeting hall was in a mess. The young sect master was the successor of the sect and the only son of Gongsun Tianquan. Naturally, he was highly valued. Only the man sitting at the head of the table was calm. He tapped the armrest of the chair with his hand. "All right, quiet down," Gongsun Hongtian said calmly. He wore a brown robe, and his long hair was red, spreading outwards like a lion's. His face was dignified and majestic. His eyebrows were thick and his voice was heavy. "Sect master, it's urgent that we find the young sect master first," an elder said. "Do you know where those people came from?" Gongsun Hongtian asked. "We're still investigating, but there are no clues," someone replied. "But according to our spies, after they kidnapped the young sect master, they still stayed at the Yang Inn in the city and did not leave." "That's right. Their target is not Sun'er, so they won't hurt him for the time being," Gongsun Hongtian said. "Before that person left, he asked you to go to the Yang Inn tomorrow to find him," an elder said. "They're coming for me." "Interesting," Gongsun Hongtian said, shaking his head. "Then we'll meet him tomorrow." After a night of silence, Su Zimo's life didn't change much. He still ate and drank as usual. On the afternoon of the second day, there was no one around the Yuyang Inn. The residents were driven to the nearby bustling city. That afternoon, a tall man slowly walked in. The man walked into the tavern and looked around. Then, he saw Su Zimo sitting at the side and eating meat. He slowly walked over and sat across the table. "How should I address you too?" Gongsun Hongtian asked with a smile. Su Zimo waved his hand. "He's just an idler. His name isn't worth mentioning." "Then I wonder why the two of you are looking for me. Or did my Tianluan sect offend you too?" Gongsun Hongtian continued to ask. "I have no enmity with you. I just want to borrow your head," Su Zimo said. Hearing Suzimo's words, Gongsun Hongtian's eyes narrowed. Then, he smiled and said, then you have to have the ability. Do you want to use my son to threaten me? You're wrong. I never thought of using your son to threaten you, Suzimo waved his hand. I just want to see you. Otherwise, I won't be able to see a busy person like you. Gongsun Hongtian snorted and directly suppressed Suzimo with his big hand. Countless bursts of spiritual energy burst in the palm. Suzimo didn't want to be outdone and punched the big hand. The fist and the palm collided, and countless bursts of spiritual energy burst in the surroundings. Gongsun Hongtian was a little surprised. Feeling the power from the big hand, his body fell back directly. With a boom sound, the table between the two of them shattered into pieces. Gongsun Hongtian slowly stood up and said, I really underestimated you. This time, he didn't hold back. An extremely strong power burst out from his body. Under this power, tentacles flew out from the void behind his back. Compared to Tianxin's tentacles, his tentacles were much larger. Moreover, the surrounding spiritual energy was almost solid. Unlike Tianxin's most simple emotions, Gongsun Hongtian's cultivation method had obviously been cultivated to a higher level. Every tentacle had its own spirit and life. They were endowed with the most powerful power. Countless tentacles entangled together, sometimes turning into blades, sometimes into battle axes, and sometimes monsters. The countless tentacles overturned the entire inn and caused it to collapse. For a moment, dust flew everywhere, and countless people looked over. Four old men walked down from the sky and stood guard in all directions, not allowing anyone to approach this place. These are the four great protectors of the Tianluan sect, people whispered around. The four great protectors are all here. What's going on? The four great protectors didn't make a move. They just isolated the battlefield and didn't let anyone disturb them. Looking at the countless tentacles coming at him, Suzimo pulled out the tyrannical shadow and slashed with the skyblade. However, these tentacles were abnormally tough. After a few slashes, not a single mark was left on them. Suzimo didn't dodge and let all the tentacles come at him. A series of rumbling explosions rang out. The floor beneath his feet was completely shattered, and the tentacle heavily struck Suzimo's back. Suzimo looked up, his eyes were neither happy nor sad, as if he couldn't feel any pain. The countless vortexes in his body were spinning wildly. Blue veins popped out on his hands as he grabbed two of the tentacles and swung them. To Gongsun Hongtian's surprise, the countless tentacles were abruptly flung away. The next moment, a deafening roar came from the side. Suzimo's vision went dark as he felt a huge monster coming at him. His body flew out uncontrollably. Suzimo's body was sent flying for dozens of meters before coming to a stop. He stretched his muscles and stood up from the ground. Behind Gongsun Hongtian, a huge monster stood proudly between heaven and earth. Suzimo had never seen this monster before. It looked a little like an octopus with countless tentacles. However, it had a complete body, a bald head, and a burly body. Its mouth spat bubbles from time to time and made strange noises. This seemed to be Gongsun Hongtian's true fate. His true fate merged with Gongsun Hongtian's, and the countless tentacles behind him became stronger. His whole body seemed to be ferocious as he charged at Suzimo. Heavenly Gate of Three Lives, Suzimo snorted. A beam of light shone down from the sky above, and the Gate of Life and Gate of Eternal Life opened at the same time. The aura in Suzimo's body was like a monstrous sea. It swept out directly and fought with Gongsun Hongtian. Gongsun Hongtian had at least the strength of an immortal king. Every strike of his was filled with monstrous power. In an instant, the sky fell and the earth cracked, and Tianluan City trembled. The four great protectors were slightly shocked when they saw that the two of them were evenly matched. They knew better than anyone else what kind of existence Gongsun Hongtian was. It was no exaggeration to say that even if he was not the strongest in the Red Dust Palace, he was at least one of the best. But now, a kid who came out of nowhere was actually evenly matched with Gongsun Hongtian, and even seemed to be suppressing him. The two fought for a long time, and the entire Tianluan city seemed to be on the verge of being destroyed. The sky darkened, and countless buildings collapsed. The two pulled apart, and Gongsun Hongtian was panting, and the true fate loomed behind him. His hair stood on end, and he looked at Suzimo like a peerless beast. Suzimo became more and more courageous as the battle went on, and endless spiritual energy wrapped around the heavenly gate of 3 lives. The tyrannical shadow in his hand rose and fell, and each strike was stronger than the previous one. Fight! Suzimo shouted. He charged at Gongsun Hongtian again. Gongsun Hongtian was slightly shocked when he saw Suzimo's attitude. When he sensed the overwhelming aura coming from Suzimo's body, he swallowed hard. The tyrannical shadow burned fiercely, and thunder rumbled, accompanied by the 19th style of Dao querying. One style after another, it was as if the waves were still there, one after another, and each was stronger than the previous one. Gongsun Hongtian was almost out of breath under the pressure. Suzimo took advantage of Gongsun Hongtian's mistake and cut off all the tentacles behind him. The pain of his true fate being torn apart made Gongsun Hongtian scream. "Go save the sect master!" The 4 great protectors hurriedly shouted when they saw this scene. All 4 of them were in the divine pulse realm. Each of them charged at Suzimo with a strong aura. "You're not enough." Suzimo punched and kicked, and the 4 of them were sent flying. But it was also at this time that Gongsun Hongtian got up from the ground and distanced himself from Suzimo. He recalled his true fate and looked quite miserable. He looked at Suzimo with anger and seriousness. "Who are you?" Gongsun Hongtian asked. "Since when did the Red Dust Palace have someone like you? You wouldn't know even if I told you." "I'm not famous," Suzimo said with a smile. "There is no enmity between us," Gongsun Hongtian said after taking a deep breath. "If my Tianluan sect offended you, I can compensate you. I only want your head." Suzimo shook his head. "Were you sent by the Goddess Palace?" Gongsun Hongtian continued to ask. He didn't really believe it. Why would this kind of existence listen to the orders of the Goddess Palace? "You talk too much nonsense," Suzimo said impatiently. "Your Honor, my Tianluan sect is established in the north. Even the Goddess Palace can't destroy us." "It's not convenient for me to say the reason," Gongsun Hongtian said. "I don't want to be your enemy. If you leave now, I won't pursue today's matter." "Shut up," Suzimo snorted and charged at Gongsun Hongtian. At that moment, an extremely powerful aura spread out from Gongsun Hongtian's body. The aura was so powerful that it sent Suzimo flying like a wave. "Since you want to fight to the death, then I'll fight to the death today," Gongsun Hongtian shouted with an ugly expression. In the next moment, the entire Tianluan city was in turmoil. It seemed that something terrible was about to appear in a radius of 10,000 miles. The rumbling of explosions was endless. Only a series of dong-dong-dong sounds could be heard. Fluctuations of various colors appeared around Tianluan city. It was a bit similar to the phenomenon of the Meridian Gate opening. "This is..." Suzimo looked around and finally muttered to himself. "A formation." A large formation surrounded Tianluan city. In this formation, an ancient, prehistoric aura was awakening. Boundless spirit chi was gathering above their heads. It seemed to affect the entire Red Dust Palace. The world was surrounded by rich spirit chi. And the center of this gathering of spiritual chi was Gongsun Hongtian under the blessing of the Array formation. "My Tianluan sect has existed for countless generations. What do you think we have to fight against the Goddess Palace?" Gongsun Hongtian's voice was like thunder. He said coldly, "This is an ancient formation. In this formation, I am invincible. Even if the goddess of world weariness descends, I will not be afraid." Suzimo could feel the magnificence of this formation. Gongsun Hongtian seemed to have undergone an earth-shattering change from the inside out. The aura around him was like a torrent, looking down at the world from above. His true fate began to heal, and endless tentacles grew behind him. At that moment, the power in his body had reached the extreme, and he looked like a monster. His face was unrecognizable, and his roar was deafening. "The city lord has activated the formation." The 4 protectors were slightly shocked. He said, "Evacuate all the citizens in all directions and get out of the way of the battle." Suzimo raised his head to look. The impact was even stronger on him. The countless tentacles seemed to have become even more terrifying. Thousands of tentacles rushed toward him. Suzimo didn't even have time to react before he was surrounded by tentacles and was thrown to the ground. The peak of immortal, Su Zimo stood up and said to himself. Although he was now at the peak of the divine range, he didn't care about ordinary people in the immortal realm. To be able to fight with him like this, it meant that he was at the peak of immortal. This kind of existence represented the highest combat power in this world. It was no exaggeration to say that many of the imperial lineage Laozu didn't have this strength. He looked at Gongsun Hongtian. The reason why he was so strong suddenly must have something to do with the formation that suddenly appeared. But this formation had its limitations. As long as one was away from the boundary of Tianluan City, the formation's support would naturally disappear. Looking at the countless tentacles coming at him again, Su Zimo shouted loudly. Good timing. In the sky above, the power of the three gates of life was surging wildly. The force vortex formed by the power of the heaven-shaking strength was also spinning desperately. Su Zimo's eyes were faintly filled with devil chi. When the tentacles were in front of him again, Su Zimo's right hand grabbed a few of them tightly. The rest of the tentacles hit Su Zimo, but Su Zimo didn't move at all. The demon body of purgatory in his body began to rise little by little. Devil chi spread out from Su Zimo's body, and the purple-black lines on his face were faintly discernible and flickering. This is... Gongsun Hongtian was stunned and looked at Su Zimo in confusion. 10 moves of the demon, the first one, the demonic realm move. Su Zimo slowly waved his hands and murmured to himself. Seeing the immortal in the limitless illusion. As Su Zimo's voice fell, Gongsun Hongtian felt that the void in front of him seemed to have changed. The space in front of him changed, but after Gongsun Hongtian sensed it carefully, he did not find anything different. Countless tentacles behind him attacked again. However, at this moment, with Su Zimo and Gongsun Hongtian as the center, the distance between them folded in half. It was as if space had become a mirror. When Gongsun Hongtian's countless tentacles attacked, the same tentacles appeared on Su Zimo's side. They used the same move with the same power. Countless tentacles intertwined together, and a rumbling explosion sounded. At this moment, the sky changed, and the wind and clouds rolled. The entire space collapsed in front of the two, but Su Zimo did not move from beginning to end. He allowed the tentacles to fight. Whatever the other party attacked, he attacked the same way. This was the so-called demonic realm style. One of the extremes of space was folding. It could refract space and reflect all attacks. The stronger the strength, the stronger the reflected attack. How could this be? How could this be? Gongsun Hongtian looked at everything in front of him, still unwilling to believe it. He increased the power of the formation again, and used endless spiritual energy to attack Su Zimo. There was a roar in the space, and one could feel the pressure and oppression. Su Zimo could feel that the other party was very strong, and the refraction space he created was gradually becoming difficult. 10 demonic techniques, second style, demonic illness style. Su Zimo whispered again. Karmic illness. The next moment, endless death energy surrounded the entire Tianluan city. This death energy was terrifying. It could ignore all defenses and extract life from the human body. Feeling the death energy with a strong life-devouring aura, Gongsun Hongtian's face changed drastically. What kind of monster is this guy? He took a deep breath, feeling that he had never met such a powerful opponent. This death energy seemed to be invisible, and there was no way to avoid it. At this moment, the stones in the ruins were moved. A loud shout came from within. Father, help me. Gongsun Tianxuan's voice came from it. The previous Xianxia had been turned into ruins. He struggled out of the ruins and fled forward. Guyu's figure was chasing after him. Previously, Su Zimo had asked Guyu to keep an eye on Gongsun Tianxuan. After all, Gongsun Tianxuan's pulse was sealed, and he was not much stronger than an ordinary person. Gongsun Hongtian's brows were slightly furrowed. What he cared about was not his son's life, but how to deal with the enemy in front of him. But the moment Guyu appeared, Gongsun Hongtian's expression changed greatly. He stared at Guyu's figure in a daze. His entire person seemed to have been bewitched as he stood there motionless. Gongsun Tianxuan was still shouting from below. Gongsun Hongtian's figure gently stepped on the air, and like a stream of light, he flew towards Guyu. Guyu quickly hid behind Monk Daji in fright. I mean no harm. Gongsun Hongtian looked a little reserved. He looked at Guyu and asked, "What's your name?" "What? Do you know her?" Su Zimo asked. Gongsun Hongtian turned to look at Su Zimo and said, "Similar, too similar. I think there might be some misunderstanding between us." "What misunderstanding?" Su Zimo asked. "Can I know her identity?" Gongsun Hongtian looked at Guyu and asked. "What's your name?" Guyu. She replied hesitantly. "Surname Gu, as expected, you have the same surname as her." Gongsun Hongtian muttered to himself. Then he looked up at Guyu and asked, "What about your mother?" "After my mother sent me out of the Red Dust Palace, I never saw her again." Guyu seemed to have thought of something. She asked with a little disappointment, "Do you know my mother?" "Do you know? You look exactly like your mother when she was young, exactly the same." Gongsun Hongtian replied. "Don't be sentimental, just say what you want to say." Su Zimo said from the side. "Can we talk alone?" Gongsun Hongtian looked at Su Zimo and asked. Su Zimo thought for a moment, then finally nodded. The two avoided the crowd and walked to the side. Su Zimo looked up and said, "Say what you want to say." "Can I ask, why do you want to kill me?" Gongsun Hongtian asked. "Use your head to exchange for something." Su Zimo smiled. "Exchange for something at the Goddess Palace?" Gongsun Hongtian laughed. "You also believe what those people say." "What is it?" Su Zimo turned his head and asked. "A long, long time ago, there was no Tianluan sect. For everyone who enters the Red Dust Palace, coming here is to see through the world of mortals and be isolated from the world." Gongsun Hongtian slowly explained. "But seeing through the world of mortals is easy to say, but not everyone can do it. Some people are just confused for a moment and take the wrong path. As time passes, more and more people come here, and with them, more and more regret." "I know all this, get to the point," Su Zimo said. "The Red Dust Palace does not allow the existence of love, and people who come here can't have desires. But no one can be emotionless. Many people still marry and have children in private, reproducing their own offspring, living in fear. I was born in such a situation. I was locked up by my parents when I was little. They were afraid that I would be found. It wasn't until I grew up that I was able to leave that dark room." Gongsun Hongtian slowly sat down on the rubble next to him. He smiled, but it was a bitter smile. "This world probably didn't welcome me from the moment I was born. For me, all the memories here are painful. No matter what I do, I'm bound by restrictions, and I'm always longing for the outside world. In my gloomy life, there was probably only one girl who was the only light in my life. When we met, and fell in love, that was the happiest time of my life. Maybe good things don't last forever. The day that girl left, I found out that she was a candidate to become the Goddess Palace's lord. The difference between us was like heaven and earth, like an uncrossable chasm. At that time, she was already pregnant." Hearing Gongsun Hongtian's words, Su Zimo was stunned, looked at Guyu next to him, and asked, "You mean Guyu is your daughter?" "Appearance, name, there can't be so many coincidences in this world." Gongsun Hongtian nodded and replied. "I saw the woman I liked leave with my own eyes, and I might never see her again in this life. That feeling of powerlessness planted a seed in my heart. That day, I swore that I would overthrow the rule of the Goddess Palace and bring freedom to the people here. Later, I had many adventures, and even found this ancient array. I hid my strength and bided my time. When I gradually became stronger, I could rely on the formation to face the Goddess Palace without losing. So I created the Tianluan sect to fight against the Goddess Palace." Hearing Gongsun Hongtian's words, Su Zimo frowned slightly. "I don't know what the Goddess Palace promised you, but I know that most of their words can't be trusted," Gongsun Hongtian said. "Yuer's mother is called Gu Mingxi. The people of the Goddess Palace also promised me. As long as I disbanded the Tianluan sect, they would release Mingxi and send us out of the Red Dust Palace. But later they went back on their word. Fortunately, I was careful." "What do you mean?" Su Zimo looked at Gongsun Hongtian and asked. "Let's work together and destroy the Goddess Palace. Then you can have whatever you want," Gongsun Hongtian said. "I can only fight against them because I have the support of this ancient formation." Otherwise, I may not be a match for the goddess palace. If we work together, you definitely have a chance with your strength. Looking at Su Zimo's silence, Gongsun Hongtian continued, if you don't believe me, we can test it. Okay. Su Zimo nodded. Are you going to tell Guyu's identity? He asked. Gongsun Hongtian hesitated and said, I haven't thought about how to face her. After all, it was Mingxi who took care of her since she was a child. As her father, I have done everything. Can you let me spend some time with her and then tell her slowly? Su Zimo nodded and did not object. The two of them discussed briefly and then returned to the city. Gongsun Hongtian did not say much to others. He ordered the 4 great protectors to rebuild all the collapsed buildings in the city and restore the city's peace. Then he prepared to leave with Su Zimo and the others. As for Gongsun Tianquan, when Gongsun Hongtian found out what he did in building the basement, he was directly grounded. Su Zimo later learned that Gongsun Tianquan was not Gongsun Hongtian's biological son, but his adopted son. After parting with Gu Mingxi, Gongsun Hongtian did not find anyone else. After Gongsun Hongtian made some arrangements for the Tianluan cult, he left with Su Zimo and the others. The 3 of them returned to Yanwu City and prepared to go to the goddess palace from the divine temple there. Along the way, Gongsun Hongtian took good care of Guyu and gave her whatever she wanted. Do you know my mother? Guyu asked curiously. We've met before. Gongsun Hongtian nodded. Then do you know where my mother is? Guyu continued. That day in the goddess palace, I saw a person who looked exactly like my mother, but I know that she isn't. She is your mother's younger sister, and also your aunt, Gongsun Hongtian said after a moment of silence. Back then, the position of the palace lord of the goddess palace was supposed to be your mother's. Later, due to some reasons, it eventually fell to your aunt, Gu Mingyu. He didn't dare to speak too clearly. After all, they hadn't met for so many years, and Gongsun Hongtian's knowledge of the goddess palace was limited. After 7 days, the group of 4 finally returned to the goddess palace. Gongsun Hongtian was tied up by Su Zimo with the immortal binding chains. However, compared to the last time he came to the goddess palace, it was much livelier this time. It was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and people came and went. The people in charge of the divine temples from all over the Red Dust Palace were here. Even the city lords of the various cities and some prestigious people were invited to the goddess palace. This was a very rare event. Normally, even the people of the divine temples might not be able to come to the goddess palace at any time, let alone other people. Su Zimo asked a few people about it. Only then did he know that the goddess palace was holding a meeting today. The meeting was to announce the new successor of the goddess palace. This was the so-called young palace lord. When they arrived at the goddess palace, the meeting had already begun in the goddess square. Laozu of the goddess palace was also there. When Su Zimo and the others arrived, they saw that the huge square was already filled with people. At a glance, there were probably thousands of people. In the center, a huge statue of the goddess stood there. Under the statue, there was a red carpet and several seats. The 3 Laozu of the goddess palace and the palace lord of the goddess palace, Gu Mingyu, sat at the head of the table. Today, we have gathered all of you here to hold the inauguration ceremony of the new young palace lord. Laozu of the goddess palace in the middle stood up. This was an old man with a long beard and white hair. He had a sage-like demeanor. On his white robe, there were 2 patterns that revolved around each other. In this goddess palace, he was the only man. As for the other 2 Laozu, one was an old woman, and the other was a plump woman. It's Laozu of the sky-bearing empire. When the people below saw the old man speak, they whispered. Laozu of the sky-bearing empire hasn't come out for many years. I didn't expect him to come out for the young palace lord's inauguration ceremony. Do any of you know the identity of the young palace lord? Why wasn't there any news before? Who knows? Let's just keep watching. Laozu of the sky-bearing empire stood up and said with a smile, I hope everyone can take care of the young palace lord in the future. She has just come to the Red Dust Palace, so there are many things that she doesn't know. Alright, I announce the official commencement of the new young palace lord's inauguration ceremony of the goddess palace. As the old man's voice fell, the drums on both sides were beaten hard. Rumble. the sound resounded throughout the goddess square. The statue of the goddess standing in the middle of the square emitted a faint light. Accompanied by many divine envoys, a woman in a blue robe slowly walked out. The woman's steps were light, and her long black hair was neatly tied up with a flowery bun at the back. Her face was calm, oval face, and her eyes were like pools of clear water. A few strands of black hair hung by her ears, adding a touch of charm to her. "So this is the new young palace lord," someone muttered. "Sure enough, the goddess palace is full of beauties. I wonder where she came from. Why haven't I seen her before?" After the woman came out, the surrounding people started to discuss. Only Suzimo's eyes narrowed. "Lan Ku'er." He laughed lightly. Most of the things in this world were coincidences that went against one's wishes. He originally wanted to find Lan Ku'er after settling the matter of the Nirvana Pearl. He didn't expect her to appear in front of him like this. It was both real and illusory. "Ku'er, come here." Laozu of the Sky-bearing Empire waved his hands and said to Lan Ku'er, "Pay your respects to the ancestor and obtain the recognition of the goddess. Everyone here will recognize your identity." Lan Ku'er nodded her head, and the divine envoys by the side brought up a large red plate. On the plate, there were a few different colored spirit crystals. After the 3 spirit crystals were brought up, everyone stood up from their seats. Whether it was the city lords, the divine envoys of the goddess palace, or the 3 Laozus, they all bowed down. Facing the statue, they all knelt down. The 3 spirit crystals were placed in front of the statue, and a faint light shone down from the statue, enveloping all the spirit crystals. "Goddess, please bless us," Sky-bearing Laozu said loudly. In the next moment, the 3 spirit crystals began to transform. One turned into a ray of light and returned to the statue, while the other flew into Lan Ku'er's body, turning into a totem on her forehead. The last one turned into a long blade and floated in front of Lan Ku'er. "Blade, is it used for killing?" Sky-bearing Laozu frowned and said in a low voice. The totem on Lan Ku'er's forehead looked like a flying bird, and was azure in color. From time to time it would flash with a blue light. "Greetings, young palace mistress." The surrounding people all knelt down and greeted Lan Ku'er. "Everyone, please rise." Lan Ku'er raised her head, her blue robes fluttering in the wind. The succession ceremony was not complicated, and after the goddess bestowed her blessing, everyone would be given a meal. "Since everyone's succession ceremony is over, can I say a few words?" Right at this moment, a voice sounded from behind the crowd. Everyone hurriedly turned their heads to look, only to see Suzimo and his group slowly walking over from behind. "Who is this?" someone asked curiously. Seeing Suzimo appear, Lan Ku'er's gaze froze, and her body swayed, unable to stand steadily. "Who are you?" The 2 divine envoys walked up, blocking Suzimo and his group. "I am looking for Laozu. I have some matters to discuss with her," Suzimo said. The 2 divine envoys looked behind them, only to see Laozu waving her hands, indicating for Suzimo and his group to enter. Sky-bearing Laozu, Yingtian Laozu, and Mingzu were the 3 Laozus of the goddess palace. The person who had spoken to Suzimo before was the blue-robed woman, who was also the so-called Ming ancestor. Suzimo pointed at Gongsun Hongtian, who was tied up by the immortal binding chains, and said, "I brought him to you. You can do whatever you want with him." "Where is the thing I want?" "Long time no see, Gongsun Hongtian." Mingzu smiled in surprise. She wasn't the only one. Even the other 2 patriarchs were moved. "Gongsun Hongtian, you're finally willing to come out from your turtle shell in Tianluan City." Laozu laughed. Hearing the 2 Laozus' words, the surrounding people instantly burst into an uproar. "He is Gongsun Hongtian? The sect leader of Tianluan cult? Isn't this guy courting death by coming to our goddess palace?" This was even more shocking than the young palace master's ceremony. After all, the Tianluan sect was like a thorn in the heart of the goddess palace that could not be removed. Furthermore, there were signs of it becoming stronger over the years. Ignoring the uproar of the others, Suzimo looked at Mingzu and asked, "Where is my thing? What did you promise him?" Laozu looked at Mingzu and asked in a low voice. "The Nirvana Pearl," Mingzu replied. "Isn't this nonsense? What kind of treasure is that?" "You know its value better than I do," Laozu hurriedly said. have you made up your mind? Ming Zhu stretched his waist and lazily reclined on the armchair. Lao Tzu thought for a while, and finally smiled at Su Zimo and said, Sir, can we discuss it for a while before giving you an answer? Why? Are you going back on your word? Su Zimo laughed. That's not it. It's just that this is a serious matter, and we have to be careful, Lao Tzu said. In that case, Su Zimo waved his hand and untied the immortal binding chains on Gongsun Hongtian, who was beside him. He said, then you can leave. It seems that he doesn't want to keep his promise. Seeing Gongsun Hongtian's back, Lao Tzu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly slammed the chair. She shouted, ignorant Gongsun, you came to my goddess palace and you still want to leave? As soon as she finished speaking, she directly charged towards Gongsun Hongtian. Seeing this scene, Su Zimo smiled slightly. Sure enough, there are still such shameless people in this world. Gongsun Hongtian and old ancestor Ying Tian were locked in battle. Gongsun Hongtian laughed and said, Child Su, did you see that? The people of the goddess palace are all people who go back on their words. Around the goddess palace, a blue barrier rose up. It was like a membrane that surrounded the entire goddess palace. This was the goddess palace's protective array, and also to prevent Gongsun Hongtian from escaping. Seeing this scene, Su Zimo's eyes turned cold. He raised his hand and made a grabbing motion, and the boundless spiritual energy formed a huge palm in midair. As the huge hand reached out to grab old ancestor Ying Tian, the entire sky began to tremble. With a boom, it was as if the sky had been blown apart. Ying Tian Lao Tzu's figure flew out. Lao Tzu's expression changed, and he looked at Su Zimo and said, What is the meaning of this? What do you think? Su Zimo said. If you don't obediently hand over the Nirvana pearl, how can I take it myself? Presumptuous, is this goddess palace a place where you can behave atrociously? Lao Tzu snorted. The power around him was astonishing, and a majestic aura was emitted from his body. It shook the whole sky. Ming Zhu, Lao Tzu looked at the indifferent Ming Zhu and shouted unhappily. Ming Zhu shrugged, and stood up with a smile. It was as if ripples were fluctuating, and as her meridians opened, a wave of power stronger than the previous spread out from her body. The three of them walked in the air, and their power drowned the whole sky. Everyone below was suppressed by it. They only felt that they were weak and helpless under this vast and boundless might. Why don't you all stay behind? Sky-bearing ancestor said. The strength of these three people was actually already in the immortal realm. Ying Tian Lao Tzu should be an immortal king, Ming Zhu should be an undying immortal, and sky-bearing Lao Tzu should be an extreme immortal. Child Su, I can hold one of them back, Gongsun Hongtian said with a smile. Su Zimo turned to look at Monk Daji. Monk Daji quickly shook his head and said, I have to protect Guyu, I can't fight a battle of this level. Su Zimo shook his head slightly. He looked at the two people in the sky. His own power was also increasing bit by bit. He waved his right hand, and Hun Dun walked out from his true fate world. A majestic bestial aura spread out. In the true fate world, Hun Dun could be said to be blessed by the heavens, and he had already reached the immortal king realm. Su Zimo smiled and rubbed Hun Dun's head, and said, Then we'll take one each. As he said that, he charged towards sky-bearing Lao Tzu. Step by step, he stepped into the air, and the power to shake the heavens and the heavenly connecting three doors of life revolved in his body. The power around him broke through the sky, dispersing the suppression of the three people in the sky, and at the same time, he activated the war god's 9 transformations. Rumble. The explosion completely drowned out the surrounding void. His aura soared into the sky, standing against the 3 Lao Tzus of the goddess palace. The people below watched this scene in shock. Do you really want to be enemies with my goddess palace? Sky-bearing Lao Tzu said with a serious look. This is the headquarters of my goddess palace. You better think carefully. You have the face to ask me this? I brought Gongsun Hongtian here, but you want to go back on your words. The Red Dust Palace is being ruled by people like you. It's disgusting. Su Zimo shook his head. If you are willing to stop, my goddess palace will compensate you. But if you insist, I will also suppress you today. Sky-bearing Lao Tzu snorted. With just you? Su Zimo chuckled. He snorted, and the tyrannical shadow in his right hand erupted with endless blade intent, which accompanied him towards sky-bearing Laozu. Half of the sky was stirred up by the blade intent. Gongsun Hongtian also rushed towards Mingzhu. In the end, only Hun Dan and Ying Tian Laozu were left fighting. The sky was divided into 3 battlefields, and the people below were not qualified to participate even if they wanted to help. The cultivation method of the goddess palace was quite strange. Their cultivation method was called the 18 worlds. It was the so-called 6 senses, 6 roots, and 6 dust. They were collectively called the 18 worlds. When a person's 18 worlds were destroyed, that person would become a soulless walking corpse. This was the strongest part of this cultivation method. Usually, when the goddess palace punished some criminals, they would use this cultivation method. Eye sense, ear sense, nose sense, tongue sense, body sense, and consciousness. These were the 6 senses. Seeing root, hearing root, smell root, taste root, touch root, and thinking root. These were the 6 roots. Color dust, sound dust, fragrance dust, taste dust, touch dust, and magic dust. These were the 6 dust. These 18 worlds represented the human body and the human mind. Around the sky-bearing sect ancestor, there were 18 different types of gas revolving around him. He was in the sky, and the 18 gases were evolving, merging, and dispersing. In the end, it condensed into a huge barrier, enveloping him and Suzimo. In this place, I can strip you of everything, Laozu said calmly. With a wave of his right hand, it was as if the entire sky had collapsed. Countless streams of gas pressed down on Suzimo. Suzimo raised the tyrannical shadow in his hands and slashed out. With a boom, it was as if a huge mushroom cloud had exploded, and the entire sky was annihilated. The space was completely buried, and countless fragments of space fell down. Deprive the 6 senses, Laozu hollered. Countless gases surrounded Suzimo. At this moment, Suzimo felt as if the entire world had disappeared from his consciousness. He couldn't see, hear, touch, or feel anything. His entire being had fallen into a deep and boundless darkness. So this is the 18 worlds, he muttered to himself. However, he couldn't hear what he was saying. Suzimo couldn't sense anything in the outside world, and only felt as if his consciousness had been locked up. He slowly sat up, and the third eye in the middle of his brow slowly opened. Heavenly Punishment God Eye. This was the God Eye that Suzimo had opened. Its use was not only to have supreme lightning attacks, but also to see through all illusions. Lightning was the nemesis of many illusions. Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang, this was the strongest form of attack, lightning. The so-called 18 worlds couldn't really deprive a person of their 6 senses. It was just an illusion that blocked a person's senses, and a high-level illusion was difficult to detect. The moment the Heavenly Punishment God Eye opened, a faint purple arc of lightning flashed between Suzimo's brows. Within this arc of lightning, a sea of lightning was brewing, and when the illusion met the lightning, it was instantly dispersed. In the outside world, sky-bearing Laozu looked at Suzimo's state. The current Suzimo had no ability to resist and could only be manipulated by him. Just as he approached Suzimo, a bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from Suzimo's forehead. It directly pierced through his chest, and the flood of lightning sent him flying. Suzimo slowly stood up, the Heavenly Punishment God Eye between his brows surging with boundless grey lightning. He looked at sky-bearing Laozu, who stood up shakily from the lightning. A large hole had been pierced through his chest. Even his blood seemed to have been turned grayish-purple by the lightning. However, he wasn't dead. At his realm, even if his true fate was shattered, he still had a chance to revive. Moreover, this was just an injury of this degree. I really underestimated you. Sky-bearing Laozu grinned and sneered. You are indeed surprisingly weak. Suzimo shook his head and said. Sky-bearing Laozu coldly snorted. The other party could easily break through his 18 worlds, which was also unexpected. This was the cultivation method left behind by the world-weary goddess, and he had cultivated it for many years, so he naturally recognized its essence. World-weary beast, come out. Sky-bearing Laozu angrily shouted again. The might of his true fate surged behind him. A large beast head drilled out from the void, followed by its body and 4 limbs. This beast head was incomparably large, and its entire body was pure red. Its back and arms were like lava, extremely hot. There were 4 steel-like barbs on each side of its back. Its head was like a monkey's, with long white hair fluttering on both sides of its face and on top of its head. Its ears were long and slender, reflecting the outline of its ears. The moment the world-weary beast appeared, it looked at Suzimo with a ferocious gaze. With a leap of 100 meters, it pounced towards Suzimo. Suzimo raised his blade to meet it, but the other party directly bit onto his curved blade, tugging at it with all its might. This world-weary beast's strength was astonishing, and it directly bit onto the tyrannical shadow, sending Suzimo flying. Suzimo's figure, which had been sent flying, flipped once in the air before stabilizing himself. Seeing the world-weary beast charging towards him again, Suzimo waved his right hand, and billowing demonic chi burst out from his body. 10 devil styles, third style, earth devil style. All victims of disasters. Following Suzimo's words, the surroundings of the goddess palace began to change. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and a violent storm raged. All kinds of disasters swarmed over. Earthquakes, floods, bloody landslides, sandstorms, hurricanes, volcanoes, tsunamis, all kinds of disasters flooded the goddess palace, as well as the world-weary beast and sky-bearing Laozu. The power of nature was unstoppable, and it was said that man could conquer the heavens, and that was not something that could be easily stopped. In the midst of all the disasters, sky-bearing Laozu's roar was drowned out. Suzimo looked at all of this indifferently. After the disasters, the wind and rain dissipated, and the originally shattered sky became destitute, and sky-bearing Laozu's figure collapsed in the void. Mingzhu and Yingtian Laozu, who were fighting with Gongsun Hongtian, hurriedly rushed over. They rescued sky-bearing Laozu, whose fate was shattered. Sky-bearing Laozu, are you all right? Yingtian Laozu hurriedly asked. Sky-bearing Laozu stood up weakly. Although his life was not in danger, his true fate was shattered, and his body was still weak. He no longer had the ability to fight. He looked at Suzimo and said, I lost. Victory or defeat does not matter. Hand over the Nirvana Pearl, or I will slaughter the goddess palace today, Suzimo said indifferently. Do you really think that as one of the 10 great forbidden grounds, the strongest existence in the Red Dust Palace is only us? Sky-bearing Laozu stood up and said indifferently. If there were only a few old bones like us, we would have been torn apart by others long ago. How could we be called a forbidden ground? If you have something to say, just say it. Don't try to hide something, Suzimo waved his hand and said impatiently. You should know the name of the world-weary goddess. Even the emperor has to show some respect to her, sky-bearing Laozu said. I still say the same thing. If you retreat now, we don't want to make a big fuss. Let's just pretend that nothing happened. If we really fall out with each other, then we can only fight to the death. Cut the crap. If you have something to say, just say it, Suzimo said. It just so happens that I am also quite curious about the world-weary goddess. Otherwise, your goddess palace will cease to exist today. Impudent. How dare an ignorant brat be disrespectful to the goddess? Yingtian Laozu shouted from the side. What kind of person is the goddess? Killing you is as easy as lifting a finger. Then I would like to try, Suzimo said with a smile. Take it out, sky-bearing Laozu sighed and said to Yingtian Laozu. You really want to take it out? Yingtian Laozu replied. This is the prestige of the goddess palace. We will not compromise, sky-bearing Laozu said indifferently. Otherwise, how can we lead the huge red dust palace in the future? Hearing sky-bearing Laozu's words, the 3 Laozus took out 3 items from their storage rings. They were array disc, array flag, and array chi. Suzimo could understand the array disc. After all, many array masters liked to create such things. But now, it was basically all array seals that were used for array discs. The era of array flags had passed a long time ago. After the Desolate era, array flags were rarely used. And array chi was even more scarce. Only when the spirit chi of heaven and earth was unable to activate the array, would a specific array chi be retained to activate the array. But in this era, unless it was an extremely ancient array from the mythological era, there was no need for such things. You forced us to do this. Laozu looked at Suzimo and said. Su Zimo shook his head and laughed. You people always know how to put a label on others. Why don't you think about who was the one who betrayed you first? However, at this moment, Laozu couldn't be bothered to listen to Su Zimo's words. He threw the array disc into the void. The array disc opened, and in the next moment, it evolved into the size of the heavens, expanding boundlessly, enveloping the entire red dust palace. As the array disc rotated, it covered the entire sky. Yingtian Laozu also threw out the array flag in his hand. It was impossible to tell how many array flags there were, but the densely packed array flags made people feel terrified. They scattered all over the void and gradually disappeared. They rotated together with the array disc. In the next moment, the three Laozu's auras increased greatly. The auras connected together, releasing a little of the array chi. The array chi turned into a stream of light and entered the array disc. In the next moment, a vast amount of spirit chi condensed here. Rumble. A sound like rolling thunder sounded from the depths of the clouds. The entire sky suddenly changed color. The wind rose, the clouds rolled, and the sand and stones flew. It was as if a sandstorm had blown, completely drowning the entire sky. In the depths of the array disc, it was originally rotating slowly, but with the addition of the array chi, it spun rapidly. A teleportation space appeared from the depths of the array disc. The entire world was silent, and only a trace of the array disc's aura was faintly discernible from the teleportation space, suppressing the world. Even without seeing the person, one could already feel the terror. Why don't we leave quickly? Monk Daji looked at Su Zimo and said. Go where? Su Zimo smiled. The strong wind blew his hair up, and his clothes flapped violently. Are you stupid? You will bear the mandate of heaven in the future. Monk Daji shouted. You will have a boundless future after becoming a great emperor. There's no need to be so naive. Why are you so sure that I will become a great emperor? Su Zimo smiled. We haven't known each other for long. It's good that you believe in me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have found you, Monk Daji shouted. No need. I, Su Zimo, have never backed down in my life. Su Zimo waved his hand. At the very least, no one in the Yuanyang continent can do it. In the teleportation space, a beam of light shot up into the sky. Everyone in the red dust palace could feel the pressure, as well as the terrifying power contained within. Kneel down and pay your respects to the goddess, Laozu shouted from the side. The entire goddess palace was silent, and no one dared to speak. There wasn't even a sound of discussion. Everyone knelt on the ground and looked at the terrifying aftermath in the sky. In the teleportation space, a woman's shadow appeared faintly. Are you confident? Gongsun Hongtian asked. Su Zimo looked at the shadow. It was bottomless, like a pool of stagnant water. His perception didn't react at all. The opponent was too strong. I'm not a match for her, Su Zimo shook his head. He had an estimate of his own strength. With his trump card, he could even win against an immortal expert. But against an expert, he was definitely not a match. The higher one's realm, even if it was just a small level, the gap between them would be like a natural chasm that couldn't be crossed. The higher one's realm, the harder it was for geniuses to fight across realms. He was only able to do so by relying on his many trump cards and the strength of his true fate. The moment the shadow appeared, the world fell silent. It was as if everything was suppressed and in a state of stillness. She's at least at the level of a great emperor, or even stronger, Su Zimo murmured. The sky beyond heaven is definitely not an existence that belongs to the Yuanyang continent. When the illusory figure appeared, the world began to tremble. Deep in the sky, there seemed to be a gaze looking over. Although the sky didn't seem to have changed, everyone felt like they were being watched. It was the eye of the great Tao. Because the shadow's appearance exceeded the rules of this world, it attracted the attention of the great Tao. Just like Baimont, who had 10 meridians, in the Yuanyang continent, he could only maintain the strength of a great emperor at most. If he forcefully opened the 10th meridian, he would be killed by the great Tao. But since the mythological era, if those experts wanted to come to the Yuanyang continent, they could do it after paying a huge price. End of chapter 793. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.